morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All righty, Monday, let's go. Or as I said to the kids when I walked in, let's just get this week over with. Shout out TJ Robbie, who's running a March Madness bracket. March Madness is here. St. Patrick's hangovers are here. The weather's great. My guys raging in the city, Marcus Boucher. Good morning, Marcus.
What's up, Murph? Happy Monday, my man. It's tourney time. The Warriors got a big win over the Lakers, and we got some positive news on the Giants' rotation.
Be positive, bro. How could you not be positive after that weekend?
Oh,
right? Was that the Bay coming back strong after this rainy winter, or what? Huh?
A beautiful, absolutely beautiful weekend here in the Bay.
Pristine. I hope you took advantage as a city resident.
Oh, Murph, you know I live in one of the sunniest neighborhoods in all of San Francisco. I was out basking in the sun this weekend.
Was your rooftop riff you sunning on the roof? Was that it?
I was going to say, these rooftop riffs might have me tanning up on the roof
By the way,
pretty soon.
Speaking of sun, I've told you guys, our producer, John Joe Curley, the kid from the Sunset/West Portal, I've told you guys, this guy has the map of Ireland on his face. He might, and then when he got his skin fade, his little tight cut, he could just drop him in Ireland. But what has now clinched it for like the 1,000% is the absolute tomato sunburn he got from one day of sun. Dude, when I was working in the pub in Dublin, they had a heat wave, and I went into the work that night at 5 o'clock, and dude, all I saw were lobsters everywhere. I'm like, you guys can't handle a day of sun. The entire country turns red, and that's Curly.
Yeah, that's right. The sun came out this weekend, and John Joe turned into tomato.
He just got fried, man. So anyway, it was a great weekend. As you point out, probably sports-wise, the highlight would be the Warriors on Saturday night in front of a raft of celebrities. My God. What do we have? Benifer were down there. Novak Djokovic. Kardashians were in the house.
Shout out Djokovic exchanging a tennis racket with Steph after the game.
I missed that.
Oh, instead of a jersey swap, Steph gave him a jersey, and Djokovic had a tennis racket on him.
That's kind of boss.
Like he showed up to the game with the tennis racket. Obviously,
dude, that thing got through security?
Somebody was holding on to it, but yeah, I thought that was a weird jersey swap after the game.
Imagine some security guy taking that from Djokovic. No, man, you can't have that. I am Novak Djokovic. No, man, you can't bring that in.
Yeah, what's in your back pocket, bud?
You know what's interesting? You say that as I was noodling around the webs, always trying to be the best sports talk radio host I could be, looking for content. And did you see the Warriors release that video of Roger Federer visiting the team?
Yeah.
And talking, and they had that like civilized conversation about being a champion and all that.
That was a game against the Spurs that Saturday night with no Wemby and no Steph.
At the end of the video, Roger's like, I'm really looking forward to tonight. I'm like, history, freezing cold takes, right? I'm really looking forward to tonight. But I'm wondering if Djokovic got wind that Federer was visiting the Warriors, like, blank that. I'm going to go give him maybe Steph is the object of a tug of war between Novak Djokovic.
Ooh, everybody's vying for the attention of a Steph Curry.
Maybe Rafa Nadal will be there tonight when they take on the Knicks tonight at Chase Center in your neighborhood.
That's right. Start of a 3-game homestand. I'll be down there tonight. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be rubbing elbows with Bad Bunny or Kim Kardashian.
Bad Bunny was in the house too,
or any of the other celebrities that were bored the hell out of their mind during the last 20 minutes of the game.
Oh, dude.
To play the last 2 minutes. We got shot clock violations. We got replay reviews. We got everything. Except for some actual basketball.
Somebody getting fired down there?
Oh, dude, I mean, it was embarrassing. It got to the point where the PA guy got on the mic and started doing like 10 seconds for the shot clock.
Dude.
Like they were announcing it like...
What do you give me for the Warrior-Laker game Saturday night and the Ravens-Niners Super Bowl in New Orleans? I mean,
I was going to say, I didn't know if there was a Beyonce halftime show this weekend.
Technical malfunctions, my gosh. Well, the Warriors slogged through that end-of-clock boredom and weirdness to get that win and slipped into the 9 seed. Hey, we're the 9. All right, it means they host that game. But again, this is going to be a lot of give and take down the stretch, game by game, really. So shout out that game. In fact, why don't we call that one in? Let's get this one early. We got Bruce Frazier. He went up to Bad Bunny, and he said, can I borrow your cell phone? Which means that when Adam Silver got the call, he goes, is this Bad Bunny? He goes, no, this is Bruce Frazier using Bad Bunny's cell phone to report from L.A. Golden State Warriors 128, L.A. Lakers 121.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, I have the other one from the weekend here, guys. Here it is, baby. Ooh. Hang on, I get it. Am I on camera? Is that correct here?
I think we're on camera, Murph.
Okay,
we'll live blank it. We'll do it live.
There it is. the bracket.
Tourney time.
I mean, so this we can go on deep dives here on, how the bracket has changed through the years and really, to be honest, fairly low wattage March Madness, right? But the magic always happens on Thursday morning. It starts. Well, actually, play-ins on Tuesday and Wednesday. But I guess just of note, first of all, shout out St. Mary's. Got to shout out the Gales. If you want a rooting interest in the Bay, that's all we got.
Yeah, look no further than St. Mary's.
So they're a 5 seed. Remember I asked Matt Mayoko, I said, can they be a 4? Matt Mayoko, by the way, remember Matty saying, wherever the city is, I'm going. Do you see where he's going? Spokane, Washington.
Oh, scoot over. Make some elbow room. Matt Mayoko is going to be on that flight.
I would say that, if you're Matty, because Matty is the biggest St. Mary's Gale honk of all time, and I think he is on the team playing, believe it or not, no joke.
I think he might be on the team, Murph.
Dude, he is. So if you're Matty and you have this week blocked off and you've told your lovely wife, Sarah, I'm gone for the next 4 days, you're thinking man, they might be in Brooklyn. They might be in Chicago. They might be in L.A. Dude, he's in Spokane. Have you ever been to Spokane, Washington?
I have. Actually, I have been to Spokane, Washington.
Give it to me. What do you got?
So I have a buddy who lived up in that general area. I went up on a college road trip, drove up the entire West Coast.
A hell of a drive.
Yeah, so we stopped in Oregon. I knew some folks who lived out there, and then we ended up in Spokane,
What age
Washington.
water boy is this?
Oh, this is fresh out of college. We're talking 22, 23, maybe. Yeah,
Bet
probably
you had some
23.
fun, huh?
Oh, it was a good road trip. It was a lot of fun.
Because Spokane's not one of the great metropolises in the United States, but I'll tell you this, Matt Mayoko will find the good bars in Spokane, Washington. Anyway, so Friday night they play. Friday night they get the late game. It hit me with a little pang because usually UCLA, which is not in the tournament. We always used to get the Friday night primetime game because max ratings, but those days are over.
What happened to the Bruins this year, Murph?
How much time you got, buddy? How much time you got?
3 minutes in this segment.
I'll meet you on a rooftop and tell you all about it. St. Mary's 5 seed taking on Grand Canyon. Dude, Grand Canyon's come on.
Dude, Grand Canyon has been big time. What is it, 2 or 3 years in a row now in the tournament? This was a team that was just a D2 school a couple years ago. Now they're a D1. I don't want to say powerhouse, but they're turning into a tourney regular.
Shout out Flagstaff, Arizona. That's another one. That's where they're, which, by the way, people say is a fabulous place. Fabulous place. Young Tony says it's a fabulous place.
I've been there. Very nice.
Yeah. Coming on. I like it. Young Tony in the first segment. By the way, people have never heard him in the first segment. Though. Who is that guy?
I know.
He's the guy in the rectangle, although the rectangle's not on.
Yeah, it's missing.
Where's the rectangle,
Yeah,
brother?
Tony doesn't know about the unwritten rules of the first segment where the board op's not supposed to talk.
This has been an unwritten rule. Listen. Nobody told you.
Yeah.
You're good. I've already jumped on you once today, although I wasn't intending to. It was supposed to be a team bonding moment against a common enemy, if you know what I mean, buddy. If you know what I mean. Anyway, shout out St. Mary's, 5 seed against a 12 seed against Grand Canyon, and then obviously the other one. Just to get you guys up to speed, UConn's the 1 seed in the East. They're the overall 1 seed. Houston's the 1 seed in the South. Purdue's the 1 seed in the Midwest, and North Carolina's the 1 seed in the West. Does a water boy who's a Sonoma State Cossack / Seawolf, does he have a college basketball team?
See, in the tournament, no. Traditionally, I ride with Stanford. I like going with the local team, so I'll be rooting for St. Mary's.
Okay, so you ride with the Gales.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you're right.
Exactly. My team's not in either, Murph.
I'll ride with the Gales, too. Why not, man? And then, guys, I hate to do this at the end of the segment here, man. But, dude, this is incredible because this is maybe the last time ever you're going to get news from a newspaper because none of us saw this on social media last night. But, guys, Susan Celestar has a story in the Chronicle this morning that Renel is out as the PA announcer at Oracle Park.
Oof.
That's a big deal, man.
That is.
She's the only voice we've ever known there.
She's the voice of Oracle Park.
She's the voice of McCovey Cove, of Garlic Fries, of Barry Bonds, of Tim Lincecum.
Yeah.
She even did, when Paulie debuted the Lincecum song, in that first week or two when it was hot, she even at the park said, Lincecum on the PA. So she's just been a true friend of this particular morning spot forever, but also she was an icon, morning icon of her own on KBLX and all those stations that she had morning radio. But, man, the Giants and she are mutually parting ways. That's a big deal.
Yeah, the ballpark is not going to sound the same this season.
I'm really bummed. She's a pal. I inducted her into. I got to be the guy to announce her into the Junior Giants Hall of Fame when she went in. We surprised her. She didn't know she was going in. So it was during COVID. We had the outdoor event. It was on top of the dugout. And she was PAing the event. She was emceeing the event. And then I came up to do the Junior Giants Hall of Famers. I'm like, why don't you stay right here? Because our first inductee is you.
Nice.
And she was crying and all that. She put the orange blazer on. But the point is, she's done so much for Junior Giants. She's done so much for inspiring women and young girls who want to get involved in baseball. And also, she's been the voice of championships and splash hits, and she's our gal.
I mean, hell, Renel inspires me to be a better person.
Right.
Murph.
So this is a bummer, man.
Yeah.
We don't know who the next one is, but it's a bummer. And also, we just found out about it like a half hour ago.
Yeah. Like you said, breaking news to a newspaper.
So anyway, we'll get that in there today. So obviously, we're going to get back to the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about Renel. We'll talk about March Madness. And of course, we'll talk about, we didn't even mention the Giants. Let's get into it on the other side.
Some big updates.
There was some
this
stuff
weekend.
over the weekend. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Kyle Harrison stopped by Extra Innings with Bill Lasky yesterday to break down his first full season as a starter in the bigs. To check out that podcast and more, check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
From the guys, here's the pitch now. Swing, and there's a drive in a deep right field. Hit well. Still going. Way back there. Adios, pelota. Matt Chapman goes deep into the Giants bullpen in right field. And the Giants have a 1-0 lead. Chapman's 5th game and his first home run.
Hey, the sounds of the weekend. Once again, because I'm in my car a lot on the weekends, driving here and there to every youth sporting event in the world. Shout out to Mill Valley Little League Parade Saturday. Dude, you want to talk about frickin' Norman Rockwell couldn't have painted it any better, man. And we had the bagpipes and the old vintage fire trucks. And we marched through town. And shout out Coach Lou, 80 years young, surviving a major health scare to throw out the first pitch. And so I surprised him. I had the team, because it was like a big ceremony. You know, there's like 650 kids ringing the infield, and they're singing the national anthem, and everything's pristine. We have the bunting. And then they bring Coach Lou out because he's been coaching since 1987.
Damn.
And he's 80, and he's throwing BP hooks, too, by the way.
Throwing BP better than you.
So much so that he's got the job. Uncle Charlie's and all that. So he was going to go throw the first pitch, and I snuck our team down. He didn't see. And I said, hey, guys, when he throws the first pitch, go mob him. And so I did. I should send the picture up. I posted it on Facebook. But this friend of ours, Pete Davis, captured the picture of, so Coach Lou threw the pitch, and then as soon as he was done, the kids mobbed him. He didn't know it was coming. It was a tender moment.
That's awesome.
Tears ahoy there, buddy. Here, check that out right there, just for that moment where Coach Lou's on.
Look at that.
Right?
Like Coach Lou just threw a perfect game.
Yeah. So
That's
anyway,
awesome,
that was my weekend, and in the meantime, I was driving around hearing a ton of Giants baseball. Mm-hmm. Dave Fleming was on the mic.
Our guy Flem was on the mic, and I just want to say thank God we were able to hear some baseball this weekend after we had more rainouts on Friday. Murph, my big spring break series got canceled on Friday because of the rain, and they're not making it up.
Okay, so I didn't even know that because my Friday golf tournament was all-consuming, and it was awesome. Shout out Butch Berry. Thank you for the invite. A fantastic day. But that meant I was out of pocket till about 7 p.m. that night. So I missed, and there's no phone. Dude, don't bring out the phone. Don't break out the phone. By the way, I did. So you go to these certain clubs, you don't no phone, right?
Do they make you like put it in one of those Ziploc bags?
They should,
like
because
they do at a comedy show.
I was talking to a guy I knew there who wasn't my host, and he's a really nice guy. And we were talking about something related, and I said, "Oh, I have a picture of that." And I said, "Here." And I took my camera. I took my phone out of my pocket. This is out on the post-round patio where they're about to give out the awards, which went to us, by the way, because we won.
Look at you.
But I picked out my phone to show him a picture, and dude, he immediately stepped to the right to shield me from the crowd. He goes, "Yeah, you might want to, the phone." And so I was like, "Oh, okay, back in the pocket." I thought I could just show him a quick picture and put it back. No. Don't be that guy.
You're not allowed to even pull it out.
Don't even show a picture.
Wow.
Don't show a picture. So anyway, the point is I was out of pocket.
The secrecy, yeah.
The point being is that I was no contact.
You're out of pocket while your phone was remaining in your pocket.
So when you were trying to watch a spring breakout game, you didn't get it.
Oh, dude, I was heartbroken, Murph.
Okay. Because you were talking about that for days.
I wanted to see my prospects.
I know.
I wanted to see a Rainer Arias. I wanted to see a Walker Martin. I wanted to see a Hunter Bishop. I felt like we haven't seen him in years.
You want to judge that swing path?
I do, dude. I got to get those swing paths. I got to get those launch angles, Murph.
Okay.
Got to see those exit velocities.
But that was a launch angle for Matt Chapman.
There we go.
One of the stories was that ball that he hit to right center would not been gone in San Francisco.
Oh, great. We're getting the
You know what
fan
his quote
graphs
was,
at
though?
Advanced Analytics. What?
His quote was, "Hey, if it goes off the wall for a double or triple, that's good too."
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take any RBIs any ways we can get them, Murph.
Right, and
that's
so
if we're allowed to praise the RBI stats. Still.
No, you cannot, because they're contextually dependent. Meantime, there's some controversy over this. Not controversy, good controversy.
There's a little confusion, Murph.
Because it was confusion.
There's confusion. So I'm on sfgiants.com last night, boning up for the show, and I click on the Keaton Wynn Logan Webb story. Great story. So Logan Webb, again, kind of a weird outing. 8 strikeouts, no walks. That's incredible. But he winds up getting touched for 5 runs. Some bad luck, this and that. I'm not worried.
No,
nobody's worried.
Four
Nobody's
earned
worried.
runs yesterday, and at this point of spring training, it's all about getting up and getting down. I mean, we had Logan Webb earlier this spring training talk about his struggles last year and how to him, he just wanted to focus on his mentality and not take that negative energy into the season. I'll remind people, he started 0-4 last year and still finished as a top 3 Cy Young candidate. I'm not concerned about his early spring training, quote-unquote, struggles. 8 strikeouts and 5 1/3. Just get up and down, Logan. I got no problem.
Actually got a text from a lifelong pal and Giants fan who lives out of the area now. He said, "Should we be worried about Logan Webb?" I wrote back 2 words, "Nay, brother."
No.
So I wrote back,
When
"Nay,
you got a
brother,"
rotation like the Giants have, there's much, much bigger problems outside of Logan Webb.
which led to, so I'm on sfgiants.com, and Keaton Wynn threw an inning. Okay. But
Yeah, shout out to Keaton Wynn just being back on the bump.
and it was a nice inning. Did he get 2 strikeouts? Anyway, it was a clean inning. Point is that he, 25 pitches. I don't know if that going to make him ready to go in 2 weeks, because he would literally be. So the Giants open in San Diego a week from Thursday. By the way, there's baseball. First of all, there's baseball right now.
Live.
The Dodgers are in Korea.
From Korea,
playing a exhibition game.
I caught a little bit of the Korea versus Padres game last night.
How'd that go?
Ha-Seong Kim went deep
Did
in
he?
Korea. It was pretty sick.
They go
moment.
crazy?
Yeah, they absolutely lost their mind.
Wednesday morning at 3:05, an actual Major League Baseball game that counts in the standings is being played.
Let's go.
Padres, Dodgers, go Padres. Yes! So, Keaton Wynn, I mentioned 2 weeks from now, might be needed because the Giants play 4 games set in San Diego. Logan Webb, game 1. Now, Melvin hasn't confirmed this, but we're guessing Kyle Harrison, game 2. It's
Yeah.
exciting,
It's got to be Kyle.
right? And then the mystery man, Jordan Hicks, who I don't have a handle on him yet, do you?
Not really, because, again, he's one of the guys that started the game on Friday against the A's, came out for an inning or so. I don't even know if he got on the mound because there was like a 3-hour rain delay, so he didn't even pitch on Friday against the A's. Again, he's gone out there, thrown 3-4 innings a couple times. I just don't know how that velocity is going to translate going 5-6 innings into the game if he can even get that deep.
Hence the mystery man. I do consider him the mystery man, but that's Saturday. Then you get to Sunday, March 31st, and MLB.com's reporter yesterday said that Bob Melvin confirmed that Mason Black will be the 4th starter. I said, that's kind of news. That's big news. Now, I went to all the other outlets, your SF Chronicle, et cetera, ESPN, and nobody else wrote it that way. So now you got a bunch of reporters in a room listening to Bob Melvin. One guy hears something differently than the other guy. Now, it would make sense, right? Even though he's had an ERA over 6 in spring training. This is a 24-year-old kid, 3rd-round draft pick in 2021 out of Lehigh. Susan wrote a big feature on him in the Chronicle if you guys want to read. It's really good. He's like a brilliant guy. He was valedictorian. He's a math major at Lehigh. He's like a total nerd. He says he's a proud nerd, that he's really into the physics of the shaping of a ball and all that. He's like just brilliant guy. His little brother told Susan Slusser, he said he's been annoying because he's been smart his whole life.
Wow.
He speaks many languages. He talks to all the Latin players in Spanish fluently.
That's impressive.
I know, right? So this
I was
guy's
going to say, you're saying this guy's a nerd. It makes sense why Farhan put him in the rotation.
I like that, buddy. So anyway, here's the quote from this is the reporter was Steve Stockmar. I don't know Steve. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
What's up, Steve?
He wrote that without locking in the order, Melvin on Sunday confirmed a rotation of Webb, lefty Kyle Harrison, and righty Jordan Hicks, along with number 8 prospect Mason Black. So he has a righty who will pitch a minor league game at Papago Park on Tuesday. And then, quote, day 5 still is in play, but we'll see how we get there. So we actually have the sound. It's a little more vague.
Yeah.
Here, take it.
Listen to Bob.
So Mason Black right now looks to be, obviously hopefully we can get Win ready. Who am I missing here? Spencer Howard? Yeah, Spencer Howard pitched really well. Dalton, whether that's long relief, there's also some spots in our bullpen, but those 3 probably more so as far as looking at the back end of the rotation.
Okay, so I do understand. He said Mason Black looks to be, but then he didn't finish the sentence.
And then he drove off the road.
That's like
Looks to be.
That's like one of my segments.
Yeah, looks to be what, Bob?
But then he mentions Keaton Wynn, Dalton Jeffries, and Spencer Howard, right? And he says those 3 at the back end or long relief. So I can see where you interpret Mason Black as the 4 there.
True, but if Keaton Wynn is healthy, we were already assuming before the season started that he was going to be the number 4.
Or 5 at this point.
Yeah, minimum. So
Because
you would think that he's talking more about Mason Black, Dalton Jeffries, and Spencer Howard for the last ones.
Because at the end of the sentence he says those 3 after he's mentioned 4 guys. And the first guy he mentions is Mason Black. So I assume those 3 are Wynn, Jeffries, and This is hilarious. Yeah.
So Mason Black right now looks to be, obviously hopefully we can get Win ready. Who am I missing here?
Spencer Howard?
Yeah, Spencer Howard pitched really well. Dalton, whether that's long relief, there's also some spots in our bullpen, but those 3 probably more so as far as looking at the back end of the rotation.
So which 3? Of those 4. He mentioned Black, Wynn, Jeffries, and Howard.
Well, now I'm thinking that he only said Spencer Howard was pitching well because Marty brought him up. Now I'm thinking that he wasn't originally in the big 3 that Bob was thinking
You recognize
about.
Marty's voice?
What about Howard?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I heard him in there.
It was for me.
It was
All
for
right,
me.
well, that's a fun stuff. And hey, it sounds like Mason Black's going to be a part of it. Let's get the guest list going right now on a Monday, March 18, 2024. Rip it out. Marcus, what you got, buddy?
All right, starting off in about 20 minutes. You know what time it is. It's a Monday morning, so it's time for your total weekend recall. Hums and bums right around the corner, breaking down everything that happened this past weekend. Then we'll hop into our big hit cooler of content in the Power Hour. 8:30 this morning, you'll get your 49er update from David Lombardi. 9:15, we're going to check in with Zena Kita. She's a host for MC Sports Bay Area, breaking down some Warriors talk for us. And also, we'll be breaking down the big Warriors women's broadcast today for that Warriors and Knicks game. And then 9:30, bang, let's talk to the man himself, Mike Breen, talking about his call of the Warriors-Lakers game and, of course, the Warriors-Knicks game tonight.
That's good booking, John Joe. Okay, 2 items for Hums and Bums. 1, Niner news from over the weekend, and 2, the news about Renel. Next on The Sports Leader.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh my gosh, yesterday, because it was such a busy weekend, as you guys know. His return Friday, and then 90s night Saturday, Junior Giants Day yesterday. It was just a lot going on. So I finally got to get down and have a quick little visit with him. And he goes, Renel, you keep getting smaller and smaller, and I keep getting bigger and bigger.
Oh, man, that's just hit me in the feels there. We saw the news this morning from Susan Slusser in the Chronicle that an absolute shocker, Renel Brooks-Moon, our favorite, and the woman you just heard right there telling a funny story about Bruce Bochy's return to Oracle, that she will not return this year. The Giants and she are, well, the report is, quote, mutually parting ways, but I don't think, Renel was looking to leave. They might have just made it uncomfortable for her. And I don't know who's behind this decision. Is it ownership? Is it the front office? Is it somebody else? I don't know. I don't have the information. I do know, I can tell you we've reached out to Renel this morning, and she has reached back. And she said, I can't talk publicly right now, but please thank the fans and tell them I love them so much. And she sent the teary-eyed emoji, which I have too. Man, that's garlic fries. That's McCovey Cove, right?
That's the Giants family right there. She's the voice of the ballpark.
Yeah.
Ever since it opened down on the corner of 3rd and King, and you've heard Renel.
She's always been, she never lost her tone or timbre. The energy is there, and she's always upbeat, and, her sound is the same, right?
Oh, and, whether we're talking about the way that she speaks through the PA system or the way that she just speaks to just every regular day people. You hear about all the fan interaction she has. I can't thank Renel enough just being so kind to me. When I used to book her for the show, I'd call her up, and she spent a few minutes breaking down baseball with me. Of course, we'd talk about our love affair of the Raiders, but Renel has just been a staple of Giants baseball. It's unfortunate that they're going in this direction.
We have the play ball lunch, the Junior Giants. We have the big play ball lunch. She MCs that thing every year. That's a big deal. Like I told you, we surprised her with the Junior Giants Hall of Fame orange blazer. By the way, sweet orange blazer. And she was emceeing it. Then I came up to do the Hall of Fame thing, and I said, "Why don't you just step to the left here, and we're going to do this induction?" Then we were like, "Our first inductee is you." She was crying and everything. So I don't know who's going to MC that darn thing. So man, oh man. But anyway,
about big shoes to fill. She's done over 2,000 games down at that ballpark again. She's the voice of the San Francisco Giants in that ballpark on the corner of 3rd and King.
What could they possibly be looking for? Do they want to put a fresh coat of paint on it or something? What do they want? Do they want, they can't go, if you want quote unquote somebody younger, she sounds like she's 21 years old. Yeah. You know what I mean? Do they want somebody with a better voice? She's got incredible pipes. They want somebody who's Bay. She is the Bay. She was born and raised in Oakland. By the way, you guys share that silver and black. You guys share that silver and black.
That's what I was saying. Me and her would just shoot texts about the Raiders. Yeah. Anytime I booked her for the show, me and her were having a separate conversation, almost doing a separate interview.
So I think she was, if I get it right, I think she went to childhood and high school in Oakland, but was always a Giants fan. And then the way she treated Willie McCovey and still treats Willie Mays and Orlando Cepeda and all the great legends and icons. And Kruk and Kipe. They were an inseparable group. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys other than it's very disappointing, and I don't know what they're looking for. Seriously, I don't know. I'm flustered and I'm sort of speechless. But Renel Brooks-Moon is out at Giants games. So, wanted to get you guys that news.
Yeah.
I know. Sorry to be the bearer of that. And sorry to do an awkward transition, but I did tease Niners, too.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, just a lot of activity now. Not always huge activity, but a lot of activity. When we were on the show right before he signed off Friday morning, Devondre Campbell, right?
Yeah, that was a weird last hour of the show where we got a bunch of breaking news. The Aaron Donald retirement, which pretty much changed the direction of the show. And then, we started getting more information on guys like Devondre Campbell and the 49ers making a few more additions over the weekend, Murph.
So, Isaac, help me out. Is it Yiadom?
I don't know.
Yiadom?
I wish we had Renel here to help us learn how to pronounce these names.
A new corner who might be part of the scene. Isaac Yiadom. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Before the 28-year-old cornerback, he was a journeyman up until last year. He had been with the Broncos, Giants, Packers, and Texans. But he showed up last year in New Orleans Shout out the Saints, and started the final 7 games of the season and played well. And his PFF grade was good. He's 6'1", and they say at the least he's depth. At the best, he could join Ward and Lenore as a starting corner. So
we'll see what happens with that defensive backfield. But Murph, after what we saw last weekend with the additional restructure of guys like George Kittle and those contracts, it seems like the 49ers are freeing up a lot of money to go make another move. Like we talked about the rumors of a guy like Justin Simmons from the Denver Broncos. There's been ties to all different defensive backs. It seems like they're restructuring so many different contracts. I don't know if that's going to maybe lead to the Brandon Ayuk extension, but right now they've created enough space where they can still go out and get one of these bigger names on the market.
So maybe they'll get Blake Snell. Who knows? Maybe we'll do that.
Did they go watch his simulated game this weekend too?
Because your Giants did.
Yeah, the Giants did.
When they weren't busy blowing out our gal Renel. Come on, man. So other things that happened, Oren Burks went to the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know if that one breaks your heart.
I like the Devin White move to the Eagles, by the way, too. That happened last Friday.
Yeah.
Didn't spend too much time on that.
My buddy Schmitty in Philly texted me and said, Howie is working magic. That's what he said.
I mean, that, bringing in Bryce Huff, bringing in Saquon Barkley.
And while we're on it, they got Kenny Pickett, too, right?
Yeah, that's right. That happened over the weekend.
How do we feel about this Justin Fields story, guys?
Oh, it blows my mind.
Quite frankly, we're shocked that a guy who some people thought was on the rise, and if Caleb Williams didn't exist, if Caleb Williams chose to play soccer in Europe and wasn't out there, would be the starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears next year, right?
I mean, think about the Chicago Bears after trading up in that 2021 draft class, after spending that draft capital, which we talk about all the time with Trey Lance, and then deciding last year that they're sticking with Justin Fields over a guy like C.J. Stroud. They traded out of that first overall pick, and now here they are again with the first pick. Caleb Williams, everybody's now penciling him in as the Chicago Bears starting quarterback. But man, oh man, that entire 2021 draft class, whether we're talking Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, who was traded for a 6th-rounder, like the 49ers picked an awful year to trade up to go get a quarterback that year.
Incredible story. And man, oh man, the price tag for the Steelers. I mean, you got to love what the Steelers did, right? They blew out a terrible quarterback room and made it into Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
For about $1.2 million. Like, you want to talk about bargain bin shopping. I mean, shout out to Farhan Zaidi. Look what Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers are doing.
By the way, top of your head, who do you start, Russ Wilson or Justin Fields?
Oh, I think you go Russ.
Do you?
Well, there's actually incentive,
just for fun,
too.
I'm going Justin.
Because I know we're going to get into the contract details, maybe with our hums and bums coming up in a little bit, but it's a 6th-round draft pick, but if he plays more than 51% of the snaps, then it goes up to a 4th-rounder. I mean, I don't know if the Steelers are too worried about that. They were a playoff contender last year, going back and forth between Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky.
They went from being like one of the most boring and dull offenses to one of the more interesting offenses now with Russ and Justin. So I don't know if they're probably going to go into camp. Do you think you just give the veteran the respect and say, Russ, you're number one, Justin, you're the backup, or do you open it up?
I think you start with Russ. I know there was a story that Mike Tomlin reached out to Russ before the signing was made official. So I think he would have the keys to the car first and maybe not screw it up. But
yeah, but Russ looks at his locker next to him. He's got a guy 12 years younger than him with, 0% body fat and bigger shoulders and stronger pecs, and just like he's like that younger version of you know?
That's if Russ Wilson doesn't have a private locker like he did in Denver, like good. 6 feet over, 6 rooms over from the rest of the team.
All right, just checking in the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line early. Like, for example, 408 says, I remember when Renel was hired, there was a ruckus. A woman at baseball games? Well, now the Giants did have a woman in 1993, Sherry Davis, at Candlestick Park, so that's not the first woman. He says, now that she's leaving, I hope she gets 3 times the amount of love. Oracle will not sound the same. 650 says, yeah, Renel's bona fides. Her father was the vice principal at Menlo Atherton, which was Bob Melvin's high school. How about that for a tie-in? Here's one. 209. The Farhan way is making its way through the organization. The Giants are just not a family anymore.
Oof.
That one cuts close to the bone.
Yeah.
650 WTF. How could they? Renel. Now 510 is making accusations. We can't make that one. We don't know who did this one.
No.
209 says unless her replacement has Bob Shepard pipes, it will be hard to replace Renel. You know Bob Shepard.
That is going to be hard to replace.
I'll tell you, man. Just one of my little personal anecdote. When I was covering the A's for 2 seasons, One of the biggest thrills for me was at Yankee Stadium, seeing Bob Shepard right next to us in the press box, sitting in his little booth. Nice. Is with his gentlemanly ways. Bob Shepard, young Tony. We haven't even said good morning to young Tony officially. Good morning, young Tony. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
How's your weekend, kid?
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
A lot of great times.
Yeah, so good, soaked in the sun?
Yeah, went down to Marina, had a couple drinks,
Wait,
went to
like the
North
Marina
Star.
neighborhood, you mean?
Yes, yeah.
Oh. Did you hook up with Marcus?
No, he's in the 1%ers drinking in the Marina.
Okay, anyway.
Big
Did
time
not hook
Tony.
up, no.
So do you know who Bob Shepard is, Yankee Stadium?
I just looked him up, no.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
man.
maybe for cooler of content. We do great PA announcers of all time because he had the way.
Now
He would say,
batting.
now batting.
Number two.
Go.
Yankee shortstop.
No, he wouldn't say that, dude. He would just say number 2,
Derek
Jeter.
Jeter. Number 2.
Number 2. It was the most economic, like brilliant, like understated, and his pipes. So he was an English professor, I think, at Fordham University, and he had his reading glasses on his nose. He was probably 80, and then he would go back to reading a book. He was just reading a novel, and then look up and say, now batting, number 21, Paul O'Neill. Number 21. Was he 21? I don't know. I'm throwing that out there.
And
Something like that.
it was super cool too, because even after he passed away, Derek Jeter would still use
That's
the
the
Bob
thing.
Shepard walk-up.
That's the catch. Shepard passed away, and Jeter used that. That was all time. So anyway, that's what this text is. Unless Bob Shepard's coming back from the great beyond, it's going to be hard to replace Renel. So anyway, guys, here's the deal. We got our hum babies and our bum babies next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Well, I'm disgruntled. I'm a disgruntled member of the Raider Nation.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, happy Monday morning, everybody. It's been kind of unusual because we're celebrating an unbelievable weekend. Just everybody had a fantastic weekend. Our resident 100% Irishman, John Joe Curley, got fried like a tomato. Just cementing his Irish status because I told you, if you go over to Ireland and get one day of sun, the whole country turns into lobsters. That's what he looks like.
I mean, Murph, he's almost unrecognizable this morning with that sunburn. Kind of like it was Friday at the block party where I saw John Joe in street clothes.
What?
Outside of the loafers and slacks.
Oh, I can't imagine it.
Dude, Murph, he
didn't go to the street party in the slacks and loafers?
I had to do a double take. John Joe looked like a whole nother
Was
man.
he dressed like you in a Santa Cruz hoodie?
No, he had a green hoodie on, some jeans, and some Adidas. He
Look
looked
at that guy.
He looked about 6 years younger. I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah. Was Marcus at the block party? I mean, Young Tony at the block party?
Young Tony did not make it to the block party.
We gotta find the source of this Young Tony just ghosting you on social occasions.
That's what I'm saying.
What, you got something better to do, buddy, than hang out with this cool guy?
I had to get prepared for Saturday.
Okay.
Mentally prepared. On Saturday, where he also didn't hit me up on Saturday.
When you came to the city?
Yeah, I started early Saturday.
Now, did you say the Marina and North Star in the same sentence? Because those would be two different neighborhoods.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Went a little bit around the city on Saturday.
Okay.
North Star Cafe.
Well, yeah, North Star is a solid spot owned by my legendary buddies, Mark Jennings and Steve Grealish.
Yeah, you should have been dropping Murph's name.
Yes,
Trying to get
and
some
my man
drinks
Sub bartending there has been doing it for 30 years. He's still going. Noel Mulligan out of Ireland.
Nice.
He filled in one day at the pub, and they said, "Who's this guy?" They said, "He's the Sub." He's been called Sub exclusively for 30 years. Talk about a nickname that stuck.
The Sub.
No, just call him Sub.
Nice.
You walk in.
Just Sub.
His name's Noel. Nobody's called him Noel. And he and I once went to New Orleans together. Story for another day.
Ooh,
Story for another day.
I understand, Murph.
All right.
But yeah, shout out to all the pubs this weekend. Shout out to Harrington's being back open right here in the heart of the city.
Shout out Greg Popham, maybe or maybe not opening up a tab at Harrington's. All right, dude? All right. Hum babies and bum babies. And shout out Candace's Guinness braised beef stew last night in the slow cooker for 8 hours.
Beef stew?
Tender beef stew, Irish stew with potatoes soaked in Guinness.
Wow.
It was
A
outstanding.
Guinness braised beef stew.
It was outstanding until Big Deck Murphy overfills his stew bowl and walking from the kitchen to the dining room table, spills it on the rug.
Oh.
Made the chef not happy.
Come on, dude. You can't overfill your bowl.
He overfilled his bowl.
Damn.
Well, that was a compliment.
He's got to be like
that went wrong.
He's got to be like Oliver Twist. Please, sir, can I have some more?
Dude, this is. Do you know Oliver Twist, kid? See, we got to make the list. We got to do the list today.
I think so.
Bob.
I've heard the name.
Please, sir, can I have some more, Tony?
Okay, Oliver Twist.
Get that drop ready.
Oliver Twist and Bob Shepard are on the list. Okay, you have
Bum Babies. All right, Merv, even though it was a great St. Patty's Day weekend, you know I got to come back with some Bum Babies on a Monday morning. And I'm going down to crypto.com where they can't figure out how the hell to work the shot clocks. Because for anybody who watched the game this weekend, yes, it was a big win for the Warriors, but the storyline from the game was the final 2 minutes of play taking 23 minutes and 27 seconds to complete.
2 minutes, 23 minutes.
That's it, Murph. And there's actually a 15-plus minute span that took to play 15 seconds of basketball. We had shot clock problems where turns out the NBA doesn't have a backup plan and had to get the PA announcer on to say 10 seconds left to tell LeBron to shoot the damn ball before he got his pocket picked by Steph Curry, and he took it the other way.
At a CYO 6B game, we'd be mad. We'd be mad if this had happened at a CYO 6B game.
They went to the stopwatch for the shot clock, and that was only the beginning of the problems, because even with the shot clock problems, all of a sudden, we start having these long-ass replay reviews. 3 replays within 2 minutes. They're challenging everything. They're going back in retrospective and taking away 3-pointers from LeBron James on the baseline. Steve Kerr was actually not happy with that decision. So we got plenty of sound from everybody who was down at crypto this weekend, including people like Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, Bad Bunny, Kim Kardashian. They were all sitting there bored out of their mind because of these shot clock issues and the constant replays. Here's Steve Kerr, here's Steph Curry, here's Draymond Green talking about the controversial ending with the shot clock and the Warriors getting the win this weekend.
Still not working. Wow. All right, now the crowd's getting a little cantankerous. Can imagine the viewers at home.
Where's that running clock? What are we at now? We were at 11 minutes 4 or 5 minutes
We're
ago.
gonna double that up. Again, it's just a shame because it was such a terrific game.
I've never seen that in my career, really. Usually they have something happens pregame, they have a backup clock or something, but at the end of the day, we put ourselves in a good position where coming out of that, we really needed one stop. And obviously a big win for us. I don't know the last time we won in here against them, so it was a big deal.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of replay. I think we should have replay just for buzzer beaters, and that's it. I mean, we don't, the whole goal is, with replays to try to get everything right. But, there's 100 plays at each end every night that are subjective. It's not tennis. It's not Hawkeye where the ball's either in or out. It's there's all kinds of subjective stuff that happens. We're never going to get everything right. I think the flow of the game is way more important.
That was crazy. Let's do something to finish the game already. That was nuts, but we got through it.
Yeah, weird finish to the game with the shot clock problems. We saw LeBron James getting frustrated, throwing the ball down off the court into the air, saying, I'm too old for this S. Murph, it was a disaster out there on Saturday.
Shout out Joe Montana saying that to Bruce Smith in the 93 AFC Championship game. I'm too old for this S. Yeah, it is a disaster. It's unbelievable. So my guy Adam Silver, in between fielding calls from Bruce Frazier, now has to chop somebody's A is getting chewed today down in L.A.
Yeah.
How do you not have the backup?
I mean, especially on a national game, Saturday night, Lakers, Warriors, the whole world is watching, Murph.
It's all part of the
plenty of issues.
It's all part of the decline and fall of the American empire.
Yeah.
That's what it is. All right,
moving on. Bum Baby number 2. We're going to go into the world of the NFL, where there was a blockbuster trade this weekend, but I say that with a question mark because it does involve a former top NFL draft pick. And, of course, we're talking about Justin Fields, who was traded from the Chicago Bears to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a conditional 6th-round draft pick in 2025. Now, it is a draft pick that can be bumped up to a 4th-round draft pick depending on playing time. But this truly is a disaster for the Chicago Bears, a true case of a bust for a man that they traded up in to get the draft. They traded up 9 spots in that 2021 draft, used 2 first-round draft picks, a 4th-rounder, and a 5th-rounder. And then they decided to hold on to Justin Fields last year, trade out of the number 1 spot, not take C.J. Stroud. Now they got a chance for Caleb Williams. I mean, overall, it has been a nightmare for the entire 2021 draft class, Murph.
Yeah, also just a nightmare for Chicago Bears quarterback culture for about a century, dude, all right?
And then they got to watch the Green Bay Packers go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love.
So Caleb Williams, you better be a sure damn thing, buddy. You know what I mean? So,
because, Murph, going back to this 2021 draft class, we're now talking about Justin Fields being traded for a 6th-rounder.
Okay.
Mac Jones being traded for a 6th-rounder.
Okay.
Trey Lance being traded for a 4th-rounder.
Oh, my God.
Who knew that the 49ers were going to get the biggest cash haul? And we'll see what happens with Zach Wilson, as there's rumors out there that maybe he could be a 49er
I'm going to announce
backup.
right now, April 25th is the draft. I'm everything somebody tells me between now and April 25th, I'm calling BS.
Forget about it.
I'm calling BS on everything, is what you just said. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's the quarterback carousel. Robert Griffin III, former first-round draft pick, gave his thoughts on Justin Fields, whether or not he'll have a future as a starter with the Steelers, and his overall reaction to the Bears giving up on Justin Fields.
The Chicago Bears did make zero sense. Chicago Bears traded Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a 2025 6th-round pick that could be a 4th-rounder based off of playing time. Now, the compensation is a problem. We'll get to that later. But the real message here, the NFL just told Justin Fields, we don't think you're good enough to get it done. That's right, 31 teams, including the team that just saw you for the last 3 years in the Chicago Bears, don't think you're good enough to be the franchise quarterback. Now, I think they're wrong. I believe Justin Fields has all the traits of a quarterback that you have to be successful in today's game. He can beat you with his arm, he can beat you with his legs, and he can beat you with his mind. He is supremely talented. So I know if it's pissing me off, it's gotta piss off anybody that's on Team Justin Fields, but it shouldn't piss off anyone more than Justin Fields himself.
Ooh, Chicago Bears no longer on Team Justin Fields, officially moving on from the 2021 draft and sending him out to the Pittsburgh Steelers to get into a QB competition with Russell Wilson. And then, Murph, it's time for Bum Baby number 3, and it's tourney time. And I know everybody loves when the bracket is released, unless you're one of the snubs.
The snubbies.
And there's always going to be someone bitching and complaining about not getting into the bracket. Well, Murph, I've got 2 lead candidates for you. The first one I want to start off with is Indiana State, which means we're not going to be able to see our guy Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Damn it. I actually, Friday afternoon, somebody told me they're my sleeper pick to make a run in the tournament. At that tournament, I was like, watch Indiana State. I'm like, I'm down with the Sycamores. Let's go.
Not so fast.
They didn't make it.
And they're being looked at as maybe one of the biggest snubs in recent tournament history because the NCAA is now using these net rankings, Murph. And that, of course, is the NCAA evaluation tool. Stick with me. They've been using this tool since 2019. And since then, this is the highest ranked team to miss out on the NCAA tournament. They were ranked 29th overall. They completely missed the tournament. And joining them in the party is Rick Pitino down at St. John's.
This one pisses me off. I need Ricky Pitino in the tournament. That's March Madness, man. I need Pitino storming up and down with that mug, the hair, the unnatural dye color. His team's playing better and better. St. John's is a traditional team that you love to see. You love to see the New York City Johnnies. Shout out Chris Mullen. Shout out Mully. Shout out Joe Panic. That pisses me off.
And shout out to the snubs of the NCAA tournament. St. John's had a net ranking number 32.
Yes.
As I was saying earlier, since the metric started in 2018, the team with the highest net ranking to miss the tournament was North Carolina State in 2019. They were the 33rd ranked team.
So
2
Johnnies.
teams, St. John's and Indiana State, now the new record holders for being snubbed. And you thought Rick Pitino was going to let him get away with it? Here he was, straight up flaming the net system in the NCAA tournament.
I mean, with 32 in the net. Well, first of all, I think we all should probably never mention that word again because I think it's fraudulent. You know, my son was 25 in the net, and he was saying he wasn't in with 25 wins. So I I think the Nets something that shouldn't even be mentioned anymore. I think that we had a good strength of schedule. Ken Palm, why mention him? We were 26 in Ken Palm. So I don't know. It's we tried to play a tough schedule. We tried to do things the right way, and we didn't get in. But, I never make excuses. I respect the committee for what they do. They give their time. They give their energy to it. They didn't think that we measured up to their standards, and we'll take it very positively like men and move forward. We're not going to gripe. We're not going to say we got screwed. We're not going to. None of that helps. Bitterness does not help. I've had enough bitterness in my life to last a lifetime.
Wow, that's some deep stuff there from Rick. First of all, I love Patino. He's just such an iconic face, and you love to see him. And him going back to St. John's has been a great story. He was dropping some science there at the end there. Bitterness never helps. I love the accent, too.
By the way, I love the fact that he's saying, I'm not bitter, but, the whole entire system is fraudulent. The tournament's fraudulent. But no, I'm not bitter at all.
Oh, man, I needed him and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They should have found a way to get them in just for entertainment purposes, man. This is an entertainment product, right? And they earned it, too. So good job on the bum babies. All right, we'll flip it over. Something a lot more positive. Can I get a little Sugar Ray? Please be positive, bro.
Be positive, Murph.
Be positive, bro. Babies. And you know the movie Saturday Night Fever. You know the song Saturday Night Special. And now I'm going to make Hum Baby number 1, Saturday Night Dubs. Take it away, young Tony.
Podziemski was 4 months old when LeBron James was drafted. Alley-oop and Kuminga throws it down. Beautiful pass from Draymond Green. And the Warriors back up by 2. Curry to Draymond Green. Floats it up. Kuminga once again. Green and Kuminga the connection. Back up top. Reeves shot blocked by Payton. On a 3-point attempt. Payton to Curry. Sidestep, step back, 3-pointer, puts it in, and the foul. Steph Curry coming alive here in the third quarter. He's got 23, and the lead is up to 9. Such an important game for these two. Green throws it up, and Wiggins throws it down. Draymond Green with another gorgeous alley-oop pass.
Yeah, I thought we were sharp, especially offensively. We did a great job taking care of the ball and got a lot of good possessions. And it just was a matter of time before our defense kicked in. I mean, they had their way in the first half, so much better job in the second half, challenging shots and getting multiple stops in a row to try to generate some momentum.
Yeah, man, all good except for Marcus's bum baby about the clock. In Castle LeBron, the return of Steph from 3-game absence, everything the Warriors needed, right? He quiet first quarter, didn't score anything, and then went off for 31, even though he had 3 threes. A lot of 2s in that thing. Did well down in his place, the crypt, which has been hard. And LA Laker disciple Klay Thompson, he loves to show off. Klay with 26 off the bench, 5 of 10 from 3, and Kuminga for 23. Here's my question, and we can get to it later. Is Kuminga turning into a splash nephew?
Ooh.
Splash nephew?
Is he in the Splash family?
I'm just saying he's not a brother, but maybe he's a nephew.
808 KNBR.
Because he's turning into that third dude, isn't he?
That's the question. Do you want Kuminga shooting those threes?
Well, he's shooting the ball pretty well. And I'll even take a 2 as a splash for me, too. Anyway, Draymond back from his back injury, which he said on his podcast has been bothering him. Keep an eye on that. 13 assists and 12 boards.
Oh, throwing up those alley-oops to Kuminga all night.
Moses Moody wound up getting squeezed out, but that's the kind of how it went there, guys.
9-man rotation this weekend.
Yeah,
Playoff
so
vibes.
we'll get into that a little bit later on. We got Mike Breen coming on, the very man who complained about the clock and all that. Is all very good booking. So also a huge Anthony Davis injury.
Yeah.
That's probably why they won the game, quite frankly.
That's why Steph was getting to the basket pretty easily.
And they outscored him in the paint because of it. But anyway, it's a hum baby. And you look down at your standings, and they're the 9 seed. That's exciting. Number 2, hum baby. Come on, man. You just went with the snubs. I'm going with those who made it. March Madness, baby. Bracket up. What did Kevin Millar used to say? Cowboy up? Bracket up, y'all. I got a 12-year-old kid within an hour of those brackets coming out, sending out invites to his buddies for a bracket tourney. Little Rory Murphy setting up a pool.
Oh, I thought we were going Big Z.
No, 12-year-old, not 16.
They got the 12-year-old bracket.
So shout out to the 4 number 1 seeds, defending champ UConn. I love Danny Hurley, such a red ass. I love that he's bringing the red ass back to being a coach. Yes, coaches should be red asses in basketball. North Carolina's back, baby. 18th time they're a 1 seed. That's a record. Purdue, who you always love, and yet they never get it done.
Who were upset as a 1 seed last year.
Exactly. And they lost in the semis of the Big Ten this year. And then the Houston Cougars, who have made their runs but haven't won one in a while. But watch out, guys. It's a mid-major world. Last year in the Final Four, you had a 4 seed, 2 5s, and a 9. So you've been warned, everybody. And shout out St. Mary's, 5 seed, going up to Spokane Friday night to take on Grand Canyon, which is in Phoenix, not Flagstaff. And other California teams, if you're interested, San Diego State, fresh off of last year's miracle runs. And one of the more fun stories of the tournament, they call it now just Beach, Long Beach State.
The Beach.
Who will be playing Arizona. So here is some March Madness sound, including our house watching the Yale-Brown game, which was incredible, and then Jay Wright talking St. Mary's.
10 to shoot. Sullinger in the lane. No. Hornby puts it up and in. 6 seconds ago, Kent State a 1-point lead. And a foul on Rollins. And it'll be a 1-and-1 free throw for Akron. Fouling.
Julius Rollins did not know time and score.
Looking for help, drops it to Mbach. 3, 2, dropped off to Nolan. The buzzer. The Bulldogs win it at the buzzer. They will review. But I think Matt Nolan has just sent him dancing yet again.
You know who's a surprise to me? St. Mary's. I know you're going to say, gutsy, Jay. Really good. But it's not that they're in the tournament. It's that they are the conference champion. Yeah. If I looked at the 2 games they played Gonzaga during the year and how Gonzaga was playing going into the tournament, I think no way they're winning it. They'll get in the tournament. But they were dominant in their championship game in the West Coast Conference in Las Vegas. And their guards, Marcelonis and Mahaney, I think are good enough to take this team into the second weekend. We lost to a St. Mary's team in the second round when they had Dellavedova and Sandman. This team reminds me of that team with great guard depth, great inside play. Yeah. I'm impressed.
That's Jay Wright, the handsome and well-dressed former Villanova national champ, bragging on Randy Bennett's team, who we will be following closely Friday night in Spokane. So good stuff, guys. By the way, that Akron-Kent State thing, that poor guy didn't know the score. They were ahead, and he fouled the guy. Uh-oh. He fouled it. And now Akron's going to the tournament, and Kent State's not.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's a bad look.
Hey. And then finally, hum baby number 3, a small degree of controversy because we're not totally sure that he's a hum baby. But I read on MLB.com that Bob Melvin named Mason Black as the number 4 starter. So I said, Mason Black makes the Giant rotation. But before the show, we were saying, but did he really make the announcement?
Confusion.
Anyway, here's what Bob Melvin said about the 4 and 5 spot in the Giant rotation.
So Mason Black right now looks to be, obviously hopefully we can get Win ready. Who am I missing here?
Spencer Howard?
Yeah, Spencer Howard pitched really well. Dalton, whether that's long relief, there's also some spots in our bullpen, but those 3 probably more so as far as looking at the back end of the rotation.
Yeah, I am a bit of a self-proclaimed nerd, but went into Lehigh University and just went through, I didn't know where life would take me, so I wanted to challenge myself academically and go into bioengineering and really just hone in not only the baseball skills but also the brain. So, I took classes in thermodynamics, material balances, obviously all the biochemistry, biology, and chem that one could even imagine to take. So that was getting all the boxes checked off just in case I had to go to medical school.
Tell us a little bit about what you're throwing out there, what you're comfortable with, and what you're really out pitch.
So I throw 4-seam and 2-seam fastballs, and then I have a slider, almost 2 different types of sliders with more of a gyro and a sweeper. And then I've been working a lot with the staff as well as Webby on a changeup. So just I would say 4-seam fastball and the sweeper are definitely the 2 of the out pitches.
Okay, I want to get Marcus's breakdown of that later, but first of all, shout out Bill Lasky for having Mason Black on it. And by the way, any class that starts with bio, I'm out. All right, biodynamic, thermal bio, I'm out. Unless it's the Pauly Shore Classic Biodome.
Nice.
Biodome. That's the only thing I'm going to go with. So anyway, there's your hum babies. We're going to say he's in the rotation, even though it was a little unclear on that sentence there.
I don't know, Murph. Look at the big brains on Mason Black.
Yeah, right. So, hey, he's the
smart mother pitcher.
2021 third-round pick out of Lehigh. They expected big things out of him. He's the Patriot League Pitcher of the Year, and it sounds like he might be the number 4 guy.
Yeah.
We think. Anyway, that's the hum babies. Saturday Night Dubs. And by the way, John Joe did some research, probably the first time since he got here.
Nice,
November
John Joe.
28, 2021 was the last time that the Warriors beat the Lakers in crypto.
Oh, yeah, I think it was 11 in a row.
That's incredible, right? And March Madness, baby, bracket up, and then, of course, Mason Black. Okay, guys, the continuing news of Renel Brooks-Moon out as the PA announcer at Oracle. The Giants have now put out a statement we can discuss, and there's a lot of reaction from you guys next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oliver Twist.
Oh, I like that.
Coming up, wasn't a twist, though.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
Guess where I went recently on a road trip in Lathrop, pardon me. You get 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. River Islands. I went. It was awesome. First of all, I know we're going to talk about homes, but can I start with Islanders Field out there? Bro, let's play 2. Islanders Field looking fantastic. So full-on, darn near minor league baseball stadium out there. And then everything else. I was at the Boathouse, had an unbelievable lunch at the Boathouse. TVs galore, space galore, bocce, what do you want? But I know you got to buy a house first, right? So let's talk about Kuiper Homes having a preview showing of its new Capri neighborhood. All the floor plans are awesome. Check them out. Model homes are being built. So 3, 4, or 5, depending on the size of your house, your family. 3,200 square feet of space. Finally, space in the Bay Area, Northern California. It's going to be built around a lake. I saw those lakes with the kayaks. There's so much going on. I saw all the parks. Saw all the model homes. Saw River Islands High School getting built. It's getting ready to open. Prices at River Islands range from the mid $600,000s to over $1 million. Hey, I'll meet you at the Boathouse. All right? And Marty's got his little slogan. It was for me. I love it. How about if I say, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
It was for me.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It sound right, boys.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Giants fans, we have all just witnessed history. Give it up for Lamont Wade Jr., who crushed that home run into McCovey Cove, and that marks the 100th splash hit in Giants history. In over 23 full seasons, fewer than 30 Giants players have accomplished this feat, taking the game of baseball out of the ballpark and into McCovey Cove, where thousands of fans and kayaks have congregated over the years, is uniquely Giant, and there's simply nothing like it.
Man, playing these sound bites, young Tony, I sure do appreciate you playing these, but it's kind of driving home the point that that's the voice of Giants games. And Renel also, so if you're just joining us, first of all, good morning. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. What's up, dude?
Good morning.
Young Tony behind the glass. And we have some good guests today, for sure. We just did the Hums and Bums. We have David Lombardi at 8:30 talking Niners. Zena Kita, who's part of this women's broadcast today, International Women's Day, all-female broadcast of the Warriors tonight, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure she's got plenty of stories about Renel.
Right.
Because she's got her fingerprints over everybody in broadcasting here in the Bay Area.
And Jenny Kavanaugh is going to join Tolbert and Copes at 2:50 today. And then Mike Breen's joining us at 9:30, obviously the great Mike Breen. But the story, it was a shocker because we're all over social media and digital, all of us. Sunburn John Joe, marina-dwelling young Tony, Poe Hill's finest, Marcus Boucher, and suburban me. And none of us found this online. And the strangest thing happened was that it came out in the print edition of the Chronicle, which makes no sense that something came out in the print edition. But I walked out at 5:25 this morning to these guys. I said, did you guys see this? And I held it up.
Front page at the top of the sporting green.
Marcus says, I like to tell Kipe, above the fold.
Yeah.
Above the fold.
It is. It's the first thing you see. And I was shocked by the news, too, this morning, Murph.
I'm holding it up. Giants and PA voice Brooks-Moon part ways. And there's really no good explanation. Now, the Giants have put out a statement. I mean, it's as corporate as it gets, but here's what they said. Excuse me, guys. He says, after 24 seasons at Willie Mays Plaza, the Giants and Renel Brooks-Moon jointly announced that Brooks-Moon will not be returning to the Giants' PA booth this season. She will be assuming the role of PA announcer emeritus, public address announcer emeritus. That sounds like, something that, whatever. Although they discussed an extension of Brooks-Moon's contract, which ended in December 2023, after extensive discussions, they mutually and amicably agreed to part ways. I wonder about that, by the way. The booth at Oracle Park will be named in Brooks-Moon's honor at a ceremony to take place during a future home game. Well, that's the right thing to do, right? For more than 2,000 games since Oracle Park's first opening day in 2000, Brooks-Moon has introduced legendary players and moments to millions of fans. She was the voice of the Giants for Barry Bonds' home run, Matt Cain's perfect games, Tim Lincecum's no-hitter, 3 World Series championships, and so much more. Brooks-Moon, one of MLB's first black female PA announcers, will continue her active engagement in the community as a volunteer, activist, and mentor. The Giants will celebrate her historic achievements during the 2024 season.
Ooh.
So, so we reached out to Renel because she's obviously a great friend of ours. And not only that, my other life as a Giants Community Fund board member and Junior Giants, we put her into the Junior Giants Hall of Fame 2 years ago, and we surprised her with it, too, because she was PAing the play ball lunch, which, by the way, is next week. And she PAs that. She announces, she MCs that thing. Yeah. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
But anyway, so I was supposed to do the Junior Giants Hall of Fame ceremony. So she was excited to we induct these volunteers, these wonderful coaches who give so much of their time out in Merced and Modesto and Fresno and all these places. And we bring them into San Francisco and give them the orange blazer. But we surprised Renel and we made her a Junior Giants Hall of Famer because she's done so much for us. Mm-hmm. She's voiced so many different things and raised awareness for us. And she was in tears. She was crying. So anyway, she's our great friend. So we reached out to her this morning. And she said, I can't talk publicly right now. I guess that's, something's going on, whatever, between the two sides. She says, but thank you so much. Please thank the fans for me. And then she sent the crying emojis. So, Marcus, for you, what are you, 30 years old?
Yeah.
She's been there 24 years. It's the only thing you know.
She's been the only voice at the ballpark I know.
Yeah.
And, me and Copes were even joking last year. We went to a couple games when Renel was out. I think she just took a vacation, or I think she was maybe sick for a couple days.
Was there somebody out last year?
So there was a couple games she missed, and we were at the ballpark, and it was noticeably different. And I think Copes even reached out to Renel, Renel, what's going on? She's like, oh, no, I'm fine. I'm just taking a couple days off. But
wonder if something was going on then.
See, that I don't know. I don't want to dive into. But there is a familiar voice with Renel at the ballpark. Whether it is the legendary moments that they mentioned in the statement, the Barry Bonds home runs, the Cain's perfect game, the Lincecum no-hitters, the on and on and on. I believe she's one of the first female PA voices to ever announce in a World Series game.
Yeah.
And going back to the World Series run. And that's why, to me, especially for it to be happening before this season, in a year where the Giants are going to be celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the 2014 World Series team, the last World Series team, in a year where we're celebrating Willie Mays so much, 2024, after her 24th season, and we know the connection she has with Willie. It's just going to be a weird feeling at the ballpark not hearing Renel's voice.
Well, the thing is, so you take PA announcers and you think of the iconic ones, and Bob Shepard at Yankee Stadium comes to mind. Mm-hmm. You know what the Yankees didn't do? They didn't blow out Bob Shepard. They kept him. And because Bob Shepard was the voice of Yankee Stadium for decades, and the Steinbrenners, for as crazy as they are, knew that was an important part of the experience. Renel is young and fresh. She's 65 years old, which, by the way, sounds old to you guys these days, but she's got about 15 more years before she runs for president. You know what I mean? So, but what I'm saying is that she is energetic, and she's got her fastball revving at a high level. There's zero drop-off in Renel's game.
The voice is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The feel of the game. We talk about all the things she does as a PA announcer, the way she hosts these reunions.
Yes.
Bruce Bochy's final farewell. All this stuff.
The love of the game.
Yes.
She truly loved being out there. And she also loved the icons. God rest in peace, Willie McCovey. Always hanging out with him. Willie, when he can get out there. Mays, obviously, Orlando Cepeda, all them. And she's there with the hugs and hanging out and making sure those guys are got a big old greeting.
Yeah, and that's something that I've learned, not only working here at the station, but having these interactions with Kruk and Kipe every week. When we talk about telling the story of the Giants and how it's passed down from generation to generation. Renel is part of that story, and she's one of the best storytellers that the Giants have had.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. This is a tough one. Somebody pointed out on the text line that Mario Alioto has retired, or he's going to be in his final year of consulting. He officially, we had to his retirement. His retirement party was a blowout at the Fairmont Hotel. My Lord. But anyway, new voices, new people in looking for. So, wow. We see everybody. What's incredible is the amount of people. I'm just riffing here now, please. A lot of people saying maybe Farhan wants to platoon the PA announcer. We're just getting jokes off here at this point in time because we're trying to get through this. It's really too bad. 209 says, "What in the actual blank is going on? This doesn't make any sense." 408 says, "Maybe now the Giants can sign Blake Snell because letting Renel go means they will break even." It's really too bad. I mean, people are now using this as a chance to take shots. So anyway, we're sorry to report it, man. And it's happening, and Renel will not be the voice of the Giants in 2024. And 916 pretty sums it up, says, so not cool, is what they say. All right, guys. So anyway, we want to get you that news and express our love, big love for Renel. We did reach out to her, and she sent back love to all the fans and says she can't really talk about it right now. So as soon as she can, we'll have her on, of course. So now we'll take one of those texts and tease it on the other side because Blake Snell is unsigned. And the Giants remain rumored. Let's address it.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You know, I'm an OG for real.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
On the second hit of the night for the Dodgers, off of Snell, and all eyes are on Kevin Cash right now. And he is on his way to the mound. That is it. And he has made the signal. Blake Snell will not face top of the order third time around. They saw what happened in the fifth inning. Snell is not saying anything showing his displeasure, but he is showing his displeasure with a little shake of the head. He is not happy that he is out. He was fantastic tonight. But the Rays are sticking to their analytical guns, if you will, and that is bringing in a new arm third time through the order.
Sticking to their analytical guns. Things Mel Allen never said. Things Vin Scully never said. Actually, Vin Scully lived long enough to see the analytical era, for sure.
He lived long enough to see bullpen coaches with iPads.
Yes, he did.
Going through all the analytics.
Ditching the iPads.
Too much analytics.
We see all the texts about Renel, guys, and we do understand them at Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. But we did just kind of want to transition out of that. We'll return to it, too, if you guys want to comment or call in. And everybody's saying the same thing. It's basically unanimous that Renel was comfort food, and she was part of the experience, and she was a warm blanket, and she was the sound of McCovey Cove, and nobody's happy. Nobody's happy. So that happened, that the Giants, it's been a tough thing between J.D. Davis, Brandon Crawford, and this. There's been some missteps there.
By the way, shout out J.D. Davis signing with the A's over the weekend.
Did that happen since our show, or did that happen during Friday?
No, I believe that happened after our show, so that's new news for us.
God, J.D. Davis, Alex Wood, Ross Stripling, anybody else?
I mean, should we just change the name to the Sacramento River Cats?
Oh, man.
Because that's where the A's are probably going to be playing next year anyways.
Is there a line on that? Is there a lead on that?
There's been some talk about maybe having them play in Sacramento, but that's Giants territory
To be honest, I mean, yeah, the Giants would never want it, but Sacramento would be great for the A's to go there permanently. You know what I mean? But, of course, the Giants would Larry Bear would probably, drop an atomic bomb on the thing if it happened. So
yeah, dude, the A's are a disaster.
But anyway, to the Blake Snell story, which freaking continues. So I have two takes for you, buddy.
Ooh.
Number one, I would love to see Blake Snell in black and orange, or even orange and black. And number two, I am utterly exhausted by the Blake Snell story, and I'm having trouble mustering passion for it. My passion is that I'm having trouble mustering passion for it because this has been so endlessly repetitive and dull, and there's been no movement. And at this point, I'm not even sure. Of course I want him, but at this point, I'm not even sure. I'm like, just frickin' sign somewhere. You're driving me nuts. I mean, save me, Marcus. Save me.
We're 2 weeks away from the start of the MLB season, and a two-time Cy Young winner has not signed.
You're 2 days away.
Look at that. That fits my example even better, Murph. We're less than 48 hours away from Major League Baseball being played, and one of the best pitchers in baseball, Blake Snell, is unsigned, and now he's being forced. I don't want to say forced, but he's throwing these 4-inning simulated games. What's changed between Blake Snell, between last offseason and now? I get that they want to see that he's working, that he's getting his arm in shape, but a 4-inning simulated game is not going to change my opinion on whether or not I want to sign Blake Snell.
Is Scott Boras now the worst agent of all time?
Scott Boras is a bust. 808 KNBR.
Did Scott Boras go from being the king of baseball to the... Did the Major League Baseball owners... I'm telling you guys, we're going to find out years from now. I would not be shocked if we find out that the owners got together and said, we're putting Boras out of business. Because they have been tired of being held hostage by Boras. And they're not playing his game anymore.
I mean, he's completely dominated the market, but also we said that in the same offseason when he got Shohei Ohtani $700 million. That's all deferred till somewhere in the future.
Shohei is an exception to the rule.
Yeah.
The rest of them aren't. I mean, Matt Chapman did not get what he wanted. Blake Snell's not getting what he wanted. Jordan Montgomery is not even getting a sniff.
Yeah.
JD Martinez isn't getting a sniff.
Yeah, was Yamamoto a Scott Boras guy?
I don't remember.
Not sure. I'll look that one up.
Young Tony, though, contributing. What's up, Young Tony?
Jung-Hoo Lee, also Scott Boras' client, and then Matt Chapman as well. Not to defend the guy, but I'm just saying.
No, there's a couple. I mean, obviously there's exceptions to every rule, but the guy used to just clean up, and he ain't cleaning up this year, brother. He ain't.
No.
He's stinking it up to. So where are we with the Giants? So we're We hear rumors now, right? $33 million 1-year deal with an opt-out?
Yeah, the report with this weekend is that he told the Houston Astros that he would take a 2-year, $66 million contract.
Okay, if the Giants do that, first of all, they'd be spending way more money than we thought they would, and we would have to retire the Greg Johnson comment, right?
It's such a great comment, though.
I know, right?
Somewhat breaking even.
If they did do that, we would have to blow up that comment. They haven't done that, so we can keep the comment alive. I don't think they would. I don't. Would they do a 1-year? I bet they would. And would you take a 1-year? Of course you would. Hell yes, you would. There's no downside. None.
I mean, Murph, we've seen this before with Kevin Gausman. We've seen this before with Carlos Rodon. This is kind of the contract that Farhan has shown to give to 1-year pitchers that are in their 30s already. Because it seems like nobody's going to give Blake Snell a 5 to 6 year contract right now at this moment. But if you can bring him in for a 1 to 2 year deal, I wouldn't be surprised if they do maybe make him an offer around that $30 million ballpark with the player opt in for the second year. That case, if Blake Snell does have a good season, he'll leave in the offseason and go look for a bigger contract somewhere else.
It's an absolutely staggering turn of events. I mean, I know we've had guys sign late. How late did Bryce Harper sign? I think he signed right in like mid-February,
I was going to say, it was in the middle of spring training. Yeah,
I remember, in my memory, the latest signing the Giants ever had of a significant player was like right around this time. Benito Santiago signed in like 2000. Now, Benito Santiago is not Blake Snell, but it was like sort of he wound up being a significant contributor on the 2000 team. But man, oh man, oh man. And, these people coming. Here's a guy saying, 408 says, dude, it's not Boris. Snell can sign if he wants to. Boris works for him. The point is, Boris didn't get him the deal that Boris Snell was looking for. And now Snell has to sign something. It's not what he was thinking. Was he thinking 7 years, $210 million?
Snell was trying to get more money than Garrett Cole. I think he believed this offseason that he was going to be the highest paid player in baseball. And arguably so after coming off a Cy Young season. But it gets back to the big picture on Blake Snell. And you can look outside of the Cy Young seasons. And yes, it has fluctuated a little bit. Now, I still believe he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. But then it goes back to the argument of what kind of pitcher you're getting with Blake Snell. If he's a 5 and dive guy or a 5 and 1/3 and then dive, as Papa likes to point out. But he's a guy that's not going to go deep in the ball games. So I think that's why teams are hesitant to pay him upwards of $30 to $33 million.
Teams didn't used to be like that, though. Teams used to throw around money a lot, whether it's Mike Hampton or Kevin Brown. I'm going through some of the biggest pitcher contracts you can ever remember, and I really feel like the industry has made a decision that they ain't doing this anymore, except unless your name is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're going to get the bag. But again, this goes back to me specifically focusing on the Giants. Obviously, if Blake Snell opens up the door to take a 1 to 2 year contract, the Giants should be in, but there's probably 30 other teams around baseball who also want to be in on Blake Snell. So it comes down to making that decision. But to me, all along, I wasn't allowing guys like Keaton Wynn, Mason Black, your back into the bullpen guys, to stop you from going to get a top-end rotation guy like Blake Snell to start with. So again, now we're getting good news on Keaton Wynn, who threw yesterday in a spring training game. Now we're getting good news on Alex Cobb, who pitched in a minor league game. Now I think it's even more unlikely that Farhan adds another piece to this rotation with the news of these pitchers getting healthy. So I just don't know if it's going to happen, Murph, to be honest with you. And if it does come down to a competition between the Giants and 4 or 5 other playoff teams, I think Blake Snell would probably go with a 1-year deal with one of those teams that's more likely to have a better chance to win the World Series.
Pitchers Park, West Coast. He's a West Coast guy. Those are arguments for him, and he could look at the Giants as an 84-win playoff team.
Yeah,
he could.
I think
that
so.
is kind of their personality.
If they
right?
added Blake Snell to the team, I've already been talking about it all offseason with the improved defense of Jung-Ho Lee in center, with Matt Chapman at third.
Jung-Ho Lee, by the way, who has had hamstring tightness the last few days. Right?
No, it's all right. Luis Mato's ready to go. But I think with Bob Melvin as your new manager, with your improved defense, you can make up those 5 games. And if you get someone like Blake Snell, you can definitely make up that 5-game gap.
So I'm just going by spot track because these things get very confusing. But they have the luxury tax at $237 million, and they currently have the Giants' tax purposes payroll at $209.9. That leaves them, if I'm doing this right, and I hope I am, it leaves them $28 million. So 33 would put them over, but not much, not over by much. You'd be paying a small tax bill. You'd also become quite likely a playoff team.
Yeah,
quite likely, especially with Robbie Ray coming back. and Alex Cobb coming back.
Then you have some horses, and you have a rotation going into a 3-game series, a 5-game series. And if it's against the Dodgers, bring them on.
0 to 100, a chance that Farhan signs Snell to a 1-year, $33 million deal that puts them slightly into the luxury tax. 0 to 100, I'm giving you 25.
Ooh. I was going to say, I'll give you maybe 40.
40?
I'll give you 40% chance.
I think Greg Johnson give him the checkbook, huh?
I think they'll make the offer. I just don't know if Blake Snell's going to accept it.
Now, if he has a choice between the Astros and the Giants, same deal?
He goes to the Astros.
That's not a pitcher's park, though.
Yeah, but it's a team that's consistently competing for a World Series every
Check
year.
swing homers out there of those Crawford boxes.
Yeah, he's a strikeout kind of guy anyways.
Yeah. But anyway, well, that's the deal, guys, where we're at.
And Murph, I want to give a quick update. This was from John Heyman last night, who actually had a quote from Bob Melvin, asked about Blake Snell and whether or not the Giants would be interested. And the quote from Bob Melvin is, "I want Blake to go somewhere he's happy. He's a terrific kid and a good pitcher." Doesn't really exactly sound like a ringing endorsement.
It does not.
And that's going back to Bob having Blake last year in San Diego, which should tell you a lot about the involvement and interest this offseason.
As old Pat used to say in Latin, acta non verba, as the English people say, judge me by my actions, not by my words, or you judge somebody by their actions, not by their words. He moved heaven and earth behind the scenes to get Matt Chapman here. He is not moving a folding chair to get Blake Snell here, right? So I think that's kind of what we're seeing in that quote right there.
Yeah.
I wish him well. I wish the young man well.
I want him to be happy. Sounds like you're breaking up with somebody. I just want you to be happy and move on.
I'm reminded of a sort of a sensitive topic because Lisa Olson is a friend of mine, but she was the subject. She was a female sports reporter who was the subject of a bad sort of verbal abuse from the New England Patriots who abused her because she was a female reporter. But the only good thing to come out of it was Victor Kayam, the old New England Patriots owner, had a soundbite that Jim Healy used all the time saying, "She's a lovely lady and my apologies to her." And he used it all the time. That sounds like that Melvin quote. All right. You know what I mean? He's a fine young man, and I want him to be happy.
He's a lovely pitcher. I hope he pitches somewhere nice.
What did he say? I wanted to read it to me again.
I got it again. Bob Melvin said this yesterday. "I want Blake to go somewhere he's happy. He's a terrific kid and a good pitcher."
Okay, there it is. He ain't coming here.
Yes.
I just went from 25 down to 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, that 40 was generous. Might be down to 4.
All right, well, the big hit. Do you guys want him? 808 KNBR's phone number or John Joe Curley in the slacks. The big hit was going to be Blake Snell. It could be Renel, too. You want to make it Renel? Let's make it Renel. The big hit is Renel. Let's pay tribute to her. Let's tell our stories, our fond memories. Let's figure out what the heck's going on. And if you want to sneak in a Blake Snell take, we'll take that too. So Giants baseball is the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on the Sports Leader.
Hopefully, our goal is to somewhat break even.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's nostalgia with them, and of course, they're an integral part of all of the success this team has had. It's interesting how we're always finding a way to bridge to the next generation with a great group of veterans leading the way. They've always done, even with Bochy, of course, always a mix of veterans and youngsters and everything. But absolutely, the Brandons have given us so much joy, and they're fan favorites. So it's wonderful to have them like bridging us. We have no Buster now, and they'll gladly take on that leadership role. I think it's great.
Well, that's the voice we all know, Renel Brooks-Moon, who since the opening day of the 2000 season when the Giants opened this miracle of a ballpark, this absolute miracle of a ballpark, which 24 years later, I still marvel at every single time I drive it. It's kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge that way. Honestly, my dad told me, because my dad commuted every day to the city, and he said, Bri, I never, ever tire of going over the Golden Gate Bridge, ever. And I feel the same way. I never, ever. It's always fresh and exciting every time. That's the way I feel about the ballpark. Renel opened that place, and we just find out this morning through the reporting of Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle that the Giants and Renel are parting ways. They say mutually and amicably. I would say that I think I know behind the scenes that that's not entirely accurate. And Giants fans, we're left now with a situation where Brandon Crawford's situation was sort of left with a sour taste. The J.D. Davis situation, not as emotionally close, but kind of weird and paperworky. And now Renel Brooks-Moon. I'm going to go to the great Peter Hartlaub, Marcus, by saying, who tweeted out, and he's, of course, always puts everything in great perspective. He said, Renel opened that ballpark, a voice we knew who bled orange and loved San Francisco. Her dad was the city's first black principal, one of the few people, Kruk, Kipe, and Lucille, he jokes, who should leave 100% on her own terms, not by a release clearly drafted by lawyers. And we reached out to Renel, and she got back quickly, and she said, guys, I can't come on right now to talk publicly. Just please tell the fans how much I love them and thank them so much. And she had the crying emoji. So an unexpected big hit. We were going to talk about Blake Snell, but this thing was literally news in the morning that we did not know overnight.
Yeah, and I know Renel reached out and wants us to thank the fans. It should be the other way around. It should be us thanking Renel. It should be the fans thanking Renel. And that's why I'm kind of bummed out that we're not going to get a chance for like a farewell tour kind of thing, because we talk about all the legendary moments at that ballpark. And it comes from the sound of Renel. Like, we can talk about just how great of a person she is outside of baseball, on both sides of the bay, what she means for the communities of San Francisco, what she means for the community of Oakland, what she just means for Bay Area baseball, and the legacy of the Third and King ballpark. Like you heard in the rejoin that Tony played, she talked about bridging generations from Buster Posey back to the older teams, the Hum Baby teams and all that. She's kind of been the bridge of generations from the Candlestick era to the Oracle Park era, the AT&T era, whatever the hell you want to call that ballpark. It's had one PA announcer, and it's been Renel Brooks-Moon, and it seems like that tenure is now coming to an end.
You know, you're 100% right, everything you just said. And Peter wrote also, dropping Renel is gone 2 weeks before opening day is absurd.
I mean, Murph,
really straining the
last
violence.
second we were just talking about how crazy it is that Blake Snell is still unsigned. It's crazy that this news is coming a couple weeks before we're going to have ball games down at the ballpark.
Yeah, really botched by the Giants. If they were going to do this, they should have done it. First of all, they shouldn't do it.
No, they
so,
should not,
and number
no.
two, if you're going to do it, don't do it right at this point. But here's their statement. This is from the Giants. After 24 seasons at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, the Giants and Renel Brooks-Moon jointly announced that Brooks-Moon will not be returning to the Giants PA booth this season. It will be assuming the role of PA announcer emeritus. I don't know. Although they discussed an extension of Brooks-Moon's contract, which ended in December 2023, after extensive discussions, they mutually and amicably agreed to part ways. That's not a real cough, by the way. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. It was not amicable. The booth at Oracle Park will be named in Brooks-Moon's honor at a ceremony to take place during a future home game. So there will be, you said we're not going to get a chance to celebrate her. I mean, small consolation, there will be a ceremony.
True, but to me, I want a full season of Renel. I want each and every Giants fan to get the opportunity to hear her voice one more time at the ballpark. Not just one specific day, because I know people can come out for that, but we're talking about a season where it's going to be the last 10-year anniversary of the last World Series team. We're talking about a season where the Giants are honoring Willie Mays so much since it's the year 2024. And we know her connections to both the World Series team, the Willie Mays. She's the perfect ambassador to be the voice of all of this. So to do it this season, again, when we're so close to opening day, it doesn't add up to me, Murph.
So they go on to say, Brooks-Moon, one of MLB's first black female public address announcers, will continue her active engagement in the community as a volunteer. I told you she's in the Junior Giants Hall of Fame as an activist and a mentor. By the way, she does the Play Ball Lunch every year. She's our MC. What are we going to do without her? I don't want to go to the Play Ball Lunch if she's not there. The Giants will celebrate her historic achievements during the 2024 season, they say. So they will do something at the park. So here's my deal. Okay, so PA announcers, as we look what the Yankees do. Bob Shepard, if we can find him and put him in the cooler of content, the iconic, understated voice of Bob Shepard. Now batting, number 2, Derek Jeter. You know what the Yankees didn't do? The Yankees did not blow out Bob Shepard.
No, they actually embraced the legacy of Bob Shepard, and once he passed away, they then took his intro for Derek Jeter, moved it from old Yankee to new Yankee, and Derek Jeter, in his final at-bat, was still using the voice of Bob Shepard.
Well, listen, if it is a money deal, go ahead and pay her the money deal. I mean, if it's a couple extra bucks, she's worth it. She's part of the experience for everyone, and everyone doesn't enjoy it. Now, we're actually getting, believe it or not, got the first anti-text saying, 925 says she wanted more money than the Giants wanted to give. Who cares?
Ooh.
Hey, 925, you're not really the kind of person I really want to hang out with.
Bad take, 925. Who cares? I can tell you there's a lot of people who care.
But I do want to tell you thank you for listening. 408 says, who's getting the axe next? Kruk and Kipe? What the hell is up with the Giants? 831 says, Giants aren't doing enough for me to make me drive up from Salinas. I'd rather go see a San Jose Giants game a lot closer, a lot cheaper, and plenty of fun. Not now knowing we won't be able to hear Renel's voice, it takes away some of the magic of the park. 209, wow, what a voice, what a ballpark, 2 strong icons in the world. 808 KNBR is the phone number, by the way, if you have a Renel memory or anecdote you want to share with us. I'm reading from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. On and on. 925 says, well, yeah, I hear you, buddy. 415 says, oh, that's about the Giants thing here. 707 says, starting to get over this team for real, man. That's what they're saying.
I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier. Just the bad optics of this offseason. We dove into the JD situation a couple weeks ago. Shout out to JD, now signing with the A's. We broke down the Brandon Crawford situation a lot and how his tenure ended with the San Francisco Giants. So to kind of piggyback all of that on top of this news coming out right before the season starts, just from an optics perspective, it doesn't look great for the Giants.
No, for sure. Now, if you want to get into it, get into it. So somebody suggested she has been outspoken about the Giants owner, Charles Johnson, and his political donations. This is a story I've stayed away from because in reality, man, oh man, this could be a lightning rod and this could cause a lot of things. In reality, I am one of the few people in the world who believes, you kind of can do what you want in this country. Like you're allowed to kind of do what you want. Even I was raised, my dad taught me the Oliver Wendell Holmes line, the most important this is getting very dangerous territory here, but what I'm saying is open-minded. I'm not going to insult anybody here, hopefully. But I was raised this way. The most important freedom of all is freedom for the thought you hate. Okay, that was a very heavy thing that my dad taught. Just because you hate the idea, you can't tell another person they can't have that idea. That's dangerous. That's like, that to me is like, I've seen a lot of that in society. I don't like. But do I like what Charles Johnson did? No. Is he allowed to do it? Yes, he's allowed to do it. Is Renel allowed to criticize him? Yes, she's allowed to criticize him too. But did that play a role? Does Charles Johnson have bitterness towards her for criticizing him. I don't know. It's out there.
I can't speak to that.
I mean, so it's a theory. So 808 KNBR is the phone number here. Yeah, 925 is already pissed at the Giants' cheap ownership, and now this. Will we say they're cheap if they sign Blake Snell? No. And by the way, I think it is kind of fair to say that they haven't been cheap this offseason. I will say this. I wanted Dylan Cease, believe me, but they have signed Matt Chapman, Jorge Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, they've spent some dough.
I mean,
I'm not gonna go down that road. I think Giants fans. I would say this to Giants fans right now on the radio. First of all, good morning, everybody. Looking forward to hanging out with you. But I would say, in fairness, they've spent some dough.
I mean, Murph, if you want to get into the weeds, if you want to get into the numbers, the only team that spent more money than them this offseason is the LA Dodgers. So they've been actively trying to add pieces to the roster.
Adding Chapman and Soler was legit spending.
I was going to say, I know a lot of people are looking for the big $100 million contracts. They did give one to Jung-Hoo Lee, but I get it. People are looking for the splash names, the superstars. They have been improving this roster. They have been spending some money.
707 says, we need Buster to come on and tell us everything's going to be okay. We follow Buster. You know what's interesting is when I wrote a jock blog about this, like, said, man, I'm so glad Buster Posey's in the building. I'm so glad. But he has been in the building for these weird things. So that's maybe Buster needs to kind of nudge some people around there, guys. I think that Mario Alioto comment is pretty relevant.
Yeah.
This is maybe a behind the, shout out FanFest's first hour before the park opens. We're here with Mario. Dude, Marty would always have Mario, and he called him Mario, which is like an East Coast thing, even though Mario Alioto himself doesn't go by Mario. Mario. We have the bobbleheads. What bobbleheads we got?
It's the Mario brothers.
So I would be driving in because we always had the first hour back when FanFest was FanFest, right?
Yeah.
And we get players, and I'd be driving in, hearing that thing. Mario, what are the game? Give me the best game to go to. Well, we got the Dodgers, Marty, and 4th of July weekend, da-da-da. So he is retired after 50 years, and now you see new people come in and maybe different decisions are made, right? Exactly.
Yeah, different leadership.
So Phil in Fairfield is checking in on the big hit about Renel Brooks-Moon out as the PA announcer at Giants games. Phil, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Murph, Marcus, good morning, man. I'm in the car. I just dropped off my little ones. And, dude, I am so bummed out to hear what you guys are talking, man. I am it's like a gut punch. I've been a fan since '89. And a lot of history, right? There through all the World Series, the ups and the downs, of course, that stupid rally. Oh, sorry for the curse. That rally monkey when we lost in 06, 05, 06. You guys, this one hurts, man. I don't know.
Phil, if you don't mind me asking, just to timestamp you here, you sound like you're on the younger side. How old are you?
I'm 40. So actually, I'm 41. I apologize.
Okay, so dude, I lose track of my age too. Don't be afraid. So 83. So you were 16 or 17 when the park was open, right?
Yeah, I was, right? So
basically,
down there.
So basically, Renel's been the voice of your entire teenage and adult life.
Absolutely, man. This is man. I hate to say this, but this is like losing a relative. Or a family member.
Well, it's family. I think family's the right word, man. Because that's what you want in a baseball experience is that family experience. That's why we love the Busters and the Timmies and all that, right?
No, 100%. And I love when you guys are doing the segment with Croup, right? Every Tuesday, every Thursday. And it's, again, listening to you guys. I listen to you guys. I have listened to you guys on the air for the past 15 years of my life. KNBR is the only thing that goes on in my truck. So I've heard it from every morning station, from Radnich to you guys, all the transition years. And you got man, this one just hurts. I have nothing to really put on it. It's just
man. We want you to. Did you ever get a chance to meet Renel?
I have never had the opportunity to go shake her hand and tell her thank you or hug her or but man, just her voice, knowing when you would, sit in the park and you're eating your hot dog, drinking your beers, like me with my little guy now, sharing that experience with him, it's just, man, this is such a bummer. Now, who do you get in to go and replace her?
Right. You don't want to be the person to replace John Wooden or Bill Belichick or anybody like that. So
no, man, those are big shoes to fill, in my opinion. You can't fill those shoes, man.
Yeah. Well, hey, Phil, we sure do appreciate you tuning in, man. And that's what we're looking for is the voice of the fan. You're sound like a legit, authentic fan who's right in that demographic that you grew up with her. So thanks, man.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, Phil.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Love what you do, and thank you for being on the airwaves every day for me. Appreciate you guys.
By the way, that's Gentleman Phil. That's Gentleman Phil right there.
I mean, Phil feels like a member of our family.
Tell you
Murph.
what, I'm down and out. I'm going to call Phil.
Dude.
I'm gonna be like, hey, Phil, I'm down and out. He'd be like, it's all good, man.
I need Phil once a day, but he's right, Murph.
Phil's like, let's go out to the bleachers, hang out. Let's go get a game. Let's go catch a game.
It circles back to that feeling of family at the ballpark. And, of course, we have it with Kruk and Kipe. They come on our show multiple times a week. But beyond that, with John Miller, with Dave Fleming, and then, of course, it leads to Renel. I was joking earlier this morning. There was a few occasions over the last season or two where Renel was not the PA voice of the game. And me and Copes would look at each other like, what the hell's going on? This is not the voice of Renel.
Yeah.
And it's just like so comfortable. It's the norm. It's the only thing we've ever heard
again,
at that
PA
ballpark.
announcers are not something you're looking to change out. First of all, not breaking the bank. Yeah, maybe she asked for a couple of bucks. Maybe. Give her a couple of bucks. She's earned it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, if they were nickel and diming her, come on, bro. She's put in 24 years of work.
Yeah.
Reward her. It ain't Blake. She's not getting Blake Snell's contract. And did she want a larger role in the organization? I mean, I know Renel has pride, and she's proud of who she is. Renel and I have become friends over the years. We've talked a lot. And she's proud of her accomplishments. She's proud of her voice. Mm-hmm. Maybe she wanted a slightly bigger role or something. Well, you know what? She's earned it. So, I don't know. This is not something you're like, yeah, do we roster turnover? Do we need a new third baseman? Yeah. Do we need a new center fielder? Yeah. Do we need a new PA announcer? No. That's the answer. Tom in San Mateo is checking in on the big hit. Tom, good morning. How are you?
What's happening, Murphy?
What's going on, brother?
What's up, Tom?
Not much. We love Renel and everything else, but, to tell you the truth, you got to remember the Giants are a conglomerate. They own all that property across the water. They're building all those buildings. That hasn't gone so well. They've spent a lot of money and way more than they thought, probably. But, growing up, you're maybe a little bit younger than me. But, our parents, if they could save a penny or a dime, that's what they did.
Yeah, it's true.
And that's what the Giants are doing right now. And things haven't gone as planned with what they're doing with all, people got to remember, the Giants wouldn't be here if this ownership didn't get the team. And to get the team, they also paid for their own stadium. They bought all that property along there. Stadium's paid for, but they're, part of that plan is to develop the properties. And that's not going according to plan right now. So, it sucks for us as fans, but that's kind of a reality. They're
yeah, but Tom,
trying to,
Renel can't be asking for the money that's affected by Lot A and the project there.
No, and it's not going to affect the luxury tax.
And I understand that thought, but I just go back to my dad. Like, if he could save 2 cents on something, he would.
No, you're right.
And that's part of it.
I hear you, Tom, but I don't think Renel's money is the one that is going to tip the balance. But I hear you, Tom. Thanks for the call. I hear you, buddy. And better connection this time. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, but to Tom's point also, if this is a penny pitching thing, which we don't know that it is, we still got to hear the full story once Renel comes out with her comments. But you're talking about a team that is having problems with attendance right now, Murph, if we want to be blunt about it. And going to the ballpark and having Renel was at least part of that ballpark experience.
It's a disruption they didn't need to have.
And so now this is another thing. Now Giants fans are going out to the ballpark. They're not going to hear Renel. They're not going to see number 35 at shortstop. It's a turning of the tide. Yeah. It's moving in a different direction.
At least you could, if you're making a baseball argument against Brandon Crawford, okay, we can just disagree with that on a baseball take. This is like a family dispute you didn't need to have. Listen to this. Garrett is up in Oak Grove. Says Renel was the voice of the wet. What? Hey, Garrett, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
What's up, Garrett?
Good. How are you? You guys helped me propose to my wife in front of Bochy at FanFest years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Garrett. What's up, dude? Good to hear from you.
Not much. After that, we just had to keep the good vibes going, and we reached out to Renel via Twitter, and she was nice enough to respond back. And she recorded our intro to our wedding, and for our wedding reception and our entire wedding party, she made it sound like a batting lineup, and she was great. She said, yeah, give me whatever you want to say. She recorded the whole thing for us.
Oh, man, that gives me all the feels. That is incredible. What was the date of the wedding?
May 19, 2017. So we're coming up on 7 years here.
And so she voiced it, man, up there. Awesome. Oh, that's a great story, Garrett. That's the kind of person she is, man. That's it. So
yeah, she was the best, and she didn't ask for anything in return. We offered her, we said, hey, what can we do for you? And she said nothing. She just wanted to do it for the fans.
There it is right there.
She was the best.
There it is.
That's for now.
Garrett, great story. Thanks for sharing, brother. We'll see you at the park.
All right, take it easy.
Man. By the way, speaking of the park, who's going to replace her?
Oh.
Are they going to stay female? Are they going male? Is it young? I mean, that's a tough assignment now.
Yeah, how do you replace the voice of Renel?
How do you mend a broken heart? Aaron in Plumas Lake. He's one of our buddies. Aaron, what's up, brother?
What's up, Aaron?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
This is Coffee Pot Aaron, by the way. What's up, dude?
Hey, not much. Hey, I don't know. It's just hard for me with this whole thing. The Giants have always kind of been like that organization that does things the right way.
They
and
were.
does it for the right reason.
Hey, they're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now it just seems like the bean counters and accountants are making the decisions. And I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to be too dramatic, but are we becoming the A's? Like, what's going on?
Hey, brother. Well, I mean, not the A's because it spent $209 million.
Payroll's a little different.
But Aaron, you're right. It's been short in sort of the warm fuzzies that they've kind of been known for. You're right, and certainly that has part of that is Farhan and his 66 players. But they're trying to build up this young core. Logan Webb, Mason Black, Kyle Harrison. They're hoping for that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just feels like an organizational, like a decision that wouldn't happen before.
Yeah, I agree with you, Aaron.
Aaron, let me ask you this, because you brought up the A's, and it definitely feels like there's a disconnect between A's fans and A's ownership. Are you starting to feel that disconnect between the Giants?
A little bit. It's not, I mean, the A's are so far on the other end that it's we're probably nowhere near that. But, you don't like to, once again, not trying to throw shade at the A's, but hey, what are we doing here anyway? But like,
yes,
but you don't want to even like inch towards that at all.
No. What you said, Aaron, is that you feel like they used to do things a different way, and this feels like they've gone the other direction. I feel your take there, buddy. Thanks for the call. We appreciate you. Hey, let's continue this on the other side. The big hit will spill over. Hey, Waterboy 408. Breaking news, Renel just signed with the St. Louis Cardinals one-year deal. That's 408.
I'm going to give it a laugh track to that
That's
one.
408 with a riff there. We'll continue on. We see all your calls. Ryan, Henry, Mike, everybody's checking in on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh, it's like a gut punch. You guys, like this one hurts, man.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Here's what's trending now from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk with the Water Boy. It's Bob Melvin, the Giants' new skipper, who stopped by talking baseball with Marty this past weekend to break down the Giants' rotation and how the Giants are getting closer and closer to opening day. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Provident Credit Union, we got something that'll have your wallet cheering, all right? Are you ready for a short-term savings investment designed to make your money grow quicker? Sounds pretty good. Check out Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate. Right now, you can select a term of either 3 or 6 months and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me right, 4.75%. So for a limited time, you get to call the shots with the 3 or 6 month Provident Pick a Term certificate. Do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Check them out at providentcu.org or swing by a branch. And if you are in the Oakland area, there's a new location at Temescal Plaza. This rate is effective as of March 15th, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providencecu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
It does. It does. And they're so meticulous each and every year about, the beautification and the additions that they make to the ballpark. But I couldn't agree with you more. And we just could not have had a more perfect day to really showcase our ballpark, on television. Perfect day, with the exception of the slight wind that jacked up the leapfrog parachuting and hosed me. Other than that, it was a perfect day.
Renel, one of her many, many, many hits she's done with us over the years. I was after opening day a couple years ago. Anyway, we were talking about how the park still looks so beautiful after all these years. And she's, of course, been there for every single day until we just found out from Susan Slesser in the Chronicle that the Giants and Renel Brooks-Moon are parting ways. There will be a new PA announcer. We don't know who it is, but everybody's reacting. And obviously, it's a PA. And on one level, it's like, what's a PA announcer, right? No, it's much more than a PA announcer. It's an experience. Yeah. Marcus, it's family.
It's the ballpark experience. It's the San Francisco Giants experience. Like, we think of Kruk and Kipe and how much they mean to the broadcast. We think of John Miller. We think of Dave Fleming. Renel is in that conversation. And I know the Giants have announced that they're going to name the PA booth after her, which is a great showing. But also, we're talking about someone who's in the Junior Giants Hall of Fame. I wouldn't be surprised if Renel gets a plaque on the Wall of Fame eventually.
She should be on the Wall of Fame.
For what she's meant to that ballpark, what she's meant to this organization.
She should. We got a lot of calls to get to, but we'll tell you we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. By the way, those games she missed last year was because her mother passed away.
That's what the break was.
Yeah,
and it was noticeable when she wasn't there, when it was a different voice on the PA.
Right, for sure. So, guys, hey, listen, Renel's out there listening, so if you guys have something to say to her, say it now. She can't talk publicly, but she tells us that she wants us to send all the love and thanks to the fans. And we'll start with Henry up in Seattle. We got people up the coast. Henry, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Man, I'm broken up, and I hope Renel is indeed listening, because I listened to Renel back when she was on KNBR before she even got to the Giants.
Yeah.
And this is hitting me deep. Like, she's a Bay Area institution, and the Giants should be ashamed of themselves. They should have come up with the dollars to pay her. And Renel, I actually won a phone-in contest when you were on the air back on KNBR. I still remember it. And I'm going to miss her. She's going to, I mean, it's not going to be the same.
Oh, man. Henry, that's great knowledge, though, on KMEL, though, because, you know, most everybody knows, but not everybody knows. A whole generation only knows her as the voice of the ballpark. Iconic morning radio DJ. She's doing what we're doing, Waterboy, and she's in the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. Yeah. And she came in, that morning energy she would come in with is insane. Same energy she gives at the park. That's one of my things, too, is not only is, like, 65 young in today's world, she's got 30 more years in her, you know. Her voice at the park was as energetic and fresh as ever. Like, she wasn't like, oh, man, somebody's falling off. No, her fastball was humming.
Again, we were talking about Brandon Crawford and his advanced defensive metrics. There's no metrics that tell you Renel was going downhill. She still sounded fantastic.
So it's a big deal. Like, it's, you know, it just feels like the Giants right now are battling optics, right?
The
Optics.
O word.
Now, Bob Melvin, Matty Williams, we like, right?
Yeah, good optics.
Good optics. Matt Chapman, good optics. Jung-Hoo Lee, good optics, you know? But this, and obviously the Brandon Crawford and the J.D. Davis. It's funny, the Chronicle continues to write about the J.D. Davis story. Well, because he signed with the A's.
Yeah, I was going to say, the story's not going anywhere.
Yeah, for sure, and he's right there. Mike in Livermore is checking in at 808 KNBR. Mike, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Morning, Mike.
Hey, guys. Hey, I don't know what my reaction is going to be when I don't hear her voice on the PA. You know, I'm a little worried. You know, maybe she's playing hardball with the Giants. Maybe she's got Boris as her agent or something like that. and they're vulnerable. And, you know, they're trying to sell tickets. And, you know, maybe they come back and make a deal.
Well, that would be really great. I mean, you're like Mike Krukow, who doesn't believe the A's are leaving Oakland, but that is something to consider, but I don't think so. I think, you know, if you talk to some people around the park, you know, this has been something that's maybe been brewing for a little bit of while. And the Giants, for whatever reason, wanted to not step up to the plate. So, Mike, you're going to have to hear another voice. We don't know who it is yet, but thanks for the call. We appreciate you. Hey, Tim in Napa, beautiful Napa, has a story for us. Tim, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
Hey, Tim.
What's up,
Hey,
Tim?
guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you and your blinker, too. You turning left or right?
Yeah, taking the kids to school.
All right.
Hey, I can't remember who was before Renee. And she was kind of a controversial.
Sherry Davis was her name. Sherry Davis.
Okay, because I remember Renee came on, and her quote was, "My voice is deeper than Will Clark's."
That's a great line.
That is a great line, Tim. Yeah, and by the way, she's right.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's going to be hard to see her go, and a little upset with the Giants to letting her go since they own basically half of San Francisco.
Exactly, Tim. There's really no reason.
They have the money to pay her.
There's really no reason to do this unless they had some sort of personal beef behind the scenes. Or this. I mean, she's asking for a couple more bucks. Give her a couple more bucks. She's been there 24 years. Anyway, Tim, we appreciate it, man. My voice is deeper than Will Clark's. By the way, shout out Renel's guns. She likes to wear the sleeveless. Renel, she doesn't miss bicep day.
Oh, Renel is jacked.
Curls for girls, man. I'm looking at some of the pictures online. Renel's like, she's cut. So.
Sun's out, guns out.
So you keep going,
she was
sister.
Showing them out at the park.
You keep going, sister. Ryan is up in Rohnert Park, Waterboy's old territory. Ryan, good morning.
What up,
How are
Ryan?
you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm just gonna say this is terrible news for me. She's like family, Going to that ballpark, there's nothing more that I wanted to hear was her announce, and this is your 2020 San Francisco Giants. Like, I got chills every time I heard that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to miss it. She's like everybody's favorite auntie at the party that, if she's not there, it's never going to be the same. There's going to be a cloud over the stadium. That's just how I feel.
Well, I'm with you, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, you're right. Everybody's favorite auntie is a good one because her energy is incredible. You don't see Renel and you don't not hug her. I mean, she's very tactile. There's contact. You got to hug. You got to, hold each other's shoulders and look at each other. It's like, oh, what's up? Because she's that vibe. She is that vibe. So, Ryan, you're right. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. Scott in Walnut Creek says he's an A's fan, and he has a take on this. Scott in Walnut Creek, you're on KNBR. What's up, brother? Listen to that. You giving him the 5-second inbound play? There it is. Speaking of inbounds plays, I was watching the Brown-Yale Ivy League game, which was an incredible finish, by the way. Unbelievable. March Madness like you read about. Yale was down 6 with 20 seconds to go. They won. But how about the new inbounds play where Brown's trying to inbound it, and if the inbounder's standing there, and then one of his teammates runs behind the baseline on the other side of the baseline, and he passes it to him out of bounds.
And then he passes it in.
Yes.
Wow.
They also had a trips right formation after another timeout where the inbounder's on the right, and they had 3 guys lined up on the left out of bounds to run in.
Who's their offensive coordinator? Kyle Shanahan?
Seriously.
Who's calling plays for Yale's?
Nice call.
Yeah, right?
It was Brown. Scott in Walnut Creek, and Yale won the game. Scott in Walnut Creek is back. He's an A's fan. Scott, good morning.
I am. I'm a long time. First playoff game was in, I think, 75 I'm a little bit older than you, Murph, but not much. But it's
not many more.
I wanted to tell you this how I felt because I don't know why it hit me. I've never called a radio show. I've listened to you guys for 40 years, right?
Scott. Nice.
I've heard everybody, but I'm like, only douchebags call radio shows, right? But I finally this bothered me because when Renel got, and I was obviously not a Giants fan when she got hired. And I'm still not really. I root for the Giants now because I'm a little older and a little softer. But I was like, man, a woman like doing the announcing. I was like, man, the Giants are just like tanking it, right? I was just thinking, like just my old sexist thoughts or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And over the years, I've been like, man, she's wonderful. And I've seen her do other things, and I've seen her guns, and she's amazing. And for the Giants to do this, it's an embarrassment. And
Yeah, well, Scott, first of all, great call across the board because your first time you ever calling in, you didn't want to be that D who called in. You're an A's fan who admitted that you had sexist thoughts at first and then wound up really loving the experience. So it's a great call all the way around, Scott. Don't be a stranger, brother.
I always listen, so trust me. I hear everything you say, even about your water heater or your gutters or whatever you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, the caulk in the roof and all. How about you want to hear about the spike in my tire over the weekend? Oh, that was another experience,
I haven't heard that one yet.
Yeah, I haven't told that one yet.
I'll be in pins and needles for that.
You did hear the water pipe bursting the other day, thow, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
I've heard them all.
Oh, that's what it sounded like, Scott. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Hey, 408 with the text of the day. Why not pay Renel with the money they saved by cutting J.D. Davis? Oh, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good, so.
Not a bad way to wrap it up, but I thought that was a good call from Scott to wrap it up, too, because it doesn't matter if you are an A's fan, if you are a Giants fan, if you're just a baseball fan in general. And I was thinking about this earlier, like, Renel might be one of the best people in baseball. Hell, scratch that. She might just be one of the best people in the sports business. Hell, maybe one of the best people in the world. Just like the conversations I would have with her as a producer, booking her for the morning show, the conversations of her reaching out when I first got on air on the leadoff spot. I know she's done the same thing for Cope. She's done the same thing for Walter. Like, passing it on. We talk about the bridge of generation. Like, she's been the voice of the Giants my entire life, essentially.
It's what Paulie Mack used to call the Stephen Seaweed rule, the Ronnie Lart rule. Just because you're famous and an icon doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. And instead, they choose to give and pay forward and root for the kids coming up.
Exactly.
So
and,
awesome.
And that's Renel, yeah.
We'll end it with this one. 707, Dodger fan here. How about 707 listening to us as a Dodger fan? He says, to me, Renel is as synonymous with the Giants as Vinny was with the Dodgers. It pains me to say it, but I will miss her voice. How about that? From a generous Dodger fan.
Look at that.
All right. Why don't we hit the cooler content on the other side just to kind of maybe try to give us a couple of moments here, but we have expressed ourselves. Lombardi,
we're going
8:30. My
49er
bad.
talk next, Murph.
Okay. Even better. So we'll just change our brains.
Pump that back a little bit.
49er talk. 49er talk. David Lombardi, The Athletic, because there's a lot of moves. Next on the Sports Leader.
I've never called a radio show. I've listened to you guys for 40 years, right? I'm like, only douchebags call radio shows, right? But it's like,
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. It's tournament time. So we're going to find an excuse to skip work and catch some of the games. Thursday, Friday is the perfect day. You want to go eat lunch or dinner and watch the games. So there's many places to watch games, right? But nowhere are you going to watch games and get Amici's Pizza. All right? So multiple big screen TVs showing all the NC2A action. And if you need any further encouragement, Amici's is offering 20% off any medium pizza for dine-in or pickup on all tournament game days. Just tell them I sent you. Say Murph from KNBR said I get 20% off. And I'll vouch. It's true. You get the deal. Now, if you want to go online at Amici's.com, you just enter the code MADNESS20 when you place your order and you get the medium pizza discounts. Once again, 20% off any medium pizza. Tell them I sent you, Murph from KNBR sent you, or Madness20 on the promo code. So when you're in the mood for great pizza deal, dine-in, takeout, catching the college hoops, Amici's delivers.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's Garoppolo looking that way, not going to pump, come back right, gets hit and sacked back on the 36-yard line. Leonard Floyd, who does not have a sack all year, picks up his first right there. Garoppolo back. Garoppolo gets wrapped around and sacked. Back outside the 10-yard line. Leonard Floyd got it again.
Okay, Leonard Floyd, interestingly, one of the names that hasn't been announced yet, but so many others have. We'll talk about it all with the great Niner beat writer David Lombardi of The Athletic. I want to remind everybody, PJ Carlissimo joins Tobert and Copes at 3:50 today for a little tourney talk. Hey, David, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning, David.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going good. Well, we were a little blindsided with the news that Renel Brooks-Moon is out as the Giants' PA announcer, so that's been kind of a... We were going to talk about the Niners and stuff, but we've been talking a lot about that. But now we are devoting this segment to the Niners, so thanks for joining on. Let's start with that. Do you know anything about why Leonard Floyd hasn't been announced?
Based on what I understood, he wasn't going to come into the facility, I think, until this weekend, and that's when he was actually going to sign. I don't know for sure, though, but I don't sense any worry from the 49ers on that front. But typically, they like to have everything signed on the dotted line before they make that official announcement. I'm just a little impatient because I love looking at the contract details, and I don't have those yet for Leonard Floyd, so I'm just having to estimate when I'm writing my salary cap pieces and trying to figure out how they're going to make this entire puzzle work. But it's 2 years, $20 million, so $10 million a year. Those are the base numbers. And once they get them officially signed, we'll see exactly what the cap hit for this year is. I just think that on the surface, it looks like it's a really high value deal for the 49ers, considering how much some of these A-list edge rushers went for. You saw one guy went for Brian Burns went for $30 million, and they had to trade for him. The Giants did. So 49ers are looking for a cleanup guy on the other side of Nick Bosa, kind of the Robin to Nick Bosa's Batman.
Yeah, and Leonard Floyd is definitely the name that stands out of all the signings so far in free agency. But I want to ask you, big picture-wise, when you look at that defensive line, when you bring in Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos, Jordan Elliott, Malik Collins, have the 49ers done enough to replenish that defensive line, David?
Well, I don't think they've just replenished it. I think that this is a slight rebuild of the defensive line. I don't think they were particularly pleased with the defensive performance last year up front. This was a team that dropped from number 2 to number 26 in run defense. That was, I mean, we saw it against Detroit in that NFC Championship game. It was ugly over the first half especially. And I think that, you know, a lot of that was a reason for Kyle Shanahan to move on from Steve Wilkes. He wanted them to play the run differently, but also I just don't think that the edge spot opposite Nick Bosa was consistent enough last year. Obviously, they brought Chase Young in, but there were some of those effort issues with him that were very, very well documented in the playoffs. And I also think that the defensive tackle position was hurt by the fact that Eric Armstead wasn't available down the stretch for the 49ers. But on top of that, they were better at pass rushing than they were at run defense. And that's really something that had skewed over the course of time for the 49ers. And I think that it led to problems on pass defense, too, because you've got to stop that run to have some fun. That's what they love to say, the 49ers defensive line. They love to pin their ears back, but if you're not stopping the run, then that's not going to happen on a consistent basis. So I think they've dug into this and really tried to raise the floor of the defensive line. Obviously, with Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave, you have a high ceiling, but I think that they thought the delta between the ceiling and the floor was way too big last year, that there were too many lows for that defensive line. So the moves that you've seen, they might not be the sexiest moves, but I could see what the 49ers are doing strategically. They're trying to raise the floor. Jordan Elliott on the inside, the good run stopper. He was a starter on a good Cleveland Browns defensive line. Leonard Floyd, you know, people don't really talk about Leonard Floyd, but he has 39.5 sacks over the past 4 years. Has more sacks over the past 4 years than Brian Burns, who I just mentioned. So, and you know, and some people say Leonard Floyd, a lot of his sacks are cleanup sacks. Well, it's exactly what the 49ers need, because you got Bosa and Hargrave winning. You need somebody that has a high motor who's pursuing, who has the skill of being able to corral the quarterback when the pocket breaks down. And that's what the bookend position is about. So I think that's what the 49ers have been doing. They're raising the floor of this defensive line to be able to augment the superstars in Bosa and Javon Hargrave, who are already on the team.
Yeah, for sure. A huge sort of makeover and it, obviously a statement of how they felt about everything for sure. We're talking to David Lombardi, The Athletic. From the D-line out to the edge, corner. Doesn't get nearly as much attention. Isaac Yiadom, if I'm saying his name right, Yiadom.
Yeah.
And I think I'm not alone in not knowing a lot about him, because he was mostly a fairly anonymous journeyman, according to reports, until the second half of last year with New Orleans. David, what do you know about him, and what are his where do you think he fits in Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen's defense?
He was absolutely a journeyman. He spent a couple years with the Broncos. He was around the league a little bit. Then he joined the Saints, and he started over the back half of last year after Paulson Adebo, the old Stanford product, got hurt. So that was Yadam's chance, and he played really, really well. I mean, if you go and put on the tape, he's 6'1", so he's one of those taller, stronger corners, the type that the 49ers used to exclusively pursue. I think that they've changed their narrow kind of focus on the physical characteristics that they like. So they've got some shorter corners now, but he's back to the old school, taller, stronger cornerback, really, really good at the catch point. And that's something that 49ers fans will probably appreciate, because that's what Ambry Thomas, for example, has struggled with throughout his time with the 49ers. Thomas is great lateral movement ability. I think he sticks on guys, but then he loses a lot at the catch point because it's a strength issue. So Adam's really good at the catch point. He broke up 14 passes last year in only half a season of starting. He was a top 20 graded cornerback if you look at PFF. I mean, he had a heck of a back half of the season. Now, it's an issue of sample size, right? People will say, well, can he keep this up? Well, the 49ers signed him to a short deal, and they're willing to find out if he can keep this up. And if he can, at 6'1", I see him as an outside corner guy, which is what he was when he started for New Orleans last year. And if he can at least be that guy that comes in nickel packages to play outside cornerback, that will let Deommodore Lenoir slide inside like he did last year, but the 49ers won't have to be so worried about the outside like they were last year when Ambry Thomas was on the outside. So that would be the plan. I would say, though, that the draft hasn't happened yet, and the 49ers could see if they can net another cornerback in the draft. Also, there's going to be a whole offseason of development possible for Darrell Luter Jr. and Samuel Womack. So I don't think that Yadam is the be-all, end-all for the 49ers at outside corner, but he's certainly another intriguing option for them based on how he finished last season.
David Lombardi is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. And David, I want to ask you a couple questions about the salary cap, because we saw earlier that the 49ers were able to restructure the contracts of Fred Warner, George Kinlaw, and Javon Hargrave. So where does that currently put the 49ers with their salary cap situation, and what do you think the plan is for that additional salary cap space?
Well, it's more complicated than ever this year because they designated Eric Armstead for a post-June 1st release, which actually is going to save them $18 million on this 2024 cap. But that number won't be available to use until after June 1st. That's part of the release. You're pushing dead money backwards, but you also can't recoup the non-guaranteed base salary against the cap until that date. So for the next 2.5 months, waiting for the cavalry to come. That's going to be the $8 million. They've got to deal with the space that they have right now. And we don't know the exact numbers on Leonard Floyd's deal yet and a couple of those other contracts, but my estimate in the piece that I wrote that came out this morning in The Athletic would be that they have about $10 million to spend right now. I'm not sure they want to do any more restructuring. $10 million is actually quite a bit of money if you backload deals because you only need it to last you until June 2nd when that next $18 million comes in. And theoretically, they can use the $18 million to sign the draft class, which would cost about $10 million. So I think they got a nice little setup here. The thing is, even if they don't bring in another bigger name free agent, I think like somebody like Justin Simmons is still available right now, just to toss out a name as an example of somebody who would cost more money. But even if they don't spend big anymore, I think they'd be very okay with taking this money, combining it with whatever's left of the when they pay their draft class and carrying it into the season. Say that you carry 12 or 13 million into the season, then you're flexible to be able to make an in-season trade like the one they made for Christian McCaffrey 2 seasons ago, because you need to be able to absorb that cap hit. And even if you don't do that, then you could take that money and carry it over into 2025. And that's when you're going to have to potentially pay Brock Purdy, which is something that they obviously need to pre-plan for. So what they're doing right now is they're giving themselves options and trying to stay under that cap limit. And nobody knows what it's going to be in 25 and beyond because it's dependent on NFL revenue. So they have to proceed cautiously, but I think that they're still doing so with as much aggressiveness as they can calculate that they feel comfortable with. And I would say about $10 million left to spend at this very moment for the next 2 months.
Last thing I wanted to bring up, David, you brought up Brock Purdy's name. I want to ask you about the backup quarterback position. We saw that the 49ers re-signed Brandon Allen, but I'm just curious if you think they're going to bring in anybody this offseason. And also, I want to get your reaction to Jimmy Garoppolo going to the Rams.
Well, with the whole Sam Darnold thing, I think that went very well for all parties involved. The 49ers got their quarterback insurance last year. They didn't really need to use it, which is good news because Brock Purdy stayed generally healthy throughout the course of the season. But Sam Darnold rehabbed his reputation with the 49ers. He was able to get a job with the Minnesota Vikings. I think it's a real $10 million that he's earning. He's going to have a shot to earn an even bigger contract if he can play well next year. And I think that was exactly the point of the whole thing. The 49ers took a guy whose reputation had been wrecked over his time with the Jets and the Panthers, but was formerly a top-tier draft pick who had a ton of physical talent, and they were able to use the structure that they had in place with Shanahan, Brian Griese, obviously Brock Purdy in that quarterback room. They were able to use that to turn around Sam Darnold's reputation. So that's why people are talking about Zach Wilson right now. And if the Jets part ways with him, if they release him, I think it's a no-brainer because all the guaranteed money for Zach Wilson, I think, is still guaranteed like $5.5 more million. It would be kind of like the Russell Wilson situation. The Jets would be on the hook for all the guaranteed money, and all you have to do is pay him the minimum. And it's a kind of a no-risk investment. Now, if you have to trade for him, then you have to inherit the $5.5 million guaranteed. Then it becomes a question of how much Kyle Shanahan really likes the potential of somebody like Zach Wilson, how much you would want to have him in the room. But anyway, they've got Brandon Allen back. He was the QB3 last year. If they decide to go with somebody like Zach Wilson or a higher upside veteran, I don't know who else right now off the top of my head would be out there. We would see who the 49ers go with. That person might be QB2. They can also do it the other way. They could also draft somebody late or go undrafted free agent and have that be the QB3 behind Brandon Allen. I could see them going either way with this, depending on what fits their budget. And, I guess it's related down in L.A., Jimmy Garoppolo, QB2, Matt Stafford. But the Rams, just like the 49ers, I think, know the importance of shielding yourself at that position. Stafford's dealt with some health issues as of late. So who knows? Maybe we'll see Jimmy Garoppolo against the 49ers at some point next year.
Oh, man, crazy. I know we're over time, over budget, but I got to squeeze in just 30 seconds or less. And this is setting up for a future conversation. Is the Brandon Ayuk situation still up in the air?
I think everything's up in the air because you have to leave yourself with as many options as possible. But I think it's strongly trending toward the 49ers paying him. I think that they've set themselves up fairly well for that. But, negotiations are negotiations, and those are going to have to happen. And those typically happen with a little bit more deadline pressure later in the offseason.
Right. Can't wait for a future conversation. We sure do appreciate it, David. It's always very informative, and you're generous with your time. We will read you in The Athletic. Everybody read David Lombardi. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, thanks, David.
All right, thanks. Have a good one.
There he is, David Lombardi, The Athletic. A lot of meat in there. Okay, we can react to that later on. We got lots of good guests to get to, though. Zena Kita is going to join us at 9:15 for the women's broadcast tonight of the Warriors game. The legendary Mike Breen, who almost is exclusive to Papa and Tolbert. We get to steal him for a segment.
Yeah, we do.
Nick's in town. But we have a lot of good Cooler content. The Renel story continues to dominate, and she's going to show up in the Cooler content, too. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler of content on a day we didn't expect. So just to catch everybody up. So we come to work early, on time, like we always do. Curly sunburn from St. Pat's, like a good Irishman. Young Tony continues to ghost Marcus when he comes into the city.
I can't get a beer with this kid anywhere, Murph.
You, though, are becoming quickly the mayor of Poe Hill.
Hey, come down to the sunny side of the hill, Murph.
By the way, I played golf Friday with a guy, New England guy.
Ooh.
He's lived in the city now 10 years, so we're walking up the 15th fairway of the tournament. We won, by the way. Shout
Look
it
at
out.
you, Murph.
I know. How about that?
Shout out to the mascot winning the tournament.
How about that, buddy? Yes. And by the way, the Guinness tasted fantastic, and they had a Guinness braised lamb stew.
Ooh, you ain't Guinness braised beef stew.
Candace is
right?
anti-lamb.
Wow,
She's
anti-lamb.
anti-lamb.
808 KNBR.
Which is interesting because in Ireland, it's all because all I got is sheep.
I like
go
lamb.
kill the sheep and have some lamb.
Hey, what's wrong with lamb?
But they have cows too. But anyway, the Guinness braised beef. So anyway, I was walking up with a guy from New England. So I'm like, hey, man, you been in town 10 years? He's like, yeah. I said, so you're just Boston all the way? Because he's like, I said, so what is it? Just C's, B's, Pats, Red Sox? He's like, religion, bro. He goes, religion. I said, so obviously you've been down to the Connecticut Yankee? He goes, oh, what's that?
Ooh.
I said, you've been in town 10 years and you haven't been to the Connecticut Yankee?
That's bad Boston bar knowledge, Murph.
I mean, I haven't been in a couple years, but they still have all the old Boston Globes on the wall and all that with all the...
It's definitely still a Boston bar. Does he know about Red Jacks?
Is that another one?
That's another one. That's
But it can't hold a candle to the Yankee,
Copes,
though, right?
That's Copes' Boston bar.
Yeah. But it can't hold a candle to the Yankee, right?
Shout out the Yankee.
Doesn't the Yankee have... And it's funny, it's called the Connecticut Yankee, even though it's a Red Sox bar.
Yeah.
Named after the great Mark Twain.
Shout out to the Yankee.
Young Tony, do you know the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court? Do you know that?
No.
Okay, got to put that on the list there, bud.
By the way, for the record, I did not ghost Marcus. I was in a different part of town. I did not need a bus over to where he was.
I don't know. It's a small town.
So Mark Twain wrote a short story called "A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court." So that I think is the inspiration for the title. But anyway, as I recall, don't they have a framed Boston Globe from like Carl Yastrzemski's Triple Crown season in 1967? That's my memory. Unless they took it down or it got smashed in a bar fight.
Well, I was going to say, I know they remodeled it a couple years ago, so I couldn't tell you what it looked like back when you were hitting up the
Those who run the Yankee, if you're listening, hit us on the text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. Can I still get a Boston Globe on the Impossible Dream season, buddy? To dream the impossible dream. There you go, buddy. You know that one, Man of La Mancha kid? You know that one?
Keep singing for Tony. He looks very amused.
He doesn't know that one. Of course he doesn't know it. Shout out Robert Goulet. All right. Hey, guys. So Renel, that's been our story. So I was getting back to when we came in and Curly was sunburned. So we're going to talk mostly Warrior win over the Lakers.
Big win.
Blake Snell and the Giants, possibility. Matt Chapman hit his first bomb, getting closer to baseball, and then all the Niner moves, right? That was going to be our marching orders. I got my Chronicle, which, to be honest, the print edition, I told you we stopped it at the Murphy household.
Yeah.
I go digital only.
Maybe that's why you didn't get the news until you got into the studio this morning, Murph.
Honest to goodness, the idea that we got news from a newspaper in 2024 is maybe bigger than the Renel story itself.
This is groundbreaking, yeah.
So I went in, I got my coffee, I shelled my eggs, rinsed the shells out of the sink. Don't you know, young Tony?
Yeah, you better, Murph.
You know why.
You better get those shells out of there.
Hey, Tony, you and me, you know why, buddy. Anyway, the deal is that I pick up the paper, and guys, I'm going to hold this up to the Twitch stream right now, the YouTube stream.
Oh, make that noise, Murph.
Here it is. Sounds good, doesn't it?
That's a paper, folks.
Giants PA voice Brooks-Moon part ways. And we've been talking about it all morning. And Renel has checked in with us. And she said she can't talk publicly right now, but she wants to send all her love, and she's been listening and appreciates all the love. So we thought we should put her in the cooler content. So one of the most emotional days at the park was 2019 when Bruce Bochy's last game at Oracle Park, and Renel introduced him for the final time.
Renel, I will miss your booming voice and how you get the crowd going.
That's okay. We wanted to get to her. Renel introducing Bochy for the final time. So 318M as in Mary. Here we go.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, please, for the man of the hour, our beloved skipper, future Hall of Famer, and for the last time I get to say, number 15, Bruce Bochy!
Yeah, I got the feels there for the last time I get to say number 15, Bruce Bochy. So then Bochy's making that speech, which was an incredible speech, by the way, no notes. He crushed it. And he shouted her out. Here it is.
Renel, I will miss your booming voice and how you get the crowd going.
Yeah, there it is. How great was that? He shouted her out.
That's awesome, but hearing Renel say, this is the last time I say Bruce Bochy, number 15, it kind of puts it in perspective. Something that we've been talking a lot with the departure of Brandon Crawford, how all those ties to the World Series teams are kind of drifting away. Obviously, Bochy has been gone for a while. We know what happened with Madison Bumgarner, Brandon Bell, Brandon Crawford. The list goes on and on. I guess Pablo Sandoval is still holding on to a spring training roster right now, but we're talking about now, I don't want to say getting rid of Renel, but moving on in a different direction. You're moving on from something that connected you to the World Series and one of the last remaining pieces of that World Series era.
Man, oh man. And I mean, I know from behind the scenes that there had been some disputes the last couple of years about, whether or not she was getting treated with enough respect. And I told you, man, it's like things, with Mario leaving, I'm not blaming, whatever. But I'm just saying things are changing. It is interesting that Buster's in the ownership group and this stuff's happening. I thought Buster might be more of the voice of stability. But anyway, there you go. A little shout out to Renel, who we've been talking about all morning long. But other stuff happened. A-10 championship game. Atlantic 10 championship. How about this? 18 minutes to go in the second half. Somebody hit the confetti button. Dude, confetti starts pouring down. And how great that it was Kevin Harlan on the call.
Yes.
Here it is.
My goodness. Oh, my gosh. They got confetti falling right now. Confetti is falling on the floor. They're going to have to stop playing. We can't see our notes. The players can't work on this court. Confetti is everywhere. Somebody hit the wrong button.
Well, Kevin, to be honest with you, there's not a lot of this confetti that made it on the court. Most of it fell on us. But I think they were just trying to honor you, Kevin. You deserve confetti everywhere you go.
Yeah, right. Our officials wisely stopped it, but that was an early ejection right there. Are they going to have to reload it now for the winner?
An early ejection, Murph.
Somebody hit the wrong button. That's tremendous.
Some might say premature confetti.
Should we keep that one around? Because, there are times on this show we hit the wrong button.
Yeah, that happens a lot. I mean, Murph, this looks like a Buffalo Wild Wings commercial. Like somebody had money on VCU and they were trying to change the momentum of the game. Unfortunately, VCU still lost, but this was straight out of the Buffalo Wild Wings commercial.
That's great knowledge, by the way. Duquesne 57, VCU 51. There you go.
It's tourney time.
Or as 12-year-old Rory Murphy was trying to get in the tournament, Daddy, what is Duquesne? I'm like, wait, what? I'm driving down the hill with him down to practice. I don't know. I'm doing my bracket. Who's Duquesne?
Who's this French Duke?
I said, Duquesne. I said, yeah. I said, I'll give you a pass on that one, kid. Usually I crack him. I'm like, come on, man, learn your stuff. Learn your stuff. How do you not know Duquesne? I said, I'll give you a pass on that.
It's all right. Me and Rory, we both had no idea who the hell these guys were.
You picking them to win now?
No, I'm not taking that Duke or the other Duke. I'm staying away from both Dukes.
You got them losing the first round, 13-4?
Ooh, might get upset. They might be on upset watch. Right. Stay tuned.
That was really funny. You know what I like, too, was the story in the, it's not the Mountain West, it's the...
the Mountain West had like 6 teams make the tournament.
Well, yeah, because they are the best conference in the... But no, Long Beach State won, is it the WAC? Is Long Beach State winning the, is it the WAC? I'm so embarrassed that I'm not even sure about that.
The Beach you're talking about?
Oh, well, they changed their name strictly to Beach.
Well, how many times have they changed the name down at Long Beach?
Just that. They just went from Long Beach to Beat. It is the Big West. Thank you. God, I'm embarrassed on that. Did I say Big West? I want to make sure I got that right. Anyway, so Long Beach State's always amused me. First of all, it's just like, have you ever been to Long Beach?
No, I've actually never been down there. Shout out Troy Tulowitzki.
Shout out Snoop Dogg.
Well, I was going to say, my guy Tula, when he was playing baseball, they were the Long Beach Dirtbags. So the baseball team has like a separate nickname,
That is correct. Okay. So, yeah, you're on the right track
that's
there.
That's why I was confused.
So, yeah, they've always been known as the Dirtbag. Matt Duffy, Dirtbag.
Dirtbags. That's such a cool name.
Well, what a great baseball program.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys play hard, and they play well. So, you got the Dirtbags in baseball, and then they were Long Beach State forever. You know who used to coach there? Jerry Tarkanian in his younger days. Shout out George Allen, the legendary NFL head coach. And now they got this legendary, then they've changed their name to simply Beach. The Beach.
Beach.
So it is. It's not Long Beach State anymore. It's Beach.
Beach.
But Dan Monson's been their coach for 17 years. He used to be at Oregon. And on Monday, they were like, you know what, bro? It's been 17. You're not winning anything. It's time for you to go. So they said, why don't you make this your last week? What does he do? He wins the flipping tournament. Big West champs. They're going to the tourney. They're playing Tom Tolbert and Steve Kerr's Arizona Wildcats. Watch out for Beach. And Dan Monson, after all these years, gets this line off after the win.
It was great. It was great. I mean, I've had a blessed, God has blessed me with a great career, and these kids have been awesome to coach. And when Jim Harbaugh says, who's got it better than him, somebody needs to tell him Dan Monson.
That's tremendous. You know, I bet Harbaugh stood up and applauded. Harbaugh's only a couple miles away down there at the Chargers complex.
Say, he can give him a call.
Yeah, maybe he's going to do like, I support Beach. I'm all about Beach.
Someone tell him it's Dan Munson.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You got another one?
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
Dan Monson. There's who it is. Do it again, and then I'll and stop it after the question. Yes.
Who's got it better than us?
Oh,
jeez.
I was trying to come in with a Dan Monson.
That's like the confetti firing off too early.
Great call, buddy.
We pressed
hit
the wrong button.
Great job for Dan Monson. And who knows? Hey, Arizona lost last year as a 2 seed to Princeton.
Dan Monson.
So we shall see.
Let's go, Beach.
Dude, Sammy Sosa was back in Chicago.
Why?
And he's a trippy dude, man. He's a trippy dude.
We're talking Sammy Sosa, the baseball player, not backup quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks.
Is he the backup?
Sam Howell. Ooh.
Is he the backup?
Hot take. Sam Sosa, starting quarterback.
He could be targeting Isaac Yadam next week, dude. Next fall.
You don't say.
How about that? We got Sam Howell targeting Isaac Yadam. It is free agency, isn't it?
I was going to say, what are we doing?
Sammy Sosa's doing some media about possibly reuniting with the Cubs, you know, after his exile from steroids. You got these steroids guys like they're capital criminals. Like they've like banished from the kingdom and all. Come on, man.
They're exiled, Murph.
It was a loosey-goosey era. Did you see A-Rod's post about visiting his daughter in Michigan and going to Trader Joe's?
No, I missed that. A-Rod on Trader Joe's. I thought about
sending it to COC. Yeah, A-Rod, he goes, you know, he did this whole thing filming himself. He goes, I flew to Michigan to visit my daughter. I thought we were going to have this great dinner. I've been in Trader Joe's for the last 2 hours. He's pushing a cart around and everything. He's wearing a very fancy, like, $10,000 trench coat that's like checkered, like whatever they call it, Wolf's Hound or whatever.
Wolf's
Pushing a cart around, whatever they call it. Candace knows.
Okay.
Like she has one like it. Wolf's Tooth, something like that.
Wow.
It's like a black and white squiggly pattern.
Oh, I know nothing
You'd look
about it.
good in that,
I'll say
buddy.
that's high fashion.
I'm married to a fashionista.
Well, there you go. Now tell me, how tan was A-Rod looking?
Dude.
Still tan?
So tan.
Ooh.
Dare I say tanner than Sammy Sosa?
No, I was going to say, he's going in that Sammy Sosa direction.
Actually, Sammy's pigmentation was a little more... less shocking than his last time. Unlike Curly's, which is bright red after the St. Patrick's
What do you
tournament.
mean for the face of Sammy Sosa and the face of John Joe Curly?
So anyway, check out how Sosa, even after all these years, gets paralyzed by a steroid question.
You know, I had a lot of misunderstanding in the past, but now I'm a real man. I feel great, so I recognize my mistake. So hey, why not?
Are you telling me that you recognize the fact that maybe you did do steroids?
This is like I say, this is not a question that I expected from you.
All time, umming, hesitation, all time, what do they call it? Equivocation, I think is the word. All time equivocation. Dude, give me that Sosa answer, buddy, just from the start.
Give me the evil
How about
chuckle.
the little chuckle, too, yeah. Just listen to this man. I don't think I've ever heard anybody freeze like this. Check it out.
This is like I say, this is not a question that I expected from you.
Not a question I was expecting from you. What'd you think they were going to ask about Sammy?
Oh, man. By the way, the fashion police have answered. It's houndstooth.
Ooh.
Houndstooth.
I got to get some houndstooth.
Yeah. If you're going to be like A-Rod at Trader Joe's.
Say, if I want to hang out with Tony in the marina, I got to get some houndstooth.
Yeah, seriously. All right. The Rock is still going around, by the way, doing his thing as the heel. So where was he for this one? Was he in Memphis?
He was in Memphis.
So he comes right down the Memphis Grizzlies road. So who's he coming at? Who's Seth Rollins?
Seth Rollins is one of the biggest names, one of the biggest faces right now in the WWE promotion.
Guess I better bone up.
I better bone up on some Seth Rollins, dude.
My bad. I got to do some boning up. So is he coming after Seth Rollins here?
Oh, The Rock is coming after everybody right now. He's coming after Memphis. He's coming after Phoenix. He's coming after pretty much anywhere the WWE is going on the road.
This time he picked up a guitar. So his diss of the crowd is to music here. Here it is.
But you're not alone going to WrestleMania. You got a tag team partner. That living embodiment of cringe, Seth Rollins. Got a little song for him, too. Cackling and dancing is all that you do. No wonder that your wife's more popular than you. You're so damn desperate to make them all cheer, but The Rock is gonna take that title, disappear. You're simply an embarrassment, son. Just like John Morant when he's waving a gun. I love you,
John. Incredible. Drove off the road a little bit for that one, but he made it work.
Then he tried to do it. I love you, John.
I love you, John. No, you don't.
Help me out on Becky Lynch, Seth Rollins' wife.
Oh, shout out Becky Lynch stopping by the studio a couple years ago promoting WrestleMania. She was here at the KNBR
He
studios.
says that your wife is more famous than you.
She's also a WWE superstar.
Is she more famous than him?
I would say. I know Becky Lynch. I've seen her in person.
That's why
I've
The
never
Rock
seen
said
Seth
that.
Rollins.
Give me that little bite from that sound again where he says, "That's your." How about you calls him a living embodiment of cringe? I think I've read that on the text line. Your wife is more famous than you. That hurts him. That hurts Seth Rollins.
Yeah, I think it does. By the way, what do you think of The Rock's guitar playing skills?
It's basic.
I do love The Rock going back in his bag because we've talked a lot about The Rock when he was the baby face, when he's turned heel. He's done this song and dance literally before. Back in, I think it was around like 2010, he was up in Sacramento with his guitar insulting the entire city and the entire Northern California region on his guitar. Not calling out shots like John Morant, but he was taking shots at the state's capital.
I love it. You got it, Tone?
Seth Rollins. Got a little song for him, too. Cackling and dancing is all that you do. No wonder that your wife's more popular than you.
Oh, he's more popular than you.
More
There it is.
popular.
All right. Good cooler content. And shout out Renel. Shout out Confetti. Somebody pressed the wrong button. Shout out Dan Munson. Shout out Sammy Sosa.
Sammy, dude. Let me get that evil
The
chuckle
Rock.
one more time, dude.
Well, Zena Kita is going to join us. She's, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area Warriors postgame host and a voice on the Athletic women's basketball show. For the women's broadcast tonight, Warriors-Knicks. Next on the Sports Leader.
Who's got it better than us?
Dan Munson.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Kyle Harrison is on the bump tonight for the Giants as they take on the Cincinnati Reds in spring training. But if you want to go back and listen to his latest interview with Bill Lasky on Extra Innings, check out that podcast and more right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, we got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line. Steve, it's getting to be that time. You want to talk about people who can't pay your taxes. What do you do?
Call us and let us take care of you. You know, this is such a common occurrence. People just can't pay their taxes. And it leads to all kinds of problems. Don't go to the extremes. On the one hand, just because the IRS sends you a bill doesn't mean it's right. A lot of times it's wrong. We'll look at the bill, we'll determine, do you really owe this? And if you don't, we'll go to the IRS and say, hey, my client doesn't know what you say, here's why, correct your records. But what if you do really owe it? There's so many good options you have, whether it's just to pay part and they forgive the rest if you qualify, or paying monthly installments, or having the penalties forgiven. Sometimes those penalties can be large, or a combination of these, or some other things too, like a hardship deferral where they leave you alone for a while until you're back on your feet. The bottom line is, don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these new IRS agents to come in and ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Here's what I ask. Give us your tax problems, and we want to give you back a normal life.
All right, Steve, that sounds good. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, Mike Breen's going to join us at 9:32. Look at this, a little chill Eagles long run.
I can't tell you why.
Okay. You can't tell us why we're not having a guest here? Is that what you're telling us there?
Well, let's talk about Renel and the Giants.
Ah, very good. Yes.
Nicely done, Tony.
Let's get back to it, man. This is the story of the day, and it shocked us that Renel Brooks-Moon will not be back in 2024. The Giants have put out a very corporate statement. Renel reached out to us and said she can't talk right now, but she is, of course, sending all her love to the fans. And we've just been bummed out because mostly, there's multiple layers to this. Number one, on a personal level. We both are friends with her. We both have felt her love and warmth and support. So there's that. Like, just on a personal level, somebody we really like is no longer going to be around at the ballpark, and that sucks, right?
Murph, she's a friend of the program, but she's a friend of every Giants fan.
Yeah.
She's almost like a family member.
Yes.
We had a couple callers earlier that said, damn, this is Auntie Renel leaving the team. And it gets back to that familiarity of kids who are my age. Think of someone who's like Tony, 25. Think of your kids who have only gone to that ballpark and they've only heard the voice of Renel.
So, why would the Giants make a move like this? It's like, okay, like, what are they looking for? Okay, money, right? Is it a money deal? If she was asking for a couple extra bucks, I don't think she was breaking the bank, guys. I don't think she was breaking the bank. So if ownership is trying to save a couple bucks, that's talk about penny wise and pound foolish, the old phrase, buddy. You know that one, Young Tone? Penny wise and pound foolish? You know that one, buddy?
Pennywise the Clown?
Thank you, Tony. That's where my brain went, too.
There you go.
I'm on the same page as this kid.
Well, isn't there a punk band called Pennywise, too? Or sort of a ska band?
It's the movie called It.
I know, but isn't there a band? Go look up, there's a band, like a Pennywise, I think, on YouTube here. I'm keeping my list today. We've got the Connecticut Yankee, Oliver Twist, Bob Shepard, and now we'll add Pennywise, although he does know the clown.
Yeah.
Pennywise and pound foolish is sort of like you're saving a penny, but you're losing a pound. A pound is, the English dollar. Pennywise, and you got Pennywise the band? You gonna hear him?
Got to sit through this ad first.
You got to pay a couple extra pennies.
Make sure it's not explicit, too.
But again, like, Murph, if that's
anyway, the point
question,
is, like, if they're saving a couple bucks, they're not saving. They're paying more in image maintenance.
Correct. And again, if this is a penny pinching issue, which I don't know if it is the issue or not, it's definitely bad optics this close to the start of the season, especially when we talk about what this offseason has looked like for the Giants. The departure of Brandon Crawford. When we talked about the JD situation.
Well, let's pause right there on the departure of Brandon Crawford. It wasn't just that he left. Like, we get the baseball part of it. You and I both said he could definitely mentor Marco Luciano, although it looks like Marco Luciano is not going to be the dude. But it was also what Crawford had to say.
Correct. It's the way that Crawford sent the message talking about the way that it was communicated with them. And again, we don't know the conversations between Renel and the Giants and what happened and why this decision is coming 2 days before the first Major League Baseball game out in South Korea. But again, it goes back to the Brandon Crawford story and how he was the last remaining soldier from those World Series teams. Yeah, it's great that Pablo's back in spring training camp, but I don't think too many people are seriously thinking Pablo's going to have a roster spot moving forward. So you look at the disconnect now between those World Series teams and how there are no more remaining pieces, and then you throw in the fact that this year is the 10-year anniversary of the 2014 World Series team. Like, again, we know that they're going to honor Renel some point during the season, but in my opinion, she should be out there for the 2014 reunion. She should be out there as the PA voice when the Core 4 goes on the Wall of Fame and they're inducting Sergio Romo into the boys. Like, she should be there for all of that. She should be there all season long for a farewell tour.
Well, also just she should be there.
Yeah.
Because she's the voice of the park, and baseball is familiarity. Baseball is tradition. There's a Jim Murray column. Jim Murray was the great columnist of the LA Times. He used to write this column on opening day about why baseball matters. And he said, I like looking at the same geometry my grandpa looked at, in the 1800s, like 90 feet, 60 feet, 6 inches, all that stuff. And so, baseball's like, other sports look to like innovate or redo, like NBA puts in a 3-point line or they start playing music during possessions and stuff. So they're like trying to change their image. Now, baseball has shortened with the clock. That's because it was getting out of control. But one of the great appeals of baseball is the timeless connection and daily traditions that you have on the radio. And it's your companion, it's your daily companion. And so when you make a move like this, you're unnecessarily disrupting the bond. I mean, there's no good reason to do that. What do you want, a quote unquote different sound? Well, why would you want a different sound? She's the sound everybody wants. She has a very soothing voice. She has a pleasant voice. Her voice has stayed the same forever. Now, again, it's not Barry Bonds. It's not Tim Lincecum, but it's a connection. And to your point about Crawford, J.D. Davis, this.
Yeah. Just from an optics perspective, it doesn't look great. And getting back to what you were just saying about how she's the voice of the stadium. She's part of the experience when you go to a Giants game. And I don't know if I'm just saying this because I'm a seam head and I love the game of baseball, but it's different. If the Warriors suck, I'm not going to Chase Center, as nice of an arena it is, just to watch a basketball game. If the Giants are not playing well, guess what? I'm still going to go out to the ballpark because it's one of the most beautiful stadiums in all of baseball, in all of sports. I'll go out to go get a $9 beer from Doggy Diner. I'll go buy a crab sandwich and some garlic fries just because I love the experience, the ambiance of being outside, having a beer and watching the ball game and hearing the familiar voice of a Kruk and Kipe, of a John Miller, of a Dave Fleming, and a Renel Brooks-Moon.
Yeah, and she's been a big friend of ours through the years, and so it's in 2 weeks for opening day. Bad timing on this. 415 sends in. We got so much reaction today during the big hit, but the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is kind of popping here at 415-808-5627. Says, I met Renel in the Dugout Store in 2013. It was not a game day. She was buying merch for the family, and he said, I was surprised she was paying for it, meaning that she worked for the team. There you go. She was very generous with her time and very friendly. That's what a lot of people are saying, is that all their experiences there have been very, very positive. 530 says, I will miss Miss Brooks-Moon. I don't think it's a good look for the organization. I don't remember an uproar when Sherry Davis was let go. So history lesson here, guys. There was a female broadcaster starting in 1993. The Giants, Larry Barron, Peter McGowan took over, and they did a lot of things. They took out the cyclone fence in left field, put bleachers on the left field. They did put up retired numbers. It was like they did a lot of stuff at Candlestick, and they brought in a new PA announcer, Sherry Davis. And she was okay, but she did, with respect to Sherry, for whatever reason, she didn't connect with the fans as much. Renel's different, man. Renel has that charisma or that it factor in her voice or in her energy. It helps that she was a popular radio DJ forever, and it helps that she's very visible around the community. She does our Junior Giants. By the way, we have the play ball lunch next week. She always MCs that.
Yeah.
Come on. I need my Renel. Yeah. You know what I mean? She's always firing us up. Because a lot of people talking, they're eating their chicken lunch. And she's like fires people up. She keeps it moving. Anyway, the fact that they did this is sort of, to me, an unnecessary move. For sure. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on it. There are some people saying, hey, it's a PA announcer. I'm not that affected by it. But I would say the vast majority of you are saying you've lost a little bit of a connection to the ballpark experience. So anyway, we want to pay tribute to her. Yeah,
well, I was just going to wrap it up when we were talking earlier about a team that is having attendance issues and just getting people out to the ballpark. Yeah. Again, I know it's not having a superstar in the middle of your lineup, but Renel is a superstar on the PA, and she's definitely a part of the game day experience, and now it's going to be a different experience this year.
Did you find Pennywise, kid? Pennywise Army came in on the Southern California sort of punk ska kind of.
Oh, this is Revolution.
Yeah. Here it is.
Feels like I'm doing a hit on Tolbert and Copes. This is some Tom Tolbert ska music right here or something.
It's actually not ska. That's a bad call by me.
I don't know what it is.
It's kind of that pop punk.
It's called
punk pop, power punk pop.
Let's call it Tolbert music.
That is classic. You are so right. It's Southern California Tolbert music.
That's
it. Tolbert's just a kid from OC in the end.
That's it.
Wears shorts every day and listens to Pennywise.
Shout out Ska Fridays.
All right, there you go. They're coming up. Oh, no.
No, Reggae Fridays are coming up.
In 2 Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 Fridays.
Yeah. Tolbert and Copes do Ska Fridays. They took our bit.
It's interesting. That is blatant thievery.
That's interesting, you say.
That's interesting.
So if they took that bit, can we steal Steve Kerr?
Hey, how about we steal Mike Breen?
So beautiful. Just crushing it. Mike Breen, who has been hogged by other shows. Papa and London, Tolbert and Co. I got a spit take out of you, buddy.
I'll spit that out.
I got a spit take. Shout out Danny Thomas in the spit take.
Get your dirty fingers off Mike Breen, Murph.
Yeah, very good, very good. Mike Breen with the Knicks in town. Hey, Chris Kelly, our buddy who stage manager Saturday Night Live, sent I think he had a couple pops on St. Pat's Day, sent me a taunting text. He goes, first of all, I'm at the St. Pat's Parade. It's going great in New York. And then later on in the day, he goes, by the way, beer on the Warriors-Knicks game tomorrow night. I said, you mean double or nothing, because we bet a beer last month, too, and the Warriors got that dub in the Garden. He goes, I'm ready. My boys are playing well. I said, yeah, we just got one in Casa LeBron. He said, LeBron's older than me. So I think he might have had a couple pops, which is good. He's starting to talk a little mess.
Well, hey, if LeBron's older than him, that means he's in a demo, Murph. That's
right,
good.
Exactly.
That's good.
Thank you very much. Mike Breen, the voice of the Knicks, and more important, the voice of the NBA. Next on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
James drives out Curry. Stolen by Curry. Take it away and brings it into the front court. 10 seconds. Draymond Green drives, throws it up. Kuminga throws it down. That makes it a 9-point game with just over a minute remaining. As the Warriors are going to get a very important victory here tonight in Los Angeles in a game that ended with a comedy of errors that had nothing to do with basketball. And the Lakers and the Warriors now tied for 9th in the Western Conference.
Well, that's the voice we all know, of course. Mike Breen, friend of KNBR, frequently with Papa and Lon. Tolbert and Cope will steal him, but we got him in the morning. And by the way, when we booked him, we were hoping to talk Warriors, Knicks, NBA. We didn't know we were going to be talking about a malfunctioning clock in Los Angeles, but one of the many topics to talk about with Mike Breen, who, of course, is the lead voice of NBA on ABC and ESPN. He's also, of course, the lead play-by-play voice for the New York Knicks on MSG Network, who are in town tonight. So, Mike, a hearty San Francisco re-welcome. You're back. You got Brian Murphy here. You got Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Gentlemen, how we doing?
We're doing good, and unfortunately, I hate to even spoil the basketball talk with talk of a malfunctioning clock, but that was a little bit embarrassing. I wonder what Adam Silver was thinking Saturday night when you guys were trying to put on a show, huh?
You want me to revisit a nightmare? That's not very nice.
It tests your vamping skills, doesn't it, huh?
You know, the thing that I remember, listen, the replay stuff went on way too long. They needed to be quicker with that, and that's stuff that's been debated. But then when it was compounded by the clock malfunction, the thing I'll never forget is the entire arena, when the ball was about to be inbounded, was looking at the shot clock. Nobody was looking at the players. They were looking at the shot clock. And when the ball was inbounded and the shot clock didn't move, there was this collective groan from 20,000 people like I've never heard before. Just, looking at some stupid little shot clock that refused to budge. It was bizarre, and I think I said on the air it would be comical if it wasn't so frustrating and annoying. But you know what? I mean, these things happen. It's a shame. It was such a great game. When James hit that three-pointer, place was going crazy. You've got these two legendary players going back and forth, but it wasn't meant to be to have a dramatic finish.
And, Mike, you saw that frustration from LeBron James himself, from Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez sitting courtside. I mean, everybody was frustrated because the final 2 minutes of the game took 23 minutes and 27 seconds. So whether it was the shot clock violations or some of those replays that you were talking about, now I wanted to get your breakdown on Steve Kerr's comments about that LeBron James three-pointer with his heel hitting the baseline and how he was actually not a fan of going back in retrospect and taking those points off the board. Mike, what's your breakdown on the current stage of replays in the NBA?
We've hit a point where there's no return. It's not like we're going to go back to where there wasn't any replays. And I think overall the league has done a really good job of making it more efficient, of making it something that really is for the benefit of the game and the correct outcome. And quite honestly now with today's, so many cameras on telecasts, it's important to get it right. Back in the days in the 70s and the 80s, there's so many calls that weren't correct, but you didn't go back. And part of it was because you didn't have the video evidence for it, because there weren't that many cameras. So I think it's something that can help the game. I think the league has done an excellent job over time in making it more efficient and making it better. But at the same time, it will never be a perfect situation. And it will always have potential for moments like that. And that's, you got to kind of take the good with the bad because it's never going to be perfect.
I know we want to talk Warriors Knicks, but just real quick on even buzzer beater reviews. I watched I don't know if you caught the Yale Brown finale this weekend.
Sure.
I happened to have it on, and it was really a thrilling finish. And Yale scores it literally at the buzzer to win it and go to the tournament. But they have to wave everybody off the court to look to see if he got it off in time. And I said, I kind of just want to live in a world where we can celebrate the buzzer beater,
I think that one, though, I mean, if the wrong team is going to win because we don't go back and review. There was a very big state high school championship game in New Jersey.
I saw this just a couple weeks ago.
And the team clearly scored the winning basket to win the state title, but they don't have replays in that, and the team lost, and that's not right. Yeah. And if you have the technology and the ability to right a wrong,
then I think you have to do it.
Yeah.
It's maddening. There's some nights it's maddening, and some nights I wish we never invented replay.
Yeah.
But still, overall, it's for the benefit.
It was a crazy night. So anyway, Mike Breen, great to have him back in town. The Knicks, I don't know if it's great to have these guys back in town because they're playing some good basketball. Now, the Warriors got them in New York, but it was not the full Knicks squad. Now, you're in this 4-game West Coast roadie. Beat the Blazers Thursday, beat the Kings Saturday. Jalen Brunson scores 45 and 42 in those 2 wins. So, Mike, can you just give us a little sneak peek? Is this Knicks team coming in playing some great basketball right now, huh?
Well, defensively, I think it's 6 straight games now that they've held opponents under 95, which is unheard of in today's NBA, even in the past month when officials are kind of letting them play a little bit more, which is a good thing, by the way. No, they're playing great defense. I did just see that OG Anunoby is out for tonight.
Oh, okay.
And that makes a huge difference defensively for them. But no, when they're whole, they're one of the best teams in the league. They just haven't been whole for a while. They're still hoping Julius Randle comes back. Anunoby is probably day to day. I just found this out a short time ago, so I'm not sure of the situation. But then you have somebody like Brunson, and you guys see up close what a great player can do night after night in a Steph Curry, and Brunson is becoming one of those great players with, no matter who's around him, you have a chance to win every night because of his skill and his competitiveness.
And Mike, that's what I wanted to ask you about actually, is seeing Steph Curry up close and personal. Now, whether we're talking about Steph, whether we're talking about Klay Thompson's emergence off the bench, or even Draymond Green, who was throwing a bunch of alley-oops this past Saturday, it seemed like this Warriors nucleus can still compete for a championship. What's your kind of outside perspective on the Warriors, their current roster, and their championship odds and maybe inspirations this offseason?
Yeah, it's if they win a championship this year, I think it's going to be the greatest accomplishment of this group, because it's going to be very difficult. And like you say, they, on any given night, when they're full, when they're whole, they can beat anybody, but they haven't been consistent along those lines. And there's some really good teams in the Western Conference this year. So, to win consecutive series in a row is going to be an amazing challenge. But again, can they beat Minnesota in a 7-game series? I think so. Can they beat OKC? I think so. Can they beat Denver? That's going to be a little more difficult, but you can't count them out to win one series. But the key is, can you do it series after series? And that's going to be difficult for them because they're going to be relying on a number of players who've never really had to be at their elite level night after night. I mean, Kuminga has been fabulous, and he's been consistent. Podziemski's obviously never played in the playoffs. Nor has Jackson Davis. And these guys are all going to have to contribute consistently in a playoff pressure situation. And that's the unknown for this Warriors team. We know that Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, they've been there, Kevon Looney, but it's these young guys. For them to achieve that, these young guys have to play at a great level that perhaps they've never played in before, and certainly games they've never had that kind of pressure before.
Yeah, it's intriguing. It's intriguing there, and it's funny, the youth timeline with James Wiseman and Jordan Poole gone, and yet here's the youth timeline with Kuminga, TJD, and Pods. So, Mike Breen, the voice you hear, we only have a couple more minutes here as we welcome him back into town. He's been here so many times through the years with the Warriors. He's here with the Knicks tonight. I am fascinated by it. Just great, iconic brands in the NBA. The Knicks are one of the great brands, and but Mike, just to get your perspective just on Knick culture, because obviously last year 47 wins, bit of a high point. I was looking back, you guys have won 50-win season since 2000. It was the 2013 season. You might get to 50 this year, who knows? But is it is the culture back? Is it from what you knew? You're a New Yorker. You grew up with the Garden as the Mecca. Is it getting close?
Yeah, Tom Thibodeau has done a great job. He's the one that started it. Julius Randle, his emergence under Thibodeau to be All-NBA twice, that added to it. Now you bring in a Jalen Brunson, a legitimate star player, and now you have hope that they can beat anybody on any given night. And that's the start of it. And all three of them deserve it. Leon Rose, who's done an amazing job, not trying to hit the home run the right way, but building up the team where there's depth, there's that defensive culture, there's that unselfish culture. I think they have. And again, the Brunson is the key to it all, because you need that great player that can lead a team. The Knicks haven't had a guard make an All-NBA team since 1975. I was 14 years old the last time the Knicks had an All-NBA guard, and that was Walt Frazier. Clyde, who's my partner on Knick games when I worked for MSG. And Brunson's got a really good shot of being All-NBA. And that's still the key. So it's the constantly adding pieces, and now there's real hope that they're really close to being a championship contender.
Yeah, it'd be really exciting for basketball. It's such a great brand. Just the last one, just kind of New York question. I mean, he coached the Knicks back in 88, 89, and he's still going. Rick Pitino and St. John's in your town. Did you have a thought on them missing the tourney? I want to see Pitino in the tourney. I know he took Iona there, right? And I thought it was going to be a great story to have the Johnnies back in it, but it was not to be, Mike.
It would have been great. St. John's has such a special place in New York sports lore, and at Madison Square Garden, the St. John's team with Chris Mullin and Mark Jackson and Walter Berry and all the battles with Patrick Ewing and Georgetown and Pearl Washington and Syracuse. For me, it's some of my great memories of the sport. And to have that energy again in the building when St. John's is there is great. It's unfortunate that they didn't make it, because it would have been a great story. Pitino's just an extraordinary coach. So disappointing, but hopefully it's just the start of bringing St. John's back to where they should be.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen him. So just an ending, though. Is San Francisco now, like, between all these playoff games, you know this town better than we do, don't you?
Well, it's always been one of my favorite cities. I love it here. It's a beautiful city. It's got so many great restaurants. It's a great running city, which I love to do in my spare time. So it's, every time I get the assignment, I can't wait to get here.
And Mike, last one for me. I don't want to put you on a spot or anything, but do you think the city of San Francisco will be hosting a playoff series if the Warriors are able to get out of that play-in bracket?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's just so many different variables that have to work right for them. But as they've shown this year, even on the road, I mean, they've got a better road record than they do a home record. So, and this is a team that they can win anywhere when they're playing right. It's just going to be such a challenge because there's so many good teams, and all but maybe one or two teams have been inconsistent. I mean, go down the line of every team, whether it's the Clippers, whether it's the Timberwolves, whether it's the Warriors, whether it's the Lakers. And there's some nights where you think, wow, they got a chance to be a real playoff force. And then the very next night you're saying, you know what, there's a good chance you're not getting out of the play-in. And that inconsistency, when you see that, it's hard to envision all of a sudden that becoming something that doesn't bother them in the playoffs when it gets even harder. But I think their playoff experience, and now that they're healthy again, I think they've got a chance really to scare anybody.
Well, whether it's through Golden Gate Park or the Marina or the Embarcadero, enjoy your run today, Mike. And we sure do appreciate you hopping on the Murph and Marcus show. Have a great call tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Always good to talk to you.
Yeah, there he is, Mike Breen. And where would you power rank those three jogging spots? Golden Gate Park, Marina, or Crissy Field, Embarcadero. Or if you're like a marathoner, you do all three.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can do it all on one track. I'd probably go Crissy Field. You get the view of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Maybe Poe Hill.
Ooh, if you want to run some hills.
All right, well, listen.
Shout out to our guy, Gabe Kapler, running hills.
Dude, there it is.
He's a big hill runner.
He said Gabe Kapler.
Oh.
Young Tony.
No, you're making Tony scramble.
Okay,
we're on the clock,
Don't
Murph.
worry about it. We are on the clock. Good. Okay, we will hand it over to Papa and London on the other side and find out what young Tony learned today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
I'm so excited to talk about River Islands because when I went out there, I put my boots on the ground, walked around River Islands, had an amazing lunch at the boathouse, saw Islanders Field, saw the high school being built, and saw the new Capri neighborhood. Kuiper Homes having a preview showing of its new Capri neighborhood. You want to check out all the floor plans and elevations while the model homes are still being built. These homes will have 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms, up to 3,200 square feet of space. Perfect for growing families. That's the vibe I got when I was out there. If you're a young family and you're looking for just a big, nice home and a beautiful, safe community, that's the vibe for sure. It's going to be on a lake, great views, lots of fun. More parks, more model homes being built. River Islands High School getting ready to open. It was just great to be out there. And I'm telling you guys, the lunch at the boathouse, outstanding. Got a little bocce ball, some games on the TV. Great place for kids and adults. Prices at River Islands range from the mid-600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour online at riverislands.com. Now, Marty says it was for me. I'm going to come up with my new slogan. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? I'll meet you at the boathouse.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Left fielder, number 25, Barry Bonds.
There it is. What year was that, Tone? Do you have a year on that one? That sounds like younger, or even like younger, like early. She's kind of modified her delivery through the years, you know what I mean? We all have, like, if you listen to air checks of the first time you're on the radio versus now, you know?
Yeah.
Like Howard Stern, our guy, you go back and listen to him back in the 80s. He's like, he's talking like this all the time. And now he's like, hey now.
Oh, Murph,
You know what
I
mean?
found some like old tapes of like my Sonoma State K-Sun radio days.
What do you sound
I'm
like?
like, who the hell is this guy?
You sound like Minnie Mouse.
Oh, man, it's a whole different story.
I mean, I've always had a squeaky voice to begin with, but I've learned over the years to try to talk a little more.
You got to
from
put a
the
little bass in your voice,
A little
Murph.
bit of that. Like Ray Goodman and Brown singing Special Lady. You guys know? Oh, I lost you guys again.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Thank you very much, Tony. So obviously the morning took a turn when we found out at 5:30 this morning. I picked up the Chronicle. The Chronicle had this story that Renel Brooks-Moon and the Giants were parting ways. And Renel did reach out to us and said she can't talk publicly, but wanted to thank everybody for the love and tell them she listened this morning. She did. So Renel, we love you, kid. And we just, you know, we're baffled like everybody.
Yeah.
As to what the strategy is behind this move. Okay, so let's try to, just for the heck of it, play devil's advocate and look at it from the Giants' point of view. They'll say, well, you don't know. Renel was asking for too much. Like, what could she be asking for? A couple extra bucks? What, you want a bigger office? I mean, what, a better parking space? I mean, what, she didn't want to be in the front office making trades?
I don't know. Did she want to turn like one of the coaches' rooms into an advanced analytics department? Because that's what they did last year.
You mean one of the press interview?
That's right.
Dude, let me tell you what.
Yeah.
If you knew Nick Peters and you knew that Nick Peters, one of the great old school baseball writers. The fact that the Nick Peters interview room is now a computer room is what you would call ironic. That's what you would call it. All right. So,
but to me, like, I don't know really what the explanation is, and I'm sure we'll get more
is
details.
it money? Is that it?
I would assume so, because it's not
Is
like
it power? Does she want a new title?
It's not like Renel's lost her fastball.
What if she just wanted to be called executive vice president of broadcasting? Give her the damn title.
Yeah, put the title on.
If she wanted a better parking space, give her the parking space. If she wanted a couple extra bucks, throw her a couple extra bucks. She's earned at least that much. And she's part of what people want in baseball, which is familiarity.
She's part of the fabric of the ballpark.
In fact, now that we say that, and I know we got to get going here pretty soon, but one of the things fans kind of spoke to the Giants about is they want more everyday players. This is kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You want sort of an everyday presence.
Well, that's what we got when we were talking earlier about the experience at Oracle Park. Of course, the jersey numbers are going to change from year to year. I mean, how often do we riff about a new left fielder on opening day every year for the Giants? But still, it doesn't matter who's on the roster. When you know you can show up to the ballpark, you can hear Kruk and Kipe on the radio, you can hear John and Dave, and you can hear the voice of Renel.
Yeah.
And it definitely does make an impact on the overall baseball
And
experience.
also, it's who she is. She's Bay all the way. She was not just some outside voice they hired from Dayton, Ohio, or whatever. She's like Bay all the way, right down to her Raider fandom with you, buddy.
That's my
So-
girl. But you talk about like connecting fan bases. We had callers earlier who said they were Oakland A's fans. We had a Dodger fan on the text line saying how much he respected Renel.
And again,
like, that's how she bridges not just fan bases, generations, whether we're talking about the Candlestick kids versus the Oracle Park kids. Again, it goes back to the Mike Krukow, the Dwayne Kuiper motto of telling the story and passing it down from generation and generation. Renel is a very important piece, one of the most important storytellers of San Francisco Giants history.
Yeah, you said it all very well there. I completely concur, and that's where we're at. So again, Giants, optics. A bad, we're trying to get excited. Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, yes, thumbs up. They brought him back. Pat Burrell, Brian Price, all these guys, right?
Matt Chapman went deep this weekend.
Yeah, Matt Chapman. I mean, we like Jung Hoo Lee. We're excited for Jung Hoo Lee to be a bit of a leadoff spark, Kyle Harrison, the kid out of Danville, De La Salle, right?
Logan Webb, Camilo Duvall. Those guys get us excited, yeah.
Can I get a light the beam?
Oh,
Please,
what a light the beam, huh?
Light the beam.
The Knicks did not light the beam Saturday night in Sacramento,
they
right?
did not.
So anyway, guys, again, no, we're not making it's not like, losing your starting pitcher or not like losing your cleanup hitter, but it is another ding in the car that is the Giants image right now. So, well, I guess Marty sent out quite a tweet, huh?
He did.
Do you have it?
Well, I can bring it up for you real quick, Murph. He was basically just talking about the differences or the decisions. Here was a quote from Marty earlier on Twitter. I just don't understand why the ball club keeps making these terrible, unnecessary contractual decisions, both on the field and off. This story is just beginning, ...
Damn. Haunting. Hey, 1 minute left. We got to do it right now.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, buddy, we'll do this right now. Bob Shepard, you now have learned the legend of Bob Shepard, the PA announcer?
Correct.
Did you have you do a little digging on that?
Yeah.
Maybe get him in the cooler of content tomorrow.
Also, just a side note, watched Oppenheimer this weekend. Incredible film. Best Christopher Nolan film by far. Shout out Dark Knight Trilogy. The cast is unbelievable. Downey Jr., Emily Blunt, Matt Damon, Jason Clarke, Casey Affleck. Dude, 3 hours, well worth your time.
Did you not mention Cillian Murphy?
Cillian Murphy, of course. Excuse me, sorry.
There you go.
Shout out to the Irish.
All right, well, that's a good one, too. And you now know the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court is the inspiration for the bar on 16th in Connecticut.
Yeah, it's where I get my blind picks from.
And you did know about Oliver Twist.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we'll go back to Bob Shepard and Oppenheimer. Good job, kid. Well done.
Betting.
You had a great day, kid. All right, John Joe, work on that. Get some aloe lotion for John Joe's sunburn. See you tomorrow, brother.
I'll see you tomorrow.
And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
This is, like I say, not a question that I expected from you.
Who's got it better than us?
Dan Munson.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Such an important game for these two. Green throws it up, and Wiggins throws it down. Draymond Green with another gorgeous alley-oop pass.
This is programmed into their offense. If you put two on the ball with Steph Curry and Draymond Green catches it, make that cut out of the baseline, he'll find you. Still not working.
Wow. All right, now the crowd's getting a little cantankerous. Can imagine the viewers at home.
Where's that running clock? What are we at now? We were at 11 minutes 4 or 5 minutes
We're
ago.
gonna double that up. Again, it's just a shame because it was such a terrific game. Under 10 now. James drives on Curry. Stolen by Curry. Taken away and brings it into the front court. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Curry keeping the handle. Now it's down to 10 seconds. Draymond Green drives, throws it up. Kuminga throws it down. That makes it a 9-point game with just over a minute remaining.
I've never seen that in my career, really. Usually they have or something happens pregame, they have a backup clock or something. But at the end of the day, we put ourselves in a good position where coming out of that, we really needed one stop. And obviously a big win for us. I don't know the last time we won in here against them, so it was a big deal.
The return of Steph Curry, a win over the Lakers. That is good from the weekend. Renel gone as the voice of the Giants, PA announcer of the Giants. We're going to have that conversation as well. Plus, we got a bunch of Giants stuff as we inch closer. We will have baseball this week. I was watching closely between the Giants and the Padres and teams from South Korea, so we got that to talk about. March Madness is in place, so that's going to happen quickly. Tomorrow we got the play-in games. Hope you had a great St. Patrick's Day weekend and we're safe drinking all your green beer. Good morning, my friend. Happy Monday.
Yes. Good morning, John. How are you? We'll get over our
great.
weekend. We had a lot going on. I didn't make it to Harrington's because I got rerouted like a 4-hour Italian lunch on Friday, but we did get over to Balboa Cafe.
But, yeah, Dr. Renel Brooks-Moon, the only PA voice the ballpark has ever known. The great John Miller has done many an opening day and an event at the ballpark at 3rd and King. Will be joining us in the first hour. Listen to a lot of John over the weekend, obviously. And good day on Saturday at a split squad game. They won them both, and the starting pitchers pitched well. Logan Webb worked yesterday, but we'll have a big segment over the next 4 hours over our friend's loss, Dr. Renel Brooks-Moon, known her and her husband for years. Huge Raider fans, and obviously it's just going to be weird to go to the ballpark, whether you're going a week from now, week from tomorrow for the Bay Bridge Series, just not to hear her voice. She's the only one that's ever been a PA voice at that ballpark. And we do remember Sherry Davis at Candlestick at the end, and people, silly as it seems now, these years later, quarter of a century later, had a hard time with a woman's voice at a baseball game. Sherry was really solid, but she just didn't know the mechanics of the announcing the PA. You're in the game. You can't do it too soon. You have to announce when the home plate umpire points up to you. But Renel was just made for it, and John has all the great voices, and we're thinking of the great PA announcers, PA voices in the history of Bay Area sports. Certainly Renel's right there with the voice of God, Roy Steele, and our friend Dick Callahan shooting 2. And Lawrence Tanter, the PA voice of the Forum for years and years down in L.A. and now at Crypto. He got inadvertently in the game on Saturday night with the 24-second clock malfunctioning over and over and over again. I've been, in the NBA since 86, 84, 85 actually, and Mike Breen's been doing it 30 years. He's never seen it. I just can't believe they would continually go to that. But it slowed the end of the game down. But the Warriors were on their way anyway when they went back and looked at the ball that simultaneously was batted out of bounds. They have every mechanism to go back and look at LeBron's 3. Remember earlier in the year when they went back and looked at Draymond pushing Donovan Mitchell over the baseline, and he got his second technical and was kicked out of the game. And, Doris Burke and J.J. Redick were all over that before it happened, so we saw it. But what a great performance by the Warriors on Saturday night, John. They had to have it to move up to 9. They played so well. Obviously, Trace Jackson Davis coming down on Anthony Davis's left eye, and you could see it was swollen shut. Cut me, Mick. He couldn't see, but he played for the end of the quarter. He was a major difference when he was in the game, but when he left the game, the Warrior mindset completely changed. They just drove to the rim repeatedly, and Steph, after the scoreless first quarter, just a layup drill going in, and they have no rim protection minus him. They had nothing at the rim, and the Warriors attacked it. But I just love the way they guarded. Andrew Wiggins getting up into Miangelo's face, even battling, and LeBron was a force in this game. He was a freight train. But Andrew Wiggins really battled him. But the story of the game, outside of Anthony Davis's injury, John, was what you heard J.J. Redick saying and Draymond Green's passing out of that double team. They probably would have played their defense differently and not put 2 on the ball if Anthony Davis was back there, but they put 2 on Steph every time, and Draymond's the greatest middleman ever, and then they just threw the lob right to whoever was cutting off the baseline, whether it was Kuminga or Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green had an epic game. He had 13 assists on top of 12 rebounds in the game and a couple of big baskets as well, cutting back doors. So when you see him play like that, and, Clay off the bench doing what he does, he is just the old school Ricky Pierce in the 80s and 90s. You saw it in the aughts. Some guys just came in off the bench and had a green light to score, and you run plays for him. That's Clay. He just shot the nets off, but he also put the ball on the deck repeatedly. What a performance. Chris Paul getting them all organized. That was just how good the Warriors can be. And we'll see if that game, if it's a 9-10, if it's at Crypto or if it's a Chase. But either way, you like the Warrior matchups. But the main change, obviously, is Anthony Davis and Jared Vanderbilt, another one of their great perimeter defenders. He wasn't even dressed out for the game, but it may have been a different game had AD played the game, John. But without him in the game, the Warriors immediately decided to change their offense and attack the rim.
Absolutely. And here we go again, because a few days ago or a week ago, you and I were saying, okay, they're fully together for the first time in a long time. Let's see what they are. And now with Steph Curry back, and he had a 0-point first quarter, but we knew that would change. And, you got contributions from everybody, and Clay coming off the bench, especially early. Curry wasn't scoring, but Clay off the bench, like you said, has been absolutely great. So Now they get a reprise of this thing. There's 16 games left. That's plenty of time. When Curry went down, you and I talked about this, and we thought it was worst-case scenario the way he turned that thing. But with 16 games left, they're probably not going to get in the play-in round, but could they get to 7 or 8? Sure. And now the Suns have dropped back. The Kings have moved forward. It's kind of been like chess pieces moving forward now. So the 7-8 is the Mavs, who got that hook shot from Kyrie yesterday.
What a lefty shot that was.
And so they're 7. Kevin Durant and the boys are 8. 9 of the Warriors and 10 of the Lakers, and that's kind of moving back and forth. So if you're in that 9-10, you get that win. Then you'd get the loser of the 7-8, which now is the Suns of the Mavs. So that'd be a tough way to go about it. But, hey, that's the way it goes. But now we go to the reset of everybody's back, and I don't want to jinx everybody as they take on the Knicks tonight. And it's a busy week, man. Knicks tonight, Grizzlies Wednesday, Pacers Friday, and then you start on that trip at Minnesota, at the Heat, back-to-back Magic, Hornets, Spurs. So all of it's going to be a big stretch with 16 back, but hopefully they can stay healthy because now they got the full squad.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you could see what they're capable of when they are playing that way. And Draymond's got the back injury, and he was really honest about the nature of the injury. I think at some point Trace Jackson-Davis needs to go in the starting lineup, and they need to play him a little bit more and just get Draymond, and he could play them together simultaneously, and obviously they are, but just Draymond cannot lean on these bigs all the time, especially with the back. You cannot wear these guys out before you get to playoffs in April time or the play-in. So I just would like to see him alleviate some of that, but when you see how good he is out of that double team, the way they ran the split action, I mean, that's how good they can be, and the way they guarded Andrew Wiggins, something about, the D'Angelo Russell matchup with him and getting him in the trade. When he's really motivated to bend his knees and get up and play defense, he's so good on the ball. And then, the Lakers are going to try to create all the switches. And when he got switched on to LeBron, going back to when he was drafted number 1, and LeBron, got him traded, and they brought in Kevin Love, there's something there with him. He just gets into LeBron, and LeBron's so damn big and strong. There's sometimes you can't deal with him. But the play of the night to me, John, and there were a lot of good ones, and LeBron is always seeking out that switch where he wants Steph on him. We saw it when they were in the finals every single year for half a decade. He's seeking out Steph to switch onto him. And Steph battles him. But when they came back after all those 24-second clock malfunctions and Lawrence Tanner has to count down the clock, and Steph Curry just picks LeBron James's dribble right off the court. It was like, whoa. That is the quick hands of Steph Curry and all the two-ball drill he does with Brandon Payne and Bruce Frazier, the Q-man. I mean, when you see him just use his hands lightning quick there to take the ball away, John, right off LeBron's dribble, and then go into the front court and go into Curly Neal just driving around trying to run as much time off the clock. I mean, the skill level of that little guy, but he's gotten bigger and stronger and able to fight back. And to me, that kind of personified the Warriors' fight on Friday night when Steph stood up to LeBron James, seeking him out like that.
Happy Monday. Hope you had a great St. Patrick's Day weekend. You're back. You're safe. And John Miller is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. So we're just going to go, hello, John, and then he's going to take over from there. Laura Britt is going to join us. Very cool what is going to happen with your broadcast tonight against the Knicks. We'll tell you more about that. And there are a ton of stories from Renel Brooks-Moon, who's not going to be your voice, PA voice at Giants games. Want to get your thoughts on that. We got more on the Giants. I got more from South Korea. A lot of stuff happening this weekend between the Dodgers and the Padres, and they're going to get things. Our guy Dylan Cease did pitch. We'll tell you about that as well. Plus, there's more Blake Snell stuff. I know you're probably Blake Snelled out, but we do have, you and I have talked about this many times, what exactly is the offer? There was actually an offer over the weekend, and now the Giants could be back in the driver's seat. I don't know. I'm confused. And by the way, a week ago, even though there's so many transactions that it makes your head spin, including the latest, Justin Fields finally is traded. He goes to the Steelers. A week later, a week ago, right now, we were just starting this whole craziness of heavy petting. It's been a week now, hundreds of transactions later. Where are the 49ers and all of that? So we got a ton to go over today. Do not miss any of it, especially John Miller in about 15 minutes. We'll kind of get a recap to this point, less than 2 weeks. Well, actually 10 days away from the opener for the Giants. We'll talk to John Miller all about it. How are things shaping up? We'll talk to John about it at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Bill Lasky spoke with Kyle Harrison, who's pitching today, by the way, on Extra Innings. Z prepares to enter his rookie season with high expectations. Check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Left fielder, number 25, Barry Bonds.
What's happening? This kind of just came out of nowhere. I was talking to Murph when he came in. He said right when they started their show, Renel Brooks-Moon is not going to be the PA voice of the Giants. And it's interesting. Good piece written by Susan this morning. Good piece written by our good friend Ann Killian this morning. And I completely understand both the historical perspective of this and some of the outrage in the media. I don't know the inner workings. I don't know why this didn't happen. I never believe that things are amicable. That's just the way relationships end most times. But I'd also know that we do a show for fans, and I don't know what percentage of fans go to games. I don't know what percentage. I know what the media thinks of this. I know what I think of it. I don't know what you think of it. I'm curious to know, as we'll talk to John Miller at the bottom of the hour. And it is going to be weird. There's no question about it. This is the only PA voice that's been known at this ballpark. But I don't know what fans think, because I don't know what percentage of fans that listen to us go to games. So, anyway, that's just my thought.
Well, I would hope the Giants draw a few million a year, and over their 24 or 25 years of the ballpark, I hope a lot of people know Renel. And she's a jewel of a human being. I've known Renel forever and ever. Her and her husband are huge Raider fans. Before she even started being a PA announcer, we knew her and her work in the Bay Area. And on Giants Post-Game Live, we would have her on, I don't know, once a week, once every 2 weeks, especially during the pandemic. And she get all glammed up and tell us what's going on. But she's more than just a PA announcer. I mean, and I we were talking earlier, I think she's one of the best in the history of the Bay Area. When you look at, Roy Steele, who did the Oakland A's games at the Coliseum for years, the voice of God. There wasn't a better voice or a better PA announcer than Roy. Dick Callahan, our friend, did the Warriors for years and years. And, when you look at overall in baseball, Bob Shepard doing the Yankees and Sherm Feller doing the Red Sox, Lawrence Tanner on the Laker games, whether it's at the Old Forum or Crypto or wherever it's called down there. So there's certain people you think are just going to be synonymous with the ballpark, and Dr. Renel Brooks-Moon is one of those people. She never misspoke. I've never heard her correct herself. I mean, the great ones. I can't remember Bob Shepard ever. Number 2, Derek Peter. I mean, Jeter. Right. You just think they don't make mistakes. It's like, how do you do that? We all misspeak. And I've been up in that booth. Chris Gargano, our friend with the Raiders for years and years, Silver and Black Productions, left and went to work for the Giants. And he literally sat right next to Renel. And my oldest daughter, Alexandra, was just obsessed with Renel. I think a big reason she's gone into what she does as a national producer, and a lot of big events like the Grammys and a lot of things she does. Anyway, she was just so enthralled with Renel and what Renel, when we went to games, it was always, where's Renel? I want to stay with Renel. So a couple games she'd go down there and just sit in Renel's booth, and I went there, and she's unflappable. She doesn't misspeak. And, the pronunciations now, as baseball's gotten more and more international, are challenging. I can't recall her ever making a mistake. I mean, you mentioned Sherry Davis. Sherry did a really nice job. There's a lot of pushback because I believe Sherry was the very first female voice, at least in baseball, and a PA announcer. Now the A's have one. They're a handful here and there. But people were so turned off, and it was like, really? But Sherry would make mechanical errors where she would announce a batter before the home plate umpire actually put him in the game. And those are things you can't overcome. So I can't recall Renel ever making an error, and John will be able to speak to it because they did so many opening days together with John on the field and Renel upstairs, and just any event the Giants have ever had. Whether it's all the, bringing people back and special reunions. I mean, she's unflappable in her word choice and her delivery. I mean, she's one of the greatest anchors the Bay Area has ever known. We've seen her on radio and TV for decades, but it seems like she's one of those people that just never makes an error. So, the Giants sent out the release at 6 a.m. this morning, and it was 6:08. She will have a role with the team, emeritus. I love that phrase, PA announcer emeritus, whatever it is, but she's not going to be there every single game. And it's going to start in a week. Giants break camp on Saturday, go to Sacramento to play the River Cats, go to Oakland on Monday, and then a week from tomorrow will be the first game at Oracle Park, John. And it's just, who's going to do that job? There are certain jobs that are really difficult to follow in somebody's footsteps or, next follow the mic on. You just don't want that job. And she just is the embodiment of that ballpark. I mean, obviously Bonds and the splash hits and the World Series run in 10, 12, and 14 and so many big moments, the garlic fries and things you think about, the Cove, but you think of Renel. So it's a quarter century she's been there. I don't even know, do you hire another woman? How do you go about doing it? What voice do you want? Because she was so, like Roy Steele was so perfect as the PA voice of the Oakland Coliseum during A's games. Renel has been just so perfect to, embody that ballpark, that beautiful jewel of a ballpark by the bay. I can't even imagine who they would try to reach out to, who would have the guts to be able to do that job to follow her.
She's amazing. Give us your thoughts. The Golden State Lumber Building Material text line, no matter what we're talking about today, I'd love to hear from you. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We invite you to let your opinion be heard, whether that be on the text line, which is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or on the call-in lines as well. Put that in your phone at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. But up next, John Miller, the voice of one of the many voices of the Giants. It's been great to hear him. Was listening to him while I was running errands all over the weekend. It's great to hear John back. One of my favorite things to do now that baseball is back. I love the talkbacks with John. Can't wait to start doing it when the regular season hits, and we're about 10 days away from the Padres and the Giants. So we'll talk to John, what he's seen from spring training so far. We'll ask John Miller all about it, the Hall of Famer, next, only here on the Sports Leader.
You heard it here first from Greg Papa and John Lund.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on your Monday. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, St. Patrick's Day weekend. It is always our pleasure. It is definitely baseball season when we start hearing the wonderful tones of one John Miller, the Hall of Famer. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. John, how are you?
I could not be any better. I just got out of the hot tub.
Oh,
I was doing this little condo where I've been staying with my wife, Janine, has a really, really good hot tub. I don't want to brag about it, but then again, I really want to brag because I know you guys are not down here doing that sort of thing right now. So you're the perfect guys to kind of brag to. But it's hot. It's got good jets, and then there's a swimming pool. It's a small swimming pool that's not heated. Now it's been, we had some rain a couple of days ago. We had temperatures getting into the 40s at night. So this non-heated pool it's really icy cold. But you ever do the hot and cold therapy?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, you get some hot tub for a few minutes, and then you jump into the cold plunge for a few minutes, and then back. So right now, life could not be better. I'm sort of filled with wellness at the moment.
Very nice.
Last night, had dinner with Hunter Pence and George Will. George, the political commentator, who's a huge baseball fan. George and his wife, Mari. George's idea of a good time when he gets away from the political roiling in Washington, D.C., and in the middle of that, and nobody understands all of that better than he does about how that works. So it's always, you always kind of want to pick his brain whenever you see him. But for him, his greatest pleasure and relaxation in life is baseball. He wrote the best-selling baseball book of all time, although and Hunter Pence disagreed with him because George said it's now the second best-selling baseball book of all time. The number one was Moneyball. But and then Hunter,
love the movie.
Hunter, great movie. A lot of great broadcasters in that movie. Let me tell you. But Hunter said, "Well, that's not a baseball book. That's a business book." So, and so there you go. So, so Hunter's idea was that George's is still the number one best-selling baseball book called Men at Work, and it really was inside baseball and whatnot. So we had a lot of fun, and Hunter was telling stories, and I got him to tell the story of how he, in Game 7 of the World Series in 2014, how he was coaching Pablo Sandoval, who was in front of him on the bases, and it led to Pablo scoring what proved to be the winning run in Game 7. And which I always thought is just one of the great stories out of that World Series or any World Series where Pablo's in front of him. I don't know, there was a fly ball or whatever it was that happened, and that Hunter starts shouting at Pablo, be aggressive, go for it, be aggressive, and and it led to Pablo being aggressive, and led to what proved to be the winning run. So you don't hear stuff like that often, where one runner is coaching another runner on the base paths in the middle of the biggest game of the year. So anyway, so it was really just one of those nights that you kind of savor and you'll think about for a long time. So my wife was there, George Will's wife, and Hunter, and Hunter is such a joy anyway, and I'm so excited that he's going to be doing some telecasts this year, more this year than last. So I think he's in town also for tomorrow night's ball game. He's going to be doing that with Kite on NBC Sports Bay Area. So anyway, hey, so that's what's going on for me. You asked a question, and I gave you a pretty
you did. You covered it all.
Answer.
Well,
I know
first
you
of
guys
all,
probably have to go now, so...
No, we're good. You worked Friday until the rains hit, and then, worked for all weekend. But you don't have another broadcast, John, until Saturday, the final game of spring training. So do you just stay in Arizona the entire... What, do you get there in February sometime and then just stay? You don't go back and forth to the Bay Area?
Well, I especially since the pandemic, I try to stay out of airports as much as possible. And
very smart.
And I've sort of wearied of going through the TSA stuff and through the metal detectors. I got a new hip a few years ago, and so I have to go through a different one of those X-ray machines because of that, and so on and so forth. And then they open up your bag, and when you get to your destination, you get your suitcase, and then you find out that they rifled through your suitcase, defending America against me. And anyway, and I think it goes back to when I did the Sunday Night Baseball all those years, and was spending half of my life in airports. So I just try to, and we, my wife comes down, and we used to stay at the all the time for the whole spring at the Scottsdale Princess, which is a world-class resort, incredible place, and beautiful grounds, and just we'd walk all over and go hiking in the mountains, and Camelback Mountain or Pinnacle Peak or things like that. So instead of going back and forth to the airport and going home for a couple of days and then coming back down here and then going back and just doing and ad infinitum, I would just stay and sort of turn it into a little vacation in between the games. And so she's down here, and now her sister has come to town, and who's also a big baseball fan. So she came to the game Sunday, and my wife, Janine, went with her and her friends to that Sunday game. And tomorrow night she's going to the night game. And I was actually thinking, because there's so many days in between, and I have really been enjoying when I've had a chance to work with Joe Rizzo on KNBR, but he's been doing these games on the internet. I don't know if do we have a term for that? Like the webcast?
SFGiants.com?
The stream.
The stream, yeah. I listen to him all the time, even on the archives. He's great. He's terrific.
I just think he does a great job. And so I was thinking, my wife and her sister, they're all going to the game tomorrow night. So I may just ask Joe if I could just go sit in with him and work that game with him tomorrow night, just for the fun of it. So, because, I realized last night, talking with Hunter and George Will and everybody, that, that's the thing we love about this job is that we love the game, and it's fun. And when I say we, I don't mean the universal we. I mean we, like Joe and Dave Fleming and Dwayne Kuiper. We just love it. We love being at the ballpark, and that's the thing I love most about working with these guys. Because, and you saw that, Greg, when with this, it's a daily game. It's every single day, and it's inexorable. It's never ending. And you would hear other broadcasters come into your booth before a game and say, "Hey, how you doing? Well, let's hope we get a quick game tonight, huh?" And that bugs my partners, and because it's like you'll hear them say, "Says, what, this job is sort of an imposition for you? being able to do this for a living, that's kind of like it goes against the grain." Is like, because I think we all look at it as this is the best job that you could ever have. So anyway, and it's been kind of interesting watching the development during the spring, because I think the Giants have ended up, they made a lot of moves, maybe not the moves that they were trying to make. They didn't get Ohtani, they didn't get Yamamoto, all of that, but they did nonetheless make a lot of moves, and just watching them play and talking to some of the coaches, Pat Burrell, for instance, had the chance to spend some time with Pat on Saturday. Pat the Bat, and we always loved Pat anyway, because he'd tell you what was on his mind, and he'd give you some good insights into what's going on. Even when he was sort of a consultant and a coach, traveling through the minor leagues and going in and working with certain hitters and things like that. He'd give us updates on the guys he liked, and he would get real excited about some of these young guys. So anyway, Pat thinks that this team can hit, that this team is going to hit. And I saw him in the day that Lee, the new center fielder from South Korea, hit a home run against the D-backs. The thing that he brought up that was exciting was it was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And, what's so unusual about that? What's the big deal about that? But he only, they don't have those kind of hard throwers in the KBO, the South Korean major leagues. He faced last year only 3 pitches, 95 and above, the whole year. And 2 of those were in the WBC, the World Baseball Classic, the big tournament. So he hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball out of the ballpark. So I think that was something in the back of everybody's mind. Well, how do you project what he's going to do? Ha-Sung Kim from South Korea, now with the Padres, it did take him a while. He wasn't that good with the bat the first year. He was a different kind of hitter than Lee because he was a power guy, expected to be a power guy. Lee, I mean, it's not that he doesn't have any power, but he's a line drive hitter. He's an on-base guy. He's a guy who hit a lot of triples and doubles and things like that. So anyway, that's the kind of fun thing that's fun to be down here in spring training for. So, and yeah, you don't get that really if you come down for a game, game's over, go back to the airport and go home. And anyway, and we're thinking of hiking over to Camelback, the Choya Trail, hiking up Camelback Mountain and whatnot. So I did have a little difficulty that one spring where I was coming down early on a Sunday morning, and I the way I put it on the air was, I fell off Camelback Mountain. And, but when you're up early in the morning, there's lots of shadows and whatnot, and it's not like they pave a nice easy trail for you. There are a lot of rocks and things you got to kind of scramble over some things. And there were in the shadows, I kind of took a misstep coming down on these rocks and fell. And it wasn't a big deal, but there was a rock that I was falling toward, that was kind of buried in the gravel, and I was falling toward it long enough that I was thinking, man, I hope this doesn't turn out badly. And so anyway, I got some cuts and scratches on my knees and my hands and whatnot, and I'm trying to get rid of some of the blood and whatnot, and I'm thinking, man, I'm glad I'm up here in the middle of nowhere where nobody knows me to see this. And immediately after I think that, a voice says, John, what the hell happened? And it was Ed Montague, the umpire.
All right. Oh, he's the best. That's all right. That's all right.
He was going to work the game that day, and he was on his way up the mountain. So anyway, I said, Ed, I fell off Camelback Mountain.
Papa Lund, we are with the great John Miller, fresh out of the hot tub. We are very jealous of what he's got going there. In the desert. Just some questions. We're about 10 days away from this thing, and the big question, the thing we've all been talking about is the starting rotation. How you feeling about Webb, Harrison, Hicks, Wynn, and Black, if that's the starting rotation to start the year?
Well, I think that's the question. That's the big question is the starting pitching, is there enough of it? Is it going to be strong enough? Can they hold their own long enough to get Alex Cobb back? And it's amazing, and you try to take it with a grain of salt, because I think a lot of people still feel like, how's he doing it? How's Cobb being able to be so healthy already and able to come back so soon, well ahead of what the doctors thought? But the first time I saw him, when I first got down to spring training, I saw him the first day. And I said, hey, how you feeling? He says, man, I feel great and way better than they told me I'd feel. And I'm going to be back sooner than people realize. And even then, it was the day before the first exhibition game. He said that he thought he could maybe even pitch in a game down here before the team broke camp. So, and that's still a possibility even now. So, I think they want to err on the side of caution and not do anything that, maybe causes a setback. So if he doesn't pitch before we leave on Saturday, I think that would be the only reason, not because there's anything that's gone wrong. So at least up till now, it's just all been upbeat. And I know I saw this quote from Robbie Ray. I haven't talked to Robbie Ray yet. And Robbie Ray's going to be back sometime during the season. And he might be back. I think everybody was talking about mid-season for him, but he might be back before then too. But he's said he was looking at what Cobb was doing and he kept shaking his head saying, how's he doing that? It's impossible. He's a pitcher and he knows what this means to come back from these kinds of things. And he just is astounded that Alex Cobb is able to do that. So I think it also shows you the kind of a guy that Cobb is, the kind of love he has for this game and his part in it and how much he loves to compete. So, because you pay a price, even if you come back when they say you're probably going to be able to come back, you pay a really steep price to do that work. It's lonely, hard, painful work for all the rehabbing, and you can't miss days, and you can't say, today, the hell with it, I'm not doing it. And to be ahead of schedule is just remarkable. So, and I think that's one thing that's the Giants clubhouse. There's a lot of guys, and there's that kind of leadership, and Cobb has been a real leader in the clubhouse, and Logan Webb is that guy right now. So, and yesterday we got an example of that. Mm-hmm. The Giants wanted Webb to pitch, and you already know the story. Everybody knows the story, but because they wanted him to pitch over in Papago Park and not face a division rival close to the start of the season, the Rockies were in. But he decided, because his numbers are not good this spring, and which I don't think he or anybody else is all that concerned about, because he's just working on stuff and throwing strikes, and now he's working on a changeup, now he's working on a sinker and whatnot. He's not trying to get hitters out the way he's going to be trying to get them out in the regular season. But he still said, no, I want to pitch at Scottsdale Stadium in front of the big crowd against the big league team because of the adrenaline aspect of it. So he wanted that, and I think because of the competitive aspect of it, he wanted to get into more game face kind of action. And he looked like Logan Webb again. And you look at the box score, it doesn't look good. He gave up 4 runs, but there was a ball that should have been caught by Ahmed that kind of took a funny spin on him, and he, as they say in hockey, he fanned on it. And so that opened up an inning, and then they got a run on one of those ground balls that chop out in front of the plate that ended up about 40 feet from the plate. And if he had it to do over again, Webb might just have let it roll foul, or hope that it would roll foul, because it might not have rolled foul, but it didn't matter one way or the other. It was going to be an infield hit and a run. So anyway, watching the game, I think everybody had to be thrilled to see him just look like his regular season self yesterday.
And he's got one more start in the spring, either probably Friday or Saturday, to get ready for the opener the following Thursday at Petco, John. And then he's going to go to Logan's hometown of Sacramento. And a week from today, you walk in the Oakland Coliseum to play the A's. I know it's always thrilling for you. And when you walk into that ballpark, you hear the voice of the great voice of God, Roy Steele, one of the great PA voices in baseball history and Bay Area history. And then the next night, a week from tomorrow, here going back to Oracle Park, and we're not going to hear the voice of Renel, the only voice we have heard there for a quarter century, John. And you've worked so many opening days with her. You've worked so many events with her. Just give me your thoughts about the last 25 years with Renel.
Well, I think the thing that I liked about Renel was that she was a professional. She was not somebody that they brought in and said, we think it'd be nice if we had a woman, a person of color, and whatnot. And so let's see who's available. Renel is a professional broadcaster and a very successful broadcaster. She had some highly rated radio shows for a long, long time. So not just a professional, somebody who knows how to use her voice and somebody who has real talent. And so I think that's where she was kind of set apart from most public address announcers. She wasn't just the person who announced the next batter or the pinch hitter, things like that, the new right fielder, things like that, which is actually the job. That's the actual job. But she did it with style, and she used her voice, and she brought some excitement to the fans. And when she would, welcome to Pac Bell Park, to Oracle Park, to SBC Park, and the various iterations of the ballpark over the years. For tonight's game between the St. Louis Cardinals and your San Francisco Giants. And even though it was like a half hour, 40 minutes before the game, everybody would cheer, because they'd kind of get into it. So, and I think the players really enjoyed that. Marvin Bernard will always love her because he'd come to the plate, and it wasn't just, the center fielder, Marvin Bernard. It was always the center fielder, Marvin Bernard. And she gave a little come hither thing in her voice with Marvin. And Marvin just always got a kick out of it. So it made it special. So anyway, so I'm sad to hear that she's not going to be back, and yet I think she certainly left a great legacy there as the voice of the beautiful downtown ballpark of the Giants.
Well said, as you always do. We can't wait to see you back in the city. And like I said, I was telling people behind the scenes, it's always baseball season when we hear your voice. Can't wait for the talkbacks. Can't wait to see you back here in the city, and we're getting excited. We're only about 10 days away. Can't wait. Thanks, John.
So do you think I'm making a mistake? Should I not go work with Joe Rizzo at this night?
Oh, absolutely.
No.
Oh, absolutely you should.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more John Miller,
and I would
the better.
try out that new hip today, John, and try to go back up Camelback. That's what I would do. See how that new hip is coming out of the hot tub. And
so if I'm not on the internet with him tomorrow, you'll know that, he must have fallen off.
Don't post that on IG.
Again.
Yeah.
Stay off IG if that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Very good.
All right. Well, I look forward. I hope to see you guys at the ballpark.
We'll be
absolutely.
there. We'll see you a week from tomorrow.
Thanks,
you, Hall
John.
of Famer.
Right.
Thank you.
All the best.
You too. All right, there you go. I love that, too, at the end. All the best. You know it's coming, man. John Miller, his world-famous Instagram, John Miller SF Giants. So make sure that you check John out. All right, there's some Giants news from over the weekend. I know we're getting sick of talking about Blake Snell, but we've got to talk about that. If you have not heard the Renel news, we'll reset that as well. It's Pop and Lund. Lines open. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, the same number, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
Is the center fielder, Marvin Bernard.
Just imagine, if you will, waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free of credit cards, car loans, and personal loans. Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's IA-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home and use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now, 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com at 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 1-2 and a fastball swung on and missed. Right now they can't even make contact. Blake Snell just struck out Mookie Betts, Corey Seager, and Justin Turner.
Hey, that's Dan Schulman. Thanks for joining us. We just talked to our good friend John Miller. So a couple things going around the Giants. Love to get your opinion on Renel Brooks-Moon. Of course, the only PA voice, no matter what the stadium has been called, that the Giants have known since 2000. So we'd love to get your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and phone line is wide open. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. I think we know the media takeaway on this, the historical perspective, not so good. 415-808-5627. And then, sorry to bring up Blake Snell once again, but over the weekend, it looked like Blake Snell might be finally going to a team, the Houston Astros. Apparently, his camp told the Astros 2-66, and I'm on my way. It would be a 1-1, one with an option, 33 a year. I just looked this up for fun. The top 10 at the position averaged $36 million AAV, so it's a little bit of a haircut off that. $33 million a year, a 1-1, and Blake Snell could be yours. Now, that would put the Astros way over the second apron. It would put the Giants over the first apron, but short of the second apron, as I'm talking about the tax. But it
so
would
it'd be
good.
a 10% penalty on every dollar you pass that line.
Correct. It would, though, put them, when you're talking about rotations, especially in the West, Dodgers, Padres just added Dylan Cease, who looked pretty good in South Korea the other night. You'd be looking at a rotation, obviously, of Webb, Snell. Looks like Cobb is going to be back early. Cobb, maybe by May. Then you'd put Harrison in the 4, and then you'd have a guy like Wynn and Black kind of in your 5-6 kind of a thing. That would look pretty good in that situation. It would be a short-term type of a situation. I still don't think the Giants will do it, but they certainly could. So, again, for the millionth time here, but at least we have maybe some parameters to go off of. What do you think of that?
Well, when you look at what they did with J.D. Davis, and I know it was deemed by some as callous, and it created a ripple through the clubhouse, and players don't like that. And there is a fallout for that in future negotiations. Players remember that, agents remember that. But why would they be so motivated to save that money when really J.D. Davis is better on the roster now? Obviously bringing in Matt Chapman, Nick Ahmed's doing well, but still it doesn't help your team by J.D. Davis leaving unless you're looking to shed that salary. So when they did that and to get $13 million under that first apron, then whatever money you pay Blake Snell beyond the 13, there's a 10%. So say you have to give him $33 million a year, then the 13 is tax-free until you get to the, over 13 million. So an additional 20 million, it's only a 10%, hit for that, which is $2 more million. It's not like what Joe Lacob pays for the Warriors when they get over the tax line. It's 5, 6, 7 times the amount, dollar for dollar. So it is somewhat workable. I think they're still in play. But you heard John talking about Alex Cobb, and he threw a minor league game on Saturday, and he's going to throw before they could break camp. If they don't, I think it'd be great to have Alex Cobb maybe pitch when they face the A's at Oracle Park or in Sacramento or Oakland, or you better to have him do it here, at Third and King. But we'll see how it plays out. But I think because Cobb's ahead of schedule, and now I think Blake Snell's behind schedule. And I understand why Boris is doing what he's doing. He's trying to maximize his player's contract, but there's going to be diminishing returns here. I know he's throwing, simulated games, and he's showcasing himself, and he was up to 55 pitches on the mound, but it's not like working actual spring games, and especially when you get to the bigger ballparks coming up this weekend and next week before the season begins a week from Thursday for most teams. Dodgers and Padres begin in about 48 hours or so or less. But in any event, I think, is he going to get off to a bad start? Is there an injury factor involved? So I think these are all things you have to factor in since it's taken so long here. I mean, the history shows this is the latest that a guy, coming off a Cy Young award. Justin Verlander, I remember a couple of years ago, wound up signing in December. Remember Trevor Bauer was probably the big one when he won the Cy with Cincinnati. Then he went to the Dodgers, and you were all in on Bauer that year, and they brought in Casale, and he had caught him, and we asked him about him. But he signed like in February 11th, which is before you get to spring training. I mean, hell, it's St. Patrick's Day's already gone. You're starting the year literally in 10 days. Is he ready to pitch right now? And what's the injury factor? I think you have to weigh. There's going to be a point where he's going to have to take less, because is he ready to take 33, 35 starts a year? And right now, that first one's going to be somewhat compromised. That's probably why they were all looking at him, and the Giants were there on Friday. Now, just to get, if it doesn't go that way, Keaton Wynn didn't pitch yesterday, and you heard John and Dave call that, and we've seen Mason Black. But Saturday was a full day with a split squad game, and the Giants were on NBC Sports Bay Area with Hunter Pence in the booth with Kite, but the Giants were also playing the White Sox simultaneously, and the White Sox broadcasted that game. And I went back and watched all of the game that NBC Sports Bay Area did in the beginning of the game on Saturday, John, to watch Spencer Howard. You got Dalton Jeffries threw on Saturday and threw well. And then, at Camelback Ranch, Spencer Howard pitched, and we asked Kevin Franson about him a few weeks ago because he saw him with the Phillies. Dalton Jeffries and Spencer Howard are completely different stylistic pitchers. Dalton Jeffries as Kipe would say, or Mike, more a get-it-and-go guy. He just gets it, and he fills up the strike zone, and he's in and out. He's up and down. He's changing speeds. He's not high-end velocity coming back from the injury, but he knows how to pitch. And with the defense you got around him, so if it's not Keaton Wynn, and Keaton got pulled yesterday after 25 pitches. I don't know if he's going to be able to get up to 75. I would doubt it. You're running out of time. So where could he be? He's more like a guy that would be in the 50s. Could you even get him through 5 innings? So if he even started, and I'm not going to use the word opener, but it would be kind of like that. You know, Dalton Jeffries pitched 4 scoreless on Saturday in one game, and then Spencer Howard has a completely different delivery. He's like, remember Kevin Apier years ago where he'd hide the ball, he pulled back, and you don't pick up on him, and he throws harder, but it seems even harder than that because he hides the ball so long. I don't think he's not going to fill up the strike zone the way Dalton Jeffries does. He's just a completely different. You could kind of piggyback those guys as right-handers is also something you could do. So as you're looking at Black, you're looking at Wynn, you're figuring out what they're going to do behind Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks, John. I think Jeffries and Howard do mix in, but there's got to be resolution here in the Blake Snell deal because it's go time here. And right now he is compromised his first start or two, unless he signs with the Giants and it's Brian Price and Bomel that know him and they could plug him in. That'd probably be the easiest transition. If he goes anywhere else, and he's going to have to learn new catchers here, it's not like he's not going to have a learning curve, but it wouldn't be as dramatic. And I understand why Boris is doing what he's doing, but there's got to be a point here where you better get your guy in camp right now or you're setting him up for a bad start to the year and or injury.
Yeah, I agree. I just think, look, I don't think the Giants are going to do anything or they would have done something by now. But this is the thinnest pitching staff in all of baseball. I mean, after Logan Webb, and I hate to sound like broken record here. Now, Kyle Harrison has stretched himself out, so I got confidence in Kyle Harrison. So I'll say in the first 2, it's fine. But Jordan Hicks, while impressive in the innings that he has pitched, he just hasn't pitched that many. And like you just said, Keaton Wynn hasn't pitched that many, and Mason Black is a rookie. So to me, if you put him in there and you went right-left, if you went Logan Webb as your one, and like you said, I don't know what he's going to be, what Snell is, but if you're going Logan Webb 1, righty, Snell lefty, you go back, and let's assume even Cobb for a second, and now Cobb's your righty, and he can give you something, and then you go back to Harrison as your 4, as your lefty, and then Hicks, and then it's some combination of Wynn and Black, and now you're fine. But to start the season with Webb and Harrison and Hicks and Wynn and Black as your 5 over 162 games, maybe you get Cobb in May. But even if I add Cobb, and I'm ultra optimistic, and Cobb comes back early, and you add Snell, that'll be enough to start the season. But the thing is that early in the season, you normally get those breaks in there. The Giants aren't going to get those breaks early in the season, so they're going to need a 5-man rotation out at the beginning. So you're going to assume no injuries to start. Everybody can do go 5 or 6 innings, and you're not going to overtax this bullpen. My fear is that these guys can't go enough innings. You're going to burn your bullpen early in the season. You're going to have to rely on guys that you just pointed out. Jeffries has had injuries throughout his career. They're going to set themselves to be out a big problem. And the first 2 teams that you're going to get right out of the gate are going to be the Dodgers and the Padres. And it's just going to be really tough right out of the gate. Now, maybe Snell's just not going to be ready and he's not going to be able to help you, or they just don't want to go over that tax line, which tells me they just don't want to win. But this is the thinnest staff to me in all of baseball. It has so many question marks, and these guys haven't shown in spring training that they can go far enough into games. They're just not stretched out enough yet. It's a problem.
Well, you're saying you don't think the Giants will sign him because they haven't yet. He hasn't signed with anybody yet. Well, at some point, Blake Snell needs to take command of his own career, and he needs to pitch. He's coming off a Cy Young Award. And we watch Blake Snell, but you worry about the compete factor here. Do you want to pitch? You got to get in the camp right now. Are you going to miss a couple of starts here? Then that's going to cost you $1 million. You have to roll back your salary a little bit. Every start you miss to begin the year, you're taking $1 million a year away till you get up to speed. And are you even going to be that guy? But if you do bring in Blake Snell, and I think there's a chance based on them, moving J.D. Davis the way they did off the roster to, lessen the line to the tax line, and it's not that punitive. I thought it was like 20% or maybe dollar for dollar. I didn't know what the tax line was. It's not like the others. It's not like basketball.
Not even close.
It's 10%. So if you exceed that line by $20 million, it's just $2 extra million. I mean,
as long as you're not a repeater year after year, which they wouldn't.
Right. I mean, but you could work that out later. Right. And then keep in mind, Robbie Ray's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
If you had Blake Snell with Kyle Harrison and Robbie Ray, you are talking about 3 just on pure stuff of the best left-handed starters in baseball. They've all got the high fastball. When Blake Snell began to lock in on that two-seamer at the knees that Brian Price was talking about, look at his numbers since May. His ERA was like 1-something. It was the lowest in baseball. And then we forget Robbie Ray because he hasn't pitched in a while. That guy is dominant. I mean, you get in a short series, and you wouldn't need all 5, and then you could move one of those arms or 2 of those arms to the bullpen with Harrison, Ray, and Snell. Tell me what team has ever had 3 more dominant left-handed starters in one rotation. And I remember at the end, Kyle Harrison had a really good start against the L.A. Dodgers. I'd have to look at Robbie Ray's numbers against the Dodgers. We know Blake Snell pitches really well against the Dodgers, and they've changed their lineup a lot, but he did it in a World Series with Tampa Bay. His numbers are great against them. And then he's also pitched well against Arizona. He's pitched well against the NL West. He's pitched well against the Giants. So I don't think he's going to go to another NL West team if he doesn't sign with the Giants. But you play every team in baseball now. It's last year they started. You're playing every single team, and even if he goes to an American League team like the Astros, you may have to face him. So I'm on board with bringing him in. I understand that. But at some point, and we'll say the same thing for Jordan Montgomery and J.D. Martinez as well, John. And you could sign J.D. an hour before the first pitch and put him in the lineup to DH. But Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell, are they giving Scott a deadline where you got to get me in? Can I at least go to spring training for a day? Do you need to do it before the end of the week, or do you join the new club in the next city? And how about Dylan Cease flying all the way to Seoul, South Korea on a commercial flight to meet his team, to meet his new team in San Diego? Pretty amazing. But is there a deadline that they're being given right now where you got to get these pitchers signed?
Well, I think the predicament that he finds himself in, Blake Snell, and this is kind of deteriorating as we speak, is he ever going to have more leverage in coming off a Cy Young season? I mean, I think that's where he finds himself is he does have to get into a camp, but is he ever going to have more leverage than coming off a Cy Young season? I think that's where he finds himself in the middle, right?
Next year after his second Cy Young season.
Well, if he does,
overall, he's 1-1.
But he's sitting there going, I got leverage here.
But I'm also worried about, and I wonder how his showcase went on Friday. I'm sure he's overpowering, but do they worry about an injury factor with this guy? I mean, he's not.
You're only doing it for a year. I think that's where, if I'm Farhan and I'm looking at the thinness of my staff and knowing that there's going to be injuries over 162, now look, I'm going to get Ray back, I'm going to get Cobb back. Even if you throw those 2 in at some point, and Cobb obviously being sooner than Ray, you still need Blake Snell. If you want to compete in this division against these sticks and what the Padres have done and what they're doing, the Dodgers are going to get their guys back. Plus, look at what Gavin Stone's doing. Look at what Bobby Miller is doing. They have great young pitching. You need this guy. Even with Cobb, even with Ray, you need this guy, and there's no excuse because he's doing a 1-1 for you. Now, if he gets hurt, you might be stuck for that salary with 2 years. I understand that, but probably you're only doing it for 1 year. So then, what's the drawback? The penalty's not that great.
Well, I guess the injury factor would be, him getting into camp so late now. He's just not going to be up to speed. If he's even, how many pitches did he throw in his showcase game on Friday? Can he throw 100? If he wanted to start him the second game of the year against his former team, the Padres, after Logan Webb starts the opener, could he even take the ball a week from Friday and start a game? Is he ready?
Outside of Logan Webb, he could probably throw more pitches than anybody else on your staff.
You don't want him getting hurt, though.
At least from what I've seen.
Kyle Harrison stretched out. Harrison can pitch.
He can throw about 70, right? He can throw about 70 pitches.
Well, yes, I think he'll be up to 100 by the time they start the year, 90 to 100.
Bottom of the hour, we'll continue talking about this conversation. Gold State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-885-627, 415-808-KNBR. You want to get some Giants. Women's Empowerment broadcast is tonight with the Knicks and the Warriors. Laura Britt is part of that, and we're going to talk to her at the bottom of the hour. We'll flip it over to Warriors. We'll continue our Giants conversation. Until then, it's Pop and Lund on a Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Mike Breen, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Steph Curry's return to the lineup and bring in tons of energy in that win over the Lakers. Check out that podcast at KNBR.com and on the KNBR app. That will come into play. A billion. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you're not going to believe this, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, with the weather getting better, as you can see by looking outside, motorcyclists, pedestrians, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident you're in good hands, great hands actually, with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than, and this is where that sound effect comes into place, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But get this, you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We can finish up our conversation about the Giants. What do you think? 2-66? Would that be something you would like for Blake Snell? I'd like this to be our final conversation about him. Renel Brooks-Moon, as a fan, what do you think? She is out as the PA announcer. Says it is mutual. We shall see. And we're going to talk to our good friend Laura Britt. We haven't talked to Laura since the Super Bowl. Women's empowerment broadcast tonight for the Warriors and Knicks. Excited to talk to her always. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We're going to do the Warriors in a second. Scarecrow is up in Sacramento. Then we're going to do a Warriors talk. Hi, Scarecrow. Welcome.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing that we're going to miss Renel.
For sure.
I mean, she's part of the ballpark. Considering the number of unforced errors that the Giant management seems to be making, I just reminded of that one saying in retail, it takes, and I paraphrase, it takes about 10 years to build a fan base, and it takes about 10 minutes to lose one. And I will grant you that if they should start winning, that will help a lot. But it does seem to be that we're seeing the changing of a guard, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, change is inevitable in life, and it's certainly inevitable in professional sports. And, she's been here for a quarter century. And we've reached out to Renel to come on. She's a friend, obviously. Now's not the time for her to do that. So there was a contract negotiation here that did not end the right way. And I've been with teams for a long, long time, decades with teams, and sometimes you have to move on. And that's where we're at now. So she's done it for a long time. They do have a role for her proceeding forward. So, I mean, the timing of, so close to the start of the year, but like anything else, with Blake Snell's contract negotiation, you have a tipping point where your first game is a little over a week. And if you're not going to agree to the terms, and we're not going to agree to the terms with you, you have to move on. So that's just whether you're a player or a coach or general manager or a broadcaster or any role you have with a team, sometimes you have to move on. So we'll see what she does. I mean, she's had a great career, obviously. I don't see her jumping over and doing A's games or anything like that. You are in a two-team market where that, but they have a very good PA announcer as well that they brought in. So it is inevitable, and you have to take the PR hit from the team side. But, after a while, I just hope whoever the new PA announcer is, the ballpark, whether it's he or she or whoever it is, we welcome that person to do the job. But that's going to be a hard job to follow Renel in that boot, to be sure.
Absolutely. She's just very San Francisco. I mean, every time you go in there, she's, like you said this before, she's flawless. She's amazing. She's a great person. She's very San Francisco. She's the ballpark, and I couldn't imagine anybody else doing it, but someone else is going to do it, and it's unfortunate. I don't know the details of what happened. You always hear amicable. I don't know. Every relationship, it's hard to be amicable. They've both said that, so I don't know the inner workings. I don't know the details. I've read all the articles around it. I don't know the inner workings of it. I don't know what actually happened in the whole situation, but it's a bummer because she's great, and so I'm sure the details will come out on this whole thing. But yeah, I understand why people are frustrated who go to the ballpark, because you can't imagine the ballpark without her. Because she is perfect for the ballpark. She's perfect for San Francisco, and I'm sure the details will come out exactly what happened. We're going to talk to our good friend Laura Britt coming up next, and again, very cool broadcast tonight. The empowerment broadcast tonight against the Knicks. It is Women's Empowerment Month, and Laura is going to tell us what it's going to sound like all tonight against the Knicks and Warriors. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, if you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us. Knicks Warriors tonight on NBC Sports Bay Area, and in celebration of Women's Empowerment Month, Women's Empowerment Broadcast. Part of it is one of our good friends, Laura Britt, to tell you all about it. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Always our pleasure. How are you?
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Of course. It's been a while since like the Super Bowl. It feels like forever.
Was it Vegas?
Yeah, I think it was Vegas.
Your voice sounds better, Laura, I got to say.
Oh, my gosh. That was our situation, guys.
Yeah, what was happening? Lots of screaming and yelling or what?
Yeah, a lot of Vegas.
No, it's the smoke in the casino.
Oh, that's
so
right.
People that was my first time to Vegas, and I'm just never around smoke like that, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm a wuss. Maybe my voice is a wuss. I'm not sure.
I love that term. Very nice.
So tell us what's going to go on tonight. I know you're going to anchor the stuff in the studio, and Jenny Kavnar was on the A's broadcast on Friday against the Giants when it wasn't raining. It wasn't long, and I've known Jenny forever and ever from her ties with her dad and baseball in Colorado and the Rockies, so she'll be handling play-by-play. But tell me what's going on tonight, Laura.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Jenny's doing play-by-play. LaChina Robinson is doing color with her tonight in the booth for the game, and then before the game, I'll be hosting Warriors pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area, and we've got I mean, honestly, we just had a production meeting and our show is super packed. So we're going to try and cram a lot in for you guys. But I'm very excited to work with Jana Palmierinelli. I've never gotten the chance to meet her. I know many of your listeners know her from Stanford. And then she also played in the WNBA. And then anybody who watches Warriors broadcast knows Zena Keita, who was a Yale basketball player and then our Warriors reporter. So she'll be joining me. Kareth Burke is a part of it. Kylan Mills is a part of it. We've just got a lot of people involved. And, you know, whenever these things come up, one thing that's really important to me is not to make this is not supposed to be like an ooey gooey moment. These women all know basketball. They know the game. And that's what we want to do. We want to talk about the big game between the Knicks and the Warriors. This is a big moment for the Warriors. The season's winding down. They're trying to make it into the playoffs, whether it's the play-in or if they can somehow snag one of the top 6 spots. I don't know that that's possible, but might be. So I think that's one of the things that's really important to me. And I've been a part of one of these before with the Kings. And it's really just all of these women are incredible at their craft and their skill and doing the job. And that's what we want to do is we want to bring the level of, you know, quality of work that Bonte and Festus and Mully and our whole crew brings each and every night. So we're really hoping to just keep that information top notch for everybody tonight. And it's at 6:00. And I hope everybody's able to watch because that's what we want to do. Get you ready for the Knicks and the Warriors.
I was going to say the exact same thing that you said. This is not just, hey, let's throw a bunch of women on because it's Women's Empowerment Month. I mean, all of you are very accomplished. I've watched all of you before, and it's deserving. You're all very good. I can't wait to watch it because, like you said, all of you are great. All of you know ball, and it's not just because it's Women's Empowerment Month. It's all because you're accomplished and deserve to do it.
Well, I appreciate that. And that's what we're hoping to do tonight is just bring that element to the broadcast. And I've heard Jenny call baseball games, but I've actually never had the chance to hear her call basketball games. I'm really excited to hear her. I've gotten the chance to know her over the past 2 months, just being in Scottsdale, and you know she was around at spring training too. And it's going to be awesome to be able to work with her this season. I mean, I won't be, you know, she's on A's, I'm on Giants, but just be around and we'll see each other. And she's incredibly talented, so I'm pumped to hear her call an NBA game tonight.
Well, she called a Warrior game on the radio recently. So if she can do Warriors on radio, doing Warriors on TV is going to be a snap. So I know you got a lot of people that are going to be a part of the broadcast, but you are going to be interviewing the great Tara Vanderveer as we get ready for March Madness. And just tell me about that. And one question to give to her that I don't know has been that publicized, but years ago when Andy Dolich, for a very brief time, was hired as Chris Cohan hired him, you know, right away, and I thought that was the one saving grace. He hired Andy to be the president and chief operating officer. He reached out to Tara. He wanted to hire her to be the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and we're talking, this is decades ago. This is in the 90s, so you may want to drop that question on her, but when we think of women in basketball, we think of the great Tara Vanderveer, Laura, right away.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to be talking with her. Our pregame crew will have an interview that will air during the pregame show with her. And, you know, women's basketball in general is making, and not just women's basketball, but in this sense, you think of Caitlin Clark and what she's been able to do this season. And it's really making this resurgence. And that's how it feels to me, at least. And just Steph with the three-point contest, you know, all that. You've got these different elements that are, I feel like we've never seen before. And there are greats like Tara Vanderveer that we're going to be able to bring into this broadcast tonight to draw on the wealth of knowledge. And I just think it's an exciting time for women's sports and women's basketball, especially with everything that's going on at the NCAA level right now. So I'm excited to talk to her. I mean, I've never gotten the chance to meet her or speak with her, and you know we're going to be picking her brain.
Laura Brooks joining us, the women's empowerment broadcast tonight, Knicks and Warriors. Let's talk about the Warriors, because we thought a week or so ago that this team was finally back together and what can they do. And then, of course, Steph hurts the ankle against Chicago. They lose to San Antonio. We think it might be a while because of the way that the sprain looked. But then Steph, in his way, comes back on Saturday night. They beat the Lakers, and now finally, let's try this again. Everybody's back together. There's 16 games back in the season. It starts up tonight. So So what do you think of the Warriors with 16 games to go? They're in the nine spot. Can they kind of make a run at this thing?
I think they can. This is going to be a really tough team to do it against. The Knicks are. I mean, the Knicks right now are sitting at 4th in the Eastern Conference. They've got a 40-27 record. The Warriors, everybody knows, 35-31 right now, and they're, as you mentioned, sitting in that 9th spot. I don't know. I think it's probably going to be a play-in tournament situation for the Warriors. To go on a run to be able to move up to top 6 would be pretty remarkable. And consistency isn't something that we've seen that much from this team, although, as you mentioned before, Steph got injured, they were pretty consistently good for quite a few, maybe about a month. So I think I don't know if you can expect them to just snap right back into it, but I think with the veteran experience of, Draymond, Clay, and Steph, that does make you think that they can. Because this isn't some team that went on a good run, somebody got hurt, and now he's coming back, and you're like, oh, well, how is it going to – it's Steph Curry. He's going to weave in just fine. He's going to figure it out. But also, one thing that I think to watch, and I know everybody's been watching this, that's been keeping an eye on this, that's been watching the Warriors for any amount of time, especially since January. But I've been so impressed with Clay and his role coming off the bench. And he spoke, I think it was last week, about his conversations with Steve Kerr and how he's kind of accepted that role. That's a big key to the Warriors' success. I was looking at some numbers, and I saw the stat that I thought was very interesting. So when Steph scores 25 or more points, the Warriors win just over 70% of those games. But when Klay Thompson scores at least 25 points, the Warriors win just over 80% of their games. So we've seen Steph go off and not even be able to carry the team, no matter how many points he scores. Sometimes they'll still lose. A lot of it is tied to the production of Clay. And with this role of him coming off the bench, that's really what I'm watching over these last few weeks and these last 16 games, is how he settles in. Because it seems like he's really been able to thrive in that role once he accepted it and wasn't trying to, it's starting lineup or bust. Like, now he's realizing his role as that sixth man is just as valuable, if not even more right now.
And they run plays for him when he comes in off the bench. It just changes the balance to have him be a featured guy. And Steph does overlap with a little. His performance against the Lakers on Saturday, that's the kind of thing that gets you a Sixth Man of the Year award. And I think if they're able to re-sign him, that's going to be his role proceeding forward. So this tonight's game against the Knicks, big. Memphis on Wednesday, the Pacers on Friday. Then they go off on a long road trip, which will lead right to the Giants and the start of the new year, Laura. Since we do have you on, we want to get your thoughts on the Giants season. And first of all, I think in light of the news of the day and what you're doing tonight, we need to get your thoughts, because I don't know if you ever worked directly with the great Dr. Renel Brooks-Moon. She's been on Giants postgame, though, for the last couple of years. During the pandemic, we'd have her on like once a week. So I know you have had interactions with her, and she's great. No matter what the forum, radio or TV, she's a genius. But that PA voice, she so symbolizes Giant baseball at Oracle Park at 3rd and King. Just your thoughts on Renel moving on from the Giants, Laura.
I could talk about Renel for an hour, honestly. As both of you know, being in this business for a long time, anytime you're switching, I was on 49ers and then switched over. I still do some 49ers, but mainly on Giants now. And when I switched over, she could not have been more welcoming, more kind, and she's a gentle, lovely human. And sometimes, people project that, and then you meet them and or maybe even behind the scenes, they're not that person. Renel's even better than you can imagine. She's an even better person than what you think she is. And I have gotten to interact with her, on the pre and post game shows some, and then in person some. And I just can't say enough good things about her. She's an icon. She's got just the most incredible voice. It feels like home when you're at Oracle Park and you hear Renel's voice. It just feels so natural. It feels like a Giants baseball game. So that's going to be missed beyond words that I can really express here. But I think to anybody that hasn't gotten the chance to meet her, and that's probably not very many people, because you know what? Renel is out there, and she is a woman of the people, as you all know. She meets fans. She will take pictures for hours I mean, she wants to meet everybody, and that's genuinely who she is. She's got this spirit of energy and excitement, and it's so genuine and authentic. And the professionalism that she exudes is just something that I admire. And I've admired her for my time getting here. And then just getting to know her has been really, honestly, just a joy for me. And so I'll leave it at that, because I could go on and on about Renel, but just know that if you haven't gotten the chance to meet Renel, she's more wonderful than you could ever imagine. And I'm believing for great things ahead for her. I know that she's got an incredible future with whatever she wants to do. She's always around at any kind of fundraiser and event. She's an incredible host and MC. People have her at all kinds of events. So I'm sure people have gotten to see her out, but she's just the best, really. I mean, if I just want to simplify it, she's the best. The standard, the bar has been set very, very high.
Well said. I just think she's perfect for the ballpark, and she's very San Francisco, and it's just going to feel weird without her. I just think
really
the whole
will.
park's just going to feel really weird without her. I know that the Giants will fill the seat, and I think they'll do very well, and it's a big seat to fill, but it's just going to feel weird without her. When I read the news this morning, I was just like, that can't be real. There's just certain positions that you just try to think in your head of how that's going to work, and it's weird right now. I don't know how it's going to get done.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And it almost is going to, I'm sure, I don't know, when you're out there and you hear some other voice, it's going to feel a little jarring.
Yeah.
And it'll take some getting used to, and I don't know that you ever really get used to it, but she is that ballpark too.
Yeah.
All the big moments, all the ceremonies, all of it. She's the face of it, kind of. She's really a heartbeat of the Giants. So I'm going to miss her. I'm going to keep in touch with her, but I'm going to miss her for sure.
Yeah, she's a unique one. Just real quick on the Giants. I know you were there early in spring training, so I don't know that there was any takeaways, but was there any vibe or anything that early in spring training that you took away from being down there?
Yes, there was. I think the biggest one, and this is going to come as no surprise to either of you or many of your listeners, because most of them know Bob Melvin. I think he is bringing in a different tone, a different expectation, and really just setting this bar for the Giants coming into the season. Like he's very structured, and he's early to things, and that's important to these players, because sometimes, especially with 162 games and the travel and the load, it can be a lot, and you can kind of fall into traps if you're not careful. And Bob Melvin's been doing this for a long time, and I think the team was ready to get some of that structure back. I know Logan Webb's really excited about it, all the players, and granted, none of them are saying anything bad about the previous regime, so this is not a knock on the previous regime, but it is just a different feel. There is a lot more structure, and I think that that's appreciated from some of the guys that were around before. And then obviously, the additions of Matt Chapman knows how Bob Melvin operates. And I think that really was the kind of the overarching, it's hard to tell like clubhouse vibes and all that stuff early, because a lot of the guys that haven't played together are getting to know each other. But from everything that I could see, it was a different feel from that aspect. And I don't know if you guys have had the chance to talk to Kyle Harrison, but apparently there was this other clubhouse. I didn't know this but until this year, but there was another clubhouse at spring training, and it was called the Dungeon, and it was where all the younger players were. Well, that's not the case anymore. Like everybody's kind of smashed in there together into this very nice clubhouse at Scottsdale Stadium. I think that brings a different element of it too. It's not like this tiered system. It's like everybody's in here fighting for a spot on the roster, or some of those are already secured for some of those players. But some of the younger guys, I think that means a lot to them to be able to be in the same room as the major league players. And another thing that Logan Webb instilled was he's making all of the young guys, they have to say good morning to a veteran every day just to start conversation, which I think is really awesome. And it's kind of funny to think about, because now these young kids, I was asking Austin Slater, I was like, do you have guys like lined up at your locker that you have to say good morning to, that they have to come talk to you? And that's one thing that Logan Webb wanted, is just to create this environment of like conversation, and that nobody's like too good to talk to, and everybody's in there together. So I think that's a noticeable change this spring.
That's cool.
Good morning, Laura. We have 14 more minutes.
Thank you.
13 more to get it
morning
in.
to
By
you
the way,
guys.
good morning to you, Laura.
You're the
Good morning. Good morning.
Very cool.
Can I get you some coffee, guys?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I do know
Look
I
at
need
you.
coffee. You're going to need it tonight. You're going to be on the air till what time? 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah,
Have a great
it's
show
gonna
tonight.
It's
Should
going to be a late
fun.
one, and I've been
Yeah.
shuffling kids around all morning.
Wow,
So.
that's cool. Well, look, you always step up. I know that you did the Dwight Clark. You do all sorts of great stuff, and you all you ladies tonight are going to be absolutely amazing, and we're really looking forward to it. What an all-star cast you have. So have a great show. I know the broadcast is going to be tremendous, so we're all looking forward to it. Have fun.
Thanks, and thanks for having me on, guys.
Of course, all the time,
problem.
anytime.
Break a leg.
Break a leg.
Why do people wish that?
I don't know. That's kind of a
Is that
negative.
a
right?
broadcasting thing? That's more of a performing thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but either way, break a leg is not a positive. Where does that come from? It's not a positive.
I don't know.
Break a leg.
The stage?
Yeah,
I think it's
but
the
break a
stage.
leg.
On Broadway, you break a leg.
Yeah, it can't be a positive.
I don't know.
Anyway, the
She'll be
women's.
fine. She's just another show for her.
Yeah.
It's everybody around her.
She's
I want to hear Jenny do TV. I caught a little bit with Dallas on Friday when we left our show. It was A's and Giants. Then the rain hit and delayed
Yeah.
it, came back. So I did see just the
Wasn't
beginning of
much.
that broadcast. But Jenny Kavnar is going to be a star this year.
Yeah,
no
she's
doubt.
outstanding. Women's empowerment broadcast again starts at 6, and it's an all-star cast. So make sure that you watch that tonight. Knicks and Warriors. That's it for the all-star cast of guests today. So it's me and you the rest
Just
of the way.
me and you for the next
Yeah,
2 hours?
Me and you the rest of the way. We'll
You
reset.
and me and Justin Simmons is who I'm locked in on.
Oh, yeah,
want
they
that
need to vet safety. You know something?
I want that
You
guy.
know something?
That
All right.
guy.
A week ago, the madness was going on, so we'll recap everything. How did the 49ers do? It's been a week and a lot of stuff going on. Where do the 49ers sit in all of this? We'll get into it next. It's Pop in London on your Monday, only here on the Sports Eater.
Well, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials cannot add sunshine into your forecast, although it is getting beautiful out. They can help create a comfortable family environment and protect your home. Greg Papa, once again for Golden State, and this cool, wet winter is leaving us now. It's going to be followed by uncomfortable summer temperatures depending on where you live. So you may consider new siding or improved insulation. And Golden State partners with respected vendors such as James Hardie and Owens Corning. James Hardie siding is a durable, low-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Owens Corning's innovative products reduce sound and provide thermal control with safer ingredients. Your contractor or professional builder can help get a jump on your project by requesting a quote or clicking Start an Order on their webpages at goldenstatelumber.com. And Golden State can help you build better with their expertise, extensive inventory, and next-day delivery. Now in our 70th year in the Bay Area, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Monday edition of the show. You can always participate. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'd love to hear from you. That's both the text line and the call-in line. By the way, we are also on YouTube and Twitch, so you can see the Papa wardrobe changes, and you'll know what we're talking about. See, I wonder what those guys are talking about. Oh, Papa's in Niners gear, so they must be talking about
CMC, John.
Right.
He's still on the team, right?
Yes, he is. He is still on the team.
They didn't cut his salary or trade him or release him. He's still a Niner?
Yeah, he is still a Niner. So you know what we're talking about.
Still a Niner? He's still on the team?
Yeah.
George
definitely.
Kittle's still there?
Definitely. A lot of we've had some contract alterations, but they're still on the team. So
restructure all the time.
Yeah,
retire, release, re-sign. They do all that, but they did work Kittle's contract. So
yes,
but George is here for the long haul.
So it does feel like, I mean, in a week, there's a lot of stuff to stay up on. But a week ago, we were fast and furious. Things were moving fast, and you had to stay up on everything. But whether it's keeping guys or re-signing or whatever, but about a week ago, right when we got off the air, Leonard Floyd started things, and Gross Matos, and trading for or signing. So Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott, and losing Armstead eventually to the Jacksonville Jaguars, or keeping Kevin Givens. I was all panicking about the interior defensive line, but they took care of that. Keeping guys like Flanagan Fowles. As we left you on Friday, Oren Burks goes to the Eagles. So there's been a lot of comings and goings in this time. You were upset to hear a guy like Sam Darnold goes to the Vikings. But while it is not completely finished, a lot of the heavy lifting as far as the free agents are concerned. Obviously, you got a draft, and then after the draft, there's going to be another wave of players who are going to be cut after that. So this is certainly not finished. The offseason is certainly not finished, but a lot of the heavy lifting as far as the free agency, major waves of free agency are concerned. So how do you feel about the 49ers now that the first wave, this first week, is gone? How do you feel about it?
Well, there's some good players out there still. We were talking about Justin Simmons, and I do want to hear what his next location is, and if the Niners could fit him into their deep secondary. L'Jarius Sneed, is he going to stay with Kansas City? Is he going to be traded? The word over the weekend was that he's going to the Colts. But I saw Shefty on this morning on the Pat McAfee show, and he said there's been no dialogue at all between Chris Ballard, who runs the Colts, and Brett Veach, who runs Kansas City, or anybody with a team. So it's possible Kansas City brings L'Jarius Sneed back. He could move on. We're glad to hear during our show on Friday, right before, the great Aaron Donald retired. Great player, obviously, and a certain first ballot Hall of Famer. But he's been a tormentor. The Niners have found a way to block him in recent years, but I remember a 4-sack game he had against him many years ago, and he's a tormentor, so that makes life easier, and they're still, to me, the number one challenger in the NFC West. We'll see what Seattle does, and Arizona played hard last year. For the Niners, the offensive losses are not as profound. You were able to re-sign John Feliciano to be, I think, a swing interior guard at left guard, center at right guard. If he has to start right guard, he's fine. They gave McKivitz an extra year on his contract. They got the proper tag on third and Jawan. They'll bring him back. I think there's still a thought out there to go out and get another number 2 quarterback. I'm not sure who that is, and it wasn't going to be Jimmy. And then we did find out, as we predicted last week, that Jimmy Garoppolo would go to the Rams and back up Matthew Stafford. So the changes have been on the defense, and in particular the defensive line, where you brought in 2 new interior linemen, Collins and Elliott. You brought in 2 edge guys in Gross Matos and Floyd. Gross Matos does have versatility where you can line him up over a guard, and even Floyd, can do that as well. And then the Devondre Campbell one, and he's been, obviously very outspoken on social media, and I think he basically admitted what we saw. He was playing hurt last year, whether it was a knee or an ankle. He wasn't the same guy. So I'm hoping Devondre Campbell does get healthy. But the Niners also brought in a couple of other signings to really help their special teams. I mean, losing Oren Burks is a major special team loss. Ray McLeod, your kick and punt returner, also went to Atlanta late last week. So Ezekiel Turner is a guy you probably haven't heard a lot about. He's had some defensive snaps at Arizona over the years, but he is one of the best core special teams players in football. We've been watching this guy with Arizona specifically for years and years, and that is a major signing. He's more of an interior guy like Odom, where he'd be more of a personal protector. He wouldn't be a gunner on the outside, but they did re-sign Chris Conley to be able to do that, and you've got Darrell Luter Jr. who can do that as well. Chase Lucas also on special teams, a major signing with the free agent, is a former Lion who can play in the slot a little bit, but is mainly a special teams player. Then Isaac Yiadom, who we've been watching for years and years. The Niners signed him over the weekend, John. I remember him when he was in Denver. Remember that terrible Monday night game that Jimmy had when he had like a 0.00 quarterback rating? And I remember sitting right in that end zone at Denver.
Stepping out.
And him throwing the ball right to Isaac Yiadom. And he's played for a number of teams. In New Orleans this year, he really did blossom as an outside corner. He's not going to go in the slot. Chase Lucas can do some of that. But you can move Demo in there full time if you wanted. If Yiadom comes in and wins, he can also play on special teams. He'll be in a battle, and he likes to play press man. Just watching him a little bit over the weekend and the way Dennis Allen used him in New Orleans, John, he does play press man. So, I think with Brandon Staley coming in and Nick Sorensen, you're going to see a lot of cover 3, cover 4, but there will be cloud coverage in the secondary, and Charvarius Ward's one of the best press man corners you got. Demo can do it in the slot. You don't always want to, press the slot because when you double press, they run pick plays on you. So one guy's got to be back. It's hard to press the slot and that same side corner. But in any event, Yiadom is a tremendous press man corner. So would you have to teach him to open up and play more bail? But the changes have been profound on the defensive side of the ball, John, at all 3 levels and special teams. And now I think come draft time, and we're coming up on, 5 weeks? April the 25th, it's coming up, 25th, 26th, 27th, and the Giants are off that night for day 1, and they have a night game at home for day 2, so we'll bring you the coverage. But now you start to look at whether it's, where's this draft going to go? The quarterbacks are obviously going to go high. Quetsai's doing something in Minnesota where he's positioning to move up, so it may be 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks. We'll see what New England does there. With Elliott Wolf now in charge, Ron Wolf's son moving back maybe. And then where does it go from there? Then you got offensive linemen. You may have, an all-time record offensive linemen. Round 1 draft class, wide receivers are going to be in play. And I think the Niners are in play for both of those positions, obviously. So I think they've addressed defense a lot in free agency, at least the first week of it. And now as you lock in, and there are a couple of other great players out there, including Justin Simmons. Exactly where is he going to go, the former safety in Denver? I don't know if you'd make a trade to get L'Jarius Sneed and then pay him, but that guy's a shutdown corner. Can you imagine getting him with Demo and Charvarius Ward? Would Kansas City even do that? But outside of that, John, I think the attention now comes as we get set for the draft for the Niners to rework their offense the way they have reworked their defense the last week.
I think they've done a good job. I think what you're trying to do, if you're not one of the worst teams, and if you're one of the worst teams, that means you didn't draft and develop and re-sign, which means you're trying to fill major holes. The 49ers aren't filling major holes, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to get to the draft if you're drafting later, and you're trying to make it so that then you can just go best player available. And I think that's what they did. They've filled major holes. I think that as we look at it, even though they got depth pieces, I think like you just said, I think a lot of those guys are special teams types. I still think they need a guy who can be a corner that then you want. I think you want to put Demo on the outside. I think you want to get a guy who can probably play in the slot. I think you probably want to get that offensive tackle that maybe is a right tackle that can eventually put Trent Williams that you're going to put over to the left tackle, because you don't want to just get a left tackle. Okay, we're going to put a rookie at left tackle. You don't want to do that. You want to try to get a guy on the right side that you can eventually move over to the left side to protect Brock's blind side at some point. You're probably not going to get as lucky to go Joe Staley to Trent Williams. That's just very difficult. I think you want to try to get a right guard at some point, depth at wide receiver. Maybe eventually you're going to try to get that tight end. You're into the positions where you want to try to reset the finances at some position eventually at the tight end position. And then, like you said, you probably want to try to find all those safeties that are out there. Can you get one of these guys? And I know like Justin Simmons, for example, can you get somebody at the safety position at a number that you can live with? So I think we're starting to be able to kind of fine point, because they've done such a good job in free agency of those glaring positions. Like I was panicking at the interior of the defensive line. They've thrown a bunch of different guys at the interior of the defensive line. So there's not that glaring position where you say, oh my God, if they don't get it, because to get Feliciano back at right guard, so you're not freaking out there. I know that people look at McKivitz, but he's good enough at right tackle unless you can get somebody that you can reset and then move over to left tackle at some point. So they've done a nice enough job, even though the names aren't the biggest. Like, okay, you didn't get, a couple of years ago, you got Ward. You didn't get that guy. You weren't going to get that guy in free agency. So they reset. They got enough depth at positions to now they can go into the draft at 31 and think to themselves, we can just get best player at the best position and start filling some of these positions where we're getting really high at those positions, and you can reset the finances of those positions, because that's where the 49ers need to be.
I would think, barring and you may be able to get a guy, and maybe they don't stay at 31. Maybe they trade up and they try to get higher in the 20s if they identify a tackle. But you could find a plug-and-play guy. That has happened. But by and large, I think if you get a guy that needs development with Chris Verster for a year or so, you're set with Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, Jake Brendel, John Feliciano, and Colton McKivitz. You're good. From left tackle to right tackle, the salary structure works. And I know, Trent's not a young man now in his mid-30s, but just knowing him, I don't think he's viewing 2024 as his last run here. I think he wants to play a while. He wants to maximize his ability. He had some years interrupted by a serious health scare in Washington and just mismanagement. He loves where he is right now. So, if the Niners did win the Super Bowl this year, it's possible Trent will walk away, but I don't see that happening. I think he's going to play a couple of more years, but you've got to prepare. And, when you get older, he's been pretty injury-free here, with the exception of some stubborn ankle injuries at the wrong time. So I understand that, but you can. I'm thinking Trent's going to play a couple more years, and then the rest of the line is Aaron Banks is a good player, and him and Trent together, they like to run left for a reason. There, those guys are powerful, and he's gotten so much better. We'll see what else they do. I think you're looking to fill in, people behind him, Zakel and Jalen Moore, our friend Corey Luciano from Monte Vista High School out in Danville, Spencer Burford. Can he make a push to be back in the starting lineup this year? Is John going to beat him out? I think ultimately they'll play the best guy. And Feliciano was extraordinary. He played so well this year. His movement skill to get to the second level and his hook blocking in particular in a couple of games, that Philadelphia game, he was amazing. And he's still nasty around the line of scrimmage. You can pull him. He can run in any scheme. So I think, that area. But then you start to look to the future and start to plug in and, rework a few things. The other tight end position, losing Charlie Warner, is Latu going to be a good enough blocker? Willis, and, we'll see. They haven't done anything with Ross Dwelly. He's still out there. And then backup quarterback. I don't know where else you can go, to be honest. There are a few names that are out there. Joe Flacco did wind up going to the Colts. Jimmy did wind up going to the Rams, which is interesting, and that's where I think he's best served to be in that offense. And you got LaFleur, the other brother is there. Matt's brother is there as well. As the offensive coordinator there, Mike LaFleur, along with obviously Sean McVay, and so that fits Jimmy's spot perfectly. But I'm still looking at safety. With Talanoa coming back off the ACL and Jair, they're both young, and you want to be young there, but. I think you want a third safety. You can rotate in a little bit, and you can also move Hufanga down to play big nickel. And there's just so many. Right now, the bargains out there, to me, it's safety in the NFL. What do you want? Quandre Diggs is more of a stay-home guy, more of a pure center fielder. Or just, Brandon Staley's got to be looking like, I lost Derwin James leaving the Chargers, getting fired. Who's the guy most like him in the NFL? There are a few good safeties that are all over the place. Mink is a good one. But my God, John, if you can get Justin Simmons for a reasonable amount and the safety market is depressed, you don't want to jump on that right now?
I would. I mean, Talanoa's kind of young and then still in where he's coming off the knee injury. You got Jair Brown. I would just think, and you said this at the beginning, I mean, Gibson's a nice guy. I don't know what he's going to do, but with all the safeties that are out there, you would think it's a depressed market, kind of like the running back market was a year ago. You would think you could get a guy like Simmons. I would just like the veteran in the room. And as you said, what's happening in the league right now is you're taking aggressive safeties and you're kind of moving them down a little bit, playing almost like a bit of a linebacker kind of a role, a weak side linebacker kind of a role, seeing if you could get him in that kind of a situation where you take his aggressiveness and let it work for him in those kind of situations. Maybe that's something that you would do with him. But, again, you got to make sure that he's healthy. So I would look at that kind of a situation. So, anyway, there's still a lot to do.
I'm not on the hunt for safety. I would be fine with the two young guys. I think it would be, what exactly is Talanoa's knee. And, I saw him at the Super Bowl and he was moving around, but I really don't know exactly where he's at. But he is coming off a torn ACL that he had in November. But it's specifically Justin Simmons. This guy is a ball hawk. I mean, he had 6 interceptions a couple of years ago in 2022 to tied for the league lead. He had 5 before that. He had 5. He could move all over your defense. He's a matchup. He's like Derwin James. You can blitz him. You can bring him in the box. You can play him at free, at strong. And just having his wisdom in the room around those two young guys. I mean, Talanoa got hurt midway through his 3rd year. He was an All-Pro the year before. He flashed early. He's a bit of a gambler, and he takes chances. And you can put all 3 on the field. I mean, we had Matt Mayoko on, and he was making it like, we're going to bench Talanoa and Jair. That's not what you're doing here. You're bringing in just a wrinkle where you can run a 3-safety alignment and move those guys around. And it's just that, you kidding me? Justin Simmons is available? I mean, to me, the 2 best football players that are still available right now are L'Jarius Sneed and Justin Simmons, and it's not close. Now, and that's a different argument, John. If you trade for L'Jarius Sneed, what do you really have to give up in draft pick compensation? Then you got to pay that guy. He wants to be, otherwise Kansas City would keep him on the tag. He wants to be among the highest paid corners in football. That's going to cost you a lot of money. So that's probably too expensive on both sides. But Justin Simmons got cut. He's free. He's just laying there. How much would it cost to bring that guy in?
Absolutely. So there you go. A week ago today, the 49ers and the rest of the NFL were going crazy, signing guys. Give us your thoughts. What do you think of the first wave of free agency a week ago? The 49ers signed all their guys. The rest of the guys go as well. Bunch of money in the billions being spent. What do you think of the first wave for the 49ers? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. That's the call-in line as well, 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. Are the 49ers better? I think they're still the best team, obviously, in the NFC West. What about the NFC? Did anybody pass them? We talked about the Eagles, the Packers, other teams in the NFC. I would say that the Rams did some sneaky good things, but then that all gets negated by the fact that there's no more 99 on the Rams. Give us your thoughts at 808-KNBR. We'll get into that conversation. Plus, with Justin Fields being traded, the 2021 QB class, yeah, it's hard to find a quarterback. We'll get into that. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Eater.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
The Giants have decided to part ways with their longtime PA voice, Renel Brooks-Moon. Check it out. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Afternoon delight time. Thanks for joining us on a Monday edition of the show. Some things you can discuss with us. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That'll get you through on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Or the phone line you can discuss with us. We're also on YouTube and Twitch, so you can see our bright, shiny faces. Renel Brooks-Moon is no longer the PA voice of the Giants. How much will that affect your enjoyment at a Giants game? We can discuss that. We are 1 week into Giants free agency, the big first wave. By no means are they done for the season. We for the offseason, got a whole draft, a bunch of other stuff, players they can sign, still can do trades and the such. But how you feeling about the 49ers? Not only just how you feeling about what they've done so far, but about the offseason, how they sit in the NFC. By the way, just odds, they are still the Super Bowl favorite at plus 500. That's the Super Bowl. That's just not the NFC, and they're the favorites. How do you feel about that? We can get into that conversation. Blake Snell says he wants $2.66 million. That's what he asked the Astros for. If you're Farhan, it's not your money. Would you do Blake Snell at $2.66? That's a 1 and a 1, or is that too rich for your blood? Still, your thoughts on that as well. And by the way, I just saw this during the break as I was perusing. Would you rather listen to the new podcast of Lamar Odom and Caitlyn Jenner, or the new podcast of LeBron James and JJ Redick? If you had to listen to one, which one would you listen to? Just
Lamar Odom and Caitlyn.
Lamar and Caitlyn versus LeBron and JJ.
He wasn't married to Caitlyn. He was married to the other Jenner sister, right?
He was. So anyway.
He had a hard night of cocaine at a whorehouse, and she came and bailed
and he almost
him out,
died, yeah. Whoa.
Now, that's a good wife. She didn't stay with him much longer after that.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Imagine the
JJ
Redick,
there. It's a full-time podcast with LeBron?
Don't know. I just know they're collaborating for a podcast, so that'd be interesting.
By the way, with Doc Rivers leaving that booth ever so briefly and becoming a coach, they've elevated JJ with Doris. And that is a flat broadcast. They've got to do something.
You're being kind. I feel bad for.
And
I feel bad for Mike.
Doris, the Thinkosaurus, but she's serious.
They don't have a lot of fun.
And JJ is, and he speaks so nice and clear. JJ's a good broadcaster as far as the mechanics of it.
You want to have some
but
fun,
he
though.
is just dry.
Yeah, they don't have any fun.
And then Mike, he was kind of the setup guy with the Phil Silvers of television, Jeff Van Gundy, and then Mark Jackson just kind of fell in. I don't know. It's all right now, but you're even getting these Saturday showcases on ABC. Come playoff and finals time, I think you need a little more entertainment value. So I like JJ. I think he's obviously a dookie and a smart guy. He's not incredibly likable, but he's okay. But they need to entertain people. I'm not sure they're getting it from that trio.
I would agree with you 100%. So give us your thoughts on any of those topics or come up with something on your own. 415-808-5627, long weekend of stuff. Plus, of course, the NCAA tournament. I've gotten my first brackets. I have a long-time bracket.
You already
with many
filled
of my
them
friends.
out already?
No, I have not. And my friends and I, the longtime bracket that I have with many friends of mine from years ago, we don't do the Dayton thing. We just wait till Thursday, and then
you don't do the first four.
No, and I feel bad. It was funny. It got a lot. I guess Boise State expected to get into the real tournament, and then they got into the Dayton tournament. You know how they show the teams reacting to them getting in, and they kind of just went, ugh. They expected to have like a woohoo, and they were all pissed.
Well, how about St. Mary's being a 5 and being behind the Zags? They beat the Zags. They won the tournament in the regular season and the tournament, the conference, and then Grand Canyon. I just remember them when Dan Marley was coaching them. They're good.
They are good.
And they're going to speed you up. I think they'll win that. And then what do they got, Alabama?
Yeah.
That's the key one, just to get out of the second round, and then maybe, deal with North Carolina. But they've been a 5 seed the last 3 years in a row, this being the third year in a row. First time ever they've made the tournament 3 straight years. Shouldn't they have been higher than a 5 seed,
I think so, right? So
I
anyway,
don't know. I don't know enough about it. But why are the Zags a 4 and they're a 5?
Good question. I got to start paying attention. I've been paying attention to college basketball. Now I'll read up on everything. I never win anything on this thing, but oh well, I'll throw my money away once again. All right, let's start with Connor in Dublin. Hi, Connor. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man. Good.
That was St. Patrick's Day in Dublin.
Yeah, imagine that.
I assume you're going East Bay.
That was a great festival.
We know it well there.
Dublin does a great one. They do like the pub crawl and everything. It's a great time.
Yeah, I went to it yesterday. It was great. Had a lot of fun. Got some cotton candy. Went on the rides. It was great. It was fun. Awesome.
Cotton candy.
It was like the good old days as a little kid.
Yeah, it's awesome there.
Yeah.
Good times.
Bringing back memories. All right. But I digress, or we digress. So what I came to talk about was I had a little trivia question for you guys, but I'll save that for last. What I want to say is that I had a question. And my question was that, do you think the mutual interest between Brandon Ayuk and the Jaguars is legitimate or not?
I do not. I know we mentioned it last week because it was trending and I looked it up. I do not. I have not. I heard it from the Jacksonville side. I did not hear it from the camp of Ayuk. So personally, I do not. What do you think, Pop?
I want to hear his trivia question. That's what I want to hear.
Go right ahead. All right. Continue.
What's the trivia question?
Trivia question. So this just goes to show. I actually know that'll just give it away. But Justin Fields.
Don't give it away. We want to guess.
We'll guess.
Justin Fields and blank.
Yeah.
Have a combined 100 plus interceptions and sacks.
100
in 2 seasons.
Plus in blank?
In 2 seasons.
Russell Wilson.
Fields and
Russell Wilson.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, the 2 quarterbacks of the Steelers, right? The 2 quarterbacks of the Steelers. Yeah, that ain't good.
Oh, so, and one more quick question from my friend. He wanted to
on a roll.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know I'm on a roll.
Have you stopped digressing yet?
Yeah,
when do you stop digressing and just start
You're fine.
caressing, whatever it is? You're on a roll.
Keep going. You're fine.
All right. So my friend, he doesn't really like you guys, but I'm trying to convince him that you guys are super cool.
Yeah, it's
we
all right.
don't like him either. We don't like your friend
What?
either. We never met your friend, but we don't like him either.
Yeah, keep going.
What he wants to ask is, to you, Papa, have you ever played football in high school or anything?
Yes. Well, who was your friend? Who's your friend? Put him on the line. I want to talk to him.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I mean, I have him right next to me.
Yeah, put him on. Why doesn't he like me? He doesn't like us?
You want to tell him?
This is great. This is a setup.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to speak.
Now he's back
again, Connor.
Now he's back.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What I like to focus on is, I didn't go over to Dublin yesterday, but Dublin does have one of the better, and because of the name, one of the better St. Patrick's Day. And I didn't go yesterday, but the pub crawls over there, good time. Good time. I'm sure you've been there.
I've been to Dublin, John.
I mean on St. Patrick's Day. It is a good time.
Yeah, I've been there.
I will say.
I've been there.
David is in Roner Park. Hi, David. Welcome.
Welcome. Hey, good morning.
Yeah,
good afternoon, actually, Papa and John.
Yeah.
So
you're coming in loud. You're coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
Well, because I'm a public speaker, so I have
I like it. Yeah, go right ahead.
Gargantuous voice.
Yeah, very good.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead.
My point is to what Papa was talking about earlier about Blake Snell coming in, and I refer back to Nick Bosa when he missed the 2022 season because of the holdout. When he started the season, he was not on his game.
Right.
He had held out. He was not in camp. He was not in the training facility. just wasn't ready to quite play football up to his
You're
standards.
talking last year when he didn't miss any. He didn't miss the season. He missed the OTAs.
No, but
and
2022
training camp.
when he had the contract holdout.
No, that was this past year. He had it, but he didn't miss any games with the holdout. He
didn't
hurt
miss any
for one.
games, but it took
Missed
him
a
up.
lot of camp.
Without a
We
doubt,
know
I
what you're saying.
understand.
Yeah, missed a little bit
that's
of
why I
camp.
have
Yep.
reservations
Understand.
about. So would you back off of Blake Snell just because we're 10 days away and he's not yet in somebody's camp? Is that your point?
But I think your point, Papa, is very good.
Yeah.
That okay, can he be a number 2 starter the second game of the season? Can he be the number 2 starter the
I don't
third
know.
week of the season? Because he hasn't had that playing experience in spring training. Yes, he's done simulated games, but that's kind of hokey pokey in terms of real live baseball.
Hokey pokey.
Well,
you put your
it's a
front
good song.
foot in.
So are you saying you wouldn't sign him, or you're saying that you would want him on a discount? What are you saying?
I want him on a discount, John, because he's not going to be able to come in and perform at the level that you need him to perform at to be that number 2 starter and fill this rotation out.
Okay,
I agree.
So
I agree.
I just question, if he wants this big money. Personally, honestly, John Montgomery, Blake Snell, I would be banging on Scott Boris's door and saying, "Get me a deal. It's time's a wasting." I don't know if Scott Boris negotiates whether they get pastrami sandwiches or ham sandwiches, on the plane. I don't care about it. But
It's
I think these
caviar.
guys have to
Scotty's
stay.
eating caviar donuts.
Caviar, okay, fine, and fresh baguettes, whatever. But my point is, these guys need to start playing. And the longer they wait to play, they're not going to be as productive at the beginning of the season, much like Nick Bosa when he was doing through his contract negotiations.
Totally, I agree with
he
you.
was not
I
as
agree with
effective at the beginning of the season.
David, thanks for the
Without a
call. We
doubt.
appreciate it. So here's the thing. Let's say that Blake Snell gives you 33 starts in a season. This is real simple. He wants $33 million a year. That's
$1
he said
million
2 and
a
6.
start.
Yeah, $1 million a start. That's
Well,
it.
the point is, if he signs before the 162 starts, he's probably not going to get an offset. But it's going to be prorated. If he signs a week into the year,
right?
Are you going to give him a full salary for 2024? If he's not there and it's based on a 26-week season, there's going to be a push there. They're already at that point now, and that's probably what he wanted to show when he pitched at his showcase, that the Giants were among other teams watching. Just where is he at? Where's he at as far as being on the mound? Like yesterday, Logan Webb threw 82 pitches in the game. So Logan Webb will have one more start before the opener in San Diego. He'll be up to 100 pitches by then, or close to it, John, and then should be able to roll 100 in the opener. I mean, how many pitches can Blake Snell throw? And you want to keep him healthy. So I think we're right at that point right now where we want our pitching coach and our staff to get a look at him. Otherwise, there is going to be diminishing returns on his effectiveness.
Well, and here's already the knock on him too, right? He walks and has to throw so many pitches, and he walks so many guys that he goes 5 anyway, or 5 or 6 anyway. That's the knock on him already.
He went deeper. He went deeper after the first couple of months. He was consistently through 6.
Yeah, but that's why I think teams are saying, okay, well, let us take a look at you, and that's look, it's not my money, so I would want Blake Snell, because what you've got to do is, if you're not going to hit, and they're going to hit okay this year, but if you're not going to hit to that level and you want to take on the Dodgers, or you want to be one of the top teams in the wild card, and I'm going to assume that the Phillies are going to be one of the wild card teams, the Braves are going to win a division, the Dodgers are going to win a division. I don't know what's going to happen in the Central, but you've got to win. I think you got to win 88 to 90 games. If I put Blake Snell in that rotation after Webb and before Cobb, and Harrison's my 4, and then whomever is the 5, I feel great about it. So if Snell's going to get off to a slower start, I get it. Okay, hey, Blake Snell, I'll give you, instead of 66, I'll give you 60, and you can opt out after the first year. I think that's fair. I still don't think the Giants will do it. 2 and 60, 2 and 66. I mean, I know that's, he's not going to opt in unless he gets hurt. He's not opting in for the second year anyway. So that's a $3 million difference. I understand that's significant probably in his world, but I don't know that he has a better offer than that. He just said over the weekend, if reports are correct, he wants 2 and 66. I'll tell you what, I'll give you 2 and 60.
Who did he say that to? Everybody in baseball or just the Astros?
Said that to the Astros, and the Astros went, well, what did they expect? The top 10 pitchers in the league right now, average salary is $36 million on AAV. So 36. So why did that give them pause? What did they think he was going to ask for? He's the reigning Cy Young Award winner. Why did they think to themselves, that's going to be the number? I don't know. I think that's fair, but I don't think the Giants are going to get up to that number. I think they'd need it to drop to like 25. I think they'd need just a ridiculous discount like they got with Chapman. I think that's what they would need. Like what's Chapman getting, like 17, 18 million bucks this year? I mean, that's the kind of discount that they would need. And I don't think it's going to get to that number. Maybe it will. Maybe because at some point he's just going to have to go, I got to pitch. I got to get something, right? It's got to get something.
It's $1 million a start is what he's wanted. That's the going rate. So
right.
We will have some resolution in the Blake Snell saga by what, the end of the week, right?
You would think.
I mean, we're already starting. I was up crack of dawn to watch Dodgers and Padres playing the KBO against the KBO teams, and they're playing. When Wednesday morning at 3:00 in the morning, our time, Wednesday and Thursday, and then the next week it starts. Spring training is over.
Yeah.
So is he going to go to anybody's spring training at all, or just go directly to the new city?
What I thought was going to happen is there was going to be injuries, and he was going to go to that team. There's been injuries. I think what's going to happen now is it's going to go to the next level, which is the Giants think, and I'm not just saying Giants, any team, the Yankees, whatever team it's going to be. So then the Giants are going to go, I think we're fine going into the season like this. It's not going to be fine for somebody, and then they're going to get Blake Snell. It has to get to that level, it looks like to me. So let's say, just for the sake of our conversation, Webb is fine, but Harrison and the rest of these guys aren't fine. And Cobb can't pitch by May. And then finally Farhan picks up the phone and says, okay, we're not fine. It looks to me like that's going to be the next level, because you know what? The Rangers, the Dodgers, the Giants, all these teams have had these injuries, and it still hasn't moved the needle. So what it's going to take is these teams go into the season and go, I think we're fine. And then the pitching is going to fall on its face, and then finally they're going to bring him in. That's what I think it's going to take.
We'll see. They're pumping up their young pitching, and Bo Mel's comparing it to what they had in Oakland. I think the other side of it, because we're talking so much about pitching, in a week's time, they're breaking camp on Saturday. They're going to be playing Oakland and Sacramento on Sunday and Monday. In a week's time, they are going to remove, in some shape or form, Marco Luciano, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, and Joey Bart are all going to be off this roster, I think. Now, if something, Bailey, is he back in the lineup yet? Do you have to keep Joey up and insurance policy on the foul tip off the hand? Matos could push them, but it doesn't sound that way as a fifth outfielder. Luciano's going down, and then, Casey, it's between him and Tyler Fitzgerald. But I think as you looked at these unknown guys, and you got Patrick Bailey here, and you got Kyle Harrison here, John, but to me, and for different reasons, they haven't had enough. Marco Luciano's not played AAA enough. But we saw, Schmidt and Matos last year come up and have success to some degree, and Joey's been here forever. It's just these four young guys that we wondered, who are they? What are they going to be? Luciano, Schmidt, Matos, and Bart. We're still wondering who are they and what they're going to be. And in Joey Bart's case, more than likely, he's not going to be in the organization in a week or so.
All right, we'll get into the discussion about the Warriors over the weekend. They beat the Lakers. Does it make any difference, though, just in terms of what other things happen on Sunday? We'll get into it next, and then your foreplay at the top of the hour on the Esports Center.
That's kind of hokey-pokey and
Hey, it's time to win, and you can start right now with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. So come grab the keys to your new Toyota, and you can count on Modesto Toyota, like I've been telling you for years, for great savings. So come in and check out all the new models and great deals, or go to ModestoToyota.com like I did. See all the incoming vehicles that just arrived and pick out the one you want. So you can get great prices and special lease deals and save big time on gas with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks, now like my hybrid RAV4. You can check out the all-new electric if you just want to say adios to gas altogether. The all-new electric BZ4X at a low price, or incredible lease deal. And yes, it's time to win. And it's time to grab those new keys to your new Toyota. And since 1965, Modesto Toyota has had thousands of happy customers like me. because of the great service and great prices. So let's grab the keys to your new Toyota and win big time. There's no dealer markup. Did I tell you that? No dealer markup. And the time has never been better. If you can't tell, it's where I get all my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. You know how all this works. I told you this many times. Come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Under 10 now. James drives on Curry. Stolen by Curry. Taken away and brings it into the front court. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Curry keeping the handle. Now it's down to 10 seconds. Draymond Green drives, throws it up. Kuminga throws it down. That makes it a 9-point game with just over a minute remaining.
Warriors beat the Lakers. The old guys rule. LeBron and Steph going back and forth. But Kyrie had that hook shot, and the Mavericks beat the Nuggets. We were hoping for a Mavs loss. So 16 games left for the Warriors, 9 on the road, 7 at home, 3 back-to-backs. They have that long roadie from the 24th to the 35th, or through the 31st. 5 games in 7 nights. That's at Minnesota, Miami, the Magic, the Hornets, and the Spurs. Some key games. They got the Mavs a couple of times, the Lakers, the Pelicans could be a key game in there. We'll get into that in a second, but we gave you a couple of tickets last week to see Sting. This time it's ELO, so we'll give you a chance before the top of the hour. Cue to call. Do we have a cue to call here? What does that sound like? A little Grease? That's what
Electric Light
movies,
Orchestra?
Right? Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Right? Official rules, livenation.com. Official rules at KNBR.com. Tickets on sale March 22nd at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. So make sure you listen between now and the next 17 minutes. That is on September 1st at Chase in San Francisco. We'll get you 2 tickets, so make sure you listen for the Sounder. By the way, I did play the win-loss game, and I'll give you that a little bit later because I know people are dying for it. But the Warriors at 35 and 31. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Maybe I'm being ultra optimistic because they are finally all back together again. But I like the schedule the rest of the way for the Warriors. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Maybe I'm just because they're back together, because Steph looked good, because Kuminga's looking the way he is, Draymond. I love it when teams go at Draymond and then he's got the the baseline jam with Kuminga. The Lakers never quite figured that out. I don't know why, but they never did.
Well, they put 2 on Steph, which they do all the time. But without Anthony Davis in the game, do you switch that more and have him press up on Steph and not put 2 on the ball? Obviously, Trace Jackson-Davis coming down hard on the left eye of Anthony Davis changed the whole game. When he was in there in the first quarter, he had a couple of moments. Because I was watching him closely against AD, thinking, can he match up with him with his length and his jumping ability? And there were a couple of moments there where AD just overpowered him. He's such a tremendous defensive player. But once Trace Jackson-Davis came down on him on the layup and closed his left eye, the game changed. And the Warriors were able to just drive at the rim. The Lakers had no rim protection anymore. And then they put 2 on the ball, which they may have done anyway. But with AD, you could just switch that, obviously. But they came over and they doubled Steph. And then you're playing 4-on-3 on the backside. It's hard. Draymond is so good on that half roll, and then now they're just coming off the corners. Whoever's in each corner, whether it's Kuminga or Wiggins, they're just diving to the front rim, and it's just dunk after dunk after dunk. I mean, Draymond had 13 assists in the game, and he had 12 rebounds. When he's defensive rebounding like that and ripping and running, and they're moving the ball, I like the way they're all playing. Andrew Wiggins is locking in. He went out to get D'Angelo Russell when he got switched on to LeBron. He guarded him as hard as he could. He gets into LeBron. And then Steph, when he got switched on him, and they always want that switch to put Curry on James. Steph, sometimes he overpowered him and walked him right down. By the end of the game, when he picked his dribble right off the court and then dribbled the clock out, and then Podziemski, he's having a hard time finishing around the rim lately, but he's such a good offensive rebounder, and he's such a tough guy defensively. Gary Payton II, John, didn't play much in the game. They said he missed a defensive rotation. I must have missed that. I love the play where he doubled down on James. He was digging down, then he came back out and blocked Austin Reeves' shot. It's like, wow. He is such a good on-ball defender. Then Clay is just taken to the 6th-man role. Seems like he's just made for it. I don't want to say he should have been doing this earlier in his career because he couldn't. You needed him to guard the ball. But he just comes in with a green light. And he made some hard shots where he put the ball on the deck and he penetrated that one bank out the right side in the first half. Was like, whoa. And he made some really hard shots in the game. And then Paul's Paul. I think tonight and the Knicks are not going to have OG Anunoby. He's going to miss the game tonight. They're also going to be without, obviously, Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson aren't going to play. But Anunoby was the one you didn't know about. I wonder if they, just based on when the Warriors were just at Madison Square Garden recently, and Moses Moody guarded Jalen Brunson really well. And I know Wiggins didn't play in that game. But I wonder if you want to give Moody a little bit of a taste to guard Jalen Brunson, because minus Anunoby and Randall, you really have to deal with Jalen Brunson. Dante DiVincenzo's back, and he's somebody you have to deal with as well. Love when he matches up with Pods. But Jalen Brunson's the guy, John. They beat Sacramento on Saturday night in Sacramento. He went for 42 points and got up 28 shots. So they got other guys that can guard him. Certainly, Wiggins can guard him. Kuminga can guard him. I think Clay can guard him. But Moses Moody guarded them really well. Just when they saw him in New York a couple of weeks ago when Wiggins is out. I wonder if you get Moody back in the rotation a little bit tonight at times to guard Brunson.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I just think, look, they haven't played well at home, so this is key. But like you said, you're getting the Knicks down. The Grizzlies aren't great. The Pacers aren't playing great. Minnesota, that's going to be tough, but you don't have Cat. The Heat, Magic back-to-back, that worries me. But then the backside of this roadie, you got the Hornets and the Spurs. You should be able to take care of that. I hate getting into this. But then it gets tough. Mavericks and Rockets. And, the thing is, too, is that you and I talked about the Rockets being out of this thing. with 16 to go, the Rockets are only 3 in the loss behind the Lakers. And if this Anthony Davis thing is a big deal and he's out for a while, being 3 behind in the loss of the Lakers is not that far. If this Anthony Davis eye thing, and like you said, his eye was shut. I mean, could the Lakers be out? Could the Lakers fall? Or should I say the Rockets? Could the Rockets catch the Lakers if they're 3 back if they lose Anthony Davis for a long period of time?
Boy, I mean, and I know what they call it, a corneal abrasion, or is it that bad? I mean, typically, what happened to his eye? I mean, he may have to put the Kareem goggles on when he comes back. But I mean, I didn't think they're playing a game tonight, aren't they? The Lakers are playing tonight.
So he'll be out of that game.
Is he not playing tonight? Anthony Davis?
I mean, just knowing his his past. I mean, that thing was like a boxer. That thing was shut.
I mean, guys typically don't miss games that long with an eye injury. But I don't know if he lost some eyesight or if it was an eye contusion. And I read corneal abrasion. The bottom line is I don't know where the Warriors are going to finish here. Dallas is playing well. Obviously, Phoenix is right there. Watching that game yesterday, I thought at one point they were going to take Milwaukee, and then Damian just made an incredible shot to end the third quarter. Phoenix is underachieving. They're just not getting the most out of those 3 guys, and they don't guard enough around them, as good as they are. I think it's wide open. So, I mean, we'll see where the Warriors wind up. The bottom line is just worrying about yourselves. The Warriors look like a team that's trouble. All the pieces fit. They fit early in the year, but the guys weren't playing well. Wiggins was not playing well. With Paul, it was a completely different tempo than having Jordan Poole. You had to get used to that. And then Draymond, and there's Draymond, the multiple suspensions, the indefinite suspension. Now I just worry about Draymond and the back injury and wearing him down too much. And Trace Jackson-Day, I think he needs to play more than 21 minutes a night. I think he could easily handle 28, 31. Why not start him and, bring somebody off the bench, Wiggins, maybe Pajemski off the bench and drop Wiggins back in the backcourt? Because I know he's more like a 4 offensively, but he guards. Tonight he'll probably have Jalen Brunson a lot until Peyton gets into the game and if they play Moody. So I worry more about Draymond just wearing down with a back injury, playing all these minutes against 5s. But when you watch the Warriors right now, John, you can't get Looney a little taste of time or Moses Moody. Dario Saric is completely out of the rotation now. It looks like these guys can contribute, but Steve is going to tighten the bench. And even Peyton didn't play much the other night. I thought he played well when he was in there. It's down to essentially 9 guys. But I think at times you may want to just, save these guys a little wear and tear. The young guys are beginning to show they're capable of taking on more of a role. Let's not wear down the 30-somethings in March. Let's save them for when it's time to go in April and May and hopefully June.
All right, your 1 o'clock hour. We'll kick it off with your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear from the weekend. We'll do that coming up next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Mike Breen, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Steph Curry's return to the lineup and bring in tons of energy in that win over the Lakers. Check out that podcast at KNBR.com and on the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Pop and Lund on a Monday. Hope you had a tremendous weekend of green beer and the such. By the way, you gotta love when St. Patrick's Day is on a Sunday, because then just people do it all weekend. I was perusing the streets all weekend in the Danville area, and just people were wearing green Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and taking advantage of the weekend. It was a good time. Plus, the weather was amazing this week.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was the first real weekend.
St. Patrick's Day on a Sunday.
Yeah, it was nice.
Is epic.
Yeah, everybody was out. I was actually I was not driving a vehicle. I was on the bike Sunday, and there was people are partaking quite a bit. So it was nice.
And everybody had fun at Harrington's. We couldn't get over there. We had such a long Italian lunch on Friday. I never made it over, but I'm hearing how well it went there. And They're going to have a March Madness special bracket challenge and viewing party. So Thursday and Friday at Harrington's on the city streets, they'll be doing that on Front Street. And then we got St. Lee's 9 to 9 party on Friday. And one thing, this year, St. Patrick's Day on a Sunday, Cinco de Drinko is on a Sunday as well.
That's very nice. So, hope everybody was safe and everything. But, it was saw tons of people out, had a great time, and, I was dodging a few people. It was very nice. By the way, we were talking about Women's Empowerment Month, and we had Laura Britt on the show a little bit earlier. If you missed the conversation, go back to KNBR. Jenny Kapnar, the voice of the A's, and she's going to be part of that. She's going to be doing play-by-play for the Warriors and the Knicks tonight, and she's going to be out with the boys this afternoon at 2:50. So make sure that that you tune in.
She made her A's debut ever so briefly between the raindrops on Friday when A's and Giants played. Not long, but she was there with Dallas, and then she has done a Warrior game on radio this year, so it'll be fun to hear her do an NBA game tonight on television. After doing a Warrior game on radio, easy peasy to slide over and do it on TV. It's a big game, though, tonight.
Yeah, and Tolbert & Cope's going to be at Harmonic Brewery right there at the arena there. So make sure that you check out and hang out with the guys. And Jenny's going to be on at 2:50. She will not be at the brewery. She's got work to do and everything. But they will be at the brewery. She will be on at 2:50. PJ is going to be on at 3:50.
Carlissimo?
Yeah. Matt Miyoko at 4:30 and Arizona's head coach at 5 o'clock, Tommy Lloyd. So they got a packed show today. So make sure that you hang out with the guys today.
Arizona, 2 seed again this year?
Yeah, 2 seed. They have lost as a 2 seed to Steve Nash and Santa Clara. Not that I want to bring that up with Tommy, but I just did. So anyway, make sure that you tune in with the guys. It is Pop and Lund on KNBR, Amen FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Steph Curry back. That means the band is back together. We had proclaimed this earlier, then Steph turned that ankle, but they're back, and they beat the Lakers on Saturday night. Steph says he was excited.
You didn't have to tell me anything. I've missed the last 3, so I was excited just to be back. But you obviously understand the ramifications of every game we play down the stretch. I know the guys fought hard in Dallas and, lost it late, so you want to have a nice bounce-back performance. But every game, especially against teams that are, right in the right in the standings, where it's all jumbled up and they're playing, like, every game matters. So, and I knew we haven't won here in a while. I think it's been like 2 years ago. So that was on top of mine, too.
Started slow, but he got things rolling, man. He scored 31. Third quarter, got rolling 5 of 10. He got 13 in the third quarter, and they end up winning the ball game. But a little slow start. You could expect that with Steph. But again, in the second half, 7 of 15, 18 of his 31 in the second half for Steph. So there you go.
Well, he didn't score in the first quarter, but with the wind and everything, he only played 8 minutes. But Kuminga had 10, Wiggins had 7. The problem was they weren't guarding in the first quarter. They guarded more in the second quarter, dropped it from 36 to 30. So Steph was coughing it up a little bit there. Hope he's okay. The one thing is he didn't cough up the ball. This is one of the greatest assist-turnover ratios I think I've ever seen. The Warriors had 38 assists on Saturday night and turned the ball over 7 times. That has got to be the greatest differential in the Steve Kerr era. I mean, there were games where they had 40-plus assists, but they'd have like 14 turns, or they had 38 assists and 7 turnovers on Saturday night. Draymond had 13 assists. Steph had 5 off the bench. Trace Jackson-Davis, the rookie, had 4. Paul had 4. I mean, that's a plus 31 in the assist turnover. My God.
Nice job. Again, they get the victory over the Lakers, 128-121. Everybody was complaining at the end, but like you said before, they pretty much had this thing under control. We were talking about the broadcast itself. Mike Breen, gold standard as always, talks about the Warriors. If they would win the championship, he says it would be the greatest accomplishment of this group's era.
Yeah, it's if
if they win a championship this year, I think it's going to be the greatest accomplishment of this group because it's going to be very difficult. And like you say, they, on any given night, when they're full, when they're whole, they can beat anybody. But they haven't been consistent along those lines. And there's some really good teams in the Western Conference this year. So, to win consecutive series in a row is going to be an amazing challenge. But again, can they beat Minnesota in a 7-game series? I think so. Can they beat OKC? I think so. Can they beat Denver? That's going to be a little more difficult. But, you can't count them out to win one series. But the key is, can you do it series after series? And that's going to be difficult for them because they're going to be relying on a number of players who've never really had to be at their elite level night after night.
That was with Murph and Marcus this morning. Yeah, I would agree 100%. I mean, 22 was huge, but if they could come from the depths of probably what is going to be a play-in to winning a championship, that'd be amazing.
Without a doubt. It'd be one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of the NBA. I mean, rivals Rick and the guys in 74, 75 winning the championship, and they were a good team that year, but Washington won 60. I mean, last year we did have teams from the play-in. I mean, what were the Miami Heat last year? They went all the way, they were in the play-in to start. Right. So there are teams that do rise up. The Lakers had to rise up last year. But to make it, I mean, if the Warriors and Mike got to where they would be if they get into the actual playoffs, they may still have to go through the Lakers and Dallas or Phoenix, right, which is going to be, even to get to that hard point, enough. Geez. And then you get into actually, playing. And there's no, I mean, when they won the championship a couple of years ago, that was impressive. But they got Dallas or Denver in the first round, and they didn't have Jamal Murray, and their forward was out as well. Then they beat Memphis in the next round. John Morant got hurt in the middle of that series. Then they played Dallas after Dallas knocked off Phoenix in that, flame out of a Game 7 for the Suns. And that wasn't like it was a cakewalk, but, you were able to box them in with Jalen Brunson and Luka then. So I don't think there's any doubt, John. Then they beat Boston, obviously, in the finals. But if this team wins the championship this year and to do it from the play-in and maybe beat the Lakers and Dallas or Phoenix to get into the playoffs, then all those teams you got to get through, be one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of the NBA to win a title this year.
Maybe the biggest story today locally, I didn't even know. I mean, there was no reports that they didn't have a contract. I mean, this is coming up just a couple of weeks before the home opener. The great Renel Brooks-Moon will not be the PA voice of your San Francisco Giants. The next time you see the Giants in person here is the Hall of Famer, John Miller. Renel, a real talent.
The thing that I liked about Renel was that she was a professional. She was not somebody that they brought in and said, we think it'd be nice if we had a woman, a person of color, and whatnot. And so let's see who's available. Renel is a professional broadcaster and a very successful broadcaster. She had some highly rated radio shows for a long, long time. So not just a professional, somebody who knows how to use her voice and somebody who has real talent.
I echo the same sentiments. I couldn't believe it when I read it this morning. I mean, she's a friend of the show. She's a friend of ours. She's a legend, and it's just going to be weird at the ballpark.
Well, especially at this ballpark because we never had another PA voice. And I'm trying to remember, even going back when Sherry Davis did it, I guess the last year's at Candlestick. Who was the PA voice at Candlestick Park before Sherry Davis? I honestly don't remember. I mean, on the other side of the bay, it was Roy, Roy Steele, the voice of God. So, certain PA announcers just resonate. It's just the nature of the business. I don't know if she had an annual contract or if they signed her a multi-year deal. They did it year by year. And everything John said, I mean, Renel has been on radio and TV for decades. And that's the one thing about her as a PA announcer. She's a lot like Bob Shepard, the great voice of Yankee Stadium, who actually taught speech at, I think, NY University, NYU. But, I mean, just never made a mistake, Renel. She never like, what did she just say? Or did she mispronounce his name? It was like she never did that. So she's unflappably good. Now the question is, who's going to take that job? do they have already somebody in place when you make this announcement today and you're moving on? You think you've already got the replacement in place. You're not going to announce that at the same time you're saying Renel's going to elevate to this emeritus position. But who is that person going to be, John? And that's going to be a difficult job to walk into that booth at Oracle Park.
No question about it. Over to the 49ers, David Lombardi on this morning talks about Brandon Ayuk, an update on the contract negotiations.
I think everything's up in the air because you have to leave yourself with as many options as possible, but I think it's strongly trending toward the 49ers paying him. I think that they've set themselves up fairly well for that, but, negotiations are negotiations, and those are going to happen, and those typically happen with a little bit more deadline pressure later in the offseason.
I've said this the whole time. I think you have too. Look, they've got a track record of getting these things done unless there's some offer that they can't refuse. I would imagine that 11 in red is going to be with the 49ers. I don't see it any other way. They've gotten these things done. They may take a while. They have taken a while in the past, but anybody that they've drafted, developed, and wanted to keep, they've done it.
Yeah, it's going to be a big number, though. He's going to make a major impact, financially, and that's why you're moving money around to get ready for his extension, and that'll actually lower the cap hit for this year. But then Brock, the year after that, he is represented, Brandon Ayuk, by Ryan Williams from Athletes First, as David Lombardi well knows, and he is a close friend of John Lynch's. So we'll see. Even though you're a friend across the table from people, it can be contentious or it can be friendly. It's just going to be hard. It's a big number. It's going to be a big jump. The negotiation with Bosa, that was a hard one. They had to yield on a lot of things they didn't want to yield on with Nick. But they eventually got there, and it was just a question of we got to get this guy in, and it took a while. Hopefully for Ayuk, it's done before training camp starts. The one thing that I think is unfortunate here for Ayuk, and it's just the nature of him getting paid, I hope he's still able to be around his teammates this offseason, because I would have voted Brandon Ayuk the 49er of the offseason last year, the year before. I'd go back to when Trey Lance, was that the year before, John? I'm losing Trey. I mean, it was the last 2 years. But the year that Trey was the starting quarterback and Brock was a rookie and Jimmy was in limbo, and you had Nate Sudfeld. From that offseason on, Brandon Ayuk really locked in as a leader on this team, and he was around for just about every OTA, became a dad, became more serious. I hope that Ryan Williams doesn't advise him to just shut it down. I understand if you have to do that, but I think that's why he's getting better and better and better. He had a little regression from his rookie year to his second year, but after that, in that game on Halloween in Chicago when he locked in and took off, he's been on the ascent ever since. He's just getting better and better and better in every regard. He is fanatical about football. He loves it. You're going to get paid. You're going to get the big payday. I just hope he's able to work and specifically work around his teammates, and Brock in particular, but all of them this offseason, even with this contract negotiation looming.
All right, let me give you one more. We're doing a bonus fifth. I know it's the foreplay, but we had time to do. I know this is a miracle, but we have a bonus fifth. So I guess I didn't see this, but I guess Jordan Poole got hit in the face this weekend in a game, and he's actually able to make light of this. This is what he said in the post game after he got hit in the face.
It's an offensive foul on Holiday. Poole up top.
Really? Offensive foul charge to Boston. All right, let's take a look. There's the post. He puts his hands on him, and Holiday gets his hands off of him.
Let's just say that's not the worst shot Jordan Poole has taken to the face.
Oh, okay.
There's something wrong with
I thought it was Jordan who said it. That's during the Celtics broadcast.
Ooh, that's not Mike Gorman. That's Brian Scalabrini's partner.
Right.
Who is that?
I don't know who that is. I know.
It's not Mike Gorman. Mike Gorman, we know, is heavy New England accent.
Whoever that is, yeah, that's a Celtics broadcast.
That's Scalabrini's guy.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's not like you said. That's not Mike Gorman.
It's a throwaway line. All
right, there you go. All right, that's your five. Doesn't sound the same. 5 play. That's 5 play. All right. We've got the 2021 quarterback class. Well, we're going to bring David Lombardi back for one more cut coming up, and that'll lead us into the 2021 quarterback class since Justin Fields is no longer with the Chicago Bears, and it does illustrate how difficult it is to pick a quarterback. We already know that, but we'll play that for you coming up next. We do have a couple of stories for 1:30 as well. We'll get that to you as well. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Bill Lasky spoke with Kyle Harrison, who's pitching today, by the way, on Extra Innings. As he prepares to enter his rookie season with high expectations. Check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. That will come into play. A billion. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you're not going to believe this, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, with the weather getting better, as you can see by looking outside, motorcyclists, pedestrians, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident you're in good hands, great hands actually, with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than, and this is where that sound effect comes into place, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But get this, you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us. Microphone just broke, so if you're on YouTube and Twitch, I'll be just holding this the entire.
What happened? It just fell right off its stand?
Yeah, it's happened sometimes. It's okay. I can just hold it.
I couldn't do the show if I had to hold the mic.
See, I like that's what I have at home. Me too. I have the one at home like you have. You have one the headset mic, which I love. So I can mess with things.
I don't think I've ever worked without these. You know, John Miller, and John was on with us this morning. John does games with and it's a stand, but it's a mic stand.
Those. I don't like those.
We should have asked John if he was ever a PA announcer. He does the greatest PA announcer voices of all time. I mean, he can do Bob Shepard better than Bob Shepard or Sherm Feller better than Sherm. Does he do Roy Steele? I think he does.
I think he has. Yeah.
But I wonder if John ever... I bet his desire was actually to be, before a play-by-play announcer, was to be a public address voice of Giants baseball. He probably wanted Renel's job. Maybe he can do both.
At the same time.
Maybe the one person that could replace Renel. I did that when I did Syracuse Chiefs baseball.
You had to do both at the same time?
I did. We got $14 a day to do play-by-play and or color on radio. And to work the scoreboard was $14, and to be the PA announcer was $14. I was in charge of divvying it out. 1 year late in the season, everybody had to go do Syracuse football. Sean McDonough went to Rutgers. So I was there. So I did simultaneously play-by-play and color alone.
How could you do
work the scoreboard and
way.
Did the public address, and I made $42 a game. I made 14 times 3, so I did do.
So what did you do? Turn the mic off and then do?
I would turn. I would do play-by-play. You know, it'd be here's Tony Fernandez, the leadoff for the Chiefs in the third. Hit my mic off. Now batting number 1, shortstop Tony Fernandez.
No way.
So turn off my mic and then go back. Hey, Tony's coming in with a .322 average. I was fine the whole game.
Oh my gosh.
Mark Bomback was pitching that night, and he and I were drinking buddies. He a guy with a little taste in the major leagues. He was pitching a shutout going to the 9th inning. And I did not make a mistake that I know of the entire game until to start the 9th inning. I turned on the mic and said, leading off for the Toledo Mudhens, Mark Bomback. And he was the pitcher. So he looks up at me like, you just jinxed my CG show. No, but he got through it. But anyway, it was fun. That was fun.
That is outstanding.
John, I'm sure... Sean, I wonder if he is secretly going to be the new PA voice. He was the one. He could do Renel's voice.
Maybe you could do
he
it.
Could do, huh?
Maybe you could do it. You have experience doing it.
Are you kidding me? I don't want that job.
I'll call you.
No, I'm
heard you have PA
experience.
Too
many hard names to pronounce right now.
Oh, I know.
Is it Jung Hoo Lee or Jung Ho Lee?
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Everybody's going back and forth on that. It is Jung Hoo Lee, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Who? Who's in center field for the Giants? Hoo Lee.
It's like a Dr. Seuss book.
Yeah, it's not holy.
Yeah,
no,
it's not holy.
No.
Yeah, that'd be a problem. Because the guy's right there and he's looking up at you like, bro, you just
don't want to
make
a mistake,
man.
You don't want to make a mistake. Some of these names are hard.
Yeah, exactly. Not easy. one shot. Now pitching.
No.
He's looking
anyway, that's the way John.
Right?
He doesn't hold the mic himself, but he's got the mic stand
Yeah,
on the table.
I had that for a while. Like at home, I'd have that, and I didn't like it. So I like that you've got.
Because I'm swinging my head around here and there.
You don't have to move anywhere. It's the best.
Can't do that. No.
All right, David Lombardi. Yeah, we can do this now. We've got plenty of time. All right, David Lombardi was on with the morning show with Murph and Marcus this morning, and I had heard this rumor over the weekend, which is probably why the guys talked about it. The 2021 draft class is a disaster. Trevor Lawrence is good, not great. I thought Trevor, and he's still got plenty of time, but I thought Trevor Lawrence would be great by now. He started a lot of games. He's good. He's still got time to be great, but he's good. Zach Wilson, I was never a Zach Wilson guy. Played against a bad schedule, good offensive line in college, ran around, did backyard plays. We all know about Trey's in Dallas. Justin Fields just got traded to Pittsburgh. Mac Jones, promising start. Now he's a backup in Jacksonville. So David was asked about Zach Wilson possibly being a backup here with the 49ers.
The 49ers took a guy whose reputation had been wrecked over his time with the Jets and the Panthers, but was formerly a top-tier draft pick who had a ton of physical talent, and they were able to use the structure that they had in place with Shanahan, Brian Griese, obviously Brock Purdy in that quarterback room. They were able to use that to turn around Sam Darnold's reputation. So that's why people are talking about Zach Wilson right now. And if the Jets part ways with him, if they release him, I think it's a no-brainer because all the guaranteed money for Zach Wilson, I think, is still guaranteed like $5.5 more million. It would be kind of like the Russell Wilson situation. The Jets would be on the hook for all the guaranteed money, and all you have to do is pay him the minimum. And it's a kind of a no-risk investment. Now, if you have to trade for him, then you have to inherit the $5.5 million guaranteed. Then it becomes a question of how much Kyle Shanahan really likes the potential of somebody like Zach Wilson, how much he would want to have him in the room.
He said no-brainer. No-brainer. I don't know that I'd call that a no-brainer. What do you think?
And I like David. David I think he knows football inside and out, and he knows all the money of football. I wholeheartedly disagree with that assessment. I mean, what's the commonality? High draft pick and a former Jet? I mean, and I know people don't like Sam Darnold as much as I do, but Sam Darnold, I know the Niners liked him coming out of the draft at USC. I think there's been a lot of factors why Sam has not reached, and I think his best football is yet to be played, although he played really well last year in Carolina, but he had mono, he had injuries, he just was all over the place with the Jets. He didn't have any talent around him. They changed offensive coordinators every year. I'm not looking to make excuses for him, but it explains why his play was uneven. And last year, his last 6 games in Carolina, he was outstanding. Outstanding. His very last game didn't go as well, but he had a game against Tampa, the next to last game of the year, where he played well enough to beat Tom Brady and win that division. They didn't play well enough around him. So I've never spoken to Kyle or John about Zach Wilson. When the Niners traded up from 12 to 3, we all knew Trevor Lawrence was going 1 and Zach Wilson was going 2 to Robert Saleh, and that was going to be it. So I don't know how much work they put in on Zach, but I am not a fan of Zach Wilson's at all. Not just his ability or lack thereof, but his locker room presence, who he is. And I thought Aaron Rodgers elevated him a little bit this year, and finally his numbers were somewhat better as far as TD to interception ratio. But I don't see the Niners bringing in Zach Wilson. The bottom line is you want that position to be the backup quarterback, and whether it's 2 or 3, but mainly 2. If we lose Brock Purdy, can he play and win with our team? Now, that's a loaded team. I would say you can get better than that. I don't even know if you brought Zach Wilson in, he could beat out Brandon Allen and be the number 2 as opposed to 3. So I understand, if the draft, when you look back at him in your notes in the draft, if you liked him, but I haven't heard they liked him. I was never a fan of his. I thought he was frail coming out of college. So I hope the Niners don't go that way. I think they can do better, but I think they do have to address the backup quarterback position and look to see if they can get somebody that could be a true number 2 and leave Brandon Allen at number 3. I think in retrospect, John, where they erred, and I remember that offseason obviously well, and initially it was Matthew Stafford. They wanted Matthew Stafford that offseason when he was going to move on from the Lions, and then the whole Cabo trip with Whitworth and Sean McVay, and Kyle was there at his mom and dad's place, but in different locations, and for whatever reason, if Stafford just wanted to be a Ram because his buddy Kershaw was a Dodger and whatever, it worked out. They won the Super Bowl. But after that, I mean, initially it was Deshaun Watson they wanted. And then, Deshaun demanded a trade, and then that went sideways, obviously, that offseason with all the allegations, and his career was in limbo, so you had to move on. But initially it was Deshaun, and then it was Stafford, and then after that, they looked at the draft. And this is the same year, that Josh Allen came in and had that game, in the pandemic year at Levi's when he was rolling to his right and making those throws to Gabe Davis down the right sideline. And who is this guy? We got to get one of those guys. So they thought, we're not going to get Trevor, we're not going to get Zach Wilson, but we trade from 12 to 3. We're going to have the pick of the next 3, whether it's Mac Jones, Justin Fields, or Trey Lance. And then initially I think there was Mac, and then they moved on and went to Trey because of the dual threat ability. I think the error that they made was those 3 guys weren't good enough to move up from 12 to 3 and give up the 2 future ones and the third and all of that. It's just those guys did not pan out. Doesn't mean they won't. I mean, the bottom line is judge a man by his actions, right, John? And I mean, look, they could have traded for Justin Fields over the weekend and given up a day 2 or 3 pick to get him. He went for a conditional 6th and may become a 4th if he plays 51% of the snaps. Is he going to do that with Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh? So they could have got Justin Fields, and Mac Jones went for a 6th-round pick, and they didn't want to bite on that. So if you offered a 5th round for either guy, you would have had him. And then I do hope that Trey finds another situation where he can move up and just get more practice time and let alone play time, just become a true backup and not a number 3. But I think the error that they made was in evaluating those 3 is that we'll be able to take any one of the 3, and in retrospect, none of those 3 have proven out to be good enough.
Yeah, and look, Zach Wilson's gotten many opportunities, not as much as Justin Fields, but he hasn't played well at all. I don't know what Trey would be. He just hasn't gotten many opportunities, and when he got the opportunities here, they weren't very long through injuries or just Brock seized the position and he didn't get an opportunity. But I don't know if you can say that he can't play, but he's just a lot of times he just hasn't gotten the opportunities. Justin Fields, great runner, great athlete, hasn't proven to be a thrower. And then I don't know what Mac Jones is. Mac Jones early in the process looked like he was good, and then he looked like he alienated a lot of people, and now he's going to be a backup. Maybe he has an opportunity to try once again. But it of all the guys, looking at Zach Wilson, just because there was rumors, and then David said what he said, I didn't think Zach Wilson could play. I mean, he had a good pro day at BYU. I remember everybody was impressed by him, but he had a veteran offensive line at BYU, had a really good offensive line, a really bad schedule that he played against, and then he just played backyard football at BYU against a bad schedule. To me, I was never a big fan. He was never back in the pocket making throws.
I agree.
It was sandlot football.
I just wonder if the Niners were ever in conversations with trading for Mac Jones. I mean, you can get him for a 5th-round draft pick, and the Niners 5th versus Jacksonville 6th. I mean, is that not worth? They liked him at one time. He played really well as a rookie. He had a couple of games where the arm strength was alarmingly poor. They had one Monday night game in Buffalo where they ran it like every single time, and they wouldn't throw it in the wind. And ultimately, the playoff game that year, he got a little overwhelmed, and you wondered about the wind. And then, they just made a mistake when they moved on from Josh McDaniels with Patricia and Joe Judge and the lack of, real true offensive minds around him. And then he started to act up a little bit. Maybe it was his behavior. But I wonder if there was any thought of offering New England a day 3 draft pick to get Mac Jones on the roster, John. Or do they just believe in Brandon Allen? Are they waiting for someone else to pop free? I mean, is the way they're paying Brandon Allen, to me, it's to be more of a 3 than a 2. I mean, what are they really going to do? I know Brock had a great year last year, but damn, Brock Purdy gets hurt. Are they going to bring in a quarterback that can lead them to where they want to go this year?
This is interesting. A lot of reports, Matt Barrows, Nick Wagner, all the insider guys. Originally, I think this is Tom Pelissaro from the NFL Network. 49ers being knocked down in the draft order, 4th round and next year's 5th. The NFL found administrative payroll accounting errors at the close of the 22 year that resulted in a misreporting of their cumulative player compensation. So what's happening this year is their 4th round pick is going to go to the end of the 4th round, and they lose next year's 5th round pick because of administrative errors that they're misreporting, and they don't think they did it on purpose, but misreporting of their cumulative player compensation. So they lose their 5th rounder next year, and their 4th rounder this year goes to the end of the round. So there's that.
Which they would have been at the end of the round anyway, right?
But you have the compensation picks and all that kind of stuff, so then they move it to the end. So they lose some spots.
Has that ever happened to a team before?
I don't know.
Never heard of it.
I don't know. Anyway, there you go. There's that. So, all right, we got a few more things for you. The Renel Brooks-Moon situation, if you want to get on that before we end the show today. Blake Snell, the Astros, or he went to the Astros and said 2-66. Would you do something like that for Blake Snell? We've been talking about that today. It's been a week on the free agency front for the 49ers. How would you grade what they've done so far? Do you like what they've done? Any of those kind of things we can talk about before the end of the show. And then Tolbert and Copes at 2 o'clock. It's Pop and Lundley here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Monday edition of the show. Big stories today. Renel, that's not the voice you're going to hear at Giants games. Give us your thoughts on any of these topics. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, as well as the phone line under 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Thoughts on that? Blake Snell still not signed. 2-66 is what he told the Astros over the weekend. Would you do that if you were a Giants fan? 1 week into free agency for the 49ers. What do you think so far? How would you grade the 49ers? How do you like them in the NFC? Odds still say the 49ers are not only the favorites in the NFC, but at plus 500, the favorites for the Super Bowl in New Orleans. By the way, we would like to go back there, not only because it's the 49ers, but Super Bowl 47, we went there, and that was a very fun time.
That was the last Super Bowl in New Orleans.
We had a good time.
The lights went out.
We had a good time there. That was a very enjoyable place. That is much like Vegas, that is built for the Super Bowl. It's very nice. You don't have to go very far. It's very nice.
The stadium's a little dingy.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the NFL hasn't said, hey, would you upgrade that thing? It would be nice.
Well, it's hard. I don't even know who runs that dome there, but I mean, there's so much, and ever since Katrina, it's just, not a priority in New Orleans, but it's a great venue without a doubt. You're right there on Bourbon Street and Frenchman Street, and is New Orleans hosted more Super Bowls than any other city? I think so. Miami. Is this the biggest gap between now and Super Bowls? I mean, they have Super Bowl 47,
12, yeah.
And the most recent be 59. Seems like the Super Bowls in New Orleans like every 5 years. So, but they do got to upgrade. The playing surface there needs to be better. The lighting in there, not just because the lights went out that night and kind of helped the Niners flip the game around.
It's dingy and stinky.
It's just dark
the field's
and dingy
not great.
in there.
It's not great.
I mean, outside of Soldier Field and Lambeau Field, Arrowhead's older, but they put hundreds of millions.
Did you hear that story, by the way? And I'm sure this is just trying to play for leverage.
I mean, what stadium is older than the Dome in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Buffalo's getting a new one. I mean, it's one of the oldest stadiums in football now.
But did you hear in Kansas City, and again, I'm sure it's for leverage because they're not going anywhere, but they said that if they don't get this is an old story, but if they don't get the money for the upgrades they did in Kansas City, that they're threatening to leave. It's like, come on.
Well, where are they going to go? But that stadium is old. And I love Arrowhead. Arrowhead was opened in 72, and Buffalo came in 73 in Orchard Park, and then Giant Stadium in 75. And the Giants have already moved out. They're on to MetLife. Buffalo's got a new stadium coming. Kansas City put hundreds of millions of dollars into renovating Arrowhead, but it's still antiquated. I mean, it looks great on TV, obviously, but the visitors' locker room there is ridiculous. Not that they care, but just the overall facility. I mean, at some point, you got to move on. As hard as that would be to leave Arrowhead, unless they do in the way they refurbish Soldier Field is just ridiculous. It's like aluminum siding.
Right.
They put up all this glass outside of all the brick structure, but the way they did Lambeau was really well done. We're going there this year, obviously, to play the Packers at Lambeau. Lambeau looks great, and it's got the old feel. It works, but Arrowhead, John, is just outdated. They need to do some upgrading at Arrowhead. And we're playing the Chiefs again this year, but they're coming to Levi's. We're not going to Kansas City.
Would you like to go to Green Bay when it's cold or when it's
cold?
Early? You would?
I want that chicken broth.
You want the chicken broth?
Yeah, but I want to be healthy this time.
Yeah, exactly.
I was not healthy last time.
All right, I'll give you one, just one, and it's not going to be the jersey swap story. Just one.
What's the jersey swap story? Who did the jersey swap?
You didn't see that story?
Well, who did it? You said you weren't going to do it, so I'm making you do it. So.
Grady Dick and Anthony Black, and you can probably figure it out. Not in that order.
Right.
So the 2024 Olympics being set in the City of Love was divine timing. It says organizers for this summer's Paris Games are encouraging friendly mixing and mingling among athletes from different nations and have provided, get this, 300 condoms for their staying in the Olympic Village, according to the director for the 2024 Paris Village.
Well, that won't be enough even for Team USA basketball.
300,000. I mean, 300,000. Oh, my
Just
gosh,
for the
man.
athletes?
Yeah.
Well, they're there 2 weeks, Jim.
Now, remember, this is in stark contrast to 2021 because, remember, they exercise strict social distancing because of COVID-19. There was an intimacy
But still,
ban.
you can still get within 6 feet, even if you're far away.
I couldn't. Some of them
you need an extra large condom.
I could not. But
this is for all athletes of the
but now it's
2024 games?
now it's they don't have an intimacy ban now, so that they've provided 300,000. That says, quote, "We are aiming to have 300,000 condoms here at disposal for the athletes in the village. It's a quantity to make sure everyone would have what they're expecting and what they need." My God, man! I mean, how many athletes are there?
I'm telling you, it's not even enough for Team USA basketball. This is going to be the biggest stars. Will the 2024 Olympic Games be even more star power of NBA talent than the 92 Barcelona games and the Dream Team, or even going back to Bobby Knight's 84? I mean, you're going to have LeBron, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry's never played in the Olympics in his career. You're going to have some of the biggest stars to ever play.
I mean, God, 92 though. I mean, you're talking Barkley, Magic, Bird.
Yeah, speaking of passing out condoms, that's right after Magic tested positive. So
yeah, no kidding.
I think you wanted to send some to Magic's floor.
I want to double up. We want to create some places where the athletes will feel very enthusiastic and comfortable so they can have
enthusiastic.
Now, this is the funny part. It says so they can have some conversations, discussions, and to share their core values about sports. That's not what condoms are for.
Sex weakens legs.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, there you go. 300,000. But it is Paris after all.
Well, how many athletes are coming? This is for the world's athletes, not just Team USA, right?
Right. It's for everybody. I mean, just off the top of my head, 300,000 sure sounds like a lot.
You may have to run out to a drugstore to pick up a few more. You may have run out.
1,000. My goodness, man. Anyway, yeah. So that's quite a few, but that's what they're doing. They're providing 300,000. That would be nice. I mean, and plus, if you're on the fence about going, like Paris, my goodness, man. Now
that's going to be a trip.
Yeah,
that's going to be a trip.
I mean, I've covered the Olympics
late July,
a couple of times,
early August to go to the Paris Games. Wow,
that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Go to Paris.
Yeah, this would be. I mean, I wish I could go, but that's right. When training camp starts, you can't. I can't be there then, but Fitz will be there. I mean, this is the one to go to, isn't it?
Yeah, Paris. I mean, that would be insane to go to that. Like, if you're going to go to one, that would be the one.
We got to keep Steph Curry healthy. We want him to play.
Yeah, for sure.
Draymond's already been told we don't need your services. They're not going to have. Grant Hill already cut Draymond.
Sorry, bro. He's probably going to end up there just because. He's probably going to go.
I mean, this Team USA is going to be just having Durant and LeBron. Who else will be on that team? Steph. I mean, some of the best players in the game, international players. Obviously, you're going to have to deal with Luka and Nikola Jokic. But is Joel Embiid going to play for Team USA or Team Cameroon? I think he's going to play on Team USA.
I think that's what he said. Yeah.
Think about that team. Wow.
That's going to be fun.
Front line of Embiid, Durant, LeBron.
Just don't get distracted.
Backcourt is Steph Curry, and who else do you want? SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Imagine the type of women they're going to fly in. Women, weak in legs. Let's stay focused, boys.
They're going to be
stay focused. Professionals.
When is Aisha due, by the way? She may not be able to make the trip.
Oh, that's
to Paris
right.
This year. She's
a
child.
Man.
She may not be able to make it.
Yeah, he may.
Steph has to go along.
I was going to say he may have to stay home for that thing. So anyway, just wanted to keep you up to date on what's going on. That's our job. All right, we got a few remnants. I see the boys getting ready over there at Chase Center. Have a couple of
big game tonight.
They get ready. Yeah, big game. Knicks tonight. It's going to be very cool. Women Empowerment Month, and they're going to have Jenny Kaffner, not off the rip, but about 2:50. They're going to talk to her about that great broadcast. PJ at 3:50, Mayoko 4:30, Tommy Lloyd at 5. So they're packed up for the broadcast there at Chase Center. We'll tell you more about it coming up next. A couple of more remnants, and then we're out here at the top of the hour 4. It's Olbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
The Giants have decided to part ways with their longtime PA voice, Renel Brooks-Moon. Check it out. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The players really enjoyed that. Marvin Bernard will always love her because he'd come to the plate and it wasn't just, the center fielder, Marvin Bernard. It was always the center fielder, Marvin Bernard. And she gave a little "come hither" thing in her voice with Marvin, and Marvin just always got a kick out of it. So it made it special.
Maybe John could do both. You did it.
What was the line? Come hither?
Yeah, come hither.
Right.
Come hither.
I liked your Barry Bonds.
I also like what he said. When other guys come to the park and they're like, maybe we can make this a short one tonight. John's like, well, I like doing this. You can tell. He's hilarious, man.
Well, he's going to go over tomorrow night, and they're going to be on NBC Sports Bay Area tomorrow night. Who are they playing? The Royals, who are the trendy pick, John, to be a much improved team this year from last year. They have some good young talent, and Bobby Witt Jr. and others. But they're going to be on TV tomorrow night. So, John, it's not going to be on KNBR. We're not on KNBR again, the Giants, until Saturday when they wind up the spring. But he's going to go over and work with Joe Rizzo. He loves it so much. The Giants are playing tonight, John. They're playing a 6 o'clock first pitch tonight in Arizona.
Kyle Harrison on the mound.
Kyle Harrison, yes. Prince Harry.
We'll be checking that one out. The number 2 starter, at least for now. So, yeah.
You want Blake Snell.
Yeah, let's go. I'm not messing around. Let's go, man. 2-66. Offer him 60. Done after a year. Let's go. Need a 2. By the way, it's official. Everyone's like, oh, why isn't Leonard Floyd signed? Leonard Floyd is signed. Devondre Campbell.
You need to pass the physical, though. You need to get that done.
It's done. He signed official. We had the press conference and everything.
Got it.
Brandon Parker. Remember him with the Raiders?
Offensive
lineman.
Yeah.
Isaac Yadam and Yadam, as well as John Feliciano, who you're no longer scared of. So there you go. Official.
And the way John's talking, it's his final year, 10th and final year, and then he's going to retire. Let's see how it goes this year.
By the way, Leonard Floyd, it was great. I was watching part of the press conference, and he said basically that he signed with the 49ers because they didn't F around. He just basically said they just got to the point, and he said he liked that, and so he's excited.
Sure, who made the first phone call? I'm sure it was Brandon Staley that reached out to him.
So anyway, he just goes, hey, they're not messing around, so I like that, and he says he's excited to go against George Kittle every day, maybe until there's all that talking that Kittle does, so maybe that might grate on him, maybe not, but he just basically said that he's excited to go against George Kittle, and they didn't mess around, so here he is. So that's cool.
Be careful what you wish for. George pancakes Micah Parsons, Leonard. Don't get hurt in practice.
And he tells you about it.
Don't get hurt.
So that's fun. And one thing we didn't mention, too, was the Giants were saying that maybe Alex Cobb actually throws in a game before they leave spring training. How about that? That would be huge.
Maybe he threw a minor league game on Saturday, so maybe next Saturday. Then I think it'd be cool if he pitched at Oracle Park. Maybe on the Tuesday. A week from today, they're going to play the A's. They're going to have the Bay Bridge Series, spring training style.
Is it trophy?
With a game in Oakland.
Trophy?
No, not for the spring. We bring out the bridge when Brody
we still have that thing?
Clear. Yeah.
Brody's trophy.
Then the next night, they're going to play, a week from tomorrow night, they're at Oracle Park, 5:05 Twilight game. Maybe Cobb pitches in one of those. Giant lineup. You mentioned Kyle Harrison is going to pitch tonight. Joey Bard is going to catch him tonight. Tyler Fitzgerald is second. Matos in center. Wade. And it's not Lamonte Wade. It's Lamont Wade Jr. will be DHing. David Villar, Luciano, Schmidt, Bart. That whole order right there. They're all going to AAA. Mm-hmm. Villar the Killer, Lucky Luciano, Casey Schmidt. Joey won't even make AAA. He'll probably be at another team. All those guys. Just, we wondered what they would be in time. Matos? No. Matos is hitting second, so Wade will make the team. But a week from now, they got to pair the roster. Are they all going down? Luciano, Schmidt, Matos, Bart, Villar, all go. Bart will be just flat out let go, and then somebody will pick him up. But that's what this year was about. A little bit after what we saw from last year, the development of these young guys. It's basically Patrick Bailey and Kyle Harrison, right, that have elevated.
And finally, Chase Young. We hardly knew ye. He's going to the Saints. Saints.
Dennis Allen will love him.
Sarcasm is dripping in your voice.
Yeah, I just how much did he get? How much did they pay Chase Young?
No, I don't know. You were right. I was wrong. I thought he was going to be a lot better.
I wanted him to be. I saw the body, and I thought, wow, He's huge, but it's just technique, it's effort. He didn't fit here. Hopefully, Dennis will coach him hard in New Orleans, so we'll see what happens there. But I wonder if the Niners are done. There are two great players to me that are still available, and they're both in the secondary. Justin Simmons, and there are other safeties that are good. Quandre Diggs, good player, but Justin Simmons can plug in anywhere. And then, what is Kansas City going to do with L'Jarius Sneed? They really going to trade that guy? So we'll see. Warriors and Knicks tonight, John. The only time the Knicks come once a year. Always a big night when they come to the Bay Area.
Women's Empowerment Night or month, and as part of it, Jenny Kavanaugh, the voice of the A's, is going to call that game. She is going to join Tolbert and Copes as they are out at Chase Center tonight. She's going to join the guys, not out there, but she's going to be calling the game, and she's going to join the guys at 2:50. PJ Carlusmo is going to join him at 3:50. Matt Mayoko, they're going to lose a pick next year, and they're going to get pushed back, but they did make those signings official, so he'll talk to the boys at 4:30. And then Tommy Lloyd, voice of the coach of Arizona, is going to join Tommy and Copes at 5 o'clock. So great guest list for the guys coming up. That one at 5, but a great guest list for the guys starting right now. Thanks to Danny. Thanks a little bit to Walter as well. They're coming up right now on KNBR Avon FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Yeah, I fell off Camelback Mountain.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We are out at Harmonic. A short stone's throw away from Chase. Getting ready for the Warriors and the Knickerbockers. I should know what Knickerbocker, what that mean, why Knickerbockers.
I mean, you're setting it up too easy. Knickerbocker. Just kick a Monday off with it, dude. It's easy. Yeah, dude, there's a bunch of, I remember when I was a kid, I went through a bunch of baseball teams, and the one that I couldn't, as a little kid, I could never figure out what Oriole spelled. I was like, what is that word? Oriole? And it was a bird. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Our mascot's a bird. I never knew what an expo was. Was it the Expeditions? Montreal.
Is that what it is?
I think so. I don't know.
Maybe it was Montreal Expo.
Knickerbocker.
The expo there.
Yeah,
somebody
expo.
was wearing behind 17 at TPC yesterday. Behind 17 where they teed off. Somebody was wearing an Expo hat. I go, hey, that dude's got an Expo hat on. Best part was he had a USA T-shirt.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. I thought it was like French Canada. They used to have the kilometers on the wall up there too.
Well, since we're where's it? Oh, I thought I had the picture that I was going to show you this picture. Since we're starting off the show this way, there it is. Okay. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. You know Anthony Black that plays, you probably don't know him, plays for the Magic.
Yeah, I know Anthony Black, yes, yeah.
You know Grady Dick?
Oh, I saw I saw Anthony Black and Grady Dick, and I saw them do the jersey swap.
I was like, bro.
And I saw which order they stood in. They knew what they were doing.
Oh, of course they did. They're like, we're funny.
Look at this, dude.
I go, it reminds me of me and Steve with the 12-packs on our heads. We thought we were funny. You really weren't that funny.
I think that's pretty funny.
How come Grady Dick hasn't taken a picture of Colby White? And there's got to be a Brown in there somewhere.
There's got to be a Brown, yeah. Jalen.
So we started thinking, who... what names would go together for funny jersey swaps? It was a great. I don't think he had a jersey, but his Gene Shue Or like if he had a jersey, he could pose with Mahorn, Shoe Mahorn.
Shoe Mahorn, that's pretty good.
That'd be pretty. But I was trying to think. It'd take a while for me to come up with names. That's perfect for the texters and the listeners. Like, what 2 jerseys would you like to see swapped and stand there? Doesn't have to be pornographic. It can be if you want to. I really don't care. But these guys, they probably didn't even know each other. Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Well, they had the
Bro, move over here. You get over here.
It's pretty good. I was wondering if they were guarding each other. He's like, dude, one of them came up with it. He's like, dude, you know, it'd be funny if at the end of the game we do the swap, we make sure they take a photo. It's like, dude, why would we take a photo of either of your jersey swaps? But
freaking rookies.
I saw once the Pittsburgh Pirates had Dean Kramer, I think was his name, the pitcher, and they had Trevor Newman, was that his name? And so they had Newman and Kramer standing next to each other, like on the railing in the dugout, which is pretty funny.
Good.
I like that.
That's
one too.
pretty good. There's got to be other ones out there that would be hilarious.
There's got to be some good jerseys. Anyway, KNBR, good jersey swap names.
Anyway, Jenny Kavnar is going to join us today. She'll be calling the Warrior game tonight. I worked with Jenny a week or two ago and called the game with her on radio. She's the new play-by-play.
Oh, you mentioned that. That's right. For the A's.
For the A's, yep. I was going to say Oakland, but who knows? Who knows? It could be the Reno A's. It could be who knows what A's they are. PJ Carlesimo is going to join us. We'll talk a little tourney. Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 4:30, and then the head coach of the University of Arizona Wildcats, Tommy Lloyd, will join us at 5 o'clock today.
Here we go. Derek, our producer here is, by the way, we are live from Harmonic Brewing. If you're coming out to the Warriors and the Knickerbockers tonight, make sure you stop by. 4 o'clock, the door's open. Come by for a pop and say what's up. Derek comes with these two, Fletcher Cox and Howie Long.
Nice. Very
Long
nice.
Cox, I like that one.
That's a good one.
That one's pretty good. And then I can never... Oh, yeah, okay. You were just explaining that on the bottom.
Hieroglyphics?
I can never read Derek's writing, dude. Look at this thing.
That is hieroglyphics.
Show the audience
that's
there, dude.
hieroglyphics.
Let me know what the bottom part of
is.
that says, because I have no idea, dude. Yeah.
That's like on a cave somewhere.
It's like you wrote it with his foot. Yeah.
And a stick man and a bear coming after the dude.
Ooh,
the
Fletcher Cox and Howie Long. Ooh, that's funny one, Derek. How'd you get into the tourney this weekend? Get your juices pumping.
Yeah, I mean, I watched some of the games, and like I can't sit here and tell you. And I never really got into who should make it, who shouldn't make it anyway, just because who cares? It's like teams 34 and 35 and 36. It's like hard for me to get into that. So I don't know like who should have made it. The number 1 seeds were pretty obvious. I thought it'd be between North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arizona. For the last number 1, North Carolina got that. Made sense to me. I mean,
they beat NC State in the conference.
No, they lost NC State.
They lost NC State in the championship game.
That big dude. Who's that big dude's name? Dick Burns. He had a pose with Grady Dick, too. Next year they had a swap jersey. That'd be a pretty good one, too.
Yeah.
He could do it.
That would be good, yeah.
Grady Dick's going to do more jersey swaps with people like he doesn't know. Like, bro, this will be hilarious.
This would be funny if this is like how his career starts to run, dude. Where they start doing jersey swaps with guys who have funny names.
He's known for jersey swaps.
That's going to be really good.
He could pose with Timmy Hardaway, too.
Oh, dude.
That'd be a good one, too. Throw that one out there. I mean, really, it's endless. I think you just go down the rosters and go, oh, yeah, he should pose with him. He should get with him. That'd be great if he just had a wall in his house of him, like, with jerseys and everything. I guess once you have kids, you got to take them all down. Oh, Dad, that's hilarious.
Or you just say,
tell my teachers.
Someday, kids, someday you'll know. You should know him with Steph. That'd be funny even. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Just anything. Anything would be good, you know?
Yeah. I like, I'd rather have Masala curry, to be honest
with
you.
Thank you, Masala. Well, you know, to each his own.
Yeah, I mean, I know. And then, hey, you do what you do what you do.
His own, dude.
So we'll get into the tourney today. It starts Thursday. We'll be off Thursday.
We got first 4 tomorrow, though, right? First 2 games.
First 2 tomorrow.
Which is something to pay attention to.
Yes. It seems like the Pac-12 is always involved in the first 4 somehow. I know. What do they have? Colorado, Virginia?
Yeah, and then UCLA.
Is that who it is? Or Colorado, Boise.
Boise, that's who it is.
Colorado State's Virginia. Aren't they?
Yeah.
I think it's
the
Colorado.
Rams, right?
The Rams, yeah.
That's right.
I think both Colorado schools are in the first 4. So, yeah, no, I mean, look, the tourney, I love the tourney. The tourney is fun to watch. You got your brackets going. You sit back, bring a couple TVs out into the living room, and just watch games all day. And, again, I didn't watch a ton this weekend. I watched some.
I watched more NBA yesterday, to be honest with you.
R.I.P. to UC Davis, Tim's Aggies.
Well.
How about that? The Long Beach State 49ers, the Dirtbags, took him out.
Well, their coach
and their coach Dan Monson
he
got
was dismissed.
fired Monday.
He's dismissed on Monday, but he's going to finish the season out, and then they win the conference tourney, and now he's dancing. I saw a really funny photo of him like cutting down the nets, and he had the same sort of expression on his face that Gene Steratore did when he returned from the when he waved to the audience when the referees came back. From from their holdout or whatever. But it was like, man, this guy knows he's making somebody happy. He's going to be a coach somewhere soon. Well,
it's funny. Yeah, I was listening to him. He was doing an interview earlier today, and he said he had a meeting with his team. And I'm not sure if it was last week before the Big West tourney or today before they started watching film, getting ready for Arizona. And they were watching film, and the first play of the game, there was like a egregious defensive mistake. And he stopped the film, and he turned to the team, and he said, guys, this is the type of mistake that get coaches fired.
After it happened? After he'd already been fired?
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, well, there you go, boys.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So, that's a weird situation. Maybe the first time Tommy Lloyd ever coached against a coach in the tournament that's been fired already.
That's hysterical. Because in college football, usually a guy will just leave and an assistant will coach. The bowl game or something.
Well, this is like, if you're an AD, this is what you don't want to have happen, right? I mean, you don't want to coach your team, and then they win. You're like, oh, damn. Do we got to keep him now? Should we fire?
Yeah.
I mean, should we continue? How far into the tourney? What if he wins 2 or 3 games? Then you look really ridiculous letting this guy go. I mean, and you set yourself up for it. You just set yourself up for it. You're like, no, this is it. We're going to have to let you go. Chris Holtman got let go. Holtman got let go from Ohio State. What if they let him coach you to win the big? I mean, he could have, in theory, probably not. But what if you win it? Then you
all look bad.
You backed yourself into a corner now. Oh, great. So it's just easier to say. But I guess they said, go ahead and finish up the season. Oh, he's not going to win, is he?
You too.
Oh,
yeah.
The dirtbags getting it done.
By the way, it's X on the YouTube chat. Says too bad J.R. Ryder's not around anymore for the Grady Dick.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be a good one.
Swap.
Yeah. That one's endless.
That's an easy one.
That one's endless.
Jay Tan on the YouTube chat says former Long Beach State 49ers. I think they're still the 49ers outside of baseball, right? Is it just baseball that the Dirtbags, or is it across
I just
the
call
board?
them the Dirtbags.
I like that name.
I grew up down there, so I can call them the Dirtbags.
It's a good nickname.
And my buddy played for the first Dirtbag team back in the 80s. Was it late? No, it was late 80s. I think that was kind of the first dirt that they were like the Dirtbags.
Yeah.
Because of the way they played. Hustled,
I like that.
in the dirt, dirty uniforms and all that.
Just don't watch them. Just come out the next day.
I think that's when the name was coined. But they are the 49ers, absolutely.
We used to call them the Dirtbags back in the 80s. By the way, we are giving away 2 more tickets. A pair of tickets today and all week long. It's a good one, good giveaway because it's going down. Right here at Chase Center, where we're sitting right outside of Chase Center right now at Harmonic Brewing. Make sure you come on by, have a pop, and say what's up if you're headed out to the Dubs game tonight. 2 tickets to see Weezer. How about that? October 9th, right here at Chase Center. Tune in all week long between 2 and 6. We'll give you a cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win, furnished by Live Nation. Rules are at KNBR.com, and we're going to get into this next. Renel Brooks-Moon.
Jonas in the belly of the wind.
Well, we have a more time.
That's my buddy. My buddy might be calling for those tickets from Denver. That's his favorite band. It's so funny. That's his favorite band. My wife hates Weezer.
Really?
Every time Weezer pops on, she goes, "Turn that off."
Well, Rivers Cuomo or something.
I kind of like Weezer.
I get down with some Weezer.
Yeah, Weezer's cool.
You can too. Here's the cue to call, and we'll get into this in just a minute. But it's a perfect kickoff to the reaction of Renel Brooks-Moon. Not coming back as Giants PA announcer. As we found out this morning in the Chronicle, here's the cue to call. There it is. You hear that? Caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll be seeing Weezer October 9th, 2024, right here at Chase Center. And again, tickets or you can find out more at KNBR.com, and they're furnished by LiveNation.com. As I just said, Renel Brooks-Moon out as Giants PA announcer. We'll tell you more about that and get more of the reaction to that when we come on back live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
After 24 seasons as the voice of Pac Bell, SBC, AT&T, and then Oracle Park, the Giants announced that Renel Brooks-Moon will not return as PA announcer in 2024. Check out more on that story on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Left fielder, number 25, Barry Bonds.
Oh, man, Giants fans waking up today and finding out, we were joking this morning at the station, finding out from the newspaper, from Susan Slesser, that Renel Brooks-Moon will not be returning after what the Giants or what they're calling a mutual and amicable split. She has been the PA announcer for the Giants since they moved into this ballpark at China Basin Park in 2000. 24 seasons she spent as the PA announcer. And the Barry Bonds one is one that comes to mind for sure as an announcement. But we're talking All-Star Game. We're talking National League Championship Series, playoffs, World Series, basically any event. It wasn't just that she was the broadcaster the PA announcer and the voice, and what to me always felt like the heartbeat of that stadium. It's that one, consistency across the board. She always brought the same energy, always sounded professional, but she was also somebody who gave everything to the organization. I mean, she did junior Giant stuff. She emceed events. She was out there at community things. Like, Renel, to me, is what San Francisco Giants baseball has represented since it moved into that ballpark. We spent a lot of time with her and had her out at the patio, and I know Ray Ratto and I had her out last year, and I said to her at one point, it's pretty cool this many years in to think that there are guys like Buster Posey who never had another PA announcer. They played their whole career, and she was the only guy, sort of like Bob Shepard, right? With Jeter wanting that voice for the duration of his career, even after he passed. So according to Susan Slesser, Brooks-Moon of the Giants had extensive discussions about a new contract for 2024. Would have been her 25th season in the role, but the sides were unable to come to an agreement. What's your reaction to the Giants moving on from Renel? Or Renel moving on from the Giants, whether it's a mutual thing, like they say, or not?
I mean, it stinks.
Yeah.
Obviously. I don't know what to make of it because I wasn't in negotiations. I don't know if, just because you say you parted ways, who's to say the Giants really didn't want her back and gave her an offer that she wasn't going to accept? I have no idea. I mean, it could be a party was asking too much, and they're like, "No, we can't do that. We don't want to do that." So I don't know. I just know from the fan standpoint, those that go to the ballpark a lot more than I enjoyed her work, enjoyed her being there, and with baseball being such a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a sport.
Companion?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's exactly the word I was looking for. Companion sport. I mean, you feel like you know everybody, and there's a comfort level in the sameness that is there. But I don't know. Again, I'm not there, so it's hard, and it's always hard when someone that you're used to. I mean, we went through that a few months ago at the station. I mean, it's hard when you're used to being around people and hearing people, and you don't hear those people anymore. I mean, it stinks. And the fact that she wanted to continue on and she's not able to, that stinks too. So it just, for the people that enjoyed her work, and there were a lot of them that aren't going to get a chance to hear her, and for her not being able to do what obviously she loves to do, it just sucks. The business side of the situation stinks.
Public Address Announcer Emeritus is the title that they will give her, that she'll keep. So she's going to stay around the organization in some capacity. They're also going to name, it sounds like, the PA booth after her, or in her honor. So it could be named the Renel Brooks-Moon PA booth or whatever they decide to go with. And they say at some point...
She's not getting a toilet, though, is she?
No, she's not, dude.
No, she's not.
No, she's not, dude. That's an honor only bestowed upon a select few, dude. They say they'll have a celebration for her at a future date. As Derek points out here in my notes for the show, the irony of all of this news today is that the Warriors are having their women's empowerment celebration and broadcast tonight.
Yeah,
we're going to have Jenny Kavner on. We'll talk to her about this because and Amelia Schimmel, who's the A's PA announcer, who came over and is the first ever woman to hold that title for the A's. Mm-hmm. I talked to her shortly after she was hired in that role and talked to her about Renel. And I think a lot of people and a lot of women in broadcasting in the Bay Area look at Renel as, I remember when she was on Kiss FM when I was a kid. She was a morning radio host. She did 94.9 stuff. But, I mean, there's people for way beyond just 2000 who think of Renel as a daily part of their lives or as somebody that's always a part of that. So to your point about baseball, it's why when players like Brandon Crawford put on another uniform, you feel differently about it. You feel strongly about it because you go, oh, man, it's not just Kevin Durant left for another organization. You go, I saw that guy every single day for over a decade. And the same can be said about when you hear players walk up, and think about her going, Lincecum. That's one that always comes to mind. And she had her own twist and own little twang that she would put on things. So definitely going to miss her at the ballpark.
That's why it's going to be so sad when one of the 4 broadcasters retires. And that's why you get so attached to him, because you're used to hearing him all the time. Like, baseball's a sport you put on the radio and go barbecue. And you may not be paying attention to every pitch, every inning, but it's there.
Yeah.
It's just kind of with you. And it's there. I mean, they say it's a soundtrack of summer, and it kind of is in a way. That you have it on in the background. I mean, some games you may be watching a little more intently than others, but it's there with you throughout the entirety of the summer, whether it be on TV or on radio, specifically radio. But and when that goes away and you don't hear that anymore, you almost feel like you've lost a friend, even though you may not know him. You feel like you know him, even though they might not know you. So yeah, I know what the fans are like thinking right now, and I don't know. Again, I can't get too far into it because I don't really know what the negotiations were like. It just for the fans, it stinks.
It stinks for us. I will say this because I knew this was coming. You can almost, again, I said the thing about something happened last week with the Giants player. I said, at what point is this going to be Farhan's fault too? It was a Dylan Cease trade. I said, how long before somebody's like, Farhan can't get this deal done either, man. Can't pull the trigger on the Cease trade. This morning, we had a guys, we got a bunch of like new locks put in the building or whatever, and there's a guy, Giants fan, KNBR guy, good dude. He was the locksmith who was there, and I walked by him this morning in the office, and he goes, man, dude, what a bummer about Renel. When I know, man, right as I got on the elevator, I hear him go, man, this Farhan stuff's got to stop. And I said, dude, stop. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
Hey, when things are going poorly.
Yeah, when it rains and pours, huh?
And let's be honest, it's not like the Giants have had a lot of PR hits lately.
Yeah, no.
I mean, this dings them. J.D. Davis dings them.
It's not for a base hit.
Not being able to sign a big time free agent when obviously they've been looking. Dings them. It's not like PR wise they're crushing it right now. So I suggest this. I suggest win this year.
Yeah.
Look, winning takes care. I tell everybody, winning takes care of everything. It just does. It is. I don't know who coined this phrase, but they were so right in saying winning's the best deodorant. It just is. It covers up everything, and you're like, hey, we're winning. We're good. That's what we want. We want a team that plays competitive baseball and wins baseball games. After that, it takes care of just about everything. You lose, every little thing starts popping up. And you get assigned blame for things that aren't even your fault. And hey,
it's like Farhan can't get a deal done for Renel.
That's the way it is, man. That's the way it is.
Renel ends up in division. People are going to lose their mind.
Yep, I know, absolutely.
So it's we're going to miss Renel. We love you, Renel, and we will definitely be thinking about you. And can't wait to talk to her. We'll get her on at some point and talk some ball with her and talk about what she's going to do next. We are, by the way, it is Women's Empowerment Day, or the Women's Empowerment broadcast for the Warriors tonight. Jenny Kavnar will be joining us at 2:50. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. But a huge Warrior win in Los Angeles on Saturday. Steph sealed it. Too bad it took 20 minutes to kill that last 15 seconds of clock.
Brutal.
Steve Kerr's going to join us, by the way, tomorrow this week. We'll talk to him tomorrow if he's not still waiting for that clock to get going again.
I texted him after the game. I go riveting last 20 minutes of this game. All I did is send me a gif of the baby sitting on the couch and just falls face forward into the.
Just couldn't believe how long that thing took.
I was like, and Steve even said it. I knew he would say this. I think he was at the point where he wished they would have just given LeBron the 3 points and moved on with
That's
the game.
what I'm saying. Can we just go?
Let's just move. Like, I'm pretty sure he stepped out of bounds. But his heel could have been up. Like if you had a small little tiny camera under there, there's a possibility maybe he wasn't touching the line. And that's the biggest problem that I have with replay. And I've said this over and over and over again. In my mind, it was never designed to get everything right. It was designed to eliminate the egregious mistakes.
It's not the point of replay.
Where a guy has a foot on the line, so he didn't catch it, or the guy had the knee down, so it wasn't a fumble, or the Dankinger play where obviously he missed that one.
The imperfect game. Can I give you that one?
Exactly. No, I was just going to mention. And guess who felt the worst?
He did.
I mean, nobody felt worse than Jim Joyce.
No.
Like, he would have loved to have had replay, but that was one you look at, and that's why I've said, in every single sport, get a sky judge, let him look at stuff, and they had to shut every single replay machine off after 60 seconds because they keep saying it needs to be definitive.
If you don't know by 60 seconds to a minute and a half, then it's not definitive.
No,
if you can't tell in a minute,
tell
then you can't tell.
in a minute, then you can't tell. And by definition, there's no clarity there. And that was supposed to be, and this is erroneous too. Everybody says it. I don't know if they've been saying it so long, they continue to say it, but they say there needs to be clear and conclusive evidence. That's the biggest load of garbage I've ever heard now, because you see stuff now that's
so
not clear,
no.
and they change it.
Now,
It's like, what was clear about that? There was nothing clear about that. And they give it, they have other replays. Like, no. It's like the NBA and they're gathering. Like, what's gathering? Like, is it an and one, not an and one? They just make crap up. Like, that was gathering. That wasn't gathering. So I'm tired of the clear and conclusive, because that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be anybody could look at it. Stevie Wonder could look at it and go, you know what, overturn it or keep it the same. Now you need to go frame by frame by frame, because these idiots, I don't know if they're just idiots in the network, idiots that run the sport, idiots in media that think we need to get everything right. Like, that's what replay is for. Let's make sure we get every single thing right. I got news for you. With or without replay, we're not going to get everything right. Things are going to be missed. Oh, by the way, you know what was missed? If I'm a Laker fan, the 24-second shot clock going down to 10 and then going back up to 24 again, and they get a Trace Jackson-Davis layup that would have been, I don't know, about minus 4 seconds on the shot clock. That would have been like, hey, if we want to get everything right, how come we didn't get this right? So stop it with the getting everything right. Just make sure we have replay that can overturn stuff, that when we're watching it on TV with our beers, we go, oh, hey, man, hey, they screwed that up. What are you doing here?
Hey, man.
And you go look at it, and like 30 seconds later, they go, yep, we screwed that up. Let's move on. Not, okay, let's stop the game and look at it. No, let's make sure we get, let's look at this angle. Oh, I'm not sure. Let's look at, if you're not sure, then move on. I mean, I was the biggest proponent of replay before they came around, and now I hate replay. I'm just at the point now that I'm gone. I'm over on Steve's side now, because I used to argue with Steve all the time. Yeah, but what if somebody hits a 3 at the end of the game and it counts against you, and now you get it changed for you? Well, he answered that last game like,
just
screw
forget it. It's not worth it.
Just keep, especially in basketball, it's a flow sport.
Yeah,
that was a really fun game to watch. And then it became like, oh, this sucks. I don't even want to watch the rest of this. This is terrible. I don't want to watch the rest of it. And then let's inbound. Clock doesn't work. Let's inbound it again. Clock doesn't. You're like, oh, my God, are you kidding me? And if they would have never replayed LeBron, or if the Lakers wouldn't have challenged the out-of-bounds side, they wouldn't have been back. And then I just I'm tired. I'm tired of the way they use replay now. I just am.
Well, the Warriors did end up getting the win, whether you watch the end of it or not. They move up a little bit, too. Lakers take a fall. Warriors still have an opportunity to own that tiebreak if, in fact, they finish it off with another win in Los Angeles later this year. But after this 3-game homestand, they're going to hit one of the toughest stretches of the season.
A long one.
It's like 8 games in 13 days. 7 of them come on the road. We'll talk more about that. Tolbert and Copes with you live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, ahead of the Warriors and the New York Knickerbockers, who are going down this evening, and Stevie Wonder is catching strays only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Under 10 now. James drives on Curry. Stolen by Curry. Taken away and brings it into the front court. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Curry keeping the handle. Now it's down to 10 seconds. Draymond Green drives, throws it up. Kuminga throws it down. That makes it a 9-point game with just over a minute remaining. The Warriors are going to get a very important victory here tonight in Los Angeles in a game that ended with a comedy of errors that had nothing to do with basketball.
Mike Breen on the call there. He was on with the morning show this morning. Derek said he had some funny lines about the officiating at the end of that game. You can check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tolbert and Copes with you live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors and the Knicks are going at it tonight after the Warriors get a win on Saturday. Big-time win for the Warriors on Saturday. We said that if they didn't win that one, it was going to be real tough to keep the tiebreak alive with the Lakers, because then you'd have to not only keep pace with them, but then you'd also have to beat them when you play them again later this month. Instead, Steph, 31 points after a 3-game absence. What you think? Looked pretty good his first game back?
Looked pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, he didn't shoot it great from the perimeter, but got to the hole and scored efficiently and effectively. And by the way, I'm sure Mike Breen being a little salty at the end of the game had nothing to do with him trying to catch a flight. Yeah, announcers are always trying to catch that flight.
Wait, where was he trying? Do you think he was? Do you know that? Or
absolutely. No, I don't know that, but I know.
Of course, that's
I know a lot of times. I know a lot of times the announcers are like, "No OT. Let's get this done in regulation. I got a flight in 2 hours. I want to get home tonight." So yeah, the only thing that could have made that better is if the Mavericks would have won on Sunday, or the Mavericks would have lost on Sunday.
Dude, that game yesterday.
That shot Kyrie hit was an absolute. That was the most incredible buzzer beater I've ever seen in my life.
Well, both games yesterday I thought were great. Denver and Dallas, and it wasn't great. Milwaukee and
no, that wasn't great. Well, unless you're a Milwaukee fan, then it was great.
Milwaukee
bad for Phoenix.
Dude, Phoenix shot like 50-something%. They shot 42% from the field.
And got smacked.
Excuse me, 42% from three.
Yeah.
And lost by 11.
Yeah.
They give 140.
Down 22 at half.
They give 85
No
or something?
Giannis. Got beat by no Giannis. What's wrong? What's up with the Bucks, by the way? They play better when one of their guys is out.
Well,
I don't know what the hell's wrong with that team.
Lillard had 31 or something and 16 assists or something crazy?
Yeah, Portis had 25 at half. I think he ended up with 31. But, yeah, if the Mavericks would have lost, that would have been great, because that's really the team you'd like to catch. Again, I think 6 is – that's – I don't want to say quite – I won't put it in the pipe dream category, but it's starting to dissipate a little bit. But the Kings keep losing. Kings lost the Knicks that people are going to see tonight. Brunson had 42 against them, played really well.
Dude, don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
The Mavericks messed that one up. That they should have kept him.
Don't forget they tried.
Go to New York.
It was tampering.
Yeah, they didn't try all that hard.
No, but there was that weird
The Mavericks didn't try as hard as they could have to keep him. I think they were thinking, we could do better. We probably couldn't have. Brunson's a badass. Love that guy. Guys from Villanova are just tough. In fact, they are the Villanova Knicks, aren't they? They got Hart, DiVincenzo, Brunson. So they got a bunch of former Wildcats on that team. But, yeah, that was a big game. That was one I wouldn't put it in the category you had. Like, this is one like Memphis Wednesday. You got to win that one, period. You just can't lose to the Grizzlies at home.
That's a gimme win.
But after Davis went out, I thought, okay, you need to get this one. Anthony Davis, he played about 3 minutes with an eye couldn't see out of him. I'm like, bro.
It was close.
I'm like, bro, can you go sit down?
You're
going to be like, yo, Mick, cut me.
It was like Rocky 2, where they're both they're both in the hospital, like they're getting dragged out of that thing, and he's like, ain't gonna be no rematch.
Because he's a huge difference maker, obviously, and then even more so against the Warriors. He always plays well against the Warriors. Always seems to have big games against the Warriors. But Draymond was fantastic defensively, rebounding, distributing.
Finding Kuminga when they would attack him defensively. They would like come at him defensively, and he was like baselining to Kuminga. They never
just doing what he does. Kuminga had a really nice, efficient game, got off to the really hot start. Steph did what Steph did, then Clay. I mean, Clay either has one of those games or the one he had in Dallas where he's like he can't make anything. And he got off to an incredible start yesterday, and they kind of shut the water off a little bit in the second half. I think they were more attentive to his movement and trying to stay with him, but he didn't need much space in the first half. I mean, he got open and the defender was coming, and he just let that thing go, and he was just ripping the net. And they're tough to beat. Now, I don't expect that to happen every game. He was just on fire in that game, but when he's doing that, it kind of reminds you of the Splash Brothers a little bit, where both of them are kind of doing their thing, and that's where they're really tough to beat. It's just how often can you count on that?
So the Suns fall to 8 after that loss to Denver yesterday.
Okay.
Denver's a half game back of OKC for the 1 seed, but Dallas, as you said, they pull further ahead of the Warriors. They're only here's the issue. They're 4 up in the win column, but they're only 2 up in the loss column. So the Warriors are a total of 3 games back of Dallas. But did they get them 2 more times?
Yes. 1 home, 1 road.
It's just that it's a tough stretch. It is where it happens. Now the Davis injury. And we'll see what happens here, but with the Warriors now owning that tiebreak over the Lakers, they're mathematically tied, but they're into the 9 spot because their Lakers are 32 losses, Warriors have 31, and you can't make up the losses. So with the Warriors sitting above them, the Davis injury, that could, I don't want to say it's keeping them out of 10 for sure, but that's potentially helping create a little bit of space between them and the Lakers. I still don't think 8 is out of the question. If you can get to 8, I think it's possible you can get to 7. I know that they're tied. You're 3 games back. Of both of those teams,
yep.
Right? Both Phoenix and Dallas. What are your thoughts on them getting to 7 or to 8?
I think they can do it. I mean, it's.
I know you said it's not gone, but it's
no,
tough.
I don't think it's good. No, I think 6 is gone. I think 6 is going to be tough. Even though 6 is tied with 7, you look at the Kings right now. They have 28 losses, so they have 4 fewer losses than the Warriors, and they have the tiebreaker on the Warriors. So
it's actually only 3 fewer because they're 2 back in the loss column of Phoenix and the Mavs, but they have 4 more wins. That's what it is.
No. They're 4 in the loss column. Okay, 31. Okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Right. So it's really 4 is what it is.
Yeah, right.
Because of the tiebreaker. So I don't know if they're going to be able to get to 6. I mean, who knows? Possibly, but you're asking a team to, catch fire that's a 35-31 team. Could they do it? I mean, they could. I don't think it's likely, but for me, I mean, 6 is just, if you get 6, then you're golden, and then you're great. That's awesome at that point. But really, the goal here, and I hate saying it that way because it's not like they're like, okay, let's get to 7-8. They're just going to play and go and try to win as many games as possible and see where they end up. But 7, at least you get, if you need to play 2 games, you get 2 home games. And the first game, if you win, you're in, and you're done. You'd like to avoid 9 or 10s. The 10's brutal because then you got to play 2 road games to get in. You got to win the first one on the road, and then if you win that one, you got to play the second one on the road.
They go to a 3rd city.
Yeah, that's tough. So you'd like to 8 would be ideal, and a lot of that will probably come down to the head-to-head games against the Mavericks. And as you mentioned, it's tough slotting of those games because they're going to play the Mavericks at home coming off a 5-game road trip. So that'll be the first game. And then the next day they go to Houston and Dallas is on the back end of a back-to-back. They play Houston, and the very next night they play Dallas. So they're not ideal games for them schedule-wise. It is what it is. You're going to have to play it, and part of the reason was they had to reschedule the Dallas game from earlier in the season that they postponed. So, yeah, I mean, they could. Again, you have to get the games that you should get. Grizzlies, that's got to be an automatic. That just has to be an automatic. And then if you go 2-1 on this stand here, that's not bad. Pacers are pretty good. Halliburton's out for the rest of the season, so that stinks for them. I think he was the second, third leading scorer on that team. But that's going to be a tough game, the way they play. And the Knicks, who know? I don't know if Anunoby's playing tonight. I think Anunoby's out. Okay, so this is one you probably should get then. Anunoby's out. Randall's out. This is one you probably should get. Although, I mean, with Brunson and
he's been
we'll
talk about how to
well.
counter that too. If we need to see more Moody or something tonight, we can get into this game tonight. Because you're right. Now that they're missing 2 of their biggest players, the Knicks have got to be feeling pretty good about where they are in the East anyway.
Yeah.
But they're worried about being healthy at this point. But Brunson is just a monster.
He's a monster.
Can't write him off. Again, I was thinking the other day. I lost money yesterday on the Suns. I thought for sure they'd have a shot with no Giannis there, and then
they did until the game started.
Yeah, 16. Thank you. 16 assists or whatever. Definitely at halftime, it wasn't good either.
No.
Jenny Kavnar is going to be on play-by-play for tonight's Warriors Women's Empowerment broadcast, and she's the new TV play-by-play voice for the Oakland A's. She's going to join us here next. Tolbert and Copes, live from Harmonic brewing right outside of Chase Center here on the Sports Leader. Steph Curry returns Saturday night to the Warriors in their 128-121 victory over the Lakers. Check out more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And I said...
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you live here from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center ahead of the Warriors and the Knicks tonight. Big tilt for the Dubs as no OG Anunoby or Randall for the Knicks tonight. Should be a game that favors the Warriors. Here to talk about it, the woman who will be on the call tonight for the Warriors Women's Empowerment broadcast, and she's the new TV play-by-play voice for the Oakland A's. What a pleasure to welcome on the Uma guest line, Jenny Kavnar. Jenny, how are you? I know you know Tom. Adam Copeland here with you in San Francisco. How are you today?
Yeah, Adam, Tom, what's up? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. How are we feeling about this Dubs game tonight?
Excited. We're excited about the broadcast, the Women's Empowerment broadcast, and the great group of women that we've put together with some great basketball knowledge. But excited for the matchup. You're talking about playoff atmosphere from here on out, I think, for the Golden State Warriors, and obviously coming off that really big win against the Lakers. Now they have to find home court advantage somehow, some way. I cannot believe, I always have to double check every time I look at their home record. The fact that they're only sitting at 500 at home when they only had 8 losses there last year is pretty unbelievable. So I know it's a big game coming up tonight for the Knicks to start a 3-game homestand.
Who are you going to be doing the broadcast with tonight, Jenny?
Yeah, LaShina Robinson is going to be on the call with me. So she's Wake Forest, great college basketball player, but also has ties in broadcasting to the WNBA, the NBA, college basketball. So really looking forward to working with her tonight. Laura Britt from NBC Sports Bay Area. She's going to be on the pregame show, hosting that pregame show, halftime show, postgame show. Zena Cada, Jane Apple, and the great Kareth Burke also joining us. And then we have a ton of guests, a ton of great female guests from around the Bay Area. We'll highlight the new soccer team, the new soccer team in town, and Bay FC. And then, of course, with the WNBA coming to town next year, we'll also be highlighting that.
Good to see you've upgraded your color commentator from the last time you did an NBA game. Well done.
Please.
Well done.
Please.
How much do you think Caitlin Clark has impacted? Let me ask it a different way, because I know how much she's impacted women's hoops and hoops in general. I mean, you ask a casual fan, they would probably, if you name 5 college basketball players, I'm sure she would be one of them. How much do you think this impacts it going forward? Because it seems like the interest level right now is kind of at an all-time high, and maybe what Steph did for the men's game were players who weren't as big and physically dominant thought, you know what, I can do that. Go out there and work on my game, and some of them can, most of them can't, of course, but I think a lot of young girls are probably watching Caitlin Clark going, wow, that's possible. We can do that. I can work on my game. I can shoot from 25, 30 feet. So how much do you think this impacts the game moving forward?
Yeah, I was going to say, little girls, if you go out and just start practicing your half-court shot, you too can be Caitlin Clark. I mean, it's unbelievable, the range that she has on the court. But I think the impact she has in the game is she's herself, right? The way she plays the game. She plays with fire. She plays with passion. She doesn't hide it. And I think that's what's really been highlighted in the women's game right now is the fact that, she's out there dominating and doing it with a lot of swag, and it's a ton of fun. But I think you got to back up a little bit because we just saw Steph and Sabrina do something really cool at the All-Star game. And Sabrina was obviously a phenomenal college player and had a lot of national attention. And then now you put that on Caitlin Clark and this next generation. I mean, Malaysia Fulwiley from South Carolina, who Steph Curry just signed to an NIL deal for his signature brand. She is it's like watching street ball, watching her play. She's unbelievable, her ball handling skills and how she can change the game. So I think just highlighting one player, it kind of opens this door to highlighting a little bit more of what's going on. But I mentioned Steph Curry, and so I think he's a huge, important part of that because I've covered a lot of Pac-12 women's basketball, and I have seen Steph Curry at a lot of Stanford games supporting his friend Cameron Brink when she was there and sitting courtside. We've seen LeBron James go out and support women's basketball at the college level. We see a lot of crossover between the NBA and the WNBA. But I think those stars in the NBA supporting the women's game, women's athletes, women's sports, women in sports makes a huge difference.
Well, it's interesting because I think that was one of his biggest platforms when he got The Voice, was empowering women in women's basketball. And I think a lot of that was because of his 2 daughters and wanted to see them have the chances that that young men have had.
Remember when his shoe came out? The first time Steph had a shoe came out, there was something that happened where a little girl said they didn't have it in the girls department, and he made sure that would never happen again. He's like, no, it's the same shoe. We're putting it in both departments. Throw it in there. What's going on?
Now, what he's done's been incredible.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And so I think we'll highlight, a lot of his efforts tonight and the great things he's done in the community as well.
Talking to Jenny Cavner, she'll be on the call tonight for the Warriors Women's Empowerment broadcast and is, of course, the new TV play-by-play voice for the Oakland A's. Okay, so after Saturday's win, this is what Tom and I were just talking about, is how far can the Warriors climb? Like, they've maybe created a little bit of space if they can hold on to the tie break between them and the Lakers, and we'll see how serious the Davis injury is. His eye was, swollen shut, it looked like, at the end of that game. But in terms of getting up to Dallas, passing Dallas, maybe getting to 6, in your mind, is that still on the table?
I mean, I think it can be, but you need a lot of help, right? And that's the worst place to be this time of year, is asking other teams to help you by losing, right? You got to still take care of business. And so I think that has to be their lone focus. And again, it really does start with the home court situation. The fact they have not been good here in the city is really unbelievable. But you got the Knicks, the Grizzlies, the Pacers coming up. And I think those are really, they all feel like must-win games. I mean, you guys are around this team way more than I am. But to me, it feels like a must-win situation before you go back out on the road. I also think that you're going to have health be a part of that, right? Steph's going to play with an ankle that he's not going to be 100% for the rest of the year. But if you can sit there and continue to drop 30-plus a night and your ankle's not bad, or your ankle's that bad, then I think that's an okay thing. And then Draymond Green, right? The back situation. How are you going to be able to monitor that? When are you going to give him rest? Because it sounds like at some point in the game, that's what he needs, is a little bit more maintenance to keep the back fresh as possible, as they end the season here. So it's really going to be up to the young guys that they've counted on to get him back in this position. And I think they're feeling very confident with where they are in the rotation. It's just a matter of the health.
Isn't it interesting to think? I mean, it's still the lion's share of the load is going to be Steph and Draymond, and to a lesser extent Clay and Chris Paul coming off the bench. But they're getting to that point now where they've always wanted to integrate the young players. They just really haven't been able to for one reason or another. This has been the year that Kuminga has started to blossom. Podziemski's come in and I think has been way more than people expected. Trace Jackson-Davis is filling a role. So you're kind of getting that blend of the vets who are still carrying the bigger part of the load, but it wouldn't be possible for them to do what they do without the infusion of that young talent.
Well, you have to have the buy-in too, right? In order to kind of have the changing of guard, so to speak, for the Warriors coming off of last season and going with the veteran guys and going with the core that got you there in the first place. How were you going to work these young guys in? And obviously they got off to a very slow start. And so I think for Steve Kerr, making the change had to happen, but you had to have Draymond Green, you had to have Steph Curry, you had to have Klay Thompson, really the centerpiece of that, be able to check the ego a bit and say, okay, I can come off the bench. And in fact, when I'm coming off the bench, I'm more productive by percentages, especially from three-point range. And so I think those things had to happen, but they had to kind of tell Kuminga, hey, you have to step up. You're good enough. You're ready to play. You're ready to have that everyday role, and give him that confidence to do it. And I mean, when you're dropping 20 points or more, it seems like every single night for Jonathan Kuminga, and he found that role in the starting lineup. Like, that's his place and his place to be. And so there's no more wavering of, am I good enough? Can I have that every night? Can I lead this team? He's had a little taste sitting in the shadows the last couple of years, and now he's really stepped on the floor and stepped up big here.
So let me ask you this, because you're quite a bit younger than I am, and I would say most of the new generation, so we say, of sports fans who have grown up with instant replay, like instant replay, and I was a big proponent of instant replay, but I hate the way it's used now. I don't think it should be to get everything right. I think it should be to correct egregious mistakes. And I mean, we talked about it because the Laker-Warrior game, the last 20 minutes was just death. Like, it was like a great game that just turned into a slog. Where are you at with instant replay? And they can be calling baseball games, and they have instant replay in baseball. We've had it in basketball, football forever. Where are you at with it? Because I want to like it. I want it to be there, but I don't like it for the reasons it's used now.
Yeah, I think I like it until your point when it just completely kills a game. And 23 minutes of dead action in an NBA game, are you kidding me? It's going to kill it. Yeah, it's going to kill it. And if you think about it, like playoff atmosphere, the way that game was going, the excitement around that game, and then 23 minutes. Are you kidding me? Like, that's not okay. It's unacceptable. And I think when it relates to, the Major League game, the Major League Baseball game, which I'm at a lot more, it can be very similar where, they go to instant replay, they go to New York, and all of a sudden you're sitting there for like 4 minutes and you're just like, make a call. This is a baseball game. Like, the next pitch has to be thrown, So I think it can be frustrating when it's operated correctly. It's necessary this day and age. We have too much technology to not get the call right. I just think that at times it has to happen in a more concise way.
Jenny, appreciate the time. Jenny Cavanaugh, the voice you hear, should be on the play-by-play call tonight for the Warriors Women's Empowerment broadcast. And we'll see you and hear you all season long with the Oakland A's. Thanks so much for coming by. Have a great call tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having us. See you over there, Tom.
Thanks, Jenny.
Great stuff there from Jenny Cavanaugh, who will be on the call for the Dubs tonight. What'd you think about her with it's funny, we keep talking about the crazy road trip the Warriors have coming up, where it was originally scheduled or slated as a 7-game roadie. It'll now be 5. Then to come home to play Dallas once, then back on the road for 2 more, before home for like 1 or 2 more, and then back out on the road. Does the fact that they've played well on the road this year bode well for that? Does that mean anything in this case?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It's still going to be a hard road trip. They got some tough games on that road trip.
Tough opponents.
They got a couple in there that they should get. Last year we couldn't say that. Didn't matter who they played on the road. You couldn't say, oh, they should get this one, because they lost to the worst teams on the road. This year they've been much better on the road. So, you get Minnesota without Cat. Dallas is going to be a tough one. Now that's coming after they come home.
It's second at home against Dallas, and then it's 5th on the road against
Houston
Dallas.
Won't be easy on the road. I think isn't Orlando part of that first wave of games?
So the first 5,
that won't be easy.
It'll start next Sunday, so a week from yesterday.
Okay.
It'll start Sunday at Minnesota.
Fairly tough.
Tuesday at Miami.
Fairly tough.
Wednesday back-to-back at Orlando, which will make that more tough. The back-to-back at Orlando's. I mean, it's not an easy game anyway, but back-to-back at Orlando.
No, they can't be back-to-back at Orlando. They only play Orlando once on the road.
No, sorry. Tuesday against Miami. Wednesday Orlando
I get
on a
what you're saying.
back-to-back.
Yeah, that'll be tough. Like, so far, those are all. I would rate those as fairly tough games.
On a back-to-back.
Yep.
Then Tom's Hornets on the
Win.
Friday. Yeah, win against Tom's Hornets.
Win.
Sunday
Those are ones you should win.
I'd like those.
Like, San Antonio could beat you. I mean, San Antonio could beat you at home. They're not bad at home, but that's when, like, you're in this position, you got to find a way to win that game.
Well, they lost
Charlotte,
certainly.
Charlotte's
Week,
garbage.
Right? Yeah, Charlotte's terrible. But they lost the one in San Antonio.
No, they won in San Antonio. They
lost here. That's right, dude.
Of course
that was a
they
Saturday
did.
game. That was
of
awful.
course they lost here and won there. That's kind of the way the year's been going. But, like Charlotte, that's got to be a win. It has to be a win. Memphis has to be a win, and you need to get to San Antonio. Like, those are the type of games you can't afford to lose, those games, because you could easily see them, Minnesota, Miami, Orlando, you could easily see them going 1-2 in those games. Like, that's not an easy stretch right there. That's a tough one. Minnesota, at least you get that the first game of the trip, and then Orlando on a back-to-back, that's not going to be easy. I mean, Orlando's big.
They're rangy, they're long, yeah.
They gave them troubles when they were here. So, in Miami, who knows? I don't know what the hell Miami team you're going to get sometimes, but, that'll be a tough one. Miami seems to play the Warriors fairly tough.
Bring your lunch pail, I think, when you play Miami.
Exactly.
Who knows? Just bring it.
So you could see them go 1-2 in those games. But let's say you've managed to go 2-1. Then you got Charlotte, San Antonio thinking, damn, we can make this a 4-1 road trip. And a lot of it's going to be those 2 Dallas games. Those are big, but it starts off tough, the road trip, and then if you get off to a good start, then you got games that, you're going to be favored in those games for sure. I mean, Charlotte stinks. They may be the worst team in basketball right now. And then San Antonio, again, they could beat you if Vassell's playing and Big Fellow's playing. So, but the first 3, we'll see. We'll see how they get started. But you got to take care of business at home first. You don't want it to be put yourself in a position where, like, it doesn't matter because we went 1-2 in our 3-game homestand, and now it's
that's what I was going to ask you next. Is I'm looking at these 3 now, and after finding out about the Anunoby and the who else is injured? Did we say Randall's out tonight too? That's huge. Both those guys are out tonight. That's why we'll talk more later about how you match up with Brunson and what this game could look like. But I'm looking more like, I thought this was not necessarily, again, it's not necessarily a win anyway, but I thought this was going to be a really, really tough game. Now I'm looking at it going, this is a game I think they should have. If both those guys are out, they definitely should have Wednesday. And if you get both of those, I want Friday too.
Yeah.
I want Friday, absolutely. Because if you're hitting this road trip, this 5-game roadie where you may go 2-1, or 1-2, in those first three, at Minnesota, at Miami, at Orlando, even if you get one of those in those first three, these 3 wins to stockpile at home would be massive heading into that road.
Yeah, give you 4 in a row.
Yep.
Heading out of the road, feeling pretty good about yourself. So, yeah. I don't know how many times I've said
I'd like to win games. That's
and
what I'm saying, Tom. Yeah.
how many times I will continue to say it. They're all big.
Right.
I think Dallas is those games are a little bigger. They're just a little bit bigger because you're playing the guys that are right next to you. But every game's big now. This is the hole you put yourself in, that every game takes on a little bit more importance, and it's almost – I won't say it's like a playoff game because there's no elimination at stake or anything like that, but you're setting yourself up for success and or failure in the playoffs based on what you do down the stretch here.
I will say it's pretty cool in that the way dynasties go, we've talked a lot about it with this team because of like how dynasties end, that part of the journey is the end, and usually you have that big fall from grace.
Yep.
Because of the playoff expansion in the NBA, we kind of get to see we're getting to see a weird dynamic with this team that blew up the league, was dominant to the point that they had 73 victories. And remember we said they'd have like 3 or 4 10, 12-game win streaks throughout a season. It would happen. Now they've had like 3 of them at 5 is the most they've had this year.
Yep.
It is pretty cool to see that pedigree with the young guys have to battle in a completely different narrative. Like this type of Warrior basketball, I didn't really get to experience like this as a kid. Even when they were going for 48 wins and didn't make the playoffs, it was like, yeah, well, you just miss it because you were the 9 seed and somebody above you had 48 and a better tiebreak or 49 and whatnot. It's pretty cool to watch this battle and this play out again. I don't love the 10 teams in each league. I do like that it's playing out kind of baseball-like.
Well,
like pennant race.
Think how much different these last couple weeks of the season would be if there was no play-in game.
So I mean, how lame would this be right now? If we'd be like, well, Indy's here Friday.
Well, no, but you'd still have a chance at 8.
Oh, you're saying you'd still be fighting for 8. The Warriors, that win last night's game might have been even bigger, dude.
Exactly.
Last night's game might have been even more
if there was
massive.
no play-in game right now, then you'd be like, oh, man, we're going to get to 8. We're done.
Yeah.
We're gone fishing.
The sky would be falling in L.A. today. It'd be over in L.A. today.
My goodness gracious.
After that win.
There's some really, really good teams, we've mentioned it, that are in the play-in, but they are flawed. I mean, you look at the teams, and I mean, Phoenix. You think Phoenix is really good because, well, they got Beal, they got Booker, they got Durant.
They're fraudulent.
They got Nurkic.
I'm not buying them.
And they can't defend. You got Dallas, who that shot that Kyrie hit yesterday, he's an incredible shot maker. Luka may be the best offensive player in basketball.
Highest scoring duo in the league, by the way.
Yeah, but, you know, if they're not, if they run into a few games where they're not making shots, they're screwed, and they're not very good defensively. So the Warriors haven't been great defensively, although they've been better, a lot better since Draymond has come back. I mean, the Lakers, they've been better defensively, but sometimes they're not making shots. Although in the last month or so, they have started hitting some three-point shots. Like D'Angelo Russell is somebody that, and you know the team nobody talks about? Nobody talks about. That's actually pretty good? Pelicans.
Dude, nobody mentions them at all.
Pelicans have been quietly pretty
consistent
good.
Too.
Yeah, I don't know if they're good enough to do it. Maybe they could win a couple rounds. Maybe, I don't know though. But the Clippers, they've been falling on their face.
Yeah.
So the top half.
Quote, what's up with Kawhi?
You start looking at the top half, you're like, Minnesota's hurt. Not sure when Cat's coming back. OKC still. I think OKC is going to surprise people. It wouldn't surprise me if they're in the Western Conference Finals. I know they're young.
I like that team,
but they're still really, really good. But that's kind of their flaws. Like, let's see. Let's see what they do once they get to. Like Denver's the only team you look at and go, okay, they're good. Like they're going to be really, really tough to beat.
Today might be the day to put money on Denver. Like after I watched that game, even the loss, I was like, you know what? I think.
Yeah, because they were down 13, 15.
Yeah.
They battled their way back. You figure Denver's you feel like Denver's never out of a game. Well, they were down 18 here with 7 minutes to go in the game, and they won. That was the game Jokic hit that 40-footer and just walked off yo.
I'm going home to my horse.
Damn it. Unbelievable.
That was it. He just walked off.
They just
I go home now.
Crush the Warriors' dreams. We crush your head. Crush your head. But everybody else, you look at and you're like, not sure. I think that's why people think you look at the Warriors and go, yeah, probably not. But I could see them beating them in a 7-game series. I could see them beating them. Again, I could see them beating any team out there in a 7-game series except for the Nuggets. And the Nuggets, you got to really, really have a vivid imagination for you to okay, I think they're going to beat the Nuggets. But who knows? Guys get injured toward the end of this. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. That's why you want to put yourself in a position to get in the dance, as they say. Just get in there, take a swing, see what happens. You got Steph Curry. You always feel like if you have Steph Curry, you have a chance. Just like the Lakers. I don't think the Lakers are great, but you feel like we have LeBron. You have LeBron and Anthony Davis. We got a shot.
They lost. He almost had a 40-point triple-double in that game. He was like 48 and 9 or something like that.
Well, I mean, that's what Dallas is saying. We got Luke and Kyrie. We got a shot.
Exactly.
We got a shot. The question is, can you win 4 games 4 straight times?
I don't know.
That's the part. But if you're Phoenix, I mean, how could you say you wouldn't have a chance against somebody with those 3 guys? Now, can you do it 4 straight times? No, because you're not consistent enough to do it, and that's kind of been the Warriors' problem this year. On any given night, they could beat anybody. We know that. We've seen that. But can you do that as you go through the playoffs? Again, a lot of it's about positioning. You want to give yourself a good swing at it, and that's what the next couple weeks are going to. And I think this is their actually last homestand of the season. I think they have a couple.
Who is this?
I think the Warriors.
Technically,
I think they have a couple 2-game sets. But I think this is like the last, we get a week at home and play 3 games.
You're right.
3 games at home.
That's exactly it. It's their last full week of the season at home after this week. So tonight against New York, Memphis Wednesday, Friday Indiana. They don't come home again till Tuesday, April 2nd for a 1-game stand against Dallas. Then they go back out on the road against Houston, Dallas. They're home for 1 against Utah.
Yep.
2 more on the road, and they end the season at home on the 12th and the 14th
Pelicans,
at home.
Jazz.
Boy, Pelicans, Jazz. A Pelicans game. I don't know. They
got to win both those Jazz games.
They might be solidified. They need both of the Jazz games.
Yeah.
And their schedule, again, is not one of the hardest. One of the easier schedules across.
Remember what happened the last
NBA.
time the Pelicans came here?
Game was the Pelicans game here.
I think they beat them by 40.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That was in close proximity to the Toronto game. It's like, what is going on here? Jeez.
It was like back-to-back ones where we're like, that was weird.
I mean, it was
really too close.
Bad. It was raw. I think they ended up beating them by close to 40.
Hey, but remember Saturday night? Warriors over the Lakers on Saturday night, 128-121. Took them a while to wrap it up, but they finally got the clock working, and they got the victory. Dubs tonight against the Knicks. As we are here at Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center. If you're coming out to the ball game, stop by, have a beer. We've got hoops on now inside of the bar here. Come by Harmonic and say what's up. We're streaming twitch.tv, YouTube, all that good stuff. When we come on back, a little bit on the Giants. The Blake Snell rumors are not going away, and there might be good reason. Tell you about it next on the Sports Leader.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's Sports Leader.
Mike Breen joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Warriors' win in L.A. and preview tonight's game against the Knicks. Check out that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you here live from Harmonic Brewing. That's right, Harmonic Brewing. Hanging out here. You can see Dubs OT with our guy John Dickinson. He's here after every single Dubs home game, including tonight's game.
He's a super reporter.
He's a super reporter. I imagine he'll be here before the game, too. I bet you he's not going to like us, like stepping in on his turf. I bet you anything.
Oh, he could suck it.
He'll pop by and be like, just making sure everything's. He's going to come by and be like, everything going all right? You guys okay? Everything's set up? Everything's okay? Running well? Everything's operating?
Who are you?
Like, what's going on, dude? You're the night guy, right?
Who are you? I'll go security.
Yeah. Can we kick this guy out of here, please? I'm trying to do a show.
Get this guy out of here.
Meanwhile, he was here like a couple weeks ago. We came by after a game, like after we had a little heat going, dude. It's after the Bucks game. Warriors won that game. We had a couple of pops and we were dancing behind him in the window here, like it was there's TV behind you. You can come on out too, see what's up here at Harmonic Brewing. Nice. He'll be here after the game tonight as well. And we're hanging out, so come by and have a beer. I just had a sip of this Harmonic Kolsch. Pretty good, dude.
Really good.
I like a Kolsch.
Really good. Oh, Kolsch's are
one of my favorites.
Especially in the summer.
Oh,
awesome.
Dude. Well, the sun came out this Saturday. It was great. We got a St. Patty's Day weekend with a lot of sun. Pretty nice in the city yesterday, but Saturday was like actually warm. Where I threw shorts on and I'm feeling like, okay, we're getting to it's a little late summertime. I feel like.
Yeah. You know what I did? You know what I did Monday. And I thought it was really smart of me. One of my smartest moves of the weekend was I didn't have one this year, but I bought a St. Patty's Day T-shirt, so I'll be ready for next year. But you get it cheaper. It's like buying all your Christmas stuff. After Christmas, you buy your decorations. When do you buy your Halloween decorations? Early November.
Exactly.
Boom. They're trying to get rid of them. It's like all for sale.
My dad comes home like the 27th from like Rite Aid with a bunch of new lights and ornaments for Christmas.
That's what you do.
He's like, we're set for next year.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to store them, but if you have room for it, that's thinking ahead. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be ready next year. And I'm gonna wait till after St. Patty's Day to get a T-shirt, and it's actually kind of a funny T-shirt. It says "Today I'm Irish," so you can go out there and you got the green on, so you're all good. I am quarter Irish, by the way. I don't know if that counts.
I got some Irish too. I'm pretty Irish.
You look
Irish. Yeah, my mom said it's pretty Irish. I didn't get those blue eyes. Right?
I would have guessed.
I forgot those blue eyes would be on TV instead of sitting here with you, like Terrence Howard without the crazy.
You want mine? You could have my eyes. They don't work as well anymore, to be honest with you.
Dude, I told you like on St. Patty's Day, my mom used to when we were kids. My mom was very festive, and so we had things that she did all over the house. Like we'd wake up on Easter Sunday, and we'd all have a Easter basket hidden around the house, with that million peeps and whatever, chocolate eggs and whatnot. How much blue dye can I get on my tongue? But we'd wake up, and there would be cotton balls all over. My mom would tell us that the Easter Bunny came, and you'd have to follow the cotton balls like out of your room to go find them to like which basket they led to around the house. And she said that was its tail.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Like hopped around and left it. When it was St. Patty's Day, she would leave. We'd wake up and all the toilets would be green. The toilet water would be green. Yeah. She'd put food dye in, and she'd be like, the leprechauns came by.
Nice.
We'd always had
like that, though.
We always had milk with breakfast, and she'd always open the milk and be like, oh, my gosh, the milk's green. And the same thing was, we never had, like, soda at dinner when I was a kid, except for, like, weekends maybe we were getting pizza or something like that.
Yep.
That was the one day of the year. We'd always have, like, corned beef and whatever else, potatoes and cabbage and whatnot. She'd cook it. And then she'd be like, we're having 7-Up or Sprite with dinner. And then, sure enough, it was green. Who'd have thought, dude, that the leprechauns would tap into that, too.
Getting it done. Yeah, that's what I do. I leave little Hershey's Kisses leading up to the basket.
I like that.
And I said the rabbit crapped on the way to the basket, so just follow
it's more realistic. Yeah, it's more realistic.
The rabbit crap.
You see those pellets everywhere? Yeah, clean those up when you're done, too.
Yeah, it's so funny, too, because, like, again, I love Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is probably my favorite holiday. You got the football. It's chill. There's no expectations. You're going to buy anything for anybody, which is a bunch of crap. I mean, I love Christmas, too, because you get the tree and you get the bowl games, and a family can come if they want. I'd rather not have them here, just so I can sit around and just be by myself by the tree.
Plus, you never have to work. Oh, wait. Thanks, Niners. Oh, wait.
Thanks, Niners.
Yeah, thanks.
But Easter's like Easter's my least favorite of the holidays. Just...
This is going to take time.
No, serious.
I like this.
Serious. Pick a day. Just pick a day, okay? Just stay still. So you're like a moving target on me.
Yeah.
Like, when's Easter?
Well, when's the solstice?
Yeah, when's Easter? It already happened. I missed it? I missed
nonsense.
Easter. It's unbelievable. Like, you at the end of the month, you at the beginning of the month, where are you? Like, just stay there. And then it's really all about the candy. So you got to get, like, when I was growing up, the only thing you wanted was a solid chocolate bunny. Just as long as you didn't get the hollow chocolate bunny,
and you knew the second you picked it up.
Oh, exactly. You could tell. You'd like look at them like, seriously, you got me a hollow one? I want a damn hollow bunny. And all the rest of the crap, the Peeps and the marshmallow stuff, you chuck. But now, Easter's turned into mini Christmas.
What?
You're like buying gifts for people, like shirts, and they buying the kids this, buying the kids that. I'm like, what are we doing? What happened to just the candy? Can we just rot their teeth?
Yeah.
And like be good?
Yeah.
How about just some ham and a bunny?
How about some ham and a chocolate bunny, dude?
Yeah, you're good. And
dude, you nailed it.
I'm like, no. One, I don't know when it is. Two, why is it mini Christmas now? Why can't I just buy some candy? And like, why can't I just hide eggs? Like we used to hide money. We'd hide money for the kids. And my wife and I disagreed a little bit because she hid money around the house in the eggs, but everyone got a certain amount of eggs, and you had the same amount of money in it. My thing was, look, we're just going to hide a $20 bill, a bunch of 10s, 5s, and 1s. You get a certain amount of eggs, but if you find it,
dude, yeah.
If you you hit the lottery and get 2 20s, good for you. I mean, you win. She's like, no, they because then they argue and they fight. You got more money than I did. I'm like, well, yeah,
that's what.
It's time to grow up. They're like 7, 5, and 2. I mean, let's go.
It ain't all sunshine and rainbows. You gotta earn it. Yeah.
You gotta suck it up at some point and realize, like, this is the world you live in now. Okay, it's competitive. You got to get out there and fight for those eggs. Get out there and get them. But I used to. So my mom used to put in the jelly beans. So you got the jelly beans. And this is a fun trick to play on your kids. You'll love this. So you put the jelly beans in the plastic eggs, you hide them around the house, and you get the habanero jelly beans, and you put them in there.
No.
And then the kids are like all pumped because it's like, oh, look, I got some
habanero jelly beans.
Habanero jelly beans. Oh, it's a hoot. It's incredible watching your kids cry on Easter because you don't like the holiday anyway. The holiday sucks. So you're like, I want someone to suffer with me because I don't like this stupid holiday because it keeps moving on me, and I don't even really. What is it like?
I'm going to be in the car
Tuesday or something. I don't know what the hell is going on there. It's like Ash Wednesday or I don't know. There's like a whole bunch.
Kick it off. It's like kick off Lent. Yeah.
It's like you got to follow the breadcrumbs on this.
By the way,
don't forget
about the 40 days you got to give something up.
Yeah, that's not going to.
I stopped doing that.
That's not going to happen.
I went to Catholic school for a lot of years, and I was like, I'm good off of giving stuff up.
You know what I give up? Giving stuff up.
Yeah, I give
That's
it up.
what I always tell people. They go, what are you giving up? Giving stuff up.
Yeah, I give it up.
So I just don't give anything
40
up.
40 days? No, forever.
Yeah. The only thing
I'm done quitting.
The only thing I know about 40 days is the ark, like the rain and all that kind of stuff. You get two by two, and you're good to go. Let's go.
Was that different?
Something like that.
I think.
Well, it's all in the same book.
Same book,
I didn't read the.
It's a different part.
I didn't read the book either.
I think that was a different author. I think that was a prequel to the part we're talking about.
Yeah. I'll watch it on Netflix.
You're going.
Michael Thompson will approve.
It's like, just watch it. Just fast forward the commercials, Tom. It's like reading a book in 20 minutes.
He'll approve. By the way, when is Easter? I don't even know when Easter is.
I think it's coming up. I think it's Derek. You're our Easter guy.
You're our bunny guy.
You're our bunny guy. We are hanging out with you live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Knicks tonight. Our guy Dom Peralta checks in on the YouTube chat. Says smash or pass Cadbury eggs. I'm smashing the Cadbury, bro.
I'm passing.
You're passing on the Cadbury eggs.
I'm passing.
Easter Sunday time. Is that this week? March 31st. So it's a week from 2 weeks from yesterday.
Okay.
So get your
probably should get ready for that.
Gifts,
I probably should get a ham.
Get a ham and some eggs.
Just chuck a ham in there, and we're good to go.
Get your order in for the holiday. So this is your warning, everybody. Habanero jelly beans. Get the orders in now.
Yes.
Because they're going to sell out before Easter.
Well, look, if you don't want to get them and put them in, I mean, that's a little cruel.
It is.
But if you still want to have fun with them, set the eggs out on your coffee table. Then when people come over, everybody reaches in and grabs.
To the jelly beans, you mean?
Oh, yeah. They grab jelly beans.
You're like, why'd you eat without asking?
Yeah, when the adults fall for it, it's pretty funny. Except it's when your mom does it. My mom took a mouthful of habanero jelly.
Didn't.
Oh, yeah.
No, dude,
yeah.
no.
And it's funny, too, because she was chewing them. Was like, and then about the fourth bite, it hit her. She's like, what are these? And I was laughing. She didn't think it was as funny as I did.
We'll get back to the Blake Snell stuff in just a couple of minutes. I imagine, by the way, when she ate the handful of jelly beans, she was like banging her head to Slipknot.
Oh yeah, she loves Psychosocial.
She likes Slipknot and habanero, just not together.
Oh, by the way, speaking of jelly beans, you can also do the. Have you ever had the nasty Jelly Belly jelly beans?
Yes, I've done it. Yeah,
you can put those in there too.
Or the Harry Potter ones, like the earwax.
It's so snot.
It's disgusting.
Snot jelly beans are awful.
Snot's
you know
not
what
bad.
The worst one? Snot wasn't bad.
No, I'm
a little
kidding.
grainy for me. You know what the worst ones are? Because they actually tasted like it. Have you ever had buttered popcorn?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that one's weird.
Oh, they're awful.
And I love popcorn.
Because they taste like butter.
Like,
it's
I don't want this.
It shouldn't taste like buttered popcorn. I mean, like that much
it's
like
white.
buttered
It's got
popcorn.
the little dot, the yellow dots on it. Like it's buttered.
Awful.
It's disgusting.
Just awful stuff.
It's disgusting.
But good. And then the other one we had the soda. Shut up, Tim. We had the soda. And we brought him into studio. We drank the soda. A guy who did it, was it Jones or something like that? And one of them was turkey and gravy soda.
Oh,
you want to talk about bad? You're drinking turkey and gravy, and it kind of tasted a little like turkey and gravy.
I'd rather just drink gravy that was made from turkey drippings. You know what I mean?
It was sick. And they had mashed potatoes.
It's
and
like carbonated.
Yeah, it was. But you could get your whole Easter or Thanksgiving. It was. You can get your whole Thanksgiving meal just like drinking 3 different sodas. you were good to go.
And then one Ocean Spray cranberry cocktail, just wash it down with. It's over to go.
It is a diuretic.
There you go, live from the from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Come on by, say what's up. They're getting ready to open here at 4, and we'll have a couple of pops. Talk some more ball with you. We mentioned Blake Snell. The rumors won't go away. John Heyman had some tweets yesterday saying the Giants are among teams that are showing interest. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Their Selection Sunday went down yesterday. We found out today that Renel Brooks-Moon will not be returning to the Giants as their PA announcer. Warriors got a big win over the weekend, and we're talking about it all here live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors and the Knicks are going head-to-head tonight after a Warriors big win on Saturday. We'll talk more about that in just a bit, but Blake Snell rumors this weekend, so I think we were kind of all on the same page that maybe they're done with adding pitching. After the Dylan Cease thing, though, then we thought, oh, boy, maybe they're not. But also, spending $30+ million on a guy annually is different than saying, hey, this guy's making $8 million. He's in a piece that would be appropriate for us to go after. They've obviously made him available. Bottom line is John Heyman yesterday said, quote, the Giants are among teams who are showing interest in reigning NL Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell. Uncertain where San Francisco stands. But here's what Bob Melvin had to say. Bob Melvin, who had him in San Diego, said this today, quote, I want Blake to go somewhere he's happy. He's a terrific kid and a good pitcher. Which is about all you can say.
That's not exactly saying we'd love to have him here.
It's not, because you could say that.
You could,
and that wouldn't be anything wrong with that. There's no. He's not under contract with another team. You're allowed to say that. So Bob Nightingale then adds, quote, the Giants are now looming as the favorites for Snell, who have been engaged, but they were also waiting for the price tag to drop. Now, there were rumors that Blake Snell just the other day said to the Astros that he was, or reportedly he was looking for 2 years, $66 million with an opt-out after this year. To which I'm like, sign him up. He's got an opt-out. 2 years, to me, fine. If it's a 2-year deal, you can give him $50 a year. I don't care. Like, no matter what, whoever you go after next offseason, whether it's Juan Soto or Corbin Burns, whatever the big-ticket free agent is, I don't know that any of us believe that they're going to land him. But even if you did, that doesn't preclude you from signing Blake Snell to a 2-year contract at even $35 million a year. So if that's the price tag, and you think that this team is in the mix to compete in the division or for a postseason spot this year, I don't see why you wouldn't add him at that price tag. Where are you on that? You don't like that?
33 hurts.
But 2 years? Maybe one?
I know, but that just seems a lot.
It's more than what I think he's worth for sure. But at this
point,
his value is higher.
I mean, I see your point in that 2 years isn't going to kill you either way.
No.
They could afford it. I don't know where that puts them. Let's talk aprons. Where it puts them on the apron.
Oh, man.
High or low. I don't know. It's just 33 to see. But again, if you're not going to spend the money and you want to make the team better, you have the money. Like, where's the money going? Going to go in the owner's pocket. So you might as well. I mean, as a fan,
that's the alternate. As a fan, you're like, "Where's this money?" Okay,
yeah,
so if
exactly.
they don't spend let's think of it from that perspective. If they don't spend $33 million right now on Blake Snell, where does the $33 million go? It doesn't leave the owner's pocket, right? So that's the counter. But if they do get him, sure, he's paying for it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's a 2-year deal at worst. You know, I can't imagine. And by the way, if he's good and he wants to come back, then you trade him next year if you want. You know what I mean? You can, if your team's not there, you can go get something else. So, to me, that's a win-win. It was the end of the 3 and 4 year range where I was like, I don't want to commit to 100 for 3 unless you know what you're getting from him. But I'm with you on the side that if he's only throwing 6-ish innings, if you look at where the top pitchers in baseball are right now, and a lot of them are hurt. You got like your Scherzers, your Verlanders. You've got, what's his name's up there, Garrett Cole, who's now out for 2 months. A lot of the guys who are the most expensive pitchers in baseball are either banged up or hurt, or they're making $40+ million a year, but they're guys who are deeper innings guys. Like, I don't think that Blake Snell's on the same page as Garrett Cole when they're their best. I think Garrett Cole's a 9-inning guy when he's his best. Yeah. At 100 miles an hour. Blake Snell at his best is 6 shutout.
Yep.
And as Chris Rose said to us last week, he's not a guy who's got like an electric track record. He's a good dude. People like him. He's a fun interview, they say. He's obviously, when he's at his best, one of the best in baseball. But which Blake Snell are you getting? That's the risk with a 2-year deal and an opt-out, is he comes in, he's not good, wants to come back, and then you've got him again, and you've lost value on a trade. That's where it gets tough to swallow. But what are the other options at this point?
I mean, young guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really it. I don't know when's Wynn supposedly coming back.
I don't even remember last week I Googled his name on Friday, and it said 2 months ago. It was like a month and a half ago. We didn't have any. It's like 6 weeks ago. It's like there's no news. There's no.
So, I mean, look.
Mason Black is the name. Mason Black is the guy that they're high
Yep.
on. Jordan Hicks has actually been okay, I think, too. Jordan Hicks has been, to this point, fairly surprising, at least to me, in some of his effectiveness. Kyle Harrison, I think, throws this weekend. Is it tonight? Maybe Kyle Harrison throws? I think there's a night game tonight. He may throw tonight, and then they come on back this weekend, by the way. A game on Sunday in Sacramento or Saturday in Sac, then they get the Babe Ruth series, and then we open next week. That's Thursday's opening day. It's already here.
That's incredible.
It's pretty incredible. So
that is incredible.
Even if you sign Blake Snell, when's he pitching?
I got to be honest, I have no idea where they're opening up.
In San Diego.
In San Diego, okay. Yeah, I had no clue.
Yeah.
Well, then again, I didn't know who the Warriors are playing in a week until a couple hours ago when you showed me. I knew they were going on the road. I wasn't sure in what order. So baseball to me is still kind of like, God dang, it's a week away. Like 9 days.
It's kind of been out there, and things have been creeping on me in the same way. You know what it is? It's when the Niners go as deep as they do. When the Niners went all the way into February, I think it threw off my internal sports clock.
Yeah.
It really did. Now we get the Warriors like battling for playoff positioning, which is something that I'm also not accustomed to doing this time of year, right? They're either like we're way out of it when I was a kid, or they were like locked up a 1 seed in February or something like that. So that's just how it used to go.
November 1st. They're in. We're good to go. But yeah, I don't know. I mean that one I could go either way on. Like again, it's still 33 just seems exorbitant. But for 2 years, you probably do that. You are going to make your team better. There's no doubt about it. And it was interesting. I forget who we were talking to. I think it was from CBS Sports. We were talking about Robbie Ray. And he was saying he thought that was more of a long-term deal.
Yeah,
like that looked like a long-term deal because of what he's getting paid. And he wouldn't expect that he would get that type of money on the open market after pitching maybe 10 games.
Because he got a Cy Young 2 years ago, and then he hit the open market. So he got that deal from the Mariners, got hurt, and then that's probably right. And that I think they're gambling, as am I, that Robbie Ray's probably here beyond this year.
Yeah.
In which case you open next season and you may have 4 guys or 3 guys.
Well, I think the real key to this season will be Harrison.
I'm with
From a pitching standpoint. I mean, he's still got a hit. And again, I'm excited to watch him play because I want to see what Lee's going to do. I mean, he's just so new. Like nobody knows what this guy can do. Nobody watched him play unless they watch Korean baseball. And I haven't watched Korean baseball since the pandemic.
I haven't since
yesterday. I haven't
yesterday.
watched the Doosan Bears or the.
I watched the LG Twins the other night against the Padres.
Did you really?
Dude, the Korean series was going on. I saw guys tweeting about it, and I was up late. I was like, "Is this on right now?" So I flipped it on. There was a game on yesterday. The Dodgers and the Padres, I think, are going to play each other in like their opener in Korea. I think that's in the next day or two. But they played against a couple of Korean teams. Kind of cool, sort of fun. Seeing my old Kiwoom heroes out there.
Kiwoom heroes. Who are the Dinos?
The
KY or what? KP? not the jellies.
Was it the KT Wiz or something like that?
Nobody beats the Wiz.
Nobody beats dude. The pandemic.
Dude, I was betting on Korean baseball.
I was doing the morning show, so I was like catching like the 6th and 7th and 8th innings of games.
Doing?
Yeah, that's all we had.
What am I doing betting on the Kiwoom Heroes?
That and NASCAR, dude.
Plus 120. Let's go.
How about this? You ready for this?
Dortmund.
We got breaking news here.
Okay.
For the 49ers. They've made a signing.
Okay.
49ers have signed as a backup quarterback the Pastronaut. Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs, the Pastronaut, joins Kyle Shanahan's offense on a 1-year deal with the 49ers. I would assume that means, sadly for us, breaking news there, Tim. Thank you. Breaking news here out of 49ers land. Josh Dobbs signs a 1-year deal with the Niners, and I guess that means, sadly for us, no Zach Wilson.
God,
that would have been like I didn't want him for any reason but us.
I just wanted him for that.
I just wanted it for us, dude. That's all I want.
So we can keep saying that.
Just because we can keep talking about how he's sleeping with moms and throwing bombs. That's all it is, right?
Absolutely.
Josh Dobbs, the Pastronaut, joins Kyle Shanahan's offense, a 1-year deal with the Niners to back up Brock Purdy. When we come on back, how about we get into a little college hoops and do some NBA hoops with one of our favorites? As somebody on the text line earlier said, is that Mike Silver or is it PJ Carlissimo? How about our guy PJ Carlissimo joins us next as we're live from Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center, only here on the Sports Leader. The great John Miller joined Papa and Lunt today, and they discussed the delight of working with Renel Brooks-Moon over the last 24 seasons. Check out that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, as we get deeper and deeper into the month of March here, I know people are starting to sweat their taxes. What happens if you can't pay them once you get the bill?
Call us. Let us take care of you. And it might be as simple as that. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We're going to go over all your options, all your rights, and you have a lot of them. But don't make the mistake of just paying the bill because maybe the bill is wrong. Oftentimes it is. If it is, we'll go to the IRS and say, hey, your bill is wrong. Please correct it. But what if you really do owe the money and you just don't have it? There's so many good options, whether you just pay part and they forgive the rest if you qualify, or pay in monthly installments, or get the penalties forgiven, or have them leave you alone till you're back on your feet, or a combination of those or other things. The bottom line is we have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. And what we want to do is take away your tax problem and give you back a normal life.
That's why you give Steve Moskowitz a call. Let him take care of those problems for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's always fun to talk to a longtime NBA coach and a coach who coached in the finals. I believe it was 89. He was the head coach of Seton Hall. Lost to the Michigan Wolverines. He's calling games now for ABC. PJ Carlesimo. PJ, what's going on?
Not much, brother. How you doing?
Tremendous. You doing any NCAA games?
I've got, with Westwood One, we got the whole shooting match. We're in Salt Lake City with your Wildcats, and then
nice.
we go to Dallas for the South Regional, and then Phoenix for the Final Four. So it's, we're going to have a good time. Dave Pash and I actually are going to, we're going to be together in Salt Lake City, and then I work with Ryan Radke for the South Regional.
Oh, you're going to love Salt Lake. Great nightlife, great Italian restaurants there.
We already have our reservation at Walters for tomorrow night. Pash and I are ready. He's got to work tonight. He's at Golden State. He's got Golden State Knicks, but I'm just watching tapes and printing stats, trying to get Arizona's like I guess I know the Zags too. I lucked out. That's kind of like a Gonzaga reunion because Tommy's going against Long Beach State, so we got Danny Monson, we got the three guys that all worked together at Gonzaga at one point.
Before we get to Arizona, how crazy is that? Dan Munson gets relieved of his duties on Monday, and then by the next Monday, his team's in the NCAA tournament.
Well, it's typical of what's going on this year in the NCAA. We did the selection show yesterday for Westwood, and Jason Horowitz, I think when he led into the first thing he announced was I don't know what there are, 32 or 33. Copes probably knows. I know you and I don't know, but how many automatic qualifiers there are. And 21 of the 31 of the 32 number one seeds didn't win the respective conferences. So, I mean, it's been insanity in terms of who gets in. You know, some leagues it doesn't make any difference. The number one doesn't get in. Somebody else wins it that was going to get in anyhow. But we have what they call bid thieves. 5 different conferences had some teams get in that don't normally get in. So all of a sudden, a whole bunch of the bubble teams who thought they had a pretty good chance did not get in. So it's a different field. And the first 4 in Dayton, Tuesday and Wednesday, usually it's 2 games involving the 4 16s and 2 games involving the 4 11s. This year it's the 10s. That's how many teams are seated lower than the last automatics in. So it's really it's going to be a crazy tournament. There's some great teams. I don't know how much you've seen UConn. They're incredible.
Yeah, they're the best team.
Fantastic.
They have everything.
Well.
They have everything. I'll get to them in a minute. We'll talk about crazy Danny Hurley. By
the way, 32 guaranteed bids.
32 guaranteed.
As you well know, Coach. Come on, that's half the team.
Of course.
I know. By the way, I had to Google it. It's right in front of me on my computer.
All right, let's get to. Let me ask you about Arizona because I've watched most of their games this year. I know you've watched them a lot, and here's one I think could be their Achilles heel if it comes to this. They don't shoot the ball great from 3. Like Caleb Love can get it going. Caleb Love can also have games where he does not shoot it well, and he's really good at attacking, but sometimes he'll forget about that. Now, Pelle Larsson's a guy that can hit threes, but he usually has to have somebody create it for him. And Boswell's a guy that seems a little reluctant sometimes to shoot the 3, even though I like him when he's a little more aggressive. But I like their defense. They obviously can run. They got Ballo in the middle, who's really, really good and massive. But I just wonder if they're going to be able to be consistent enough from the perimeter to win 6 games. Because if they can shoot it from the perimeter at a reasonable clip, they can beat anybody.
Without question. And you said the magic word is consistent. Their stats they're 21st in the NCAA out of 350 teams. They're 21st in 3-point percentage.
That surprises
me. They do it in a bizarre way. They shoot 450 one game, and then they shoot 250 the next
exactly.
game. So it's like, And that's really the problem. And Caleb right now is in a major funk.
He really is.
I threw it away when I left Vegas, and now I need it again because I've got them. But, I mean, I don't know what it is. The last 2 or 3 games, he's like shooting like me. He's like 2 for 100 from 3, and that's obviously a major problem. You know, and having said that, he shot 353 for the year. He was 25th in the conference going into that last game. So, but again, you dance with who brung you in. Tommy knew when they got him what they were getting. He's Player of the Year in the Pac-12. That's the coach's vote. So, I mean, it's feast or famine's probably too strong. But, yeah, without question, they need to shoot it, particularly when they're going to run into a Monty. I don't want to be the one saying they got no shot, but that would be a mega upset. As good as Long Beach State's playing, Arizona is literally one of the best teams in the country, and I think you said it earlier. They're way better defenses than people give them credit for. I think this is a good Arizona defensive team.
Well, just to bolster what you were...
They're really big. And Umar, I mean, you get close to the basket, Umar causes problems down there. So they're a really, really good team, but I think you said it. They're inconsistent shooting, and it's not really reflected in the numbers. You look at the numbers, you go, wow, they're ridiculous. They're 3rd in points, 15th in field goal. This is in the country, 15th in field goal percentage, 21st in 3-point percentage, 15th in free throw attempts, and they don't shoot free throws real well. They were 7th in the pack in free throw shooting. 721 is not terrible for college, but it's not, it's not elite. So they're vulnerable. They can win any game. I wouldn't say they could lose any game, but I don't think it's not going to be like last year. But they could win the whole thing. But as you said, they're going to have to dodge a bullet one of those games. You always have to anyhow in the NCAA, but especially for them because there might be 1 or 2 games where the 3-point shot's not going. That's where they're going to have to either rebound or get that fast break game going and cook and do a good thing to pick up for the guards. I'll tell you who played good. The young guys played really well. The young guards played well in Las Vegas. I mean, I call them the young guards, but they really, Jaden Bradley and KJ Lewis, really gave them a lift, really did a good. In fact, Tommy went with them a good chunk when they were getting back in the game late. And then, they went back with the guys, the main guys at the end. But a lot of weapons. It's a deep team, but they're big and strong. They're really athletic. I mean, they can beat you up with defense. I mean, in a good way, real good quickness and size. And I like Umar a lot. The freshman plays like a freshman big, but some days he plays really, really good, Creases. So it's a good team. It really is a good team.
Just to bolster your point, Caleb Love, 7 for his last 34 from the field and 4 for his last 20 from 3 and 9 for his last 35 from 3. And he's only been to the free throw line 4 times in the last 3 games where he's 1 of 4. So, I mean, he's their guy. They obviously need him. The number 1 seed in that bracket is North Carolina. And I've watched them play a few times this year, not a ton. It seems to me, PJ, like Ingram's kind of the fulcrum for that team because you know what you're going to get from the guard position, and you know what guy who's the I can't think of the big fella that grabs up. Yeah, exactly, Baycott. Yeah, but Ingram's a guy that, boy, he looks when he's going. He looks incredible. Like, he looks like a pro. He's got the size, the length, shoot it from 3, put it on the deck. He can be a little inconsistent, but that team can always rebound, North Carolina. But what do you make of them, and kind of how do you look at that West bracket?
Well, I like the West bracket for Tommy and for the Wildcats for just that reason, because the 1 through 4, Carolina's the 1, Arizona's the 2, Baylor's the 3, and Alabama's the 4, and you could say the very same thing about all of them.
Yeah.
Particularly 1, 2, 3. Not that Baylor hasn't been inconsistent, but I mean, there's nights when Carolina looked like and was on the number, ended up at number 1, looked like the best team in the country. Arizona certainly did, and Alabama did at times. But they also, dropped it. Carolina has 7 losses. Alabama has 11. Baylor has 10. Arizona has 8. That's the 1 through 4 in the West. So, I mean, I think I'm not saying it's an easy path, but, like, to me, it's colored a little bit by like what you saw this week. The East is UConn's a 1. Illinois is a 3. They won the Big Ten tournament. Iowa State smashed Houston. They're the 2. And Auburn's the 4. They smashed whoever the hell they played in the SEC. I'm saying, wow, the East is loaded. The West it's never an easy path. But I kind of like, I'm sure all 4 of them are looking at each other saying, we can beat these guys. I don't think there's anybody saying, oh, boy, I don't know how we're going to match up with them. That East, if the teams advance that are supposed to, it's going to be a bloodbath in Boston. That's going to be a great region.
Now, there's no doubt about it. So UConn, like UConn and Houston, I think of they're separate from even Purdue. Like Purdue was a number. I figured those would be your top 3. But UConn's like it's separate from Houston a little bit, and then Houston. I worry about Houston. I always worry about their offense. I don't worry about their toughness and their rebounding.
They defend. I mean, relatively speaking, they can score.
Exactly. But UConn can beat you anyway.
They rebound so well, which travels really well in the NCAA tournament. I mean, Kelvin's record in the tournament is ridiculous. I mean, they've really been successful, and everybody said this year, oh well, a little different now. They're not in the athletic. They're going to struggle in the Big 12. Yeah, they really struggled. They won 30 again. They did get smacked, by Iowa State in the championship game, but that would not concern me. They're really good, and again, for their region, they're good too. I like the other 3 ones. If I'm Danny Early, I'm saying, damn, we're supposed to be the best. We're the real number 1, the top of the heap. Look at our region. It's it just works out that way sometimes, but. You say that. I think in my mind, I didn't see a lot. As you well know, I did more NBA than college in a regular season. And then watching the last couple of weeks, those that 1 through 4 in the East were all cooking. But Danny, they played Gonzaga here in Seattle earlier in the year. I saw them I see them a lot, obviously, because Danny played for us. And I had them just by luck all 6 games last year. I will not have them until the Final Four if they make it this year. But I was with them in Albany for 2. I was with them in Las Vegas for 2. And, of course, in Houston. They're good. They have guys back from last year. They have new guys that they added. They shoot the ball. Especially, it's a rim when he shoots it, just goes right through. And the big, when he's healthy, and he's been healthy most of the year, is really good. Taliban's good. They have everything. They defend. They rebound. They play hard. They got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, and they won the damn thing last year. They got a lot of guys that I think they had a much better, not much. They had a better regular season than they did last year. I mean, significantly better. Nobody was, coming out of the Big East last year. But Connecticut's pretty good, and then they played probably their best 6 games of the whole year. In the NCAA, but they've been more like that championship team. And you know how hard it is. When you're the defending champ, everybody's coming at you. The Big East is never a picnic anyhow, but like everybody they play, we got to dial it up. This is for a chunk of the year they were number 1. They handled it. They handled being number 1. They handled being the defending champ. And, I think they're in great shape going into the tournament. If you still got to win 6 games, which is a bear for sure. And I think there's more teams that have a legit chance to win it this year than a normal year. I think that's true in the playoffs too, T. I think, I love the way Boston looks. I can't figure out the West at all, whether it's the 2 new, quote, young teams.
Nobody can.
Whatever the hell. But I think there's a lot of teams, we all put your hands in and, hey, we're going to win it, and of course you are. But there's a lot more this year that it's true. They're saying, we can beat those guys. I think the NCAA, I'm expecting it to be great. I think it's going to be competitive. I think there's going to be some big upsets. I think there's going to be a lot of great games. And I think the playoffs are going to be incredible, NBA playoffs, starting with the play-in games. I thought Adam was nuts when he put the thing in, but it's turned out really good. And I'm still amazed. I haven't really watched the last week or so. I've been trying to get my college fix and did the Pac-12 tournament and the selection show. I keep thinking, well, they won a couple. Let me look at the standings. Golden State and the Lakers, it seems no matter what they do, they're still 9 and 10. I can't. That is going to blow my mind if that's the 9-10 game starting the West. Those 2 guys. it's amazing.
We're talking to PJ Carlissimo here on the UMA guest line. Do you think the Warriors can climb out of that? Do you think it would take some help for sure? But I think they could still get to
Coach,
6.
I do.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always going to believe in them. I really am. When Draymond was out for a while, I mean, I've always had the love-hate with Draymond. But when he was out for a while, I said, you know, this really may be the end of it. And then he comes back and they're playing, and Clay was obviously in a funk. I think he's back playing well. Whatever they did to Kuminga, I think Steve, they quietly, because you know how the Arizona guys are, Coach, I think Steve asked Tommy to work with Kuminga a little bit, and Kuminga since then has been unbelievable. So I like the team a lot. The only thing I don't like about the team is Ray Ritter. They got the worst PR guy in the league, but other than that, I still think it can be a very good team, but that consistency that we talked about, the thing you always say is the best thing about the NBA, win 4 out of 7. Those guys, there's been nights this year where Golden State's looked really good. There's been a bunch of nights when the Lakers look really good. But, boy, there's been some nights when you just scratch your head saying, man, how are these guys going to win 4 out of 7 against one of the really good teams? So it's, again, it's going to make for a great playoff. OKC to me has looked even better than Minnesota. I don't even know who's in first place now, which one of those two.
It's OKC by a half game right now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, OKC doesn't seem to miss a beat. They play good on the road. They play good at home. They got half of the guys, I didn't even know their names. They're playing so good. And, the guys at the All-Star game, the other guys in the rookie. Sam Presti was at the Pac-12 one night, and I'm going, man, I haven't been to Oklahoma City this year. I said, I don't know a couple of your guys. And Mark Dagnall's doing a great job. He's got a great shot to be Coach of the Year in the league. So it's I just hope we get enough West games. They're going to be jockeying back and forth, testing myself East and West. I hope we get enough West at least early in the playoffs so we maybe figure the thing out.
PJ, nobody voluntarily goes to Oklahoma City.
Michael's Grill. Hey, man, I lived there for not long. It didn't take Sam long to fire me, but I was there about 5 or 6 months before he fired me the first year. So I really did have a good time, but I like their team. I really do.
I like their team too. I don't want to go to the city.
Yeah, right. That's a different thing. It's two things true. Like the team, don't like the city.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's totally fine. I like watching them on TV. I've been to Oklahoma City before.
I like the Bills too, but I'm not going to Buffalo.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go hang out in December in Buffalo.
I don't want to go there. Who do you have?
You better watch it, man. You started agreeing with him too much now. People are going to wonder what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Oh, no, don't worry. I pick on him enough when you're not here.
It's a problem.
Don't worry.
It's a problem. Okay, I'll give you 3 teams. Who are you most concerned about in the West out of the top? We're taking Denver out because no one's concerned about Denver. Minnesota has the cat injury. Oklahoma City, a little young. And then the Clippers, well, they're the Clippers. You just never know about them. Out of those 3 teams, who are you most concerned about in the playoffs?
Minnesota. I was wondering about them with Cat, with the damaged Cat. I worry about them more. Although if you'd asked me this a week ago, I'd have led by saying, well, Clippers are playing better than anybody in the league right now. They're unbelievable. They've lost it seems every Clipper score I've seen in the last week or so has been a loss. I mean, I don't know what's going on with them. They looked like they had finally solved it. PG and Kawhi were playing game in, game out, and they were really good. Then Harden misses some games. I don't want to say which of the other two's missed a game or two, but all of a sudden they don't look as reliable as it appeared they were playing for a while. So, but I think the injury and I think the lack of experience, Minnesota still hasn't had, to me, meaningful playoff experience. I think that even trumps the young guys in OKC and the lack of experience in OKC. And the Clippers went from whatever it was, 10 days, 2 weeks ago to me saying, wow, they may be the team to beat right now. Now I'm back wondering what the hell they are. I can't figure it.
Yeah. Well, as long as Kawhi's banged up. And again, that's always the question is how healthy is he? How healthy will they be, he and Paul George? But if they're healthy, they look like one of the best teams. Is there anything that would –
when he's right, he can make the case he's the best player in the league. He's unbelievable. Yep. And he's shooting the ball. I don't know if the stats bear it out. Every Clipper game I've watched or have had them, he's making threes like he's Steph. I mean, he's shooting threes like over 40%. I'm saying, damn, I thought people didn't used to guard Kawhi out there. Yeah. I mean, he's like knocking down shots, and he's always gets rebounds, he defends, he makes big plays. I mean, he's great, but that's a huge if. I mean, if you don't have a guy night in, look at New Orleans. If New Orleans would ever, I don't know what they think about what do you do with Zion, or if you're Philadelphia, what do you do with Joel? When your best player, you're not sure he's going to be there enough. I mean, that's the one thing about Bron and the great ones in the past. Those guys used to play 78, 80 games. If I'm the owner, I don't mind writing a check when you know the guy's going to be there 80 nights, man. I'll tell you what, that hurts you when you're writing a check and it's your best guy and you're not even sure he's going to be there.
No doubt about it. Boston, I mean, is there anybody? I'm trying to make a case for somebody in the East, PJ, and I can't do it.
Make it 4. I'm not there yet. We had them real early when they were struggling. Then they played well. I don't think they didn't do badly. They didn't embarrass themselves on the West Coast trip, but they didn't, step up either. I mean, it still goes back. They were 30-13 when they fired Adrian Griffin. They keep saying, well, we're not defending, we didn't do this. I'm saying, damn, they got rid of Bud. They had the best record in the league last year, and they were arguably one of the best 3 or 4 defenses. They got rid of Adrian because he's a new guy and doesn't know what's going on, and they're not defending. They were 30-13, so they have not been consistent enough for me. I was really starting to think the Knicks had turned the corner to being a really elite team, and then they got wiped out. They did a great deal, obviously, with Toronto, and then they got wiped out with injuries. I mean, again, it's the best players. You got to put Brunson in there as 1A. You can argue who's better, but they can't win without those guys. Who's playing tonight? I didn't even look at the injury list.
Ananobi's out, Randall's out, still out. So,
I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And I would slightly disagree with you in that Milwaukee didn't embarrass themselves on the West Coast. They got beat by 35 in Golden State. They got beat by 34 in Sacramento, and they lost to L.A. without the Lakers. That may not be embarrassing, but they won. They beat the Clippers. That was it.
That's all. I thought they went 2-2.
No, they were 1-4. Well, you were in your Pac-12 mode, so I'm here. See, I'm here for you. I'm here to keep you updated on what's going on.
You know what? I'm going to be Tucson Tommy Jr. now in the future.
Good. I'll get you a Wilbur T-shirt, Wilbur and a Wilma T-shirt, and you'll be good to go. Okay, so I want to switch back real quick. I know we're doing a little whiplash here, but back to the NCAA tournament. Is there a team that you've looked at and thought maybe this is a team that's not going to be, because everybody knows the number 1 seeds, number 2. I like Tennessee. It worries me that Rick Barnes always seems to flame out in the NCAA tournament, but I've watched them play enough that they're not UConn, not close, but they have a score in Connect. Ziegler's a point guard that can kind of control the tempo. Jones is a swing man, and they got some big guys that can do some things, and I'm like, that team's that's a pretty balanced team. And I know there are 2 seeds, so they're not like under the radar, but I like Tennessee.
Jason Horowitz yesterday, and he goes to me, "You got to pick." I said, "I hate to pick. I don't even." He goes, "You got to pick somebody from every region." I picked Tennessee from the Midwest, which probably is the kiss of death. Rick Barnes will get sick if he finds out that I picked him. But I look, Purdue. I'm still not believing Purdue outside of the league. I do think they're the best team in the Big Ten. I do think they're a really good team. But the Big Ten lately, the NCAA tournament has not been their forte. That entire conference. Kansas is a 4, and God knows what to expect from them. In terms of whether they're healthy or not. They go from being, one of the best 4s ever to how are they even a 4 without those 2 guys? So, no McCullers or Dickinson are seriously damaged, either one. You can't figure them. I like Creighton. I think Creighton's good, too.
Yeah.
If that turns out to be the match, Tennessee-Creighton, that'll be interesting as a 2-3. But I like Rick Barnes coming out of there. That would not surprise me. They've got a little bit of everything. They got good experience too, and Connect is. It's amazing that he's talk about coming in and not being phased. But the whole, I don't even know whether he was a grad or how many years he was at the other place. But some of these guys that are like grads or coming in after 2, 3, 4 years other places, they're not your average transfers. They hit the floor running, and there's a whole bunch of Ivy League guys playing all over the place. So I like Connect. I enjoy watching him play. And nothing seems to faze him. He plays late in the game. It doesn't matter. He plays well. He plays with a lot of confidence.
What do you think about Kentucky? Because I don't know if anybody can boast a better guard trio than Reeves, Shepard, and Dillingham. I mean, those guys can flat score. They got big guys who, block shots, set screens. But their defense, shoddy would be a compliment if I called their defense shoddy. I mean, they just go out there and try to get to 90 before you do, basically. But, I mean, can a team like that get through the tournament? Because you probably have one game where they don't shoot it well. Although with three guys that can shoot it, you figure they're not all going to be off. So what do you think about Kentucky?
I think they're dangerous. I don't think there's anybody that would want to play them, but you hit it on the head with can they play? Can they put it together for 6 straight games? Everybody's got to dodge the one bullet. There's almost always the night where you don't, whatever it is, you don't play well. Somebody sprains an ankle, somebody gets in foul trouble, and you got to find a way to win when it looks like it's going against you. At least we know these guys' names. There's Devin Booker. He's got more guys every year. I get ready to do a game all the time, and I go to Kesty. Where did this guy go to school? I think one of the OKC guys is from there, if I'm not mistaken.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander went to Kentucky.
Yep. I said, I don't even remember him. He said, well, he didn't play, but he's really
1 year.
good.
1 year, they're there and they're gone. That's it. That's why it takes so long. Yeah. In and out.
They're good. I think it's the best Cal's been in a while. I do think they're, top-heavy offense. They're way, way better offensively, but they are really good offensively. So, people are going to have trouble. They're going to blow, even in the tournament, they're going to blow some people out. Like, they're just going to put a lot of points on the board and run away from people, and they're not going to be phased. Cal's a way better game coach than people give him credit for being, but, all the buttons you're pushing when you're not defending, they don't work quite as well. You got to be able to stop somebody when it's important. And, like if they would get into a game with a team like Connecticut, that's where I think the advantage is. Because Connecticut can score a lot of points, but they can also beat you in one of those 51-48 jobs because they defend, they rebound, they take good care of the ball. They're really a good basketball team. But I like John. I think this is their best team maybe in 3 years without really having studied it, but best team in a while. Last couple of years, he just said, no, this doesn't look like Kentucky. This team does look like Kentucky.
Have a great time in Salt Lake. Should be fun. The tournament's always fun. It never disappoints, ever. I mean, people say that all the time, and it's just too many games to disappoint. I take it off every Thursday, Friday, first hopes, because everybody loves just sitting around the house watching games. I mean, you're going to be collecting a check, which is more than the rest of us can say.
Come on.
But,
I know, but I hate doing 4 games, not because it's hard to do them, which it is. It's a tough day, because you can't watch the other ones. I don't want to sit and just do my 4. I want to be able to change the channels and watch somebody, even turn it on.
Grab some wine and call the game, DJ.
Come on, dude. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Hey, safe travels. Enjoy the game.
It. I'm going to lead. If Caleb has a good game, turn to the radio. My first thing is going to be, man, Tom Tolbert and I were killing you, but I give you credit. You bounced back, man.
You better not. I'll have to find out how much a one-way ticket to Salt Lake costs from Oakland.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll meet you at the restaurant.
No, you won't.
I got the reservation covered.
I bet you do.
Good being with you.
You too, PJ. You too, bro.
Have a good one, PJ.
Oh, he's the best. PJ Carlissimo, he's got a way about him, way backhands everybody. It's hilarious.
They go in there and they go, hey, win.
Yeah, they all put their hand in the Western Conference and go, yeah, we're all going to win it. And then they don't. You're like, yeah, right. PJ Carlissimo can break down on the tournament and on some good stuff in the Western Conference. He's a lot of fun to talk to. Check it out, all on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The 49ers have lost a 2025 draft pick. They've had their 4th rounder, one of them this year, move back 4 spaces, all due to an accounting error. They've also added a backup quarterback, and we got to talk about how the 2021 draft class, worst draft class ever for quarterbacks. That's next, as we are live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
After 24 seasons as the voice of Pac Bell, SBC, AT&T, and then Oracle Park, the Giants announced that Renel Brooks-Moon will not return as PA announcer in 2024. Check out more on that story on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. If you are looking for more speed, and who isn't, well then you're in luck, because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds. They're faster than ever. Okay, what about the price? Hold on a second, I'll get to that. With super fast internet, everyone's taken care of. You're not going to worry about the price because everyone's taken care of, so you're going to be happy. Phone, tablet, TV, working, gaming, streaming, maybe going to school. Everyone's taken care of. Everyone has extremely fast, reliable internet. That's what you want. That's specifically what you want, because you're the one that's going to hear it. What happened to my internet? My game went down. Oh, streaming. And then, no, you don't want to hear about that. You want everyone to be taken care of, and they will be taken care of with extremely fast, extremely reliable internet. Now, okay, we'll get to the price, the good part. 300 megabit Xfinity internet, now only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract Wi-Fi equipment. That's a 50% increase in speed for the same price. The same great price. That's right. More speed, same price. You're good to go. All you got to do is call Xfinity.com. How can you call Xfinity.com? Well, you can't call Xfinity.com, can you? No, I'm stupid. That's why I told you that. You call them at 1-800-XFINITY or go to Xfinity.com. I think that probably works. How about this? Just go visit a store today. You won't have to worry about all that .com 800 number stuff. Boom, you're there. You get it taken care of. You're like, hey, I'm out and about. I'll just go to Xfinity and find out what's going on. I should probably wrap this up. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and other charges extra after promo regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. You love sports. You love high def. You love fast internet. You love faster internet that you pay the same for. Oh, you will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Coach back with you. We are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Fun basketball day today as the Warriors getting ready to take on the Knicks after a huge victory on Saturday against the LA Lakers. If you're coming out to Chase, make sure you stop by. Say what's up at Harmonic. Grab a beer. Tom and I having a Harmonic Kolsch. Might have another one of these in just a minute. Look at that Sky Dog too, but that Sky Dog I might wait till
Sky Dog.
It's a 7%er almost. We'll have to wait on that almost. It's a 6.6. Derek's getting the Sky Dog. Anyway, a little bit of news here before we get to Matt Mayoko, our weekly hit with our 49er insider of NBC Sports Bay Area. We mentioned this earlier. The 49ers have agreed with a backup quarterback, Josh Dobbs. They call him the Pastronaut. A veteran QB comes in, and we were looking at QBs on the free agent list last week, and I don't remember seeing his name, but a guy who's revered as a very, very high intelligence quarterback. Comes out of Duke. He's literally wasn't he like an astrophysicist? Like he was quite literally interning at NASA to be an astronaut, where his nickname, the Pastronaut, comes from. Played for 3 different organizations from the beginning of last year's training camp and preseason. Was with Washington. Then he gets traded to Arizona, where he starts games for the injured Kyler Murray. Started 8 games for them and went 1-7, but I think looked a little bit better. And I think his one win was against Dallas, by the way. That game they beat Dallas at home. And then he gets traded to Minnesota. Wasn't expecting to play.
They beat Atlanta.
They beat Atlanta? Is that who it was?
At Atlanta.
Was it?
Yep.
You remember?
Well, yeah, I bet on Atlanta.
Oh, for the Cardinals? So he wasn't the Cardinals?
No, not for the Cardinals. That's when he was at Minnesota.
Yeah. With Minnesota he went
to.
Oh,
my bad.
No, sorry.
My bad.
Remember they won the one game Arizona did against the Cowboys?
Yes.
They were 1-7 or 1-8 or whatever, but he won that game as the starting QB. The defense might have won that game, actually. No, you're good. But he steps in as the...
Then he took my money.
He stepped in against Atlanta because they had started... Who was that backup quarterback they started? He took like one shot and left the game. First career start from Minnesota. Jared Hall. Yeah, He goes down with the injury. Like... what's his name? Josh Dobbs had been there for like 4 days or 3 days.
He read like one page of the playbook, and he comes in and wins.
Yeah, so started 12 games, played in 13 last year, 2,400 yards passing, nearly 13 touchdowns, and 10 picks. He will likely be your backup quarterback next season. Also, some weird news. 49ers were penalized for an accounting error at the end of the 2022 season, to which they take full blame for. The league acknowledges there was no intentional circumventing. They just misreported on something on a number and an accounting error. So because of that, the Niners have been penalized. They're going to lose a 5th-round draft pick next season. And then I didn't even know this could happen. They moved one of their fourth rounder from this season back 4 spots. So they were given 131. It moves back to 135. They still have 3 4th-rounders this year. Weird.
Yeah, well, who's doing the accounting over there?
Who decides how many picks you get to move back?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
They had apparently they had back-to-back picks at 131, 132. Now they have 132 and 135. So, I don't know.
They should trade back up to 131.
It'd be pretty funny if they did.
Yep. You know, it would be cool if they traded back up to 131 and they traded the 5th they're losing without the team knowing they're losing it. Here you go. You get our 5th from next year. Okay, we'll do that to you.
You don't have a 5th.
We don't have a 5th. Oh, you guys suckers.
I think that's where David Stern voids the Chris Paul trade. I think that's where he steps in. He's like, yeah, that doesn't happen here. Sorry, nobody owns that team.
Very
you can't
bizarre.
trade him.
Very bizarre.
So that's what's going on with the 49ers.
How's your math department, 49ers? What are we doing over there?
We got to ask Mayoko about this because this is something I've never, I tell you what, the more we get into sports now with the way it's covered in media, there are things that come up that I'm like, I didn't even know these were factors.
You know what it is? Parag spending too much time with Leeds.
You know what?
He's over there working with Leeds.
Leeds United.
Getting the soccer team up and running.
I bet you their draft picks are okay. I bet you their academy's fine. Matt Mayoko, our NBC Sports 49ers insider, will join us next. Let's talk about some of that stuff as well as the way some of the we didn't talk about Justin Fields getting traded yet this weekend. Mac Jones got traded. Trey Lance has been traded. Zach Wilson may be traded. 4 of those 5 guys taken in the first round of the 2021 draft may all be on different teams by the start of this season. We'll talk about that next with Matt Mayoko, and then Arizona basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd joins us at 5 o'clock. Mayoko next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog Fantasy is a fan-favorite way to play fantasy sports, and guess what? The NCAA tournament is here. College basketball pick'em is the easiest way to get in on the action throughout the tourney. If you're making a bracket for the NCAA tournament this week, there's another way to keep playing, even if your bracket gets busted on Thursday morning, like mine normally does. Here's the pick'em game. You select between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. They give you a series of the stats for the players, and you select higher or lower on all different kinds of stats from this week's NCAA tournament games for a chance to win big. You can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. It's legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch through the games. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. It's that easy. Plus, they'll give you a special mystery pick to use with your first pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, to get your first deposit of $10 or more up to $100 matched, plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Faithful, here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to register today to play against me for the $1 million, that's the KNBR $1 million bracket challenge presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert and Copes with you live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Knicks coming your way this evening. Our guy John Dickinson will be right back here at Harmonic Brewing for Dubs OT following the conclusion of that game. But we got time for a little 49er talk as we do every Monday with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
Nothing too much. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. We got a little bit of news.
Being good if you're at a brewery.
We're sitting here. Usually, you're at a brewery somewhere like the Midwest or the South, or like
exactly.
I know we're talking to you like in the guts of the season somewhere where you're looking for a brewery. But we're it's incredible how the NFL is such a 365 sport. It really is, because I feel like we got Matt again today, and I'm like, there's stuff to talk about as there were more trades and stuff that went down this weekend. I'll start with this one just because it was big news. Not big, but it was news a little while ago. Josh Dobbs, the astronaut, joins the 49ers. He played for – it's incredible to me what he did last season in playing for Washington in preseason, traded to Arizona, beats Dallas, by the way, when he's in Arizona. Then he gets traded to Minnesota, and then he's with Minnesota for a couple of days before their quarterback gets hurt, Jared Hall, and he has to step in and ends up leading him to victory. Pretty incredible stuff. He's a smart guy. What does this mean for the 49ers, and are they out of the QB market now?
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they were to draft a quarterback in late in the third day of the draft. But they have Brandon Allen under contract, and now they have Josh Dobbs. So yeah, I think that pretty much does it for them. You knew they weren't going to go out and pay $6-7 million for a backup quarterback, and they're getting a guy that I just looked it up and I couldn't even believe it. He started 12 games last year. He started 12 games for 2 different teams.
Yeah,
so he got a lot of playing time. And, he started off the season with the Cardinals. Well, actually, he was in training camp was he with the Browns in training camp? Is that right?
Yeah, I think was he with Washington or the Browns? He might have been the Browns. You could be right. I said Washington earlier. I think he
was with the Browns in training camp, and then he got traded right before the start of the season
to Arizona after Kyler's injury. Right? Yeah.
Right. And then when Kyler came back, he goes to the Vikings, and there's the famous thing. I think his first game there, the quarterback got injured. This was after Kirk Cousins. Quarterback got injured during the game.
Jared Hall, right?
Jared Hall. You see him on the sideline. Just going through, the cadence with the center, like let's practice snaps for the first time ever, and then he goes into the game. So he's a smart guy. He can pick up the playbook. It certainly seems like he has the inside track to be the backup. So it would be obviously Brock Purdy, Josh Dobbs, Brandon Allen, and then if they bring in a fourth guy, probably a 7th-round pick or maybe an undrafted rookie for training camp. So, it looks like that quarterback depth chart is taking shape.
Well, the thing I remember most about that Josh Dobbs win against Atlanta when he joined the Falcons, and Tom was just talking about it a minute ago, was that after the game, remember they asked him about learning the plays, and he said, I got to learn my teammates' names first. Remember, he was like, just throw it to 84 or throw it to he just knew guys' numbers, which was hysterical. But he's a smart guy. So there were I don't want to say actual rumors, but some thoughts about Zach Wilson. I don't know that he's going to get traded anywhere. I don't know if the Niners would give anything up for somebody like that. But can you imagine them bringing somebody else in, like a Brandon Allen at camp or a Sudfeld, to be another arm for camp in case there's an injury?
No, I think it would be. My guess is it would be a rookie. It would be an undrafted guy, or maybe a 7th-round draft pick. I never really thought they would trade for a guy. And where they are, I think it makes more sense for them to have a guy who's more of a veteran type. Josh Dobbs has been around for a while. Brandon Allen has been around for a while. I don't know that you bring in a guy like Zach Wilson because you want your backup quarterback, especially for a guy like Purdy, who has played a lot of football in 2 years, the first 2 seasons in the NFL. But I think you still want to bring in backup guys who have more to offer to the quarterback room. Like, frankly, I mean, nothing against Zach Wilson, but I can't imagine Zach Wilson being on the sideline and giving Brock Purdy information that could be helpful during the course of the game. However, if you have a guy like Dobbs and Brandon Allen who have been backups in the league and have been around a while and know the game very well, that's where Brock Purdy can benefit from having a guy on the sideline who you can talk with and you can look over, the tablet and see what the defense is doing and bounce stuff off of each other. And I don't. That's why I don't think like a younger backup quarterback is all that helpful to Brock Purdy, and in turn being all that helpful to the team.
Well, of course, unless you're interested in talking to your mom's best friend, then Zach Wilson's your guy. Are you kidding me?
It depends on who your mom's best friend is, I suppose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'd want to talk to Zach Wilson in that case.
Tell me how you worked that.
Hey, Zach, how did that exactly work?
Give him I was going to take us down a different path. I'll stay here.
So in terms of free agency, are they done? Is there anybody still out there that's kind of I don't know if you can be dangling in free agency at this point. Maybe we're far enough into free agency where you could be dangling, but is there anybody out there that's still there that could make sense that the Niners could get a deal?
I mean, if something that would make sense, I suppose I would not expect any big-name guys. They got a backup offensive tackle from the Raiders today. They brought him in. I'm just trying to think that, you'd be looking at maybe a veteran tight end, something like that could help George Kittle, and that offensive tackle I'm talking about is Brandon Parker, who's started a few games for the Raiders. I guess if there was going to be a sexy move, it would be at safety. A guy like Justin Simmons or Quandre Diggs, Eddie Jackson, one of those kinds of guys. But I don't think the 49ers are going to be paying, $6-7 million or whatever the cost might be for one of those guys. So I think what would happen is that they'll they'll be patient. They'll see if anybody's out there. And then I think it's probably not out of the realm of possibility that they don't do a whole lot until the draft, and then they see what happens in the draft, what other holes are able to fill. They could certainly bring in a nickel back, but there are guys who look like day one starters at nickelback in this draft. They need a return man. They need somebody who can field a punt. Is there anybody out there who can do that? And then when I'm talking about safety, you have Jair Brown, you have Talanoa Hufanga, but Hufanga's coming off the ACL. So, when is he going to be ready? Is he going to be the same guy? Do they need to bring in a veteran, insurance policy? But those names I just mentioned, I doubt any of those guys are thinking of themselves as insurance policies. They're thinking of themselves as starters in the NFL. So, I would suspect that there will be some moves here and there, but I don't think it's going to be anything that really moves the needle.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area here on the UMA guest line as we're live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Okay, so I saw this story, and it's on ESPN now on the front page from earlier today. The 49ers have lost a fifth-round draft pick in the 2025 draft, and one of their fourth-round selections for this year, which was slated at 131, is now moving back 4 spaces to number 135, all due to an accounting error from the end of the 2022 season. The NFL has noted the Niners with no intentional wrongdoing or any advantage. The Niners say the same, but because rules are rules, Niners are now losing a pick next year and having one slide back this year. Can you give us any information on this? What do you know about this? And Tom and I are both a little bit baffled that an accounting thing would lead to something like this.
Yeah, it's all about the salary cap, and the league says that there's no advantage gained, or at least the 49ers are saying that. The 49ers discovered this accounting error. I would assume, I can't tell you for certain what it's about, but I would think about it'd be something, how a bonus was paid out or something along those lines that had some impact on the cumulative number of salary cap of compensation paid out. So, it's one of those things where, it kind of came to the 49ers' attention when they're going through their books, and it was at the end of last year. So at the end of the 2022 league years when the 49ers made a mistake and it was discovered. And the NFL, I think, is kind of cracking down saying, you didn't mean to do it, but you did it. And I think they just really want to make an emphasis that, any kind of accounting errors when it comes to the salary cap is stuff that's going to be, it has to be policed. The teams have to get it right. If they don't get it right, there will be consequences. So, yeah, they do lose a fifth-round pick in the 2025 draft. And, if history is any indicator, that's big, because 49ers have had better luck with their fifth-round picks than they have with their first-round picks.
Sure.
And then the violation or the infraction for this year is a little bit of a wash, because they actually had – okay, now I'm trying to get my numbers correct here.
They had 132 as well.
Okay, so they had 131 and 133.
Yeah, there you go.
131 moves to 135, but because they had, that pick also 133, now that moves to 132. So instead of 131 and 33, it's now 32 and 35. So it's kind of, yeah, exactly. Maybe let's just say they still have the fourth-round picks, but next year they lose a 5.
Okay.
All right. Well,
and
that's it.
on.
They still have it. They slid back 4 spots.
Get some better mathematicians.
And somebody
over
needs a new
there.
calculator. That's all it is. Yeah. There you go.
Any names that you've heard? I know we still got a long way to go until the draft, but I'm just wondering where they're going to go, because unlike last year where it looked like they were pretty well set in most places, this year it seems like they can go a lot of different positions. Like they could take best available depending on what position it is, because they probably have about 4 positions they would be looking to upgrade in. Offensive tackle seems to be the easy one, and I've heard it's a good tackle draft. they're always interested in defensive linemen, but it does seem like they're kind of set there through free agency. I mean, I would imagine they'll add one because they can't help themselves, and that's who they are. But does offensive tackles kind of? And look, I don't blame them. I'm all for loading up on defensive line, but offensive tackle seems like a safe bet, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I would say offensive line seems like a safe bet. And here's the reason that nobody ever is down on drafting a defensive lineman. Defensive line is really the only position on the team where if you draft a player and he's not a starter, he still has a chance to see a lot of playing time.
Yeah.
Like if you have right now the 49ers have their, they might have, we'll see, but they might have their starting 5 offensive linemen. Now, where they would draft would be, more than likely a year out. Now, not saying that they won't draft a guy who can be a starting offensive lineman, but if they bring somebody in and he's not ready year one, well, there's really, the starting offensive linemen are the starting offensive linemen. But if you get a guy late in the first round who's a really good, whatever the position, defensive tackle, defensive end, even if you have your starters already lined up and it looks like, they have a defensive tackle, they have 2 defensive tackles who are kind of starting caliber along with Javon Hargrave, and then you have Leonard Floyd along with Nick Bosa. If you get a guy who's really talented, he's going to play. He might play 25% of the snaps. He might play 45%. But that's why defensive linemen are crucial because there's always that rotation. I think with the offensive line, if you look a year out, it seems to me, I think Colton McKivitz will be the starter. And right now they have John Feliciano, the starter at right guard. If they get a young guy, let's say they get a tackle, and I think the clearest path to be a starter year one for the 49ers would be at right guard, but also Feliciano played pretty well last year when he moved into the lineup. But if you look a year out, they might need a tackle. They might need a guard. So I think that kind of the wheelhouse would be to get a guy who might, over the long term, project as a tackle, whether it's left tackle or right tackle, and then year one, the transition from the college ranks to the NFL, a lot of times it's easier for guards to make that transition. So maybe the guy has a good chance to start year one as a guard before they move him outside. But, yeah, definitely offensive line, defensive line, they're not going to take a nickel back per se, I don't think, at the end of the first round. But when you look out, too, so many teams are signing their free agent class to 1-year contracts. And so, there's already tremendous turnover around the league. With the salary cap rising, you would think that the players would benefit from that. In a lot of ways, it looks like the salary cap rising by $30 million per club has kind of enabled these teams to cut their losses, have more dead money, and move on from some of their veteran guys. And then they're replacing them with guys on 1-year contracts, which means that, there might not necessarily be the holes this year, but next year, a lot of teams are going to need guys. So I think this year around the league, you're going to see teams not necessarily drafting for need this year, but drafting for projected needs a year from now.
Well, it only goes up $30 million if the accountant counts it right. You know what I mean? If you insert it into the old spreadsheet.
Do you carry the one on that one, or what do you do with that?
I really hope they're not just using Excel the way I do. You know what I mean, or like Google Docs or something. That'd be scary. All right, Matt Mayoko, our insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers insider. Always appreciate the time, Matt. Have you been out to Harmonic Brewing yet?
I think there's is there a Harmonic Brewing in the Dog Pack? Is that still there?
I don't know if they moved here or not, because I thought they had another location, so they may have.
Yeah, so I was
I think
at
you're
the
right.
previous location.
I think they do have that spot.
I've been at the previous location. I haven't been to that one yet, but that's the one I definitely It's a good one. Got it. Of course, they're probably
good.
a paid sponsor. So what are you going to say about them?
We're just hanging out here, dude, drinking beers and catching up with some Warrior fans. So no, it is great. It's a good location, and their GM Jimmy's a big baseball guy, so fun to come in here and hang out with them. So we got to get you over here, Matt. But we will talk to you next Monday, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, dude. Great stuff from Matt Mayoko. A little insight on Josh Dobbs. Says the 49ers probably out on another quarterback after signing Josh Dobbs to potentially be the number 2. Again, started 12 games, played in 13 for 2 different teams last year, which is somewhat of an alarming stat. Tommy Lloyd, the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats basketball team, who are headed to the tournament, is going to join us when we come on back live here from Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center here, where the Warriors and the Knicks will be squaring off this evening. And then our guy John Dickinson will hop on from Harmonic right here to take you the rest of the way with Dubs OT. Tommy Lloyd next on the Sports Leader. Steph Curry returns Saturday night to the Warriors in their 128-121 victory over the Lakers. Check out more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, near and dear to my heart. Bear down. It's time for the NCAA tournament. Just a day away, I guess, for the garage games to get started, and the real thing starts on Thursday. It's always fun to talk to the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, Tommy Lloyd, whose team is number two seed in the West, will be opening up in Salt Lake City. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Coach, what is going on?
What's up, man?
Not much, Tom. I'm doing good, my man. Good to be on with you. It's kind of our annual tradition now.
You ready to go?
Yeah, no, we're fired up. Hey, I'm a little more rested than I've been the past couple of years. Getting knocked out of the semifinals might not be a bad thing.
Well, it's so funny because to me, the conference tournaments are, let's be honest, they're just like cash grabs is what they are. The real season is the regular season. How do you treat the tournaments? Because I know Lude always looked at it as, yeah, we're here, so we want to win it because it's a basketball game. Yeah. But I know he didn't really love the idea of conference tournaments. How do you treat the conference tournament?
We're there to win it. When you coach at Arizona, there's a different level of interest in your program, and it's been off in Vegas the past couple of years. We've had, there might be, those games are sold out, and you're talking 12,000 Arizona fans there, so it's pretty special. And I feel a certain responsibility that we got to deliver. These people are paying their hard-earned money and taking time off work to come watch us play, and we want to deliver for our fans. And unfortunately, we kind of had hit a lull in that second half, and Oregon made a little bit of a run. And the next thing I know, I'm home Saturday morning.
Well, you were missing shots. The Cats were missing shots that they normally make, and the Ducks were hitting shots that I haven't really seen them make consistently this year. And that's kind of the thing when it comes this time of year, isn't it? Like if you, just a little thing can cost you, because in one and done, it gets tricky that way, doesn't it?
It gets real tricky. I think, something that makes the tournament and March basketball so great is just the tournament pressure and how are players and coaches going to respond to that. This isn't a 7-game series. This is game 7, and you get one shot at it. So, our guys going to be able to play loose and aggressive and maybe even raise it up a level, or are they going to get tight because they're sitting there worried about, man, if I don't make this shot or if we don't play good, the season's over. So there's a lot on the line. So everything makes for great theater.
Well, it's interesting because I get how it works here in the U.S. of A. It's all about the playoffs in pro sports, all about the tournament. But, you guys have had a really good year, and you played a really good schedule. You played some of the best teams in the country. You lost a few, had some good wins. But as a coach, how do you view college basketball where, I love watching it, but it's all about the tourney. That's what people don't even remember the good wins you guys had early in the season, or maybe to a lesser extent the Pac-10 championship, which I think Arizona fans and former players certainly appreciate. But is there too much emphasis put on the tourney, or is, hey, that's just the way it is, you deal with it?
Yeah. I think you put it in the latter. It's just the way it is, and you deal with it. And, when you're running a program, you're using every opportunity all season to build your team and galvanize your team and get as many experiences as possible. So when you get to March, you're hopefully seen it all and you're prepared for it and you're battle tested. And I think we've done that. And I love this group of guys. We did schedule hard. We were able to win the Pac-12 regular season championship, which is really meaningful. So I like where we're at. Now we got to take advantage of all the previous opportunities and come out Thursday kicking some ass.
The last one. You got the last Pac-12 regular season championship. Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? The conference is gone.
It is crazy. It is crazy. I mean, it's almost, you can't even wrap your head around it. And I'm thinking, man, this Vegas deal's been so good. And, we've been here in our third year. We've got off to a good start. And I think there's been 6 championships in basketball, a regular season and a postseason. And we've been able to win 4 of the 6. And I wanted to win 5 of the 6 and win that tournament. And, but that all being said, I do understand at Arizona, the NCAA tournament is the most important thing, and that's what we've really focused on building this team for. So, hopefully this week, we'll see all that hard work and dedication, rise to the occasion.
Well, it's not the most important thing to me. That game against Central Florida is the most important thing to me next year. So you better get that one.
Yeah. Hey, are you going to Central Florida? You're going to come to that one.
Are you kidding me?
Tommy, do you remember he wouldn't come to Sacramento last year, Tommy?
Easy.
I know.
To bring that up. That's
yes, I was going to bring that up. I was waiting to get that in.
Low blow.
Hey, we did though. We did have Tom do a Zoom with the team before we played Utah. We have a former player who do a Zoom, and he did one. I think he's at the Super Bowl. So
from Vegas, that's right.
I got a W.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't know what state of mind he might have been in that night. But,
what was Vegas?
But he did speak to the team, and it was the most long-winded talk. And the next thing I know, he started to complain that Coach Olson, featured Sean Elliott too much, and Bird was the golden boy, and I'm like, whoa, Tom, that's for private, not for the players.
Yeah, I saw Boswell yawning. I was like, okay, it's probably time to wrap it up. They're like, because I remember when I was sitting in their chair, I'm like, who's this old dude? Get him out of here.
Firing me up.
I want to talk to this guy.
No, actually, our guys love it. Because you know what? We have an amazing, and Tom, you're a big part of it. We have an amazing legacy and history with Arizona basketball, and it's my job to make sure our players realize that, because we all know this generation of kid and young adults is different than we were. They're not, they're not raised on the history of the game. They're raised on their phones. So we do everything we can to make sure we honor our legacy and our players know our history. And Tom was a big part of it.
Well, I appreciate that, Coach. Talking to the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, Tommy Lloyd, nice enough to join us as they get ready to take on the Long Beach State 49ers this Thursday. So we all remember what happened last year, and moving to this year, how much does that help the guys that were on the team last year kind of remember that feeling? And nobody likes that feeling, being upset. How does that help them? Does it play any part in this year whatsoever, or is that's the past? Don't think we're not going to worry about that. We're moving on to this year.
Well, probably a little bit of truth in everything you said there. We've owned it. We played in that game, and we're not going to make excuses or say this or that or whatever. Hey, we didn't play well enough. Yep. And we lost to a really good Princeton team. And so, you know what, that could happen again. I mean, that's a reality in these deals. But, I think our guys are pretty galvanized, around this opportunity. And, I definitely don't think there's going to be anybody in our program looking past this first game, And so hopefully last year's experience will just help make sure that we're pretty focused going into Thursday. It's Thursday. We're the early game, Thursday. Tom, I don't even know if you'll be up yet. It's 11 a.m.
Oh, you kidding me?
We're off.
I'll have a couple beers in me by then.
Yeah,
you
we're
kidding
done.
me? We're done. I'm getting up at 9. I make a little breakfast, have a couple beers, and got a couple buddies coming over. Well, we will definitely be locked in for that game.
Well, that sounds like a good day. Yeah, maybe I'll join you.
It's going to be.
Yeah, I hope not.
No, you stay there. You take care of it. Well, we're on a group thread. All of us are most of us are Wildcats. About 4. Only one. Believe it or not, one of our friends went to Long Beach State.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
That's hysterical.
So if we happen to lose, you won't hear from me for like a year. I'm going to Somalia. Yeah. I'm just going to stay there.
Yeah.
So that guy can't get a hold of me.
No.
But I'm like I love the tourney. It's great. The first few days are awesome, and certainly looking forward to this game. I'm just curious. Caleb Love's been struggling a little bit shooting the ball the last 3 games. He didn't even finish the game, I don't think, against Oregon, the last 3 or 4 minutes. Has there been something with his game, or is it just one of those stretches that happens to players. Because I always find it interesting, Coach, like the timing of it. Sometimes it'll happen, and you're like, well, look, that could have happened a month ago, and you wouldn't have paid that much attention to it. It just so happened now, and you're paying more attention to it because we're getting close to March. Is there any concern there that not shooting, or is it just, hey, you go through those streaks, not that big a deal?
No concern. I mean, he's had such a good year for us. He's such a competitor. He just needs to stay locked in and stay aggressive. We finished up practice a little bit ago, and he was coming in to get extra shots, and I told him to get out of the gym. I said, you've made 10 million shots before. You rest and having your legs underneath you is more important right now than watching the ball go through the net one or two more times. And so, no, I mean, hey, we're going to make sure he's going to come in. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be loose. He's been there and done that in this tournament before. So, we're going to bank on that. I have all the faith in the world. He's going to play great.
How about let me add, because this is a guy that I really like, Boswell. I love the way he plays. Would you? And I know you're a super aggressive-minded coach anyway, but sometimes I'd like him to be a little more aggressive in looking for his zone. But he can score from the outside, and he's a real good three-point shooter. I mean, he's always looking to get everybody involved, which I love from a point guard position. I mean, it almost seems like you have to tell him, like, look for your own a little bit more. Is that something you ever talked to him about, or is he just that mindset?
For sure. I mean, our guys, we've been having a bunch of conversations, just kind of resetting everything. You do always this time of year to get ready for the tournament. And I think Big O, Ballo, to Tylen, hey, we need you to shoot more. I mean, it's that plain and simple. So, I mean, he's a young player, and sometimes, these young players get this thing in their mind, like I've got to distribute, I've got to do this, I got to do that. Well, no, you just got to be aggressive. You got to play, and you got to make good basketball decisions. And him putting his eyes on the rim and being ready to shoot is a good basketball decision. So, and we're not a team that really necessarily relies on one playmaker.
Yeah.
So, he doesn't have to. He's not responsible for getting guys shots. I mean, our ball movement and player movement will get guys shots. So he just needs to trust in that and make sure that he's got a let it rip mentality. And we definitely talked to him about that. So, I'm excited to see him put it in action this week.
So if Ballo tells me to do something, I'm doing it. It's just that simple. As a big human being. Hey, look, I will do what you tell me to do.
I'm talking to Tommy, the Arizona head coach on the UMA guest. Do you have one more on Ballo there, Coach?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I thought you were going to react to what Tom had said. I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah. Go ahead. I mean, listen, Ballo's great. Had a great year.
He's awesome.
Love the guy, and he's kind of the heart and soul of our team. It's been fun to watch him grow up and develop.
I wanted to ask you from a coaching standpoint, what the most difficult part is of prepping for like a round 2 or a round 3 game. I mean, I know I guess round 3 or Sweet 16, you get the week in between at least to get some prep work in. But that weekend where you're sitting there, or even from Sweet 16 to Elite 8, that prep time is so short. You know which teams you may face. But how does that work, and do you ever feel like you've got enough done in time for the next game?
Well, we get a lot of those experiences throughout the year. In the Pac-12, we basically play on Thursdays and Saturdays. So you get kind of used to that one-day prep in between. And, you have a staff and you have guys, advanced scouting. And so, we might have a couple guys focused on Long Beach State, and we have a couple guys focused on Dayton and Nevada. And so those guys will kind of be working with me on the side, and we'll be kind of coming up with basically the framework of a game plan.
Yeah.
And then we play. And I think we're the first game, so if you win, then you sit down and you hey, here's Dayton's plan, here's Nevada's plan. You watch them live, and then you kind of make your final decisions. And the next day, you basically you're not going to practice because, you're playing the next day, so you probably do a walkthrough and put in the game plan. And this time of year, you kind of got to do what you got to do, right? Do what you do. I mean, a little bit. You're probably not if you haven't run a 1-3-1 zone, you're probably not putting one in on the Friday between an NCAA tournament game. So you just got to double down on what you do.
Do you, going into this game, because you've been a part of a lot of these, how much have you changed in terms of prep and stuff? Because you guys went to a tournament just about, probably every year you're in Gonzaga, you went to the tournament. And every year you've been in Arizona, you've been to the tournament. Is it pretty similar to the way that you and Mark Few used to do it going into the tournament? Have you changed many things, like looking at like how we prep the team to maximize our tournament stay?
Well, the biggest difference for me being in Arizona is the conference tournament ends on Saturday before Selection Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, and the WCC, you know, Gonzaga and St. Mary's always play on Tuesday.
Yeah, right.
They play the championship game on a Tuesday, so they get a whole time to rest, kind of recalibrate and clean things up, and so it's just been a quicker turnaround. And so, like today, we spent probably the majority of practices kind of focusing on us and kind of touching on our keystone habits and the things we want to do, and then we spent a little time on Long Beach State, and then we talked a little bit about a potential second round game, and then tomorrow. You'll lean more into Long Beach State and then maybe do one or two things if you think there's something for that second game that, hey, this is a little different. We need a little extra time. And Wednesday, it's 100% Long Beach State. And so that's kind of the formula we've used, and I think it's been successful. I mean, you're never looking ahead, but you also want to be prepared if you get the chance to move ahead. Because the name of the game is, getting to the next one and advancing. So, so it's fun stuff, and it's definitely challenging and time-consuming. And I got a list of things I need to get done tonight with film and prep work. But that's what I get paid to do.
So Steve Kerr, automatic timeout is poor transition defense. You don't get back on defense. You don't locate a guy. Automatic timeout. You can just see it coming. Is there something that triggers an automatic timeout from you where you just no, that ain't happening?
Well, the NBA, they have so many timeouts, it's crazy. Like, you can literally, it's crazy how many timeouts they have. In college, it's a little interesting because, you get 4 timeouts.
Okay.
And then you have 4 media timeouts each half every 4 minutes.
16, 12,
so you have
8,
to be
4.
really selective.
Yeah.
16, 8, 12, 4, exactly.
Yep.
And so when using your timeouts, you have 1 use it or lose it timeout in the first half. So you basically you have to use at least 1 in the first half, and and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, but I try to save it for later in the half if I can, because every 4 minutes there's a media timeout. Like, oh my goodness. So you always feel like the game's choppy enough, it's going to stop. That the runs, you can kind of stem the tide a little bit just with the normal flow of the game. And in the second half, you get 3 timeouts. So if you use one early because the other team's on a run and you're trying to get your guys kind of recalibrated, now you got 2. So now down the stretch of the game, and you in college basketball, so you score, you can call a timeout and then set your press. So you want to save a couple of those for the last couple of minutes of the game because, man, just timeouts are precious. So I'm more in the mindset of I don't have an automatic trigger for a timeout. I'm trying to save them for the end of the game in case I need them. That would be my ideal scenario, but it doesn't always work that way.
So if you want to yell at somebody, do you just yell at them while they're out there?
Well, come on. You just turn and yell at one of your assistant coaches. Just yell at them. They're sitting ducks, right?
They can't get away from you.
Yeah, they just got to take it. Yeah.
That's what they're there for.
We're talking to the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, Tommy Lord. I wanted to ask you this before I let you go. We were talking to the head coach of St. Mary's a couple of days ago, Randy Bennett, and we were just talking about how college basketball has changed so much in the last probably 2-3 years, and he said it's continuing to change, and it's you got to keep up with all this. Because I was talking to Jay Wright last year, and he said Villanova. We're talking about their staff there, and he goes, "Yeah, we got a GM." And I go, "A GM? I've never heard of a GM in college basketball before." And he said, "Well, it's for all the NIL stuff and dealing with certain things that coach doesn't want to deal with." I mean, how big a deal has that been for you? I'm sure it's changed a lot since you took the job at Arizona, but how big of an adjustment is that like for you, and then even moving forward? I mean, you know what it is, and you have to adjust because that's just where college athletics is. But how has that changed? What you've been able to do, and how much responsibility do you have to give to other people so you can do what you're supposed to do, which is coach and get the team ready?
Well, it's changed significantly in the last. It's my 3rd season. So, when I interviewed for this job, it would have been, April 3 years ago. I never asked one question about NIL.
Yep.
Or the transfer portal. They never said anything about NIL or the transfer portal. And the next thing you know, you get the job and you come down here and it's been a whirlwind, and then they say, oh yeah, there's this NIL thing that just got passed. And then no one comes down to your office to explain what it is or how we're going to attack it, because the athletic departments weren't ready for it. So it's just been so interesting just to kind of watch it play out in real time. So how we've approached it is we've been pretty methodical, and we didn't want to build a program that's just built on NIL or everybody thinks everything's a transaction. We still want to build a program like a normal college program. I mean, I'm not saying our guys don't get NIL, but we want our players to come to Arizona because they want the Arizona experience, they want the style of play, they want the player development, they want to be coached by us. All the same reasons you chose Arizona back in the day. I think that's still got to be the central, most compelling point for someone to come to your program is those reasons, not NIL. But you have to be competitive in NIL, or you could be the greatest guy in the world, and kids are gonna be like, Coach, and when they're giving me X and you're giving me 0, so I'm gonna take X. So it's been a lot. It's been a lot, but I think it's good for the players. I'm happy for them. You just hope we get more of a systematic approach to it that that makes it a level playing field for everybody, and helps the players, and then helps the coaches, and helps our industry, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know what you're talking about. Luke gave me $50K, so that's why I came there.
Wow.
Well, he had to outbid Tark. So I mean, what are you talking about?
Oh wow!
Shoot,
Wow.
I was lucky if I got a free meal occasionally. You kidding me? Although NIL, Coach, I was thinking, you know how many free beers I could have got around Arizona? I could have been like the official beer sponsor of like Luke's Bar and Grill or something.
A statue in front of the Gentle Benz is what they'd have.
Yeah. I'd have been killing it.
No, dirt bags. He's more of a dirt
bags. Oh God, they could have put my picture up, and I could have went over there, ate and drank for free. I mean, that wouldn't have been good for the program. Would have been good for me.
Good for you, right?
I have a sneaky suspicion you were eating and drinking for free, but I'm just guessing,
Don't tell anybody. And maybe the Green Dolphin, too, while it was still open.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, we always appreciate you coming on with us. Best of luck against Long Beach State, and hopefully this will be a long run. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to you as you move through the tournament. But congratulations on a hell of a year, the Pac-12 champs, and we'll see how it goes in the tournament. Best of luck. I'll be pulling for you, man.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Good luck, Tommy.
Thanks, Coach.
Good stuff there. Head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, Tommy Lloyd, and they get Long Beach State in the opening round of the tournament. They play Thursday morning, yeah?
Yep.
Thursday morning in the first window. It's in that 9 a.m. window where you get 4 games. So, seriously, I know this is a thing, but when you were in college, like when you went to a bar, if they wanted to give you like, oh, dude, I'm a big basketball fan, you can't take a free meal, right?
Dirty time.
Like, really, that wasn't the rule.
That was the rule. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to get anything a normal student wouldn't get.
It's so funny. It's like it's sort of like the argument against like guys who hit lots of home runs and pimping them. When you hit a lot of them, you can pimp them. But if you hit like 3, you're like, you better round the bases because you never do it.
Yep.
But if you make millions of dollars and somebody wants to be like, oh, you get this meal for free, then it's good. But if you're the kid who makes nothing going to school, like scrounging up, Easy Mac and cup noodles or whatever the hell you were surviving on, then you're not allowed to take it. Missed any of that with Tommy Lloyd? Check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're still live here from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Lakers are getting ready to get going later this evening. Our guy John Dickinson, who stopped by a minute ago, will be on with Dubs OT right here at Harmonic Brewing immediately following the game tonight. So if you're coming out and you miss us, you can still catch John Dickinson on your way home. When we come on back, a little bit more on the Warriors and the Knicks. The Knicks, by the way, without OG Anunoby and without Julius Randle. Julius Randle out tonight. Yep. Warriors jump from a 4-point favorite to a 6.5-point favorite.
Don't you regret not coming to the net?
We'll talk more about that one. Jalen Brunson off of a 42-point performance on Saturday against the Kings. Do we see more Moses Moody tonight to guard a little Jalen Brunson? We'll talk about this game next on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Mike Breen joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Warriors' win in L.A. and preview tonight's game against the Knicks. Check out that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, retirement planning and investment management, it's just like knowing the overtime rules of a game because there are no do-overs in life, especially when it comes to retirement. If you're someone who's looking for a local fiduciary, someone who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related to help you plan your retirement, Greg O'Donnell is the guy at O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, he's been helping people just like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today at 866-496-2300 or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you've always dreamed of. So call him now at 866-496-2300 or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors and as Tom said at the top of the show, the New York Knickerbockers are getting ready to square off with each other. Warriors off a big win on Saturday. The Knicks tonight will have Jalen Brunson, who's just an absolute monster, continues to get better and better. 42 points on Saturday in a win over the Sacramento Kings. Kings play tonight, by the way. Lakers play tonight, too. Lakers play the Hawks at home tonight. So just some scoreboard watching and some stuff to pay attention to. No OG Anunoby tonight. He's out with the right elbow injury. It's been about 10 days on his injury or so. I think I saw he was out on the 7th and had not started to scrimmage again yet. And Julius Randle out tonight as well. So a game that it feels like the Warriors should have. They're 6.5-point favorites at home, a day of rest, short travel back from Los Angeles. Did they come back Saturday night or yesterday, do you know?
Who's that?
The Warriors.
Warriors came back. I can't remember.
I don't know what I don't know what's better.
I think Saturday night.
I would say come back Saturday. It's
night.
such a short, it's an hour flight. You may as well come on back and
I think Saturday
get some rest on Saturday night. So Warriors and the Knicks tonight. How important? I mean, we said it earlier. These home games are extremely important because you're about to go on the road for 5 straight, and then it's basically all on the road. If not, just a couple of stops back here at home. But in terms of this matchup tonight, Jalen Brunson, the guy you got to stop. I kept mentioning Moses Moody. I just look at him for body type and defense.
Yep.
That's somebody you think we could see more of tonight?
I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know if he'll play a lot, but Brunson is the guy. You got other guys that can score a little bit for you, but he's going to be the focal point. You'd like to be able to get the ball to his hands. They'll probably blitz a lot of those pick and rolls with him and Hardenstein. And Hardenstein is the guy that, isn't much of a pick and pop guy. He's a pick and roll guy, really athletic guy. DiVincenzo is going to probably look to be aggressive tonight. Hart will look to be a little more aggressive tonight, but it's really gonna be about focusing on Brunson, because he's a guy that can, once he gets it going, he just has an isolation game. He has that body type. He can put that body into you. He's got the step backs. He's got the little leaners. It's a little tougher too because he's left, so you got to always be on his left hand. And lefties are just different because you're not used to, your whole mindset is playing against righties, and you got to actively force yourself to think about facing lefties. So he'll be the guy. If they can hold him to a, doesn't have to be substandard performance, just like normal, then I think they'll be in good shape. But you don't want him going for mid-30s or 40 like he did in Sacramento. Then you put yourself in a tough position.
OG Anunoby out tonight. Julius Randle out tonight as the Knicks. By the way, shout out we've been joking in the last couple of weeks about division standings. Shout out ESPN, the only place where you go and you click on a team and it tells you where they are. Second in the Atlantic Division are the like, why do they give me that as part of their headline? The Knicks cares. Nobody cares. The Knicks are 4th right now in the Eastern Conference at 40-27, 18-14 on the road. So they're just a solid playoff team. There's not much volatility or as much volatility. If somebody has a really bad stretch here, right where the Knicks or the Cavs are, they could fall potentially to the 6 or to the 7. But with the Knicks right now at 40-27, Orlando at 40-28, the Pacers at 38-30, and losing Halliburton, they're the team that's probably most in jeopardy of falling a little bit further down. The Heat and the Sixers are at 7-8. They play each other. They're playing right now into the second quarter of that game. And as I mentioned, the Hawks holding on to the 10 and 4.5 games clear of Brooklyn, so they're pretty solid. So we pretty much know the playoff teams. Houston's still dangling down there at the bottom of the Western Conference. They're not completely out of it. They'd need some help for sure, but those are games that a lot of these teams in the hunt are counting on getting. So in terms of Knicks as a playoff team, what do you think of them? PJ Carlissimo said to us, I thought they were ready to make, turn the corner and be somewhat dominant, but they've kind of hit a wall as
well. Because Randall's been out. Randall's been out forever. And OG Anunoby has missed some games. He's only come back recently, so he's back out. Didn't play great against the Kings, but he had 33 minutes. So they picked up some veterans, Burks and Bogdanovich from Detroit, and those are guys that can hurt you off the bench. Bogdanovich, the guy you got to pay attention to. You can't leave him open from 3. He's a proven scorer in the NBA. And then Burks is a vet. He was here a few years ago. He's a guy that can get it going a little bit too. Now, do you count on them getting going? Probably not, but they can if you leave them alone. So this isn't a team that's completely toothless without Randall and without Anunoby. They have some guys that can score. They've won 6 of their last 10, even without those players for most of those games. So they're going to come in here feeling good about themselves after beating the Kings, and they know who their guy is. They know what they're going to go to. They're going to go to a lot of pick and rolls with Brunson and, try to get out after the Warrior shooters. So, yeah, I just think this is a Warrior team that after winning the Laker game, it needs to continue the momentum. Is this a make or break game? No, it's not a make or break game. But again, you keep putting yourself a little bit further back in a hole. If you happen to lose this one, the Lakers win against Atlanta.
Yeah.
It'd be tough for Atlanta too, although the back-to-backs in LA are always tough. And they just whacked. Atlanta just whacked the Clippers.
4 or 5 losses for the Clips, by the way.
Yeah, well, I know. They're really circling the drain right now, kind of scuffling. But they're probably locked in at the 4th spot, so not a huge deal. But, yeah, again, all these games are big. This is a game that you're playing a team who's missing 2 of their better players, and their second best player in Randall. Brunson's their best player. And then Anunoby has been really good for them since that trade with Toronto. So this is one you look at, and with the injuries, you say we should get this one.
Yeah, and if you get this one again, I say you should get the next one on Wednesday against Memphis.
You better get
and
that
then I
one.
want all 3. And then if they're missing Halliburton, come Friday against Indiana. I mean,
Halliburton's playing.
Excuse me, who are they missing?
They're missing Mathurin.
That's why I said Halliburton before.
Although Halliburton's three-point shot isn't playing. He's 9 for his last 56 from 3, or 10 for his last 56. I mean, that is brutal. That's less than about 18%. Yeah, he's really been scuffling. But first things first, get this one, make it a couple in a row, feel good about yourself, and move on.
By the way, you mentioned Hardenstein tonight. There's a James Hardenstein joke in there somewhere that I'll get to you off the air.
Yeah, please.
It's Holbert and Copes with you live from Harmonic Brewing here outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Knicks coming your way in just a bit. Also, we'll have Dubs OT right here with John Dickinson on KNBR streaming, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, and he'll be here live like he is every Warrior home game for Dubs OT from Harmonic Brewing. When we come on back, I want to hear from you. 808 KNBR, 808-5627, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. We talked a bit about the departure from the organization of Renel Brooks-Moon earlier in the show. There's always going to be change in sports and in life, of course, but usually when it's a PA announcer like that, I don't know that we take it for granted or just anticipate that they're going to be around forever, but it is going to feel different at the ballpark this year and going forward. Do you feel the organization has done a poor job with saying goodbye to fan favorites this year, this offseason? In my opinion, the organization that has been the best in North American professional sports at keeping people around and saying goodbye, I think has fallen short of that in the last offseason. We'll talk a bit about that. 808 KNBR, how do you feel about the way it's been handled with some of these fan favorites? Your thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for my friends over at Kugelman Law. It is tax season. You're probably going to hear a lot of ads promising you to solve your tax issues for pennies on the dollar. Just remember, I'm not saying this is the case, but a lot of times you get what you pay for. And when it comes to your taxes, the goal is keep Uncle Sammy at arm's length. You don't want any phone calls from Uncle Sammy. You don't want any letters from Uncle Sammy, and you most certainly don't want Uncle Sammy knocking at the door. You want to keep the taxes clean and then move on to next year. That's what they can do for you at Kugelman Law. You don't have to worry about it. Let them handle it. And if you have issues, they can help solve some of those issues as well. I myself like to avoid issues. That's why I let them handle it. I'm not supposed to understand this stuff. I don't know what all the deductions I can get. I'm not trying to skimp, not trying to cut corners. I'm just trying to keep Sammy happy. Keep him happy, and I'm happy because he does not show up. So if you're going to get your taxes done, or if you have any issues, whether they be criminal, crypto, maybe you just forgot to file taxes, you couldn't get to it because life got in the way last year, let them handle it. That's what Alex Kogelman does over at Kogelman Law. So visit him at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kogelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kogelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, please, for the man of the hour, our beloved skipper, future Hall of Famer, and for the last time I get to say, number 15, Bruce Bochy!
Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to register today to play against me for the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert and Coast back with you live from Harmonic Brewing here right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Knicks tonight from Chase. And John Dickinson will be back here at Harmonic and right here on KNBR for Dubs OT immediately following that one. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. The question is about the frustration the Giants fans have. And I told you about the funny one earlier today. I got Tom where guys said to me, like, man, this Farhan stuff. I'm like, okay, Farhan had nothing to do with the exit of Renel. The report from the Giants, in the Chronicle from Susan Slesser, is that Renel and the Giants worked on an extension and then decided to part amicably. She's going to retain the title of Public Address Announcer Emeritus, which I know will make a lot of people roll their eyes because it doesn't feel, at least to me, it doesn't feel genuine. Like yep. It's a position they've created. Just make her PA announcer. You know, that's my thought. Anyway, we don't know the behind the scenes of this and who was on what side of it, but they say they tried for an extension and did not agree to one. The PA booth is going to be named in her honor, it sounds like, and they're going to hold a celebration later this season for her. And I know Giants fans have lumped in. One guy DM'd me, Tom, and said, man, Crawford, then J.D. Davis, and now Renel. And I said, which one of these doesn't totally fit? I'm going to go with J.D. Davis, the guy who got traded for, who, by the way, when he was acquired, it's not like people were through the moon or over the moon about J.D. So I understand why people were upset about how the J.D. Davis thing was handled. Yep. That said, he also didn't get as much in the open market as he won in arbitration. Far unsaved money in that regard. The Crawford one, I understand. Again, you can be upset about it and know that he shouldn't be here. I don't love how that was handled either. I don't know that there's a better way. Do you think as fans, and Tom, do you think that relative to how it's been handled in the past, the Giants have done a poor job of this kind of stuff this year? They're all different.
They are all different. And I don't know. I mean, when you look at, really there's only two of them because J.D. Davis wasn't here that long. It's just the whole handling of the contract looked shady. I don't know if it was. It just looked bad. Like, hey, we're going to offer you this. We're not going to know. Once you submit it, we can't do anything about it. And then because of a loophole, you're able to cut him and only pay him $1 million instead of the 6.3 or the 6.9 that he won. I mean, he couldn't even have said, I'll accept what you submitted. I'll just take your offer. Right. No, we're not going to do that. So, but that's a rule, and that's something that, the Giants took advantage of. So it didn't look good. I think it's more of an accumulation of things. Because with the Brandon Crawford thing, look, everybody loves Brandon Crawford, but the question of whether you love Brandon Crawford or Brandon Crawford should have been on this team, those are two different questions.
Agreed.
Okay? Because you're not going to use a lot of people that we talked to a lot of people that called and said, I love Brandon Crawford, but they did the right thing. I mean, it was probably time to move on. This one's a totally separate category because it's someone that people that go to the ballpark hear all the time, and you just get familiar with the voice, and you expect it's going to be there forever. Let's put it this way. They've been on a little bit of a bad run in terms so they can definitely use something positive.
If 2 is a streak, you know.
Yes, and it's not like the on-field performance is helping. So
man.
Look, that again, and I said that earlier, that turns everything around. You win, nobody cares. I mean, you might get a couple of people that are aggravated and chirping, but if you win, it's like, okay, cool, that's what we're here for. That's the main thing. When you're losing, it's that, and then any other little thing that happens, people just pile on.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, it's a bummer. All those things taken separately kind of stink, but you win, everything's taken care of. And I think that's what you talk to most people, that's what they care most about is like, hey, I don't care. Just put a damn winner on the field.
Yeah.
Just put a winner on the field, okay? 107 seems like 20 years ago.
By the way, has any team ever had a franchise record in victories like that and got, like, curried no favor, like the ownership got, like I know that
it was about 6 months on honeymoon last.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Is losing to the Dodgers in the playoffs hurt that a little bit. You know what I mean? But it is funny how you say, well, winning solves it all. But 121, it's not like people were loving Kapler after that year.
No,
you know what I mean? And to his credit, he won Manager of the Year and pushed all the right buttons.
Yep,
we can look back now and say that wasn't legit and it wasn't a sustainable thing. That's fine, but he got no love for that, which is somewhat. Sort of funny in that people I almost want to not like. It's almost to me like it doesn't really matter what does happen with Farhan. They're going to have to win multiple times and win a lot for a consistent number of years for anybody to feel good about it because of there is a little bit of a standard here now after what happened with the last regime. So the Renel thing to me of all those is the worst. It hurts the most. Because it's the one that is not affected, nothing to as a fan, you go, well, we don't know dollar amounts.
Yep.
We don't know who wants where. We don't know why it went sour or what caused them to want to split. And you go, it's not like performance is a factor from our perspective. You know what I mean? Again, so we don't know to what extent any of these negotiations happen behind the scenes. I do know that as a fan, somebody who's seen I always want to say thousands. I know it's in the high 900s. It's got to be. If I'm counting my number of games there, I've got to be in the thousands now for number of games I've seen there in 24 seasons.
That's wild.
I have to be. I mean, I've seen 50 there multiple times in a season. I've seen probably more than that since I got a credential with KNBR. Because why wouldn't I go to? Yeah. I live so close too. So, but in terms of Renel, it's like that's baseball. You said it earlier. Is a companion sport. It's when you can turn on, and it feels like you know the people, the broadcasters, the players. You let them into your house for 6 months and into your mind. You ride with their ups and their downs, and when they go through slumps, you know it. You can say, like, I went through a slump a little while ago, but he's back. He's playing well because you get a feel for it. You love when you know which guy the manager's going to tab. But part of that in baseball is the ballpark. Part of it is the history. It's the voices. It's Derek Jeter after Bob Shepard dies saying, I'm going to use a recording of Bob Shepard for every at-bat I take as a Yankee for the rest of my career, which is cool. Buster Posey never had anybody else announce him coming up. You know, she's done, as I said earlier, All-Star games and World Series and playoff games and every event you can imagine for the organization. So, I don't know about the handling of it. I think the naming of the PA booth is a given. I think that the goodbye from fans is a given. My question is, who's going to host that S? You know what I mean? She hosts all that stuff. She MCs all those great events. So what is she going to be the one to have to MC that? So it's a bummer. It's a sad day for Giants baseball for sure that Renel is not going to be back. And she's someone who's been very good to me from before when I was a host at a restaurant over here on the Embarcadero. She used to come in with her husband Tommy and was so good to me just as a host and somebody working in a restaurant. Yeah, I've never seen her without a smile on her face, and I know we're still seeing her around, but it's never going to be the same. Hearing players come up to bat or making his major league debut, whatever it is, it's never going to be the same in that ballpark without Renel. I'm bummed about it.
It would have been awesome, though, if the Yankees would have had somebody in there that said, we're going to try somebody out, Derek. We're not going to have the recording since Bob Shepard's not doing it anymore. Yeah. And somebody would have went, number 2, Jeets. Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeets.
Jeets.
It's the Jeets.
He would have been like, "Were you serious? You kidding me with this? You kidding me with this guy?"
Derek Jeter. Yeah, that'd be
No,
good.
but look, it doesn't matter. Like, and she's super cool. You know her better than I do,
Yeah.
but anytime I've had an interaction with her, she's just super cool, super professional. But you're going to have those strong emotions when you get attached to somebody like that. I mean, they feel like she's kind of ours.
Yeah.
Like we're the ones that we've listened to her for 25 years now, 24 years
And before
now.
that, radio too in the Bay Area.
But I felt
KNBR
that
and
too.
all that, yeah.
I mean, I felt that too with
Yeah,
Chick
man.
Hearn, Vin Scully, like listening to Dodger games and Laker games, and people around here feel the same way about Dave and John and Kruk and Kipe and Bill King with the Warriors and the A's and all. I mean, you just do. You feel like those are our, like.
Don't forget about
it's
me,
just
Tom.
different. Yeah. Thank you.
What about me,
Appreciate it.
Johnny?
Well, I didn't know what that team to assign to him. A's, Raiders, Niners, Warriors.
I
he's
did
done
them
it
all. I'm the only one.
Quakes. I don't know.
Move up, Ramey. I'm calling Quakes.
Beat it, Teddy.
Beat it, Ted Ramey.
Teddy ball game.
I'm the guy.
But I mean, you feel like there's I bet you there were a ton of Raider fans who were mad that he was leaving there. I guarantee you there was.
Oh,
But that's
for
just
sure.
that's just who. I mean, you're so used to them. You feel like you know them when you listen to them for that long. So, yeah, it's just a bummer. But she's super talented, and I'm sure she'll be doing something else. And anything that she wants to do, hopefully she can do it. But she was doing shows. She did did a real good job. I caught it on the replay, but with the interview with Barry Bonds a couple years ago.
Oh, dude, that was incredible.
That was really good.
She did the sit down with him where he talks about like I would have been a Yankee.
Yep.
He's like I was going to go to be a Yankee if they didn't sign me in San Francisco. Yeah, she did they're like sitting at a winery.
Yes, of course they were.
Dude, I was like sitting at a winery somewhere, and Renel's
Barry's
just
like,
popping
yeah, I'll do it
questions.
at a winery.
By the way, how about this one? 209 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, Copes nailed it. Renel is he says Copes nailed it. Renel's a huge loss, but then he said, "Heard we got a deal on shallots. Garlic fries are gone." Good text from the 209. 209 says 209 checks in on Renel says, I remember my dad being upset that they had a woman as a PA announcer, and today he called me and he was upset that she was leaving.
There you go.
Like, there you go. How about that?
Progress.
Renel winning hearts. I like that too. More here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says 900-plus games at that ballpark is impressive. He says, my max is 23 in a season. Wish I lived closer to the yard. Yeah, when I was like 17, I went to 50 because what else was I going to do in the summertime? I went every day. And now I just pretend it's my job to get out of the house. 510 checks in says,
well done.
Hey, Renel being, anyway, there's a lot of stuff checking in. A lot of people missing Renel and saying, one guy, 747, Derek, just says, eat us, Derek. Look at he said it in twice, see that? Checks it's Tacky. Shout out Tacky on the YouTube chat. Anyway, keep coming in with your texts and your thoughts. We are live here from Harmonic Brewing. Who do we got coming up tonight? Who's on Sports Phone with us? Kerry Crowley back. The newly engaged Kerry Crowley. How about that? Our big congrats to Kerry Crowley.
Like
and we'll,
Great job,
we'll hand it
brother.
over to thank you. We'll hand it over to
Mr. Malta.
Kerry Crowley for Sports Phone KNBR. Next, Tolbert and Copes live from Harmonic Brewing over here on the Sports Leader. After 24 seasons as the voice of Pac Bell, SBC, AT&T, and then Oracle Park, the Giants announced that Renel Brooks-Moon will not return as PA announcer in 2024. Check out more on that story on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.